Chapter 1. The Warring States, Uchiha Ya Peril. Uchiha Ya, this is the name he currently bears. Once he was merely an inconspicuous ordinary individual on Earth, never imagining that one day he would traverse worlds, and moreover, find himself in a realm he had once observed in an anime, specifically, the world of Naruto. While the act of crossing over itself was intriguing, the timing of his arrival was puzzling, as it thrust him into the tumultuous Warring States period. However, amidst the misfortunes, a stroke of luck accompanied his fate. He became a member of the Uchiha clan, a prestigious lineage within the Land of Fire. Only the Senju clan could rival them, while other families, even the Hyuga, fell somewhat short in comparison. Yet, Uchiha Ya was not just an ordinary scion of the Uchiha. To put it plainly, Uchiha Madara was his elder brother, albeit by marriage. Due to the early demise of Ya's parents, who perished while protecting Uchiha Taijima, he was taken in by Uchiha Taijima himself. At present, the Uchiha Taijima household comprises Madara, aged 6 Izuna, aged 3 Yu, also 3 and 3 younger brothers, one aged 2, another 1, and the youngest just born. It seemed that the past 2 years had been anything but idle for Uchiha Taijima. Now, with Uchiha Ya's arrival, the Uchiha clan's main house was indeed bustling with activity. Possessing the mindset of an adult, Ya's mature thinking and steady demeanor earned him the favor of Uchiha Taijima, who often regarded him as the exemplary child, using him as a benchmark to admonish Izuna. Madara treated him with great kindness, regarding him as a true younger brother, while the 3 younger siblings looked up to him with admiration. The only one feeling slighted was Izuna, who endured constant comparisons and believed that Uchiha Ya had usurped the affection Madara had for him, resulting in a perpetual sour disposition towards you. However, you remained unfazed, or rather, he lacked the time to dwell on such matters. After joining the Uchiha family, a lingering sense of apprehension persisted in his heart. According to the narrative, it would be no more than 3 years until Madara committed himself to Hashirama. By that time, Madara would inform him that he had only Izuna left as a brother. Even considering the 3-year timeline, Madara's younger brothers could not possibly be sent to the battlefield. Thus, the outcome was inevitable premature demise. If Madara regarded him as a brother, the likelihood of Uchiha Ya sharing the same grim fate was alarmingly high. In the Warring States period, the death of an ordinary child might go unnoticed. Still, the untimely death of the firstborn son of the foremost clan, especially if several were to perish, would not be a trivial matter. Uchiha Ya had no desire to meet such an end thus. While he worried about the future, he also harbored an urgent desire to grow stronger. They say that those who traverse worlds come equipped with a golden finger. I wonder when mine will appear. Ding! Triggering the keyword golden finger. Detecting host needs. The supreme invincible max level system of all realms has been activated. A system? Ha ha ha, I am finally about to take flight. ZZZZ ding. Detecting errors in the time-traveling timeline. The time until the narrative begins exceeds the system's unbinding budget. Schedule disrupted. Correcting erroneous data. What is happening? ZZZZ. Unable to correct. Attempting to initiate artificial intelligence service. Artificial intelligence. ZZZZ. Artificial intelligence wife on maternity leave, unable to provide normal services. Initiating backup compensation plan. Backup? Compensation? System unbinding in progress. Daily compensation panel activated. Farewell. What is the most delightful aspect of traversing worlds? It is the moment when a golden finger appears just as you need it, sounding remarkably impressive. What is the most frustrating aspect of traversing worlds? It is when this system binds to you, only to be unbound due to a series of bizarre reasons, leaving you feeling elated for naught. What is the bittersweet fortune amidst misfortune? It is when the system appears, then absconds, yet still possesses a modicum of conscience, leaving you with a sliver of ability. Though the potential for grandstanding with this ability seems minimal, at least there remains a glimmer of hope. Name, Uchiha Ya. Age, 3. Talent, diligence compensates for lack. Skills, none. Compensation points, 1. Backpack, instruction manual X1. This was the meager ability left to Uchiha Ya before the golden finger system took its leave. Upon examining the manual within his backpack, Uchiha Yu quickly comprehended the functions of this panel. The core functions of this panel were twofold. First, the talent of diligence compensates for lack. This talent essentially embodies the principle that hard work yields rewards. By learning, one can cultivate skills, and through relentless effort, elevate the level of a particular skill. Observable growth, devoid of aimless time wastage, leading to a meaningful life. Second, an annual compensation opportunity. Each year on his birthday, he could claim one compensation point. Compensation points could either elevate a skill directly to its maximum level or allow a fully leveled skill to break through its limitations in a specific direction, attaining a new level. Summary 1. As long as one is diligent, life will not be lacking. Summary 2. Even without diligence, living long enough is still worthwhile. Having concluded his understanding of the capabilities of his golden finger, Uchiha Yu set forth to establish a grand objective for himself. I've decided I shall strive to live a little longer. As a member of the Uchiha clan, to survive more comfortably and stably, he must closely follow in the footsteps of his illustrious cousin before the establishment of the ninja villages. Thus, he approached Madara. Brother Madara, would you teach me the chakra refining technique? Brother Madara, your shuriken throwing technique is so impressive. Can I become as formidable as you? Brother Madara, your training must be arduous. It is truly commendable. Brother Madara, you dedicate so much time to instructing me. I hope Izuna doesn't mind. I understand that you're simply looking after this orphan without parents. I do not wish for your bond with Izuna to become strained because of me. Within the Uchiha estate, Uchiha Yu followed Uchiha Madara like a shadow, occasionally uttering remarks laced with a hint of tea-like nuance, which ignited a simmering resentment in Uchiha Izuna, who observed from a distance. How infuriating! This scoundrel has stolen the affection of his most beloved elder brother. He wished to eliminate him. If looks could kill, Uchiha Izuna would have surely reduced Uchiha Yu to 1,000 pieces with his gaze. Yet, Uchiha Madara noticed this, but refrained from commenting, for all of it had tacitly received the approval of Uchiha Taijima. As for the reason, it was not out of any guilt Taijima felt toward Uchiha Yu, desiring Madara to treat him better. Even if Uchiha Yu was the child of his benefactor and brother, Uchiha Taijima's love for his own children would always outweigh his regard for Uchiha Yu. Chapter 2. Chakra Refinement Technique, LVMEX. This understanding was shared among Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Taijima. Utilizing this unspoken understanding, they crafted an illusion for the only one who remained oblivious, Uchiha Izuna. An illusion that he was soon to lose the favor of his beloved elder brother. The reason for this loss of favor would, in the near future, be inadvertently revealed by Uchiha Yu, the outsider. For instance, insufficient strength, unable to keep pace with his elder brother, destined to never walk alongside him. Uchiha Taijima, wishing for his son to grow, naturally welcomed this development, while Madara, despite not wanting his brother to suffer, also wished for him to strive to grow stronger, allowing him to navigate life more securely during these tumultuous times. Thus, when Uchiha Izuna cast a pleading gaze toward him, Madara strove to suppress his affection for his brother, adopting an air of indifference. As the architect of this scheme, Uchiha Yu reveled in the training guidance offered by Uchiha Madara, while simultaneously employing his tea skills to provoke Izuna. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yu ultimately underestimated the Uchiha clan's penchant for brotherly affection. As time passed, Uchiha Izuna, true to everyone's expectations, trained diligently and his prowess surged rapidly. However, after each of his advancements, he would challenge Uchiha Yu. Though Izuna's growth was swift, he was no match for Uchiha Yu, who was far superior. Each of Izuna's challenges, characterized by a reckless ferocity, left Uchiha Yu struggling to strike the right balance. Consequently, the outcome of each confrontation was that Izuna either emerged battered and bruised or suffered several fractures. Such injuries, while not overly severe for a ninja, nonetheless resulted in genuine pain. With every mishap involving Uchiha Izuna, Madara remained outwardly silent, yet Uchiha Yu could distinctly sense that his dear older brother was now subjecting him to even more rigorous training. At times, it felt rather cruel. However, Uchiha Yu is unwilling to alter this course. For every time he endured a rigorous session at the hands of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Taijima would reward him with some sweet benefits in ninjutsu, training resources, or ninja tools. On occasion, he could even wish for the opportunity to learn something he desired. After several encounters, Uchiha Yu found himself ensnared in a sense of addiction, experiencing life in a remarkably fulfilling manner. Time flowed gently, and just like that, more than a year had quietly passed. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Yu strode confidently with a swaggering gait into the courtyard where the clan leader resided. As he stepped in, his brows slightly raised, and in the next instant, he pivoted to the side, narrowly evading a punch that had come from an unexpected angle. Without allowing the punch's owner any time to retract, Uchiha Yu executed a swift spinning kick in retaliation. The assailant reacted with commendable speed, crossing his arms to block the incoming kick. However, he ultimately underestimated the force behind Uchiha Ya's strike. Although this kick was not a concentrated attack, it was executed with considerable technique and bore significant impact. With that single blow, the punch's owner was sent sprawling backward, crashing into a nearby water pool. With a resounding splash, the pool's waters erupted, revealing the figure of the Atalanta boy of similar stature to Uchiha Yu, possessing an adorably youthful visage. Yet, at that moment, the boy's expression was one of indignation as he struggled to rise from the pool and launch another attack at Uchiha Yu. However, the residual shockwave from the previous kick left his arms numb and his breathing labored, rendering him incapable of climbing out after much effort. You foolish Ududu, in terms of beauty, Ba, and in terms of strength, you cannot surpass me, Uchiha Yu declared, not affording Uchiha Izuna an opportunity for retort before turning to venture deeper into the clan grounds. Upon reaching the central area of the clan territory, Uchiha Yu observed a gathering of numerous individuals. This was the Uchiha clan's assembly hall, the venue for clan meetings. Uchiha Taijima sat at the core position, engaged in discussions with several clan elders over a map, seemingly striving to reach consensus. Uchiha Yu found a corner to settle in, positioning himself behind his elder cousin, resembling a future shinobi of unparalleled prowess, and listened intently to the high-ranking discussions of the Uchiha clan. As time passed, Uchiha Yu began to grasp the crux of this clan meeting. The Uchiha clan was once again on the brink of war. Warfare, for the Uchiha, renowned for their martial prowess, was a commonplace affair. Often, when war was declared, the clan would unanimously endorse it, eager to be at the forefront, fearful of others seizing the opportunity. However, this time, the situation appeared dire. The Uchiha clan was to engage in battle against three shinobi clans simultaneously: Senju, Kagaya, and Uzumaki Mito, the banner of the Land of Fire, all at once on three fronts. This meant that Uchiha ninjas would need to split into three divisions, fighting across different territories. Though the Uchiha feared no adversary, engaging in simultaneous battles against formidable foes was far from a simple endeavor. Nevertheless, regardless of the war's nature, the Uchiha had decided not to involve any youths below the age of 10 in the conflict. Thus, this war had no bearing on Uchiha Yu. Knowing this was sufficient. As the assembly concluded, Uchiha Yu made his way back to a secluded chamber within the clan leader's residence. This was his room. He entered, closed the door, and locked it with swift efficiency. Lying on his bed, Uchiha Yu habitually activated his data panel. Name: Uchiha Yu. Age: 4. Talent: diligence compensates for shortcomings. Skills: chakra refinement max, throwing technique LV3, body flicker technique LV2, great fireball technique LV2. Compensation points: 1. Backpack, various ninja tools. A year prior, after mastering the chakra refinement technique, Uchiha Yu decisively allocated his first compensation point to enhance this skill. Since then, he no longer required arduous training or meditation to extract chakra from every cell in his body, effortlessly combining physical and mental energy to form chakra. Chakra refinement is not merely a martial arts manual. The depth of mastery determines the quantity of chakra one can extract. The more profound the chakra refinement, the more efficiently a ninja can extract chakra from their body. The greater the mastery, the more cells can be targeted for extraction, thus increasing the overall chakra yield. Chapter 3. Body Flicker Technique Max. Human cells are finite, and the energy each cell can yield at once is limited. Typical ninjas learning chakra refinement are only able to extract a certain amount of power from a portion of their cells. Moreover, due to individual differences in constitution, the bodily energy contained within each person's cells varies. Uchiha Ya's fully mastered chakra refinement technique signifies his ability to draw energy from all cells throughout his body. While this effect cannot be compared to the extraordinary abilities of Senju Hashirama, the pinnacle of chakra refinement grants Uchiha Ya the highest chakra capacity possible for his age and physical condition. Now, at merely 4 years of age, the amount of chakra he could refine rivaled that of a special jonin from the Uchiha clan. As he matures, his chakra reserves will naturally expand alongside his physical growth, and it is anticipated that by the age of 15, he will attain a chakra level comparable to that of a Kage. It can be said that mastering this chakra refinement technique has paved an unobstructed path for Uchiha Ya on his journey to strength. Furthermore, this is not the zenith of Uchiha Ya's potential, as he has yet to awaken his Sharingan. According to the lineage of the Uchiha clan, the activation and evolution of the Sharingan also catalyzed the awakening of their bloodline abilities, thereby significantly elevating one's chakra capacity in a short span of time. The progression from a 1-tomo elite genin to a 2-tomo elite chunin, and ultimately to a 3-tomo elite jounin, is not mere exaggeration, but a tangible reality for the Uchiha. However, the awakening of the Sharingan demands immense mental stimulation. Uchiha Ya possesses a compensation system and has never contemplated facing tumultuous storms. He merely desires to live a stable existence, subsisting on compensation points. Thus, regarding the Sharingan, he adopts a nonchalant attitude, welcoming its presence but not coveting it. Now, a year has elapsed, and Uchiha Ya has once again acquired a point of compensation. Were it not for the Madara's reduction incident, he would have considered further advancing his chakra refinement technique, exploring innovative applications beyond its maximum level. However, the Madara's reduction incident looms as an inescapable concern for Uchiha Ya. In light of preserving his life, he ultimately resolves to enhance his body flicker technique. If he cannot prevail, he must at least be able to flee. Should he run swiftly enough, no one would be able to pursue him, which constitutes a form of victory. With his decision made, Uchiha Ya immediately allocates points to body flicker technique. Body flicker technique LV max. In that instant, Uchiha Ya experiences an epiphany, his comprehension of the technique rapidly deepening. Once everything concludes, Uchiha Ya opens his eyes. The next moment, he propels himself, and his figure vanishes from its original position. When he reappears, it is atop a beam. Throughout the entire process, aside from a slight disturbance of dust upon the ground, no sound has emerged. And this is merely the simplest manifestation of the muscle explosion effect of the body flicker technique. What a delightful sensation! Uchiha Ya felt the transformation within his body. A smile gracing his face. The mastery of the body flicker technique had not disappointed him. The various skills and methods associated with this technique were etched into his memory and physique, instinctual in nature. Most importantly, the enhancement of the body flicker technique directly fortified his leg muscles, compensating for the limitations imposed by his youthful body, which hindered his freedom of movement. Yet, it was still insufficient. Despite the exhilaration of accumulating points, the annual reduction event loomed ominously. Although I remain uncertain of the specifics that will unfold, relying solely on point accumulation proves to be too simplistic. It is imperative to cultivate a deeper foundation. Even if it seems futile, preparing for future point allocation by refining additional skills would undoubtedly be beneficial. Upon reflecting on this, Uchiha Ya once again immersed himself in rigorous training. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Ya diligently endeavored to enhance his abilities, Uchiha Taijima departed from the clan's grounds with a formidable contingent of elite warriors. Thus, the war commenced quietly, without fanfare. As the clan leader, Uchiha Taijima was naturally at the forefront of confronting their sworn adversaries, the Senju clan. Reports indicated that both sides had committed substantial resources to the conflict, with neither party willing to grant the other respite. In truth, the outcome mirrored these expectations. 2 months later, Uchiha Taijima returned, weathered and marked by a wound that had yet to fully heal. His elite forces had been reduced to merely a third of their original strength, with the core combatants of the Uchiha clan suffering the loss of 3 members, each of whom was formidable enough to be regarded as a shadow-level ninja by the standards of the ninja villages. The battle had been exceptionally brutal. Although the Senju clan also endured severe losses, the Uchiha clan felt the pain acutely. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Uchiha chose not to retreat but rather to engage in even more fervent combat. Only by inflicting greater suffering upon their foes could they alleviate their own sorrow. Upon learning of these developments, Uchiha Ya realized the gravity of the situation. The Uchiha clan has begun to spiral into turmoil. And regardless of whether they ultimately emerge victorious or face defeat, the outcome will leave the Uchiha grievously wounded. rendering them incapable of recovery for at least the next 10 to 20 years. In the face of all this, Uchiha You can only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. Despite possessing remarkable body flicker techniques, he is unable to alter the tide of battle for the Uchiha. Furthermore, even if he wished to join the fray, such a desire would be ungranted. No matter how prodigious his talents may be to the Uchiha, he remains merely a 4-year-old child. The Uchiha clan, known for their coldness towards outsiders, is not devoid of compassion. On the contrary, they cherish their loved ones more than anyone else, reserving all their tenderness for the Uchiha lineage. It is a shared belief among all members of the Uchiha that children should grow up in happiness. This philosophy of safeguarding the upbringing of children in the light is deeply rooted in the hearts of every Uchiha. Even when some children, after experiencing trauma, awaken their Sharingan and adopt extreme views, they still aspire to create a protective haven for the younger generation, wishing to spare them from the trials they themselves have endured. Uchiha You found himself amidst this situation. Although he felt such actions were somewhat extreme, the sensation of being protected and cherished brought a profound sense of comfort. After all, who could possibly refuse a family that offers unwavering kindness? Uchiha You silently trained within the Uchiha clan's territory, quietly observing the developments of the battlefield. Soon, he became aware of the movements of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taijima issued a summons, recalling several warriors of the Uchiha clan from their distant battles, seemingly preparing for a significant confrontation. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan was fraught with tension. Uchiha You felt, for the first time, the profound heritage of the warring clans. Thousands of ninjas from the Uchiha clan convened, each having undergone the baptism of blood, with the weakest among them being Elite CH Nin, and the majority ranging from Special J Nin to Elite J Nin. Chapter 4. Call for aid from the front lines. Such formidable strength, Uchiha You mused, if placed within the context of the future era of ninja villages, could easily decimate any major village, including Konoha. Particularly striking was the scene when nearly 1,000 Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan simultaneously. It resembled a pack of hunters fixated on their prey, contemplating how to divide their spoils, a chilling sight indeed. Uchiha You found himself amidst the turmoil. And even though the conflict was not directed at him, he felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Esteemed colleagues, it is unnecessary for me to elaborate on the recent grievances inflicted upon the Uchiha clan by the Senju. I trust you are all well aware of the situation. I shall refrain from further commentary. The Uchiha are not a clan to endure in silence. We shall demonstrate with our blood the folly of provoking us. Uchiha Taijima's speech was devoid of superfluous words. It was succinct yet imbued with a fierce battle spirit that instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the Uchiha clan. It was as if the entire assembly was on the verge of chanting Yura. Even the young Uchiha children, mere spectators in this moment, displayed expressions of exhilaration, yearning to join their elders in a pledge of warfare to spread the illustrious name of the Uchiha. When will I grow up? I too wish to take to the battlefield and demonstrate the might of the Uchiha to our foes. Uchiha Izuna spoke with unwavering conviction and fervor, prompting Uchiha You to shake his head in silence. What a naive child, blindly striving to uphold the Uchiha name, yet utterly oblivious to the true essence of war and the fundamental reasons behind the sacrifices made by the Uchiha clan. It is no wonder that Madara showed leniency towards Sasuke. Izuna indeed possessed a touch of that same reckless determination characteristic of Sasuke. Uchiha You pondered this, yet could not help but glance at the boy beside him, whose brow was furrowed in contemplation. The youth towered over him, with short black hair that could not conceal the tension etched across his forehead. Ban, you seem to be troubled by something, he remarked. I am deep in thought. When did you begin to address me by my name so directly? I recall you once referred to me as Brother Ban. People inevitably change, do they not? The Ban of yore was not the same as the one who now incessantly seeks to use intense training as an excuse to torment me. Uchiha Madara fell into silence upon hearing Uchiha Yu's words. To be candid, he indeed harbored a desire to spar with Uchiha Yu, almost to the point of addiction. Initially, Madara's intent was merely to counter Yu's excessive attachment to Izuna, which inadvertently resulted in him being overly forceful. However, as time passed, Madara observed that aside from the first 2 months, during which Uchiha Yu was at a disadvantage due to his lack of combat experience, he gradually began to withstand Madara's pressure. This revelation not only left Madara in awe, but also compelled him to push harder, relentlessly testing the limits of Uchiha Yu's capabilities. Unfortunately, this slippery young man never exerted his full strength. You, it has been a considerable time since I last tested your mettle. How about a duel after the clan meeting? Apologies, Madara, but I have matters to attend to. I must decline. What matters? I urgently need to relieve myself. I shall wait for you to finish. My urgency is frequent. I may be a while. Despite Madara's efforts, he ultimately could not coax Uchiha Yu into submission. Though he could have pressed his advantage, Madara, valuing his pride, found it impossible to act as shamelessly as Uchiha Yu did. Thus, this challenge faded into nothingness. However, this scene did not escape the notice of some of Madara's young admirers, who began to speculate. Uchiha Yu has once again turned down Madara. Could it be fear? Perhaps. But this is not the first time Madara has extended such an invitation, which only underscores Uchiha Yu's formidable nature. Ah, you are unaware, are you? Madara's troubles with Uchiha Yu stem not from Yu's prowess. Pray tell, Uchiha Yu frequently faces provocations from Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, compelling him to retaliate. Yet he often ends up injuring Izuna. I trust this clarifies matters. Oh, I see. In this manner, the narrative surrounding the confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Yu became interwoven with various other elements, and this news spread rapidly among the younger Uchiha clan members. By the time it reached Uchiha Izuna, the interpretation had entirely shifted. No one perceived any fault in Madara, nor did they believe Uchiha Yu was in the wrong. Yet, when gazing upon Uchiha Izuna, the onlookers bore an expression that suggested they were observing a second-generation heir. This left Izuna, who had been striving diligently to catch up to his elder brother, feeling aggrieved and irate. He wished to explain himself, but the sentiments of the others contradicted his own. He longed to challenge Uchiha Yu to prove his worth, yet he found himself unable to prevail. Uchiha Izuna pondered deeply, ultimately beginning to doubt himself. He questioned whether he was truly as weak as Uchiha Yu suggested. Had he possessed greater strength to vanquish Uchiha Yu, those around him would have remained silent. Had he been formidable, his brother would not have needed to defend him. Had he been powerful, others would not perceive him as a mere beneficiary of his brother's protection. How infuriating, Uchiha Yu! I shall defeat you, without fail. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Izuna, amidst profound agitation, once again immersed himself in arduous training. However, he would remain oblivious to the fact that his rival was merely an inferior opponent, one who became increasingly elusive with the passage of time. During a relatively tranquil period within the Uchiha, while sharpening their blades for external conflicts, a piece of news emerged that utterly disrupted the Uchiha's plans. What? You say that the Uzumaki clan has breached our defenses? How can this be possible? How could the Uzumaki clan achieve such a feat? Within the esteemed Uchiha Council Hall. Upon their arrival, the first reaction of Madara upon hearing the circumstances was one of disbelief. In the present day, within the land of fire, the only entities that could genuinely command the Uchiha's respect, apart from their formidable adversaries, the Senju clan, were the Hyuga and the Uzumaki. However, aside from the Senju clan, which could directly confront Uchiha ninjas, the Hyuga clan could only withstand the Uchiha's might by huddling together defensively for a limited duration. As for the Uzumaki clan, their expertise lay in sealing techniques. While they posed a considerable challenge, they were not known for their offensive capabilities. Their physique bore similarities to that of the Senju, and they indeed possessed some noteworthy warriors, yet their elite members were limited. The notion that the Uzumaki had breached one of the Uchiha's defenses was utterly implausible to the Uchihas. Consequently, many within their ranks speculated that there must be Senju ninjas concealed among the Uzumaki, for historically, the Uzumaki had often served as auxiliaries to the Senju clan. Now, facing off against the Uchiha detachment and emerging victorious raised numerous questions. Chapter 5. Clouds of suspicion. Could it be that Senju ninjas were secretly embedded within the Uzumaki clan? Yet, how could the Senju clan possess the resources to dispatch ninjas to assist the Uzumaki when they were up against the main combat forces led by their clan leader? In the Uchiha Council Hall, Elder Uchiha Taira frowned deeply. Upon first hearing this news, his instinct was to dismiss it as false. However, as he beheld the clan members returning from the front lines, gravely wounded and pleading for reinforcements, he could not shake the feeling that the situation was dire. Particularly, the individual in question was someone he knew well, a fellow Uchiha. This clan member, bearing a myriad of injuries, had suffered a broken leg, and one of his eyes had been destroyed by a blade, though his condition had stabilized. The visible signs of the horrific events he had endured while desperately seeking aid were unmistakable. All of this led Elder Uchiha Taira to believe that the gravity of the situation was undeniable. Elder, the front lines are on the verge of collapse. I implore you to make a decisive judgment swiftly, urged the returning Uchiha, his expression brimming with wrath and animosity. Clearly yearning to return to the battlefield and exact vengeance upon the Uzumaki clan for their blood debts. Uchiha Tanlu gazed at his injured clansman, his initial hesitation gradually dissipating. Yet a flicker of concern lingered in his eyes. The clan leader, in an effort to confront the Senju's formidable forces, had taken the majority of the family's elite to the front lines. If I were to send reinforcements now, the Uchiha territory would be left vulnerable. Should any misfortune befall us, I would bear the burden of being the Uchiha's transgressor. Uchiha Tianlu spoke, causing Uchiha Yu, who had been frowning, to suddenly pause in astonishment. However, Uchiha Yu remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding situation. As anticipated, once everyone grasped the circumstances, coupled with the apparent urgency of the battle ahead, the atmosphere shifted. Intelligence indicated that although the Uzumaki clan had breached the defenses, their combat strength was insufficient, and the remaining Uchiha clansmen were engaged in a fierce struggle with them. Should reinforcements be dispatched from within the clan, they could swiftly overwhelm the enemy, not only rescuing their kin, but also inflicting significant losses upon the Uzumaki clan. The back and forth could be resolved in no more than 3 days. 3 days is a brief span, if they act promptly, even in the face of unforeseen events. The ninjas remaining within the Uchiha clan could buy crucial time for reinforcements. As Uchiha Tianlu continued to hesitate in contemplation, Uchiha Madara stepped forward, declaring his willingness to join the fray. Elder, let us strike. I am eager to accompany you to the battlefield. Uchiha Yu, still lost in thought, furrowed his brow at Madara's declaration. He realized that with Madara's eagerness to engage, Tianlu's indecisiveness was gradually being replaced by resolute determination. It was evident that Uchiha Tianlu intended to provide support. As a member of the Uchiha clan, such an inclination and decision seemed entirely reasonable to anyone. However, Uchiha Yu, being a time traveler who was aware that the Madara's brother incident was likely to occur around this time, perceived the situation through a different lens. Setting aside the seemingly rational facade, let us entertain a simple hypothesis. What if there were a conspiracy at play? At this critical juncture, the elite forces of the Uchiha clan might be deliberately diverted. Alternatively, if news of their vulnerability leaked, rival ninja clans could exploit this knowledge and launch an assault on Uchiha territory. The thought sent a chill down Uchiha Yu's spine. Involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath, Uchiha wished to speak, yet upon regaining his senses and observing the surrounding Uchiha ninjas, their eyes gleaming with fervent battle intent, he restrained himself. The Uchiha clan embodies a paradox. Calm, obstinate, frenzied, and fervent. These traits are all apparent in the Uchiha. At present, he is merely 4 years old. A figure of little significance. Even if he were to speak, his words would likely go unheeded. Moreover, Uchiha Yu's gaze fell upon a nearby Uchiha clansman, who had lost a leg and an eye. This individual, a mere ordinary ninja of the Uchiha clan, was recognized by Uchiha Yu. In his 20s, possessing a single tomo, his strength was that of a special jonin, unremarkable among his peers who had also awakened their Sharingan. What intrigued Uchiha Yu, however, was a detail he had previously overlooked, one that had seemingly escaped the attention of all Uchiha. This ninja, upon awakening his Sharingan, had not done so completely. It appeared that after activation, his Sharingan required a period of time to gradually deactivate. Due to this flaw, he often expended excessive chakra during routine battles, making further advancement of his Sharingan exceedingly challenging. Under normal circumstances, such a condition would not raise suspicions among the Uchiha. Yet, the fact that this individual had sustained injuries while bringing back intelligence from the front lines led Uchiha Yu to ponder deeper implications. As he observed the wounded Uchiha ninja lying there, blood trickling from the corner of his eye, his face twisted in pain, Uchiha Yu's heart grew increasingly heavy. The facade was too flawless, so impeccable that at this moment, Uchiha Yu was uncertain whether his fears would indeed materialize. He did not possess the audacity to impede the decisions of the Uchiha upper echelons based solely on conjecture. Nonetheless, the specter of conspiracy lingered persistently in his mind. Uchiha Yu contemplated a possibility. The Uchiha strategy of dividing their forces, albeit somewhat simplistic and blunt, should not have been so swiftly dismantled. If, at this juncture, someone were to impersonate a frontline soldier and beseech support at the clan's stronghold, thereby reallocating the last batch of elite guardians, a cadre of stealthy assassins could infiltrate the Uchiha and target the very foundation of the clan's future, executing a cleansing operation. The trauma endured by the Uchiha would be incalculable. Such an event would inevitably incite turmoil within the clan. For instance, the current elder, Uchiha Tianlu, would undoubtedly be branded a traitor. Should the younger generation of the Uchiha face extermination, the clan could find itself bereft of leadership for a decade or two. If war could be avoided, there would be hope. However, if the Senju were to spare no effort in obliterating the Uchiha, the clan might truly confront the specter of decline. Half a day later, Uchiha Tianlu ultimately reached a decision. He resolved to send reinforcements. Subsequently, he issued orders for the Uchiha members remaining at the clan's stronghold to hastily prepare, determining to depart that afternoon in hopes of an early return. Lest delays bring unforeseen changes. Hey Uchiha Yu, halt. As the council concluded and Uchiha Yu prepared to leave, he was intercepted by Uchiha Izuna, causing his already sour mood to manifest visibly on his face. Chapter 6. The Midnight Assassination. Izuna, what is it? Are you feeling mischievous again? Uchiha Izuna had initially intended to retort, yet upon meeting Uchiha Yu's gaze, a hint of unease washed over him. This time, Uchiha Izuna sensed a distinct shift in Uchiha Yu's emotions. In the past, while Uchiha Yu had shown indifference towards him, his expression had generally been one of neutrality. However, on this occasion, impatience was palpable in his demeanor. Do you have something on your mind? Uchiha Izuna inquired. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Yu's countenance momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected acuity with which Uchiha Izuna had perceived his sentiments. Uchiha Izuna gazed at Uchiha Yu with an unusual expression, and immediately spoke with insincerity. Please don't misunderstand. I merely noticed your demeanor during the council was rather unsettling. Could it be that you two wish to accompany our elder brother to the battlefield? Don't harbor such thoughts. I made a request earlier, but alas, it was not just me. Even our elder brother was summarily denied by the elders. Upon reaching this point, Uchiha Izuna's expression bore a hint of despondency, evoking a sense of being ill-fated and out of sync with the times. At this moment, Uchiha Yu gazed thoughtfully at Uchiha Izuna, who was incessantly elaborating on matters. Had Madara also remained? Indeed, that is reassuring. Reassuring about what? Nothing of consequence. Observing the somewhat foolish expression of Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Yu's mind was awash with contemplation. The fact that both Madara and Izuna were still present signified two possible outcomes. Firstly, everything was well, and he had merely overthought the situation. Secondly, something had indeed transpired. Yet Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna had survived this conspiracy. Without delving into the former, should the latter be true, it would imply that the circumstances might not be as dire as he had initially envisioned. With a modicum of caution, preserving one's life should not pose a significant challenge. That afternoon, Uchiha Talu convened 2/3 of the Uchiha elite to provide support at the front lines. Although the defenses maintained by the remaining Uchiha shinobi were not as robust as during Talu's presence, they continued to patrol the vicinity daily. The Uchiha clan's territory seemed unchanged from times past. The first day passed in tranquility and peace. The second day was equally serene, devoid of any anomalies. However, as the night of the second day descended, an unexpected disturbance emerged. In a specialized rehabilitation facility for the Uchiha clan, a ninja with short legs and a missing eye, confined to a critical care room, suddenly opened his eyes. The remaining single Tomo Sharingan glimmered, spinning in a peculiar manner. In the next moment, he retrieved a sealing scroll from his sleeve and, with a series of hand seals, conjured a cultivation vial into his grasp. Within this vial lay a singular eye, not a Sharingan, but a Byakugan. With deftness, the Uchiha extracted the Byakugan from the porcelain container. A surge of unique chakra coursed through his hands as he swiftly implanted the eye into its socket. After a cascade of crimson tears flowed, the Byakugan activated, functioning seamlessly. Astonishingly, his previously severed leg began to regenerate, a bone elongated visibly, twisting and coiling into a fully operational skeletal limb. "Today, let me witness your caliber," the ninja murmured. And in an instant, he vanished from the Uchiha territory. Concurrently, several shadowy figures converged, stealthily avoiding the patrolling Uchihas as they advanced towards the heart of their clan's domain. Along the way, these shadows infiltrated various Uchiha residences, executing silent assassinations as some clan members succumbed to death in their slumber, victims of a meticulously orchestrated plot. The assailants were well acquainted with the inner workings of the Uchiha, including their patrol routes, executing their mission with utmost stealth. Ultimately, this group arrived at the center of Uchiha territory, the residence of their leader, Uchiha Taijima. As the shadows crept closer, one of them inadvertently snagged an object beneath their feet. In the next instant, a sharp tinkling of a bell resonated from within the dwelling. "Who goes there?" a cautious voice inquired from inside. "Kill." Outside, the assailants exchanged no further words, opting for a decisive offensive, leaving no room for mercy. They stormed into the house, unleashing their jutsu with reckless abandon, shurikens and kunai flying indiscriminately in a frenzy of violence. After a barrage of frenzied attacks, they paused to survey the surroundings, only to discover the space was eerily devoid of inhabitants. "Be cautious." At that moment, the ninja who had implanted the Byakugan sensed an impending threat and warned a companion nearby. Regrettably, it was too late. A figure materialized silently behind one of the assailants. Darting past in a blur, the assailant barely glimpsed a youthful visage before feeling a chilling sensation in his chest. Looking down, he found a Uchiha standard long blade embedded in his heart. In the next heartbeat, blood erupted from his wound, and agony enveloped him as he staggered backward. Blood spilling from his lips. Perhaps this ninja could have survived a moment longer, but with his heart pierced, he could only await the inevitable call of death. Meanwhile, the ninja who had installed the Byakugan felt a vain throb at the corner of his eye. The Byakugan activated, his face betraying a mix of astonishment. It was him. He possessed such incredible speed. In that fleeting moment, he had discerned the true nature of his adversary, the adopted son of the Uchiha clan leader, or rather the nephew of Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Ya. However, he soon regained his composure. Continuing the mission, he thought, disregarding everything else, to kill. The Uchiha with the Byakugan commanded, and alongside other assailants, they surged into the territory of the Uchiha clan. Yet, after a thorough search within the residence of the Uchiha clan leader, they found no sign of Uchiha Taijima's children, save for a few servants. "Ah, so they are here." The Uchiha with the Byakugan activated his ocular prowess, sweeping across the entire Uchiha territory, and soon discovered a concealed chamber directly beneath the Uchiha clan leader's residence. Within, he sensed the faint chakra fluctuations of dozens of individuals. However, the Byakugan user furrowed his brow involuntarily. "How was I discovered?" he muttered to himself, his gaze suddenly shifting to a nearby location. In the darkness of the night, the vigilant Uchiha ninjas, sensing something amiss, swiftly tracked their way to this place. Confronted by the encroaching Uchiha ninjas, the Byakugan user exhibited no semblance of anxiety, not even a ripple of emotion. Turning to his subordinates, he spoke in a calm tone. At all costs, block their advance. None of his subordinates uttered a word, yet a crimson hue gradually surfaced in their eyes. Chapter 7. The Flustered Madara. In each of their gazes resided a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. The spinning Tomo radiated a fierce ocular power, and without hesitation, they charged toward the group of Uchiha ninjas. Meanwhile, the Byakugan user turned towards the depths of the clan's territory, his red and white eyes reflecting a merciless coldness. In the Uchiha basement, with the assistance of the Byakugan, one Uchiha swiftly located the hiding place of a group of young Uchihas.
Found you, he declared, observing the youths brandishing kunai, forming rudimentary battle formations. His gaze remained unperturbed, casually scanning the surroundings as if searching for something, or perhaps waiting for a cue. In the next moment, the Byakugan-wielding Uchiha struck. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed an attack upon the group of Uchiha youths, whose combat abilities were woefully inadequate. In an instant, several terrified boys collapsed, blood spilling from their mouths as they fell into unconsciousness. Upon the palm of the Byakugan Uchiha's right hand, a series of bone-like protrusions manifested, reminiscent of sharp spikes. With another swift motion, one boy was impaled by a bone spike. Any perceptive ninja present would undoubtedly recognize the source of this power, the Shikatsumiyaku, a forbidden bloodline of the Kagaya clan that allowed for the manipulation and growth of one's bones at will. The young Uchihas, lacking battlefield experience, were rendered powerless against such a figure, akin to a harbinger of death. However, at that moment, a blade of light flashed from the shadows, hurtling towards the assailant. The Byakugan Uchiha appeared to anticipate the attack, deftly sidestepping the oncoming strike. Yet, he seemed to underestimate the force of the blade, resulting in a cut on his arm. As he raised his hand to repel the attacker, the Byakugan Uchiha beheld his assailant, none other than Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Madara wielded an Uchiha-style long sword, its edge glinting ominously, with chakra swirling around it. This was not merely a finely crafted blade, it was a special weapon infused with chakra metal. How intriguing. A young lad of such age and prowess, promising potential for the future. But tell me, how many can you save today? The Byakugan Uchiha regarded Madara with an expression of indifference, yet his eyes shimmered with inscrutable significance. To kill you would be sufficient. Though Uchiha Madara is not yet of advanced age, his innate confidence as a formidable warrior allows him to remain composed even when faced with adversaries of superior strength. Witnessing this, the Byakugan-wielding Uchiha could not help but reveal a smile, one that bore both admiration and a hint of amusement. This playful demeanor stirred an inexplicable unease within Madara, igniting an urgent desire to eliminate the threat before it could fully manifest. However, in the very next moment, before Madara could make his move, the Byakugan-wielding Uchiha initiated the offensive. Uchiha Madara swiftly responded, engaging in a tentative struggle while seeking to uncover his opponent's vulnerabilities for a strategic advantage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ya, having swiftly eliminated an adversary, discreetly returned to the original location after the departure of the Byakugan Uchiha and his subordinates. He retrieved a sealing scroll, carefully concealing the body of the slain ninja. After completing these tasks, Uchiha Ya cast a glance towards the clan's territory, his mind replaying the vivid imagery of the recent confrontation between the ambushers and the Uchiha ninjas. Each assailant bore the three-tomo Sharingan, exhibiting a fierce disregard for their lives, intent on thwarting the Uchiha clan's progress with reckless abandon. This intensity led Uchiha Ya to feel that their actions were not those of living beings, but rather of puppets, manipulated and devoid of autonomy. This notion fueled his suspicions regarding the assassins, particularly their intended targets. While they appeared to be targeting the vulnerable members of the Uchiha, you noted that the casualties were not as severe as anticipated, suggesting a potential concealment of the truth. All these elements deepened Uchiha Ya's intrigue and uncertainty. Consequently, he resolved to stealthily return, intending to intercept the body of another ambusher, hoping to uncover insights through further examination, even if no discoveries were made. The eyes of the ambusher he had initially struck down held considerable value for his collection. After concluding these actions, Uchiha Ya found himself in a state of inner turmoil, contemplating whether to assist Uchiha Madara. The situation there was perilous, yet the truth might very well lie within. Within Uchiha Ya, a fervent thought surged. This notion swirled within his mind, yet to the outside world, it transpired in mere moments. Unbeknownst to anyone, Uchiha Ya's figure had vanished silently, leaving only a gentle breeze that swept toward the depths of the Uchiha clan's domain. No, deep within the Uchiha clan's territory, upon Uchiha Ya's arrival, he heard the furious roar of Uchiha Madara. What on earth is happening? Uchiha Ya was bewildered by the unfolding events when he suddenly spotted a figure brandishing a blade, striking towards a particular direction. There stood Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha, who was merely a year younger than Uchiha Izuna, frozen in place, as if rendered speechless by fear. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Ya disregarded the circumstances and instantaneously appeared beside Uchiha, vanishing from their original location before the opponent's attack could land. With his mastery of the instantaneous technique, even seasoned shadow-level entities would find themselves left in the dust. However, should an experienced shadow-level ninja relentlessly pursue Uchiha Ya, his chakra alone may not suffice to ensure his escape without external assistance. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ya's intervention altered the course of what seemed to be an inevitable tragedy. Moments prior, the Byakugan-wielding Uchiha and Uchiha Madara were locked in a fierce struggle. Despite Madara's persistent disadvantage, his formidable combat instincts allowed him to rapidly evolve amidst this life-and-death confrontation. Although he remained inferior to the Byakugan user, he managed to withstand the onslaught with considerable resilience. Uchiha Madara is acutely aware of his role. His objective is not to emerge victorious, but rather to stall. As long as he can hold this traitor at bay until the other Uchiha ninjas arrive, his mission will be accomplished. However, The Byakugan-wielding Uchiha seems to have recognized this strategy as well. After engaging in combat with Madara for 2 minutes, he once again directs his assault towards the distant Uchiha youths. Despite Madara's intent to intervene, the opponent's speed surpasses his own significantly, leaving Madara feeling increasingly powerless with each failed attempt to thwart him, which in turn fuels his mounting rage. Chapter 8. A sudden attack at last. The Byakugan-wielding Uchiha has set his sights on Madara's younger brother. This action strikes a nerve within Madara, igniting an unprecedented fury. Yet, paradoxically, he is also engulfed in despair. He finds himself unable to prevent the assault on his brother, and the sheer cowardice of such an act, coupled with the sensation of having his vulnerabilities exploited, renders Madara utterly powerless. In that moment, his emotions reach a fever pitch, and his eyes shatter the shackles of his bloodline, instantly turning a vivid shade of crimson. Uchiha Madara has awakened his eyes. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Uchiha Obito made his appearance. The tumultuous waves of emotion left Madara momentarily disoriented. As he fixed his piercing crimson gaze upon the figure in the distance, an Uchiha with one Byakugan and one Sharingan, the fury that once consumed him gradually subsided, giving way to an unsettling calm. However, his voice was laced with an icy intensity. Regardless of who you are or the reasons behind your actions, should you dare to harm my brother, you will come to understand the true meaning of regret. As Uchiha Madara concluded his words, he swiftly lunged towards the Byakugan-wielding Uchiha. The Byakugan Uchiha attempted to evade with a technique, only to discover that Madara's speed had more than doubled, overtaking him directly. Despite his desperate efforts to dodge, he failed to escape entirely. Blades of light flashed, blood splattered, and an arm was severed, soaring through the air. The two figures distanced themselves from one another, standing in opposition. The Byakugan Uchiha lowered his gaze to the stump of his missing arm, his expression betraying no hint of pain. He even disregarded the blood streaming from his wound, instead meeting Madara's icy stare with a flicker of anticipation. Uchiha Madara, you say? How intriguing. Allow me to further assess your fortitude. As he spoke, from the severed arm stump, bone rapidly regenerated, intertwining into a pure skeletal arm. A gentle grip elicited a series of cracking sounds from the joints, as though forged from tempered steel. Yet this was not the end. Bone spurs erupted across the Byakugan Uchiha's body, transforming him into a weapon of devastation. With his body adorned with bone spikes, the Byakugan Uchiha charged at Madara, while additional spurs erupted from the ground, joining in the assault. Had Madara not activated his eyes, even if he managed to evade a fatal blow, he would have sustained significant injuries. However, with his eyes opened, Uchiha Madara's perception sharpened, rendering everything around him akin to a slowed-down film, allowing him to effortlessly evade the Byakugan Uchiha's onslaught. Nevertheless, Madara was still too young. Although he had been stealthily taken by his father to witness bloodshed, he was not yet the battle-hardened, fearsome warrior he would become. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Madara's Sharingan chakra was depleted, forcing him to close his eyes reluctantly. The Byakugan Uchiha, though also drained of chakra, was a special jonin. Sensing Madara's momentary weakness, he seized the opportunity with precision. In an instant, he appeared behind Madara, his skeletal arm ruthlessly thrusting towards him. Just as his right hand was about to strike Madara's back, a kunai grazed the Byakugan Uchiha's throat. Had he not halted his attack, the kunai would have unhesitatingly pierced his windpipe. Brother Madara, I am here to assist you. Uchiha Izuna's arrival was shrouded in mystery. Moments ago, he had hurled a shuriken with unwavering determination. In an attempt to force back the Byakugan-wielding Uchiha and rescue his elder brother, he cast forth another shuriken. Alas, Izuna was still too young. Despite his commendable throwing technique, his strength was insufficient, rendering him unable to pose any genuine threat. The Byakugan user, noticing the sudden appearance of Izuna and glancing at the agitated Madara, could not help but smile once more. That smile conveyed the adversary's intentions, prompting Madara to shout a warning to Izuna, be cautious. However, it was too late. The Byakugan wielder discarded his pursuit of Uchiha Madara, lunging with his bony arm towards Izuna's head. Had that claw found its mark, Uchiha Izuna would have met a dire fate. Yet, the Byakugan user had not anticipated that. As he closed in on Izuna, the previously panicked boy would suddenly flash a brilliant smile. In that very moment, Izuna, moving with swiftness surpassing his foes, materialized behind him and plunged a short blade unhesitatingly into the Byakugan user's back. This strike pierced through, though it did not reach the heart, however. The blade was infused with a searing chakra of fire. As the fiery energy erupted from the blade, it dramatically elevated the temperature of the Byakugan user's innards. Even before the blood could flow from the perforated body, a strikingly beautiful thermal reaction began to manifest. In culinary terms, one might liken it to a steak cooked to medium-rare perfection. The Uchiha Flame Sword technique delivered a devastating blow, rendering the heart of the Byakugan Uchiha incapacitated, extinguishing the life force within him in that fleeting moment. The Byakugan Uchiha, whose Sharingan had been depleted of its power, felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He forcefully activated his eye once more, only to realize that it was not Uchiha Izuna before him, but rather the very scoundrel who had previously attacked his subordinates. Though he yearned to teach this young rogue a lesson, the Byakugan Uchiha soon discovered that the boy was exceedingly cautious. After delivering a swift jab, the boy decisively distanced himself from the battlefield, creating a gap of at least 100 meters. However, as he glared with his crimson eyes at Uchiha Madara, who advanced towards him with a blade in hand, a smile once again crept upon his face. In that moment of mirth, he confronted the imminent assault from Uchiha Madara, severing the threads of life amidst the flashing steel. Uchiha Madara initially believed that everything had come to a close. However, just as he exhaled in relief, the lifeless white-eyed Uchiha suddenly seized him with its bony arm. In that moment, the seemingly lifeless body of the white-eyed Uchiha erupted with a terrifying force, spreading across the surrounding earth. The dance of the ferns, within the blink of an eye. The ground within a 100-meter radius was transformed into a jungle of bone spikes erupting from below. Observing this scene from a distance of over 100 meters, Uchiha could not contain his fury. What the hell? He exclaimed, as the dance of the ferns, a devastating technique from the corpse bone pulse, unleashed a forest of bone spikes that surged forth from beneath the ground, capable of impaling even the larger creatures in the vicinity. The dense coverage of spikes did not center around the white-eyed Uchiha, but rather converged entirely towards him. Chapter 9. Astonishing results. Everything transpired too swiftly. Despite Uchiha Yu's extraordinary body flicker technique, his reaction fell short. A bone spike erupted from the earth, piercing through the sole of his foot. Spikes converged from all directions towards Uchiha Yu. In that instant, he lost his usual composure, consumed by the overwhelming fear of impending death and an intense desire to survive. Death was terrifying. He had to strive to live. The tumult of emotions shattered Uchiha Yu's long-held inner stability. In that fleeting moment, the world around him became exceptionally clear. The flying bone spikes and the massive bony spike threatening to pierce his foot appeared to slow down before his eyes. In that instant, Uchiha Yu's thoughts raced with unparalleled speed, as if he had entered a realm where time had momentarily halted. In a heartbeat, he unleashed the full power of his ultimate body flicker technique, spiraling upward with the force of the bone spike that had pierced the ground beneath him. His long blade whirled like a meat grinder, deflecting the bone spikes raining down from above, creating an escape route. Uchiha Yu, now free, vanished without a backward glance. Uchiha Obito? Who is Uchiha Obito? He is unfamiliar with him. What? You say he is his brother? Apologies, but they are not close. May he fend for himself. The following day, Uchiha Luke returned hastily, an expression of urgency etched upon his face. Upon encountering the ninjas stationed at the Uchiha stronghold, he immediately inquired about the situation of the clan's territory. It transpired that a day prior, Uchiha Luke had led 2/3 of the clan's elite forces to the front lines, only to discover that the Uchiha position had not fallen. In that instant, Uchiha Luke recognized that he had been ensnared in a trap. There were those intent on assaulting the clan's territory. The moment this thought crossed his mind, panic consumed him entirely. As a trusted confidant of the clan leader, he had been entrusted with the grave responsibility of safeguarding their homeland, yet he had fallen victim to the enemy's stratagem. Should any calamity befall the clan's territory, no act of seppuku would suffice to atone for his transgressions. Upon grasping the situation, Uchiha Luke first felt a surge of anger and shock, followed by an overwhelming sense of disbelief and relief. His anger stemmed from the fact that the assailants were all possessed of the Sharingan, and moreover, they were all members of the Uchiha clan. These individuals were not those who had awakened the Sharingan, but rather former warriors who had sustained various injuries in past conflicts, rendering them unable to continue as ninjas. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had recovered from their wounds and had been bestowed with the Sharingan. Although these eyes were not originally theirs, their inherent Uchiha bloodline allowed them to endure the burden more easily than ordinary individuals. Such a scheme was evidently not the product of simple machinations, but rather a deeply entrenched conspiracy. However, this intricate plot was thwarted under the leadership of the young clan leader, a fact that left Uchiha Luke utterly astounded. It was said that when the ninja reinforcements arrived, they found only the unconscious young clan leader, a ground littered with bone spurs, and the decapitated traitors. Who else could have displayed such valor but the young clan leader himself? According to the accounts of the assembled youths, they had witnessed the young clan leader bravely shielding them from the attacker's onslaught, staunchly protecting them until aid arrived. Although merely a day had elapsed since these events, word had rapidly spread throughout the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara had now garnered the unwavering support of the younger generation. As long as this young clan leader did not meet an untimely end, even formidable rivals would find it exceedingly difficult to undermine his position. Upon reflecting on the outcome of the conspiracy, Uchiha Luke realized that this grand scheme had concluded with only a few of the Uchiha youths sustaining injuries. While this was indeed a loss, it was ultimately a result of his own negligence. In the grand scheme of the conspiracy, such losses seemed trivial, almost inconsequential. What a stroke of fortune! An incredible stroke of fortune. How is the young clan leader faring? In response to the elder, the young clan leader is unharmed and currently recuperating. As long as he is well, that is all that matters. At this moment, Uchiha Luke, though still shaken, felt a shadow of gloom descend upon him. Although they had been favored by fortune and the clan's territory had not suffered significant losses, the assassination attempt had indeed occurred, all due to his own carelessness. As a trusted confidant and brother to the clan leader, his failure not only brought shame upon himself but also jeopardized the leader's authority. If this matter was not handled appropriately, it would undoubtedly leave a lingering thorn in the hearts of the Uchiha people, detrimental to the clan's future unity. What should be done? Meanwhile, at the residence of the Uchiha clan leader, elder brother, you should rest. I will check on Yen. Izuna set down the apple she had prepared for her elder brother and spoke. Upon hearing this, Madara nodded, observing his somewhat distracted younger brother, and praised him. Yes. Go ahead. This time, Izuna, you have done exceptionally well. I take great pride in you. Elder brother, I. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Uchiha Izuna's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was tinged with a profound silence. Although he had longed for his brother's praise and acknowledgement, which he had now received, he realized that it was not what he truly desired. What he yearned for was the opportunity to stand alongside his brother, fighting side by side in battle. Contemplating this, Izuna cast his gaze towards the individual lying beside his brother's sickbed, his eyes once again reflecting a tumultuous array of emotions. Within this complexity lay gratitude, envy, and an indomitable spirit for combat. Uchiha Ya, for now, I shall allow you to stand beside my brother. But mark my words. One day, I shall succeed in taking your place. Uchiha Izuna silently vowed within himself and ultimately departed with unwavering resolve, leaving Uchiha Ya, who lay there recuperating. In a state of perplexity, what had I done to offend him? Am I losing my mind? Leaning against the sickbed, he gazed at his right foot, meticulously wrapped in bandages. Idly, he picked up the apple that Uchiha Izuna had carved for him and took a hearty bite, reflecting on the futility of human existence. In the face of this crisis, Uchiha Ya continuously gleaned lessons from the pain in his right foot. Next time, during battle, he must remain more composed. The truth, what of it? What does knowing the truth yield? If life is lost, what good is the truth? Initially, Uchiha Ya believed that the assassination plot stemmed from a conspiracy by the Senju clan. However, upon witnessing the Uchiha activating their Byakugan, he began to suspect the Hyuga clan even more. After all, should the Uchiha clan suffer significant casualties, or even face total annihilation, their remaining elite would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely against the Senju clan without restraint. Even if the Senju emerged victorious, there would be little left of them. In the wake of the two clans' devastating defeat, neither the Uzumaki clan nor any other families could suppress the ever-diminished Hyuga clan. Thus, this conspiracy might merely be a case of the clam and the heron contending, with the fishermen reaping the benefits. However, after genuinely engaging in this conflict, Uchiha Ya revisited the Hyuga clan's portrayal in the original narrative and gradually dismissed this notion. The Hyuga clan might possess their own tenacity, but orchestrating such a grand scheme, especially inciting members of the Uchiha clan, would be exceedingly challenging. This difficulty extends beyond the Uchiha clan. Even the Senju, Hyuga, and other families would find it improbable to execute such a plan. The reasoning is simple. This is not the era of ninja villages, but rather the warring states period, characterized by the prominence of clans. Within these clans, bloodlines are perpetuated, and those not of one's clan are deemed untrustworthy. The Uchiha were born into their clan, raised within its confines, and immersed in its myriad influences. Even Uchiha Ya, as a transcendent outsider, could not guarantee absolute detachment in such an atmosphere. At the very least, he found it difficult to harden his heart against those clan members who treated him kindly and merely wished for a peaceful existence. Empathizing with others, Uchiha Ya could not believe that those Uchiha genuinely sought to strike against him, if they were not truly malicious. Then they might be under the influence of some external force, which complicates matters significantly. The Sharingan, Byakugan, and Shikatsumiyaku, three potent bloodline limits from the Warring States era converged. Moreover, the Uchiha with Byakugan could activate it freely even in concealment, while the activation of the Sharingan posed issues. From this information, an objective analysis suggests that the mastermind behind this scheme might possess two abilities. First, a method to ensnare the hearts of others. Second, the Byakugan Uchiha may have extraordinary medical skills, capable of perfectly transferring another Sharingan and managing its activation. If it were anyone else, they might never deduce the identity of the culprit. However, Uchiha Ya, as a time traveler with foresight into a century's worth of narrative history, recognizes connections with the Senju, Hyuga, and Kagaya clans, all of whom possess remarkable medical ninjutsu or powerful mind control techniques. While these may not align perfectly with the plot, one individual stands out as a likely candidate. Hey, you, what are you pondering? I was contemplating whether that individual shares any blood ties with you. Which individual? The one who clung to your hand even in death. Are you referring to Uchiha Shinju? Humph, it would be too easy on him. Who is Shinju? That Uchiha traitor who activated the Byakugan. Oh, I see. It's confirmed then. What? No, I feel you definitely know something, and what did that last statement mean? It doesn't sound like a compliment. Are you criticizing me? Of course not. You are the young clan leader. I wouldn't dare insult you. I just feel unfortunate. Targeted by some insidious scoundrel. Observing the misfortune that had befallen him, yet realizing that it had genuinely saved his own life, Uchiha Madara opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. In that moment, he admitted that he had not anticipated the outcome. Had that attack truly centered around him, he might now be lying not on a sickbed but in a grave. Furthermore, the reason for Madara's silence stemmed from a twinge of guilt. Although reluctant to admit it, when he witnessed the bone spikes enveloping Uchiha Yu, he felt far more composed than when he had seen Uchiha Obito come under attack. This realization instilled a sense of guilt in Uchiha Madara, who had always prided himself on treating all his brothers equally. However, Uchiha Madara was not one to dwell on trivial matters. After a brief moment of emotional recalibration, he swiftly grasped the essence of the situation and returned to the main topic. Your body flicker technique, don't ask, it's pure talent. Uchiha Yu waved his hand, succinctly encapsulating his performance in 2 words. However, upon glancing at the gaping wound in the sole of his foot, he added with a hint of melancholy, but now, the talent is lost. Initially, the bone spur would not have penetrated his foot. Yet in his quest to break free from the confines of the grass fern technique, he had to sacrifice his right foot, leveraging it to execute the body flicker technique with all his might. The outcome was that Uchiha Yu's foot was pierced, resulting in a broken bone. Although such an injury could be healed within a month, given the current resilience of ninja bodies, the repercussions for a ninja whose trump card was the body flicker technique were significant. Even when his right foot healed, it would not return to its original state. Thus, when performing the pinnacle of body flicker techniques in the future, he would likely experience slight deviations due to the physical impairment. To a certain extent, this was a blow to Uchiha Yu's future. Apologies, it is all because of me. Everything is fate, beyond one's control. Uchiha Yu interrupted the clumsy attempts at consolation by Madara, who, at this moment, yearned for tranquility. The injury to his foot might pose a minor complication in his future career as a ninja, yet with compensation points available, Uchiha Yu felt little concern. He held a firm belief that once his abilities reached a certain threshold, all challenges would be surmountable. Presently, he chose to disregard Madara's futile attempts to spark conversation and discreetly access his status panel. Name: Uchiha Yu. Age: for talent, diligence compensates for deficiency skills, chakra refinement LV-Max. Throwing technique LV3, body flicker technique LV-MAX, great fireball technique LV2, flame sword technique LV1, transformation technique LV3, 1 Tomo Sharingan LV1 compensation points, 0 inventory, various ninja tools. The flame sword technique and transformation technique were both skills acquired during his time spent learning with Madara. In the case of the flame sword technique, he had only mastered the most fundamental attribute enhancement for weapons. However, when combined with his body flicker technique, the results surpassed Uchiha Yu's expectations. His proficiency in the transformation technique was attributed to his considerable chakra and an inherent affinity for the technique, enabling him to reach a commendable level in a short span of time. Consequently, the wide-eyed Uchiha failed to recognize him in his transformed guise as Izuna, not activating either the Byakugan or the Sharingan. As for Madara's subsequent collaboration, Uchiha Yu was not surprised. After all, Izuna did not refer to Madara as Big Brother, but rather as Nisan or Nichan. At this moment, Uchiha Yu's attention was drawn to the final skill generated. 1 Tomo Sharingan LV1? The name of this skill plunged Uchiha Yu into contemplation. If he were to utilize compensation points to elevate this skill to its maximum level, would it result in a more advanced Sharingan, or perhaps refine his control over it further? Chapter 11. A significant achievement by the Uchiha Elder at this juncture. Uchiha Yu was eager to reassess the capabilities of his Sharingan. However, glancing at Madara, who occasionally regarded him with curiosity, Uchiha Yu decided to postpone this endeavor. Since Madara had not detected the activation of his Sharingan in that moment of weakness, he was not inclined to reveal it openly. Following this incident, aside from Uchiha, Izuna, and Madara, few others were aware of his actions. Uchiha, the prodigious young clan leader, awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 7, a feat extraordinarily rare in the annals of Uchiha history. As the clan leader, Uchiha Madara's excellence was hardly an exaggeration. Yet, Uchiha Yu found himself an orphan, dependent on the kindness of others. While his uncle treated him well, there were limitations to this generosity. For a mere 4-year-old, exhibiting remarkable body flicker technique in battle was one thing, but if he were to awaken his eyes as well, it would pose a threat to Madara's standing. Even if he was unambitious, his uncle, who relished weighing pros and cons, would likely harbor resentment. Consequently, it would become increasingly difficult for him to navigate the intricacies of the Uchiha clan and receive the affection of his beloved uncle. In contrast, his uncle's son, who possessed exceptional flicker talent but had his abilities squandered while rescuing you, evoked not only reassurance but also guilt and sympathy. This, in turn, inspired a desire to nurture him. Within the confines of the room, Madara's gaze occasionally drifted towards Uchiha Yu, who, in turn, ignored Madara's attempts to engage him, instead fixating on 2 cicadas entangled in a tree outside the window. Thus, the two remained ensconced in silence. It was not until the afternoon that Uchiha Tanlu, having attended to various clan matters, came to visit Madara, expressing concern and remorse. Once Tanlu departed, the silence in the room was eventually shattered by Madara. You. What are your thoughts on this matter? What? Tanlu's affair? What does it concern me? Could you refrain from being so aloof? Izuna has informed me that it was you who deceived him into hiding the 3-year-old Uchiha boy. You also urged him to gather the Uchiha youth under the pretense of practical training. If I am not mistaken, you must have realized that this plea for assistance was fraught with problems. And so what? Why do you not speak of it? How should I articulate it? Obviously, I should address Elder Tanlu directly or discreetly inform him. If I express my concerns, will he believe me? Yet, despite that, you should attempt to convey your thoughts. Perhaps Elder Tanlu would trust you. Perhaps he would reconsider, or perhaps the Uchiha front lines have indeed faltered, and the adversary has yet to strike. I might become a divisive force within the Uchiha, influencing Elder Tanlu's judgment. Do not view this situation through such a pessimistic lens, ultimately. You cannot bear to witness a conspiracy ensnaring the Uchiha, can you? Otherwise, you could simply choose to remain uninvolved and hide away. Truthfully, I seek to seize this opportunity to demonstrate my talents, hoping that my uncle may reward me with something valuable. Very well, I understand. You are acting in your own interest, and that is acceptable. In response to Yu's candidness, Madara feigned belief, yet his gaze betrayed that he trusted only his own interpretation. And what do you think should be done, Elder Tanlu? Do not dodge the question. You know what I am asking. How can you be so certain I possess the answer? Intuition. Does your intuition not suggest that I might also err? Indeed. But the distinction between right and wrong is inconsequential. I merely desire a satisfactory answer. If I am pleased, when my father returns, I may assist you in obtaining what you seek after he rewards you. But he is my own uncle. How could I possibly conspire with you to deceive him? I will offer you my blade. Brother, you truly possess a keen eye. Faced with Madara's enticing proposition, Uchiha Yu unhesitatingly opted to accept the temptation. Uchiha Yu gently caressed the chakra short sword he had received from Madara. With Madara's repeated urging, he cleared his throat and spoke. Madara, in my view, Elder Tianlu has not only erred but has, in fact, rendered a service. Oh, how so? A colossal conspiracy, orchestrated by the other ninja clans, aimed to extinguish the younger generation of the Uchiha. However, Elder Uchiha Tianlu, with remarkable insight, detected the anomalies from mere threads of evidence. Yet, rather than rashly striking, he devised a cunning plan, offering himself as bait to divert the enemy's gaze, all the while secretly preparing a countermeasure, waiting for the hidden conspirators within the Uchiha to reveal themselves. Ultimately, with the assistance of the Uchiha's young clan leader, the crisis lurking undetected was decisively eradicated. Can it be articulated thus? Is that not permissible? Yet, isn't this a fabrication? A benevolent lie, indeed, but one that could preserve stability within the Uchiha. Would the young clan leader not be willing to make such a minor sacrifice? Who claims I am unwilling to contribute? I merely feel that I have presented the solution. Whether it is acted upon is beyond my concern, you may decide. The following morning, Madara, now able to rise from his bed, tidied himself and departed the room. It was unnecessary to elaborate on his destination. Days later, within the Uchiha clan, the previously criticized Uchiha Tianlu experienced a remarkable turnaround in reputation. Once deemed a pariah, he quietly evolved into an idol revered by the Uchiha. This transformation was largely due to the clarifications made by the Uchiha's rising star, the young clan leader Madara, who elucidated the sacrifices made by Elder Uchiha for the clan's sake, prompting many to offer their apologies. Thus, Madara garnered the admiration of the youth and the friendship of his father's loyal confidant and uncle, Uchiha Tianlu. Time, in its silent passage, continued to flow. The initial assault on the Uchiha territory had incited unrest among the frontline ninjas, yet timely communication stabilized their morale. Upon Uchiha Yu's suggestion, during the dissemination of information, not only were the merits of Elder Uchiha highlighted, but several letters from the families of ninjas were included as well. The injured children's ninjas were also recalled to the clan. This series of actions thoroughly quelled the instability at the Uchiha front. Simultaneously, among those letters, there were discussions regarding the enemy conspiracy theory, suggesting that this assassination stemmed from plots by the Senju and Hyuga clans, with even the Kagaya clan implicated. Ninjas, being human, possess an inherent instinct for self-preservation. In typical battles, unless facing certain death, they strive to defend themselves while engaging the enemy. However, the current assassination attempt ignited a fervor among the Uchiha ninjas. Combat is acceptable, but dare to threaten my kin, and I shall fight to the death to vanquish you. Chapter 12. Living techniques. Thus, the Uchiha clan gradually descended into madness in the battles that ensued. Uchiha Taijima would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, leading the elite of the Uchiha clan to inflict successive blows on several strongholds of the Senju clan, thereby significantly expanding their territory. The conflicts between clans do not commence with an immediate assault on each other's strongholds. They persist until a life-and-death struggle ensues. In essence, clan rivalries are battles for territory and resources. The entire shinobi world resembles a tower-pushing game dominated by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Uchiha led a group of subordinates, while Senju commanded another band, each stealthily infiltrating the other's stronghold to seize their towers, subsequently rebuilding the ones that had been destroyed by their rivals. Ultimately, both sides suffered considerable losses and retreated to gather strength, biding their time for the next confrontation. However, this time Uchiha found themselves on the brink of being overrun, prompting them to abandon their usual complacency, resulting in a significant surge in their combat prowess. Nevertheless, Uchiha Taijima was not one to underestimate the gravity of the situation. The Uchiha and Senju clans have long dominated the fertile lands of the Land of Fire, each holding an unspoken scale of balance within their hearts. Although their ultimate ambition is to eradicate one another, before either side possesses the absolute strength to obliterate the other, a tacit understanding prevails. This understanding dictates that, amidst their conflicts, they must first eliminate any foreign powers seeking to encroach upon the Land of Fire, while gradually depleting the resources of other ninja clans within the nation. Only through such a strategy can the Senju and Uchiha maintain their preeminent status in the Land of Fire for an extended period. As time marched on, one day a month later, Uchiha Taijima returned to the Uchiha territory. He brought back a contingent of Uchiha ninjas, some returning to heal and recuperate, while others could no longer continue their path as ninjas. Along with them, these ninjas also returned with several corpses. The Uchiha clan, in a fleeting moment, experienced a mix of joy and sorrow among its members. The following day, Uchiha Taijima convened a clan meeting to inspire the members of his family, while also offering solace to the bereaved families of the fallen. Ultimately, having accomplished these tasks, Uchiha Taijima did not neglect to extol their achievements. The benefits garnered through the sacrifices of the Uchiha clan members would extend to every Uchiha, ensuring that each child of the clan could flourish in health and happiness, destined to become towering guardians of the Uchiha legacy in the future. In the midst of the crowd, Uchiha Yu observed everything with a soft sigh. Perhaps this was the very reason Uchiha Madara named the village Konoha. To grow up in a place that embraces freedom and joy is the dream of all who dwell in the warring states. However, within this tumultuous era, only the truly powerful clans of shinobi can tread upon the corpses of others to enjoy a fleeting moment of tranquility. Following the family meeting, Uchiha Taijima discreetly sought out Uchiha Tao. From Uchiha Tao, he gleaned the true circumstances surrounding recent events. Without delving into the specifics of the punishment meted out to Uchiha Tao, it was evident from Uchiha Taijima's generous praise of Madara's actions that he was quite satisfied with Madara's approach. Yet, Madara's arrogance was deeply ingrained. He was ultimately unwilling to accept glory that did not rightfully belong to him. Despite receiving accolades from Uchiha Taijima, Madara displayed little pride and instead recounted the events of that day. Uchiha Taijima, initially taken aback, soon regarded Uchiha Yu with a gentler gaze. There was no denying that Uchiha Yu's actions left him without a single point of contention. Gifted with exceptional talent and precocious maturity, he had turned the tide without seeking personal glory. Despite making significant contributions, he attributed all to his son, aiding him in solidifying his position as the young clan leader. This entirety of actions left Uchiha Taijima immensely pleased. The outcome of this satisfaction was that Uchiha Taijima took both Madara and Yu to the Uchiha clan's treasure vault, allowing them to select items of use. In this recent conflict, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Yu had proven their capability to master higher-level ninja techniques. Thus Uchiha Taijima was inclined to share his resources. However, the Uchiha treasury was reserved solely for those who had made remarkable contributions to the clan. As such, Madara and Yu were each permitted to select only 2 items. Uchiha Yu, unreservedly, entered alongside Madara and began their respective selections. Within the secret vault of the Uchiha clan, a vast array of treasures is meticulously preserved. It houses an assortment of weaponry, armor, and various esoteric techniques for cultivation, as well as formidable ninjutsu and more. Uchiha Yu initially rejected the battle armor. It was not due to any deficiency in its strength or aesthetic appeal, but rather because of his tender age. The armors were designed for adults. Additionally, Uchiha Yu opted to forego the path of ninjutsu. His cousin, Madara, and his uncle, the clan leader, would undoubtedly enable him to showcase his chakra talents in a couple of years. With such connections, would he not acquire formidable ninjutsu? As for weaponry, the matter was even more straightforward. Madara had previously gifted him a short blade infused with chakra-conductive metal, a precious weapon once bestowed upon him by Uchiha Taijima. This weapon would suffice for a considerable time ahead. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Yu realized that he currently possessed no particular needs. Ultimately, after a period of thoughtful deliberation, Uchiha Yu selected 2 items that piqued his interest. "You, what have you chosen?" After Yu made his selections, Madara also concluded his own choices. Uchiha Yu harbored no secrets regarding this matter, presenting the 2 selected items to Madara. Upon receiving the items from Uchiha Yu, Madara cast a cursory glance and discerned that they were 2 forbidden techniques. One was known as the living technique, while the other was referred to as the gaze technique. These 2 esoteric arts were birthed by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan under unique circumstances. Forbidden techniques, as a rule, possess significant educational value. However, they cannot be mastered as effortlessly as conventional ninjutsu through mere diligence. Some require innate talent, while others demand unwavering perseverance. The living technique, in particular, is a method that involves the prolonged accumulation and refinement of chakra's unique attributes, enabling the enhancement of the body through continuous adaptation. This technique remains incomplete, currently. Only the lightning attribute is fully developed, the water attribute is still in practice, while the fire, wind, and earth attributes exist only in theory. Initially, Uchiha Madara found himself perplexed by Uchiha Yu's choice of this particular secret technique. However, upon witnessing the effects brought forth by the technique's manipulation of water attributes, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. The water attribute living technique, when cultivated to a sufficient degree, possesses the remarkable ability to cleanse the body of hidden injuries, while also softening the physique and facilitating the healing and regeneration of bones. Uchiha Madara reflected on his younger cousin Uchiha Ya's pierced right foot, suddenly realizing that perhaps his cousin was not as untroubled about his injury as he had initially assumed. However, he quickly found solace in this understanding. After all, despite Uchiha Ya's remarkable maturity, intellect, and strength, he was still a child of under 5 years. And it was only natural that he would be affected by such a grievous and lasting wound. Chapter 13. Journey to the front lines. As for the other secret technique chosen by Uchiha Ya, the gaze technique, Uchiha Madara paid it little heed. He was aware of this technique, having once attempted to learn it himself when his father discreetly provided him with additional training. Although it was said that with persistent practice, the technique could enhance one's vision to rival that of the Sharingan. It was originally developed by a predecessor of the Uchiha clan who had never awakened the Sharingan throughout his life. However, after secretly practicing for 6 months, Uchiha Madara had seen no improvement in his eyesight. It was only later, upon consulting with his father, that he learned of the predecessor's success, which had come after over 50 years of diligent training. Rather than being merely a technique, it had become a habitual practice for this Uchiha elder, who, due to his risk of myopia, frequently used chakra to cleanse his eyes, striving to make them more comfortable. Over the years, this practice became routine. Eventually, when his son inadvertently awakened the Sharingan, he discovered that his father's vision was superior to that of many other clan members who had never awakened the Sharingan. Thus, the gaze technique was ultimately recognized as Uchiha's secret technique through the insights of his son. Many Uchiha ninjas attempted to master it, only to find that they could not achieve any improvement in their vision in a short period nor develop the habit to the extent of its creator. Nevertheless, the technique possessed some archival value, as tests indicated that long-term practice could alleviate eye fatigue. Consequently, for a time, it was referred to within the Uchiha clan as an eye care technique, and even served as an introductory ninjutsu. Unfortunately, its limited practicality led to its eventual discontinuation. Therefore, Uchiha Madara considered it prudent to allow his younger cousin to encounter some setbacks, so that once Uchiha Ya realized the technique was a pitfall, he could later discreetly provide him with some worthwhile insights. Uchiha Ya was unaware of the secrets behind the gaze technique. As he observed Uchiha Madara selecting items, he too cast a glance at Madara's choices. One was a blade, a chakra-infused metal sword. The previous one had been gifted to him, and now Uchiha Madara had chosen another. The other item was also a secret technique, lightning flash. This was a teleportation technique, specifically a lightning-based method that activated the leg muscles to accelerate instantaneous movement, akin to the leg activation employed during the Raikage lightning cutter in the future. Uchiha Ya had already mastered this transformation and thus felt no particular interest in it. Once the rewards were chosen, Uchiha Taijima regarded their selections and offered a few words of advice. In particular, regarding the activation technique, he cautioned Uchiha Ya to avoid impatience during training, indicating it was an incomplete technique. Should any issues arise during practice, he must cease immediately. After Uchiha Ya assured him repeatedly, the matter was settled. With the rewards concluded, Uchiha Ya did not linger. He bid farewell to Uchiha Taijima and returned to his small dwelling, armed with 2 copies of the secret text to transcribe. Techniques of this nature were typically transcribed and then returned, allowing the secrets to be utilized to their fullest potential. The reason Uchiha Ya chose these 2 techniques, aside from Madara's suggestions, was his consideration of the compensation panel. When the gaze technique is cultivated to a certain degree, it can endow an ordinary person with insight comparable to that of a Sharingan with 1 tomo. Similarly, the living technique, when practiced sufficiently, can induce special changes in the body under the stimulation of its attributes. Each of these techniques is challenging to master, particularly the gaze technique, which might require a lifetime of habitual training. However, with the presence of compensation points, he might be able to expedite these processes. In time, what seemed like a mere trifle of a technique could potentially yield results surpassing those of ordinary ninjutsu. As time passed serenely, several days slipped by. After arranging the situation within the Uchiha clan and re-establishing the defensive forces, Uchiha Taijima made a pivotal decision to take Uchiha Madara to the front lines. Madara would soon turn 8 and had already demonstrated his prowess. Thus, Taijima intended to expose him to the battlefield, preparing him for the inevitable challenges ahead. To this, Madara did not express any reluctance. However, before their departure, he urged Taijima to inquire if Uchiha Ya wished to join them. Despite Uchiha Ya being of the same age as Uchiha Izuna, Madara found it difficult to compare the two due to their interactions and Yu's performance in prior battles. Often, Madara subconsciously placed Yu on a different pedestal than his peers. There were instances where matters he found perplexing prompted him to seek Yu's counsel. This tendency amused Madara. Yet upon reflection, he recognized that Yu indeed provided him with valuable insights. Madara was indifferent to the presence of comrades in battle, but he would greatly appreciate a teammate who could manage logistics, allowing him to fight without concerns for the rear. Among the younger generation, Yu was the only one he acknowledged in this regard. While Uchiha Taijima was not entirely aware of Madara's sentiments, He welcomed the significance Madara placed on you. Consequently, the decision now rested upon you, to go or not to go. Although the plan to reduce the number of Madara's younger siblings had passed, you remained uncertain if the threat had completely dissipated. The last ambush had been laced with the covert surveillance of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Following that battle, Kinshiki seemed to vanish entirely from sight. Yet, you was certain that Otsutsuki Kinshiki was very much still alive. Uchiha Yu was uncertain whether to remain hidden within the confines of the Uchiha clan or to anticipate a potential ambush from an unpredictable adversary. Faced with the threats posed by Otsutsuki Kinshiki and the perils of the battlefield, he opted for the latter. Although the front lines were fraught with danger, they were also bolstered by the presence of numerous esteemed Uchiha predecessors. Accompanying Uchiha Madara meant, at most, merely witnessing bloodshed and broadening his horizons, without truly engaging in high-stakes conflict. Despite its apparent peril, the front line, safeguarded by elite Uchiha ninjas, was arguably the safest option. With this realization, Uchiha Yu resolutely agreed to the course of action. That afternoon, Uchiha Izuna approached him once more, brandishing a kunai and launching a frenzied assault reminiscent of their past encounters. Uchiha Madara's departure for the front lines was certainly known to Izuna. He earnestly requested his father to take him along. Unfortunately, Uchiha Taijima declined, albeit not entirely. He stipulated that Izuna could accompany him if he managed to defeat Uchiha Yu. However, unbeknownst to Izuna, before he arrived to challenge Yu, Uchiha Madara had secretly come by to relay a message from Uchiha Taijima, advising Izuna to behave himself. Chapter 14. The Warring States Situation. Uchiha Yu understood the implication of Uchiha Taijima's words. The battlefield was no child's play. Without strength, one ought to remain at home. The words of Uchiha Taijima can be translated as long as one does not die, strike with all one's might. Therefore, this time Uchiha Izuna not only faced defeat, but was also thoroughly beaten by Uchiha Yu, leaving him battered and bruised. Naturally, Uchiha Yu would not genuinely resort to such lethal force. Although Uchiha Izuna was covered in wounds, they merely inflicted superficial pain, leaving his bones and muscles unscathed. In fact, on the day Uchiha Madara departed, Izuna, bandaged like a mummy, came to bid farewell. At that moment, Uchiha Izuna no longer yearned to shout about going to the battlefield. Instead, he resentfully told Uchiha Tobirama that the next time Tobirama returned, it would be the moment he would defeat him. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Taijima, as a proud father, felt no dissatisfaction over his son's injuries. Rather, he was exceedingly pleased with Tobirama's performance. Throughout their journey, Uchiha Taijima imparted numerous insights regarding battlefield tactics, particularly in the realms of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, which greatly benefited Tobirama. However, the image of Uchiha Izuna, tearfully sending him off while wrapped in bandages, lingered in Madara's mind, fueling his protective instincts towards his younger brother. Consequently, as Madara accompanied Tobirama and Taijima to the front lines, his gaze towards Tobirama was filled with a simmering hostility, always seeking an opportunity to provoke. In such moments, Tobirama would subtly showcase his right foot, which had nearly healed, as long as he refrained from exerting full force. It would not hinder his capabilities. Yet, he was keenly aware of the adage that a crying child receives sweets, and thus, he would occasionally reveal his defect at opportune moments. This tactic would effectively temper Madara's initial ire with feelings of guilt. A few days later, he found himself pondering, is this truly the front line of the Uchiha? It is not quite as I had imagined. Uchiha Yu gazed upon a place resembling a town, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Beside him, Uchiha Madara, noticing Yu's expression of naivete, inquired with curiosity, what did you envision the front lines to be like? Well, camps, tents, wounded soldiers, and patrolling ninjas, Uchiha Yu replied, succinctly sketching his imagined tableau of the ninja front. Madara, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and elucidated, what you described does indeed exist, but it is only present during prolonged offensive campaigns. In ordinary times, it suffices to safeguard the territory we occupy and manage it well. Uchiha Madara, after all, was the heir personally nurtured by Uchiha Taijima, although he had never truly experienced the battlefield. His understanding of the circumstances and strategies of warfare far surpassed that of Uchiha Ibito. Through Madara's elucidation, Ibito gradually comprehended the intricacies of the Warring States period. To put it succinctly, the so-called Warring States era bears resemblance to the late Eastern Han period of the past, characterized by a fragmented landscape of power. The so-called clans of shinobi can be likened to noble houses or feudal lords. The various nations can be understood as officials governing certain provinces and territories. The clans engage in fierce competition, with victors seizing the territory of their foes, thereby receiving a degree of tribute from the towns and lands under their control. However, those who persist in the current era of shinobi are acutely aware of the principle of sustainable exploitation. Thus, in typical skirmishes, aside from dealing with a handful of the opposing clan's loyalists, as long as the adversary fulfills their tribute obligations, ordinary citizens remain untouched and even granted protection. Among these clans, the Land of Fire is the most prosperous and resource-rich region, hosting the most formidable assembly of shinobi. Amongst them, the Uchiha and Senju clans stand as the strongest, each vying for supremacy, while other clans align themselves with one or the other. merely striving to survive in the crevices between these titans. Other nations also boast powerful shinobi clans, some of which have even dominated their respective territories, sharpening their blades in preparation for an incursion into the land of fire. For instance, the land of lightning, the land of wind, and the land of earth, one is arid. Another is a desert, and yet another is strewn with stones. When the production resources of these three nations are combined, they still pale in comparison to the wealth of the land of fire, which naturally ignites their envy. However, the bounty of the land of fire is not one to be easily grasped by other clans. Should any attempt arise, it would inevitably provoke a counterattack from the clan that holds dominion over that territory. The clans capable of establishing a foothold in the fertile lands of the land of fire are anything but ordinary. In fact, every clan that manages to infiltrate the land of fire boasts an ancestry rich with illustrious figures. Therefore, despite the internal strife within the land of fire, it remains impervious to the encroachments of clans from other nations. Those that dare to challenge the status of certain clans within the land of fire must contend with the overwhelming presence of the Uchiha and Senju. Ultimately, they discover that thriving in the land of fire is less advantageous than flourishing in their native lands. Over time, the entire Warring States period has coalesced into its current configuration. If we analyze the Warring States through the lens of the late Eastern Han situation, the Uchiha and Senju can be likened to Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, clans that align with the Senju while still vassals, enjoy better treatment compared to those under Uchiha's dominion. The Uchiha clan, despite their strong familial cohesion, exerts a tyrannical suppression over other subordinate clans. Should the Uchiha clan maintain their strength and even attain the capability to overpower the Senju, the odds would gradually tilt in their favor. However, should the Uchiha begin to falter against the Senju, it is highly likely that the vassal clans under Uchiha suppression would develop divided loyalties. Thus, should a comprehensive war erupt between Uchiha Mito and Senju, given the current circumstances, a swift resolution would be the optimal strategy for the Uchiha. The longer the conflict drags on, the slimmer their chances of victory become. Uchiha Yu undertook a meticulous analysis of the entire battlefield, and upon contemplating the future narrative, he arrived at a tentative conclusion. However, this conclusion is not absolute. After all, this is not a world reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms, but rather one where an individual can attain unparalleled prowess. A single person has the potential to alter the course of the entire conflict. Take, for instance, the future Senju Hashirama. His combat strength essentially dismantled all schemes and subterfuge, compelling every clan to align their thoughts with his, ultimately yielding to his will of fire. In essence, the discourse boils down to a singular truth. Those who wield power command authority. Once you have subdued everyone, there is no need for your words. Others will instinctively seek to reason with you, for they possess no means to oppose you further. As for the notions of love and peace, and the aspiration to cultivate a world devoid of war, such sentiments are mere fabrications. In Chapter 15, titled Living Technique LVMAX, the original Uchiha Madara, in his final moments, appeared to succumb to verbal manipulation. However, it was only after being momentarily bewildered by Senju Hashirama that he ultimately acquiesced. And what was the outcome? Did Konoha truly embrace the Uchiha clan? As a leader marked by failure, Uchiha Madara ultimately departed to distant lands following the stabilization of the village. He referred to this as a journey of exploration. However, in truth, he felt utterly out of place within the community. The Uchiha clan, too, never truly integrated into Konoha. The higher echelons remained perpetually vigilant against the Uchiha, ultimately excluding them from the upper council. As for the ninja clans that once followed Uchiha, they fared little better. For instance, those clans currently allied with the Uchiha, such as the Moonlight clan, the Medicine Master clan, and the Kurama clan, though diminished in Konoha, at least managed to survive. In contrast, other ninja clans have faded into obscurity, never even mentioned in the original narrative. Conversely, the subordinate clans of the Senju family are renowned far and wide, such as the Sarutobi, the Shimura, the Nara, the Aburame, and the Inazuka clans, the victors and the vanquished. Such is the way of the world. Nevertheless, for Uchiha, these matters felt distant and irrelevant. His sole focus now was on survival, dedicating himself to diligent training and quietly enhancing his abilities. When the time came that he possessed the foresight of future capabilities, he would then contemplate the notion of world peace. Thus, Uchiha settled in the Uchiha frontline town, following the simple path set forth by his elder cousin, Madara. Uchiha Taijima intended to cultivate him as the right hand of Uchiha, much like the relationship between Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Talu, preparing him to become a trusted confidant for the future clan leader. Uchiha understood this well and was temporarily agreeable, even choosing to bide his time, opting to reveal little beyond his commendable body flicker technique. Most notably, he sought to conceal his Sharingan and chakra reserves as much as possible. However, Uchiha Madara had different aspirations. After 2 days of rest and acclimatization to the frontline environment, under Uchiha Taijima's arrangement, Uchiha Madara commenced his training alongside a team of Uchiha ninjas. During these times, everyone was gathering strength in anticipation of the forthcoming large-scale conflict. Even minor skirmishes that arose were limited to localized disturbances. For Madara and Yu, this period served as an excellent proving ground. Almost every few days, Uchiha Madara would be taken out for missions, and invariably, Uchiha Yu would accompany him, unable to evade the experience. The Uchiha team, under Uchiha Taijima's directive, focused most of their attention on Uchiha Madara, whose talents and abilities commanded respect. Uchiha Yu obediently stood behind Madara, almost like a shadow, absorbing knowledge and experience. He mirrored Madara's learning, except for the Sharingan, which he kept hidden. Otherwise, he felt little need to restrain himself. In the eyes of other Uchiha, although Uchiha Yu was indeed competent, he paled in comparison to Madara. The reason was simple. Madara had awakened his Sharingan, the true emblem of the Uchiha clan's might. Until Uchiha Yu revealed his own Sharingan, no matter how exceptional he proved to be, he would merely be considered adequate by his peers. Thus, Uchiha Yu found a certain ease within the ninja team. His comfort would have increased further had Madara not frequently sought him out for sparring. Under this tutelage, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Yu experienced commendable growth. Uchiha Madara requires no further elaboration. The future of the shinobi world is poised for remarkable growth. Notably, throughout this journey, Uchiha Yu, as Madara's junior companion, has gleaned a wealth of experience regarding the use of the Sharingan. This has afforded Uchiha Yu a profound understanding of the Sharingan's intricacies. During this period, aside from a few skirmishes with bloodshed, not much else transpired between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Yu. The third compensation point arrived as anticipated. Much to Uchiha Yu's excitement. Name: Uchiha Yu. Age: 5. Talent: diligence compensates for shortcoming skills. Chakra refinement LV Max. Throwing technique LV5. Body flicker technique LV Max. Great fireball technique LV3. Flame sword technique LV2. Transformation technique LV4. One-tomo Sharingan LV2. Gaze technique LV1. Living body technique LV1. Compensation points: 1 backpack. Various ninja tools throwing technique. With the activation of the Sharingan, this skill's enhancement speed accelerates. Thus no compensation points are currently needed. Great fireball technique. Non-lethal fire release. Not a priority for now. Flame sword technique. One of the core skills under consideration. The previous ambush instilled a lingering fear in Uchiha Yu. Yet he recognized that extraordinary speed in the body flicker technique, when combined with the flame sword technique, would undoubtedly instill terror in his foes. Transformation technique. Training progresses steadily and is set aside for future consideration. One-tomo Sharingan. Quietly becoming proficient. Currently able to open and close at will, sufficient for the time being. Gaze technique. Just beginning, set aside for later assessment. Living body technique. One of the core skills being considered. After much contemplation, Uchiha Yu ultimately opted for the living body technique. The rationale was threefold. First, the earlier one begins training in the living body technique, the greater the benefits. Second, mastering the living body technique requires an exceptional level of control over chakra. Based on the previous experience with the maxed out body flicker technique, it stands to reason that a fully mastered living body technique would enhance his physical attributes, particularly in terms of chakra control. Third, the water attribute living body technique holds the potential to remedy the residual effects on his right foot. Thus, upon comprehensive evaluation, the cost-effectiveness of selecting the living body technique surpassed that of all other skills. Having made a decision, Uchiha Yu no longer hesitated. He decisively allocated points. Living body technique LV Max in progress. In the instant the living body technique reached its zenith, a series of images flooded Uchiha Yu's mind, repeated attempts to refine attributes from chakra through continuous use. From initial awkwardness to gradual familiarity, culminating in a mastery that felt instinctual. It appeared he could control his physical attributes precisely, avoiding self-harm while progressively enhancing his body. Once the memories of training faded, Uchiha Yu felt as if he had merely dreamt. Although the process of training quickly blurred with awakening, the dreamlike results of that training remained vividly intact. Uchiha Yu raised his hand effortlessly, manipulating chakra with ease. As he exerted his power, a tingling sensation surged through his body. This energy flowed from his right hand, spreading throughout his arm and subsequently enveloping his entire being, akin to currents of electricity coursing through him. Chapter 16. The Outlook of Living Techniques. Although it was merely a rudimentary expression of elemental attributes, Uchiha Yu was adept at controlling the range of lightning attributes within his body. By precisely modulating the accumulation of lightning chakra, he could dictate the intensity of its effects on his physique. In the vernacular of ninjutsu, this phenomenon was classified as a transformation of elemental forms. Subsequently, Uchiha Yu began to experiment with the other 4 elemental attributes. Days later, he found himself in tattered garments, scratching at his hair, which had become explosively curly during his tests, as he recorded the final data in his notes. Living Technique Max, in progress. Effect 1. Mastery over the transformation of fire and lightning attributes. Effect 2. Both attributes underwent further metamorphosis during the body tempering process, resulting in varying degrees of enhancement. The lightning attribute endowed Uchiha Yu with remarkable resistance to electricity, allowing him to harness and store both positive and negative particles within his body, enabling him to unleash electric attacks on himself or others when needed. The fire attribute amplified his body's consumption capabilities, enabling a state akin to Luffy's Gear Second. wherein he could achieve a temporary overall enhancement by igniting chakra. Effect 3. Attributes significantly enhance other skills. For instance, while in the state of fire attribute living technique, the potency of fire sword technique and fire release was augmented. During the lightning release state, a sense of breakthrough in body flicker technique was palpable. Thus, through continual comparison, he gradually gained profound insights into living techniques. Simultaneously, Uchiha Ya began to comprehend the implications of the in progress notation associated with this skill through comparative analysis. Living technique is a secret art that induces transformative reactions in the body via the infiltration of chakra attributes. The creator, aside from attaining the two-tomo Sharingan, had experience testing chakra attributes, focusing solely on lightning. Other attributes remained unexplored. Uchiha Ya, having cultivated both lightning and fire releases, had not ventured into the other elemental realms. Had Uchiha Ya pursued a conventional path of cultivation, he might have perceived his inability to master the secret art as a lack of diligence. However, as an exceptional individual, he progressed in one fell swoop. Consequently, he viewed the matter with greater calmness. The absence of progress in other attributes within the living technique may not stem from insufficient effort, but rather from inadequate conditions. During his study of this secret art, Uchiha Ya also gleaned insights into the life experiences of the technique's predecessor. Aside from awakening the two-tomo Sharingan, that predecessor had tested chakra attributes, specializing in lightning. Uchiha Ya, after refining his chakra, had also assessed his own elemental affinities. The result revealed lightning and fire. Now, having reached the pinnacle of living techniques, Uchiha Ya was not confined merely to the mastery of lightning and fire attributes. Rather, it was these two that manifested transformations within his body. The other elemental attributes, wind, water, and earth, remained dormant, unable to evoke transformational effects when his body was saturated with power. Essentially, his mastery over all elemental attributes was quite substantial. Yet only lightning and fire expressed themselves. Thus, Uchiha Ya had reason to suspect that the ultimate transformation of living techniques was intrinsically linked to the inherent attributes of his chakra. Nevertheless, he harbored a notion. When his body was imbued with the energies of wind, earth, and water, the changes were gradual rather than absent. If he were to maintain his body in a state saturated with any specific attribute long-term, it was plausible that a continuous transformation would ensue. This, he surmised, was the essence of the in-progress notation accompanying living techniques. If my dual attributes of lightning and fire could undergo transformation when chakra attributes enveloped my entire being, then perhaps I could similarly cultivate the wind, earth, and water attributes through persistent refinement, ultimately enabling me to embody all three elemental affinities concurrently. As Uchiha Ya contemplated this, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Although the effects of the living technique did not provide him with an immediate enhancement in certain aspects, it conferred upon him a significant overall advancement. Particularly with the established lightning attribute, Uchiha Ya sensed a remarkable agility in his legs when performing the body flicker technique, as if they were beginning to exhibit a vivifying effect. Should he decipher this sensation, he might be able to independently forge something akin to the physical techniques of the Cloud Ninja Village. In sum, he was exceedingly satisfied with his choice of the living technique. However, you had not forgotten the fundamental reason for selecting this path, to remedy the lingering effects of his foot injury. Thus, after becoming acquainted with the living technique, Uchiha resolved to first infuse his body with the water attribute, one of the three elemental attributes, wind, earth, and water, through the flow of chakra. The water attribute was gradually absorbed and enveloped every part of his body. Yet, because the attribute could not catalyze a metamorphosis within him, its maintenance required a continuous current of chakra to sustain it. Should the chakra cease its flow, the accumulated power of the attribute would dissipate, necessitating a fresh accumulation to continue its effects. As long as Uchiha Ya's chakra expenditure did not exceed half, the effects would remain intact. Furthermore, as one attribute steadily corroded his body, Uchiha's exterior began to undergo a transformation. For instance, after the infusion of the water attribute, Uchiha's skin became exquisitely dewy and luminous, seemingly so supple that water could be drawn from it. His body brimmed with moisture, cells teeming with vitality, and nourished, he experienced a silent yet swift growth in stature. Once significantly shorter than Obito, he now stood merely a head's breadth below him. The prowess of Uchiha Ya has been quietly ascending during this process. One day, Uchiha Madara was once again assigned a mission. This time, the Uchiha Intelligence Organization had received reports of plundering occurring in a resource town, where 3 guardians had already lost their lives. The remaining defenders were unable to ascertain the situation, and thus had no choice but to report it, hoping that the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan would dispatch ninjas to investigate. Given that this location was situated within Uchiha territory, and there were no signs of hostile ninjas leaving the village nearby, it was suspected that some rogue ninjas had launched a covert attack. In this era, most rogue ninjas were not particularly formidable. Typically, a Ch-nin would suffice. Dispatching Uchiha Madara for this task was more than adequate. Initially, Uchiha Ya was reluctant to partake in such trivial errands. However, ever since he arrived at the front lines, he seemed to have been bound to Madara, regarded as Madara's future aide. Thus, wherever Madara went, he was invariably called along. Reluctantly, You could only prepare briefly and meet Madara at the town's entrance. Chapter 17. Team Mission You were late. At the town's entrance, Madara observed the tardy Yu with a hint of displeasure. He was a person with a strong sense of time, adhering to punctuality while harboring disdain for those who were not. However, upon seeing Yu's ashen complexion and unsteady gait, his initial irritation transformed into a semblance of concern. Are you all right? You look rather unwell. Uchiha Yu waved his hand and said, It's nothing, I can handle it. Uchiha Yu understood what Madara wanted to inquire about, yet he refrained from elaborating further. He, too, possessed a strong sense of time. His tardiness this time was not intentional. This morning, upon rising, his body inadvertently underwent a silent transformation into its water attribute. As for Uchiha Yu's current appearance, it was quite simple. He had commenced the process of integrating the next attribute. The earth attribute enveloped his entire being, initially imparting a healthy wheatish hue to his once moist and fair skin, endowing his somewhat delicate visage with a masculine vigor that he found quite satisfying. However, this illusion of masculinity did not endure for long. As Uchiha Yu controlled the accumulation of the earth attribute within his body, his wheatish skin began to take on a more sallow tone. It transformed into a pallid yellow, gradually evolving towards an earthy hue, reminiscent of a formerly fair individual who, under the sun's relentless rays, had become a laborer, toiling with his face toward the soil. Thus, when Madara beheld Yu's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned that apart from the change in skin tone, Yu exhibited no signs of illness or frailty, which somewhat assuaged his concerns. With that, the duo commenced their swift journey toward the mission's destination. Shortly after their departure, a small team of approximately 5 individuals stealthily followed in their wake. Although they were ostensibly a pair on this mission, Uchiha Taijima could not rest easy regarding their safety. Consequently, he dispatched this Uchiha escort team. However, the escort had received specific orders to refrain from intervening in Madara and Yu's mission unless faced with a life-and-death situation. Even if the mission ultimately failed, Madara was unaware of this stipulation, and Yu paid it no mind. Throughout the journey, he adopted a mindset of adhering entirely to Madara's directives, choosing to remain passive. He would comply with Madara's instructions without hesitation. Naturally, he would refuse excessively perilous tasks. Should a direct confrontation arise, Uchiha Yu would not shy away from facing elite jonin. Nevertheless, the arsenal of a ninja is vast, particularly with regard to concealed weapons, poisons, puppets, and traps. Moreover, there exists no notion of martial ethics among ninjas. Their strikes often occur from the shadows, potentially leading to lethal blows or overwhelming assaults from multiple adversaries. Although Uchiha Yu is transformed into a prodigious talent through extraordinary means, he still falls short of Uchiha Madara in terms of reflexes, combat awareness, and acute instincts in the face of crisis. Despite having lived 2 lives, he remains considerably inferior to Madara. Uchiha Yu can only sigh, contemplating that perhaps this is what one refers to as innate talent. He yearns to compensate for his shortcomings, perhaps by seeking a sensory secret technique to cultivate in the coming year. While Uchiha Yu admires Madara, in turn, harbors envy for Yu. Despite possessing a formidable combat instinct and an abundance of chakra compared to the average Uchiha, most of his achievements have been the result of relentless training. Aside from his innate gifts, during his trials, he has felt the looming specter of death on several occasions. Yet, his younger cousin appears to be diligently studying every day, seemingly immersed in various subjects, yet lacking true focus. Having learned chakra refining techniques from Yu, Madara has not observed him diligently practicing, yet his chakra is undoubtedly impressive, though its exact magnitude remains unknown. As for the flame sword technique, Madara has not witnessed Yu practicing fire manipulation daily, yet when he does unleash his abilities, the remarkable progress is evident. Furthermore, in accordance with his father's assessment, his younger cousin's body flicker technique is already comparable to that of a speed-type Jainin. Reflecting on the events of that fateful night, Uchiha Madara has an unsettling sense that his cousin's speed may exceed even what his father has suggested. If all of his cousin's accomplishments stem from arduous training, Madara would concede. If they are the result of innate talent, he would also acknowledge it. However, he has never perceived his cousin's growth as particularly astonishing, nor has he noticed any extraordinary performance in any specific area. Instead, his cousin strikes him as a once unremarkable individual who has suddenly excelled in an unexpected manner, an inexplicable transformation that even innate talent cannot elucidate. This leaves Uchiha Madara feeling both motivated to chase after his cousin's footsteps yet powerless to do so, as he cannot discern the effort or even the signs of diligence behind his cousin's achievements. Uchiha Madara felt an increasing agitation as he quickened his pace. However, it soon became apparent that his younger cousin remained utterly unfazed by the situation, exhibiting no signs of pressure whatsoever. I could empathize with Izuna's frustration. Observing his younger cousin trailing closely behind, Madara was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense urge, a desire to teach this young relative a lesson once more. He sensed that if he did not act soon, in a couple of years, it would become increasingly difficult to assert dominance over him. Thus, the 2 youths, one older and one younger, each harboring their own thoughts, ultimately spent the better part of the day reaching their destination, the town of Hakumai. Located on the border of the Land of Fire and not far from the Land of Waves, derived its name from the thick mist that perpetually enveloped it. Although this town lay within Uchiha territory, its geographical complexity meant that Uchiha control was relatively weak. Numerous known ninja clans resided here, including a branch of the Hyuga clan. Due to its proximity to the coast, it frequently faced invasions from foreign ninjas hailing from nearby islands. Had it not been for the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, which naturally countered the water-based assassination techniques employed by these invaders, this area might well have fallen into their hands. Consequently, despite being considered Uchiha territory, the Hyuga clan's reputation here eclipsed that of the Uchihas. The Uchiha clan had previously dispatched elite members to combat these foreign ninjas, but their cunning tactics proved challenging. While the Uchiha Sharingan could discern illusions, it was not as adept in this regard as the Byakugan. After several attempts, the Uchihas emerged victorious. Yet they failed to establish a formidable presence, resulting in frequent disturbances. These incidents, though not severe enough to warrant a full-scale response, left the Uchihas feeling quite vexed. Nevertheless, while the Uchiha clan could not resolve the issues plaguing this area, they recognized the potential for repurposing it. Since they could not fully control the territory, they decided to utilize it as a training ground for the younger generation. Chapter 18. I have a dream. The preceding narrative draws from Uchiha Madara's earnest mentorship, as well as Uchiha Yu's contemplations while perusing family records, reflecting on the geographical dynamics of the ninja world. Uchiha Yu gazed at his cousin Uchiha Outnen, who exuded an air of superiority, and a soft sigh escaped his lips. Youth, indeed, his cousin was far too young. Over the past 2 years of acquaintance, Uchiha Yu had come to understand a great deal about Madara's character. How should one articulate this? Madara appeared exceedingly proud, and justifiably so, for he possessed the merit to back it up. To describe Uchiha Madara as a genius would be an understatement. Moreover, he was far from foolish, his intelligence was remarkable. While his ninjutsu may not reach the prodigious level of Itachi in the future, with diligent practice, he could certainly master it proficiently. One could assert that Uchiha Madara was inherently suited for this era. He was a being born for the art of combat. However, he harbored certain flaws as well. Chiefly his unyielding sincerity. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to his family. Even towards Uchiha Yu, his half-brother, he displayed no outward signs of affection. Yet he had never denied any of Yu's requests. This time, during their mission, he meticulously explained every detail to Uchiha Yu. As an elder brother, Madara was exceedingly competent. Conversely, Uchiha Madara was somewhat exclusive towards those outside the Uchiha clan, embodying a certain elitism. Nevertheless, according to Uchiha Yu's understanding of Madara's nature, once he acknowledged an individual, even an adversary, even when their paths crossed in conflict, a flicker of hesitation would remain in his heart, unless that individual thoroughly disappointed him. Beneath Madara's proud demeanor always lingered a trace of tenderness. Uchiha Madara embodies a certain youthful spirit, unwavering in his resolve. It is not that he lacks intelligence or emotional insight, rather. At times he perceives the world with such clarity that he finds little motivation to strive for matters he deems insignificant. He is the type who, despite knowing that everything may change, still chooses to believe in constancy until the eventual outcome leaves him profoundly wounded, prompting him to embark on his solitary journey in his own manner. In simpler terms, he is undoubtedly a career-oriented individual, albeit somewhat prone to fixation. His shortcomings include viewing everything in absolutes and a tendency to become fixated, accompanied by a touch of obsessive idealism. The optimal approach to engage him is to present a grand vision, ideally one that encompasses the long term, allowing him to labor tirelessly within the confines of this vision throughout his life. What are you pondering? You. I harbor a dream. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. You will never comprehend the vast cosmos of stars that resides within the heart of your dear Dudu. Uchiha Yu let out a soft sigh, gazing at the moon and the myriad of stars in the sky, leaving behind a profound and enigmatic silhouette for Madara. In that fleeting moment, you seem to embody the great figures of history who once aspired to change the world. Madara, unable to comprehend fully, merely felt that his cousin was putting on an act, always so fashionable, and had mastered the art of pretense. The two journeyed in silence. And soon Yu tempered his flamboyant demeanor, following Madara towards the misty town, the Uchiha stronghold. Are you Uchiha ninjas brought along for training? How could you be so young? Especially you scarcely appear to be 6 years old. Upon their arrival at the stronghold, an Uchiha ninja remarked. Observing the Uchiha attire worn by Madara and Yu with a look of curiosity, while also scanning the surroundings as if in search of something, Uchiha Yu, in response to the inquiry posed by the other party, exhibited none of the usual arrogance displayed during his banter with Madara. Instead, he appeared as a socially anxious child from the clan, merely accompanying his Oni-chan for a gilded training experience. Observing Yu's demeanor, Madara inwardly cursed, thinking, what is this guy pretending to be oblivious about once more? Uchiha Madara certainly did not perceive Uchiha Yu as socially anxious. Rather, Yu was discreetly observing his demeanor, while Madara, in turn, scrutinized Yu. Concealment was a trait of this little cousin, who reveled in hiding. Even the previously impressive body flicker technique exhibited a commendable level of skill. Had Madara not been aware that this individual had once effortlessly defeated an assailant on par with a special jonin, he might have deemed his cousin merely a lowly genin. However, Uchiha remained silent, and Madara made no effort to compel him to speak. After all, given Yu's youth, his current demeanor appeared quite ordinary. No need to look further, it is just the two of us who have come this time. What? You all? Is that not acceptable? Upon encountering skepticism, Madara's gaze sharpened. A fleeting flash of crimson igniting, instantly rendering the previously doubtful Uchiha ninja silent. Right. Sharingan. I do not wish to repeat myself. Lead the way. Yes. Observing Madara's indifferent expression, despite his tender age, the ninja's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. To awaken the Sharingan before the age of 8. And now dispatched by his team to undertake a mission, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. I am not yet aware of your name. Madara. Young clan leader, it is indeed you. I did not expect you to have grown so much. Upon hearing the name of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha ninjas momentarily paused in surprise, only to be swiftly overtaken by a realization that transformed their initial reverence into an exuberant display of enthusiasm and flattery. The Uchiha clan, renowned as a lineage of prodigies, is celebrated for its exceptional talents and formidable warriors, with the Sharingan being famed across the world. However, within the Uchiha, there exist individuals of lesser abilities. The activation of the Sharingan delineates a hierarchy. 1 tomo corresponds to a genin, 2 tomo to a chunin, and 3 tomo to a jonin. This classification does not imply that the strength of the Uchiha clan is solely determined by their eyes. Rather, it serves as a baseline. Once the Sharingan is awakened, the enhancements it bestows encompass not only vision and capability, but also an increase in in-release energy, leading to heightened control and chakra capacity. These two aspects enable the Uchiha to achieve feats that ordinary individuals might toil a lifetime to attain. In reality, the Uchiha can be categorized into 3 distinct types. The first consists of those lacking significant ninja talent or possessing minimal skills, primarily engaged in logistical roles within the clan. The second category comprises ninjas who have yet to awaken their Sharingan, resembling ordinary ninjas with varying levels of aptitude. Some may be genin, while others may ascend to chunin or even jonin ranks. Once a member of this category activates their Sharingan, they transition into the third type. The third category encompasses Uchiha who have awakened their Sharingan. This group epitomizes true genius, endowed with powerful ocular techniques, substantial chakra, and remarkable mental fortitude that grants them extraordinary control. Coupled with the rich heritage of the Uchiha clan, an individual can, within a remarkably short period, attain at least the status of a jonin, if not that of an elite jonin. In Chapter 19, each with their own thoughts, it is noted that a Uchiha possessing a 3 tomo Sharingan, particularly in the prime of their life, typically wields power surpassing that of elite jonin. According to the classifications of the Warring States period, such individuals are referred to as super ninjas, often holding positions akin to clan leaders. Moreover, within a clan like the Uchiha, certain elders may also possess comparable combat capabilities. These individuals represent the true backbone of the Uchiha clan, destined to become shadow-level figures in the future. According to the clan's arrangements, the Uchiha stationed throughout various territories are predominantly from the second category. The Uchiha clan, although not as fervently protective of their Sharingan as the Hyuga clan is of their Byakugan, remains averse to the idea of their bloodline limit being subjected to research and exploitation. Therefore, during team battles, should there be a member possessing the Sharingan who falls in combat, priority is given to retrieve their remains. If time is of the essence, securing the fallen's eyes is imperative. In instances where certain Uchihas, having activated their Sharingan, choose to remain behind to cover their comrades and find themselves unable to escape safely, they may resort to a desperate measure, detonating their ocular power, thereby sacrificing their own sight. It is noteworthy that the activation of the Sharingan within the Uchiha clan necessitates a profound emotional stimulus. At the tender age of less than 8, Uchiha Madara awakened his Sharingan, a feat that not only signifies his remarkable talent but also indicates his intense emotional disposition. At such a young age, the journey ahead is fraught with myriad experiences. An intense emotional nature suggests a susceptibility to the whims of feelings. Consequently, should Madara continue to grow normally, no one would doubt his ability to unlock the 3 tomo, and it is highly likely that his combat prowess will rival that of the current Uchiha Taijima. Thus, upon recognizing Madara's identity and innate gifts, the attitude of the Uchiha clan towards him underwent a profound transformation. This taciturn demeanor, coupled with the act of flaunting his newly acquired abilities, gradually evolved into a principal means of demonstrating one's strength within the Uchiha clan. It is efficient, uncomplicated, yet undeniably impressive. Even Uchiha Ya, who trailed closely behind Madara, felt a fleeting urge to activate his own Sharingan in a moment of bravado. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Thus, Uchiha Ya followed in Madara's wake, quietly remaining an inconspicuous presence as they seamlessly entered the very heart of the Uchiha's abode in the mist-shrouded town. During this journey, you learned that the Uchiha leading them was named Akira. Upon reaching the core area, several station ninjas arrived in succession, bringing the total number to 14, 7 genin. For chunin, 2 special jonin, and 1 jonin. Uchiha Mei is one among the 4ch nin. Upon learning of Uchiha Obito's identity, the expressions of the Uchiha clan varied greatly. Some wore looks of contemplation, others displayed disdain, and a few even exuded a sense of provocation. Clearly, even within the ostensibly united Uchiha clan, complete harmony was not to be found. Uchiha Yu stood behind Madara, memorizing the emotional displays of the assembled ninjas. Uchiha Yu once blended into the multitude, not particularly remarkable among the throng. He held a vague understanding of their mindset. They were neither prodigies nor did they believe in such brilliance, harboring envy towards those who were gifted. In their instinctive unity, they sought to suppress the talented, as a means to validate their own worth. This was a form of rebellion, a defiance against their unsatisfactory existence, as well as an endeavor to demonstrate to their clan that their dispatch to such a place for guardianship was a misallocation of talent, a grave error in judgment. Uchiha Yu perceived this with clarity, yet he chose to remain silent. Each individual walks their own path. Their choices, though misguided, are not without merit. However, it is imperative that everyone bears the consequences of their decisions. Uchiha Yu cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Madara, silently assessing that the cost might come swiftly. Retracting his gaze, he discreetly scrutinized the 2 special jonin and the 1 jonin who had remained uncommunicative. They, in turn, were also observing him and Madara. According to Uchiha Mikoto's introduction, the 2 special jonin were named Uchiha Q and Uchiha Kaze, while the jonin, who was the captain of the stationed Uchiha squad, was Uchiha K. After a round of mutual introductions, they became acquainted. Madara was known for his forthright demeanor. He typically spoke directly to those he barely knew, addressing matters without engaging in superfluous chatter. Thus, he promptly concluded the unproductive banter and inquired, "Captain K, might you elaborate on the details of the mission?" "Ah. There is no rush," replied Uchiha K with a chuckle. "Madara, you've traveled quite a distance. It would be prudent for you to rest for a day. The mission is not as urgent as you might think." Upon hearing Uchiha K's response, Madara furrowed his brow, poised to retort, but was subtly restrained by Yu tugging at the hem of his garment. Taken aback, Madara shifted his tone, saying, "Very well, we shall heed the captain's advice. Madara, you follow me. I shall escort you to your accommodations." Uchiha Akira spoke, and subsequently led the 2 individuals to their resting place. Once Akira departed, Uchiha Madara turned to Uchiha Yu and inquired, "You, why did you stop me just now?" "I merely felt that it was not an opportune moment to undertake the mission." Yu replied, "Not opportune? Why is that?" Madara pressed further. "What is the nature of our task here?" "Naturally, it is a support mission," Yu responded. "And what was the family's request for assistance?" Madara asked. "They requested the dispatch of a Nin," Yu articulated. "Do you believe they will trust that we possess such capability?" Madara questioned. "Moreover, combat is not a solitary endeavor. It necessitates collaboration, is it not?" As he gazed at Madara, the latter began to comprehend the crux of the matter. The omission of the task implied a lack of faith in their abilities, and such skepticism would inevitably lead to a need for validation. Thus, it was only a matter of time before someone would arrive to assess their prowess. "I shall demonstrate to them whether I am worthy," he declared resolutely. After Uchiha Madara had departed, he completely dismissed any lingering doubts and retreated to his chamber to rest, preparing himself for the upcoming trials. In contrast, Uchiha Yu, despite his continuous journey, felt little fatigue thanks to his mastery of the instantaneous movement technique, which conserved a considerable amount of his stamina. Upon entering his room, Uchiha began to gradually retract the chakra that had been circulating within him. His originally earthy yellow skin began to return to its normal hue as the chakra ceased to flow. In the next moment, as chakra surged once more, Uchiha Yu's skin transformed back to its previous, radiant state. He then commenced his practice, not pausing until the break of dawn. At that moment, he was delighted to find he could move his right foot, flexing his toes and the sole with joy. In just one night, the 3 toes that had previously been immobile due to injury could now move slightly. The previously numb arch of his foot regained sensation as well. The ability derived from his water attribute transformation was not merely one of healing and restoration but rather one of hydration. This transformation enabled a portion of his bodily cells to undergo hydration, allowing for a fluid interchange between the cells and the chakra-infused water. Should Uchiha Yu delve deeper into this capability, the outcomes might parallel those of a certain secretive clan from the future, the Kirigakure's Agesuki clan. Known for their water hydration techniques, the bodies of this clan likely exhibit a unique state resulting from their water attribute transformation. In environments abundant in moisture, they could potentially unleash capabilities far surpassing their inherent abilities. However, this power comes with significant drawbacks, namely a drastic reduction in combat effectiveness in unsuitable settings. At present, Uchiha Yu's hydration of certain cells posed no adverse effects. On the contrary, these hydrated cells possessed a degree of autonomous transformation. For instance, the cells hydrated in the bones could replenish the bone cells, those in the muscles could augment muscle tissue, while hydrated nerve and tendon cells could compensate for deficiencies in those areas. Utilizing this property, Uchiha Yu devoted the night to hydrating cells from other regions of his body, successfully mending 1/3 of the hidden injuries on his right foot. Within a day and a night, he would be able to completely heal the concealed wounds. Nevertheless, This hydration relied on his own nutrients to replenish the losses, resulting in a finite supply. Thus, to counterbalance this deficit and to safeguard his future skeletal development, he opted for a hearty meal of fish and meat while others consumed a lighter breakfast. Sitting beside him, Madara glanced at his own bowl of thin porridge, suddenly finding it unappetizing. After devouring his meal with great zeal, Uchiha Ya left no opportunity for the other ninjas to engage him. Swiftly returning to his residence while leaving behind a nonchalant remark, "If you need anything, consult Madara." I follow his lead. Before Madara could voice his thoughts, several gazes were already fixed upon him, each imbued with a calculating intensity. "Madara, shall we go out for an evening stroll after dinner to familiarize ourselves with each other's coordination?" "That sounds perfect," he replied. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan are invariably efficient and decisive. Although Madara finds himself at a loss regarding Obito's cunning, he does not resort to the same obfuscation. Instead, he believes in the straightforward approach of letting strength speak for itself. Half a day later, it is lunchtime. Uchiha Ya arrived punctually, observing Madara as he consumed his meal voraciously. At this moment, Madara's attire bore signs of wear, with bandages wrapped around his arm. However, the manner in which the bandages were applied suggested that his injuries were not severe. Meanwhile, the gazes of the surrounding Uchiha ninjas shifted entirely towards Madara. There was no longer any judgment, disdain, jealousy, or provocation. Instead, there was only reverence and acknowledgement. Madara's prowess had earned their respect. "It seems you have garnered the admiration of all through your strength. Indeed, you are quite capable." "What? Nothing. I believe in you. Keep going." Uchiha Madara, dragging his weary body, cast a half-smile at his younger cousin, his eyes glimmering with a hint of schadenfreude. Throughout the morning, he had been challenged in succession by 7 or 8 ninjas, one of whom was an exceptionally skilled J-nin. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, thereby earning the respect he so desired. As for his younger cousin, who perpetually lurked in the shadows, Madara had no intention of letting him off easily. He remarked that his cousin possessed commendable talent, albeit with a tendency towards arrogance and complacency. Consequently, Madara hoped they could engage in some practice before the commencement of their mission. Uchiha Ya gazed at the ridiculous expression of Madara and instinctively sensed that this fellow was about to lead him astray. Hence, after decisively consuming a 10-pound lobster, 3 black gold abalone, and 20 oysters, he proclaimed that he had overindulged. "I can't go on. I need to rest." Observing Uchiha Ya sitting there, rubbing his belly, one could not fathom why. Perhaps because he showed no shame in his actions, it instead filled his cousin Madara with a profound sense of embarrassment. You are ruthless. Brother, you cannot blame me. Blame the exquisite delicacies here and the exceptional living conditions. Nearby, the Uchiha ninjas watched this scene unfold. Although they found Yu's behavior rather absurd, even feeling a tinge of embarrassment on his behalf, their lips involuntarily curved into faint smiles. "Look at this bumpkin. Oh, he must be from the main family, utterly unrefined." This realization brought them a sense of balance. With a single act, the hostility that once simmered towards Uchiha Ya dissipated entirely. "Kid, this is just the beginning. There is an abundance of these delights near the coastal areas. Once the mission concludes, I'll take you to savor some tuna. Oh, and let us not forget the razor clams, as thick as an arm, and scallop meat the size of a basin, along with pearls as large as eyeballs. I'll prepare a platter for you to enjoy." One by one, the ninjas spoke, and Uchiha Ya found himself utterly captivated. Is it truly possible? Could it be too precious? Not at all. These are mere specialties of Misty Town, quite ordinary. I promise to bring you plenty. Thank you, esteemed brothers. Your generosity is truly an honor. Ha ha, don't be so modest. We are all Uchiha. It is only natural to look out for one another. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara observed his cousin Yu, whose belly had swelled from indulgence, effortlessly mingling with the others. The topic of the impending trial seemed to vanish from their discourse, leaving Madara to question the meaning of his earlier battles. Could recognition from others be attained without conflict? However, Madara quickly regained his composure, scoffing inwardly. Humph, this fellow has become utterly shameless. A man capable of dispatching elite shinobi so effortlessly, yet here he is, addressing a group of Genin and Chunin as brother. How on earth could he achieve such audacity? Uchiha Madara gazed upon his younger cousin, once again left astounded by the remarkable depths to which his relative's adaptability could reach, challenging the very foundations of his worldview. Particularly striking was the harmonious atmosphere that surrounded them, as if he were the only newcomer, while that fellow appeared entirely at ease, as though he had always belonged. An hour later, once Uchiha Ya had sufficiently recuperated, Uchiha K finally spoke, recounting the intricate details of the rescue mission to Madara. However, Madara was somewhat vexed by the fact that Uchiha Akira, not far away, seemed to fear that Uchiha Ya would not grasp the nuances of the task. Consequently, Akira elaborated further, elucidating every aspect of the mission to you. By the end of this thorough explanation, Madara, who had attentively followed the narrative, had only gleaned a rough understanding. Instead, he had surreptitiously eavesdropped on Yu's account, which yielded him considerable insight. Damn it, why was he so popular? Uchiha Madara felt an overwhelming sense of alienation, a poignant loneliness that enveloped him. In contrast, Uchiha Ya, with the kind assistance of the numerous newcomers and elder brothers, gradually developed a comprehensive understanding of the intricacies of Misttown. Chapter 21. The situation of Misttown is home to a multitude of ninja clans and their respective subdivisions, primarily due to its unique geographical position. The land is not only fertile but also bordered by the sea, rich in marine resources. Furthermore, the vicinity boasts 3 mineral deposits, 1 iron mine, 1 silver mine, and a unique mine containing a trace amount of chakra metal. The iron mine serves as the principal material for crafting various ninja tools. The silver mine symbolizes wealth, while chakra metal is a scarce resource that enhances a ninja's combat prowess. Naturally, the Uchiha clan harbored ambitions to monopolize these 3 mines within their territory. However, the distinct geographical characteristics rendered the area a melting pot of diverse factions. Even if the Uchiha clan were to gain complete control in a short time, the myriad threats would impede their ability to develop resources peacefully. Consequently, the Uchiha were compelled to settle for a compromise, allowing the coexistence of multiple ninja clans in this region. As the overseers of this territory, their responsibilities entailed supervision and the timely collection of extracted resources monthly. In simpler terms, the Uchiha would feast while allowing other clans to partake of the broth. Nevertheless, the Uchiha's aspiration to fully consume this bounty was fraught with challenges. The Hyuga clan had established a presence here even earlier than the Uchiha. Although the overall strength of the Hyuga clan paled in comparison to that of the Uchiha, they were not to be underestimated by other ninja factions. Should the Uchiha mobilize their entire clan, it might be feasible to annihilate the Hyuga. However, such an action would severely weaken the Uchiha, leaving them vulnerable to the ever-watchful Senju clan. The Senju, too, harbored similar concerns. This scenario resembled the tripartite stalemate of the Warring States period, where the Uchiha and Senju were evenly matched, while the Hyuga stood as a stubborn, wavering entity. The only conceivable solution would be for the Uchiha and Senju to join forces to eradicate this indecisive clan. However, given their centuries-old enmity, an alliance between the Senju and Uchiha was utterly implausible. Over the years, both clans had covertly sought to suppress and recruit the Hyuga clan. Yet the latter remained a neutral party, refusing to sever ties with either side, while refusing to forge genuine alliances with either. This precarious balance was diligently maintained by the Hyuga, who persisted with remarkable tenacity. Upon hearing the circumstances surrounding the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Ya, drawing from the original narrative, suddenly recognized the complexities of the Hyuga situation. In the future, during the Warring States period, virtually all ninja clans would fade into the annals of history. Yet the Hyuga clan would endure, ultimately becoming the foremost family in the Land of Fire. Even into the next era of ninjas, the Hyuga would remain the most prominent clan in the ninja world. A mere fence-sitter could not possibly survive for so long. The present call for assistance from the Uchiha ostensibly arose from the discovery of a substantial congregation of foreign ninjas, seemingly intent on encroaching upon the mines owned by the Uchiha clan. In reality, the Uchiha aimed to bolster their ranks, wary of potential covert maneuvers by other ninja clans in Misttown, particularly the Hyuga. Recent intelligence indicated that the Hyuga clan had experienced unusual personnel movements. While the specifics remained unclear, the Uchiha felt compelled to exercise caution based on their prior insights into the Hyuga clan. The profession of a ninja diverges significantly from the portrayals Uchiha Ya had encountered in anime during his previous life. Despite possessing combat prowess comparable to that of elite jounin, he lacked the confidence to confront opponents of significantly higher ranks. This discrepancy stemmed from the very nature of ninja combat. The cardinal rule of a ninja's profession is the absence of rules. Ambushes, hidden weapons, assassination, poisoning, and traps, these tactics, often deemed unscrupulous in martial arts narratives, were commonplace in their world. The depiction of the ninja world in Naruto was limited to a fervent, reckless youth's perspective, characterized by a raw display of overwhelming chakra. In contrast, genuine ninja combat primarily revolved around the aforementioned underhanded tactics, wherein battles did not unfold through grandiose declarations of war followed by prolonged duels. Rather, they typically involved groups of ninjas lying in wait to ambush a singular target or vice versa, forcing a tactical retreat or counterattack. Now Uchiha Ya, despite his remarkable instantaneous combat abilities, found himself lacking in stealth, hidden weaponry, assassination, poisoning, and trap-setting skills. Moreover, his battle awareness remained insufficient. Although his family evaluated his capabilities at the level of an exceptional jounin, he personally assessed his overall strength to be merely that of a lowly chunin. A self-assessment he considered optimistic given his recent intensive training and rigorous self-discipline. Thus, when Uchiha Taijima assigned him to accompany Madara for this support mission, he felt ill-suited for the task. He contemplated refusing, yet Uchiha Taijima swiftly dismissed his objections, casting a peculiar gaze upon him. With rejection futile, Uchiha Ya steeled himself to join Madara on this venture. However, for the sake of safety, he resolved to adhere to everyone else's plans, striving to remain an inconspicuous presence. Yet, after listening to Captain Uchiha K's comprehensive analysis of the situation, his initial intention to merely see the mission through began to waver, replaced by a growing sense of unease. Without conscious thought, he inquired, "Captain K, I have a few uncertainties. Might you enlighten me?" "Oh, you, what would you like to ask?" Although Uchiha K was somewhat taken aback by Uchiha Yu's query, he bore no dissatisfaction, instead harboring anticipation that you would pose a question of lesser significance, which would afford him the opportunity to impart wisdom to a younger generation. Captain, what is your specific role in Mist Town? I am the captain of the Uchiha Station Division in Mist Town, as well as the current mayor of the town. And what are the extent of your powers as mayor? Authority? The mayor's powers are dictated by the clan. The Uchiha possess the right to mediate internal disputes within Mist Town, to levy taxes here, and to urgently recruit ninja from other clans when necessary. I see. Then, who holds ownership of the 3 mines? The 3 mines are collectively owned by all ninja clans, to be mined and distributed together. However, we Uchiha claim 50%, while the other clans share the remaining 50%. Chapter 22. Underlying concerns in the Hyuga clan. What percentage do they receive? 1%. 1%? Indeed, on the surface, it appears to be 1%. Although the Hyuga clan may not match the Uchiha in strength, their foundation is far from insignificant, and they have clandestine ties with numerous other ninja clans. Based on our analysis, they are likely siphoning off at least 2% of resources from other clans. 2% or more. Does this not imply that he possesses at least 30% of the mining resources? Does the Uchiha clan not harbor concerns about the Hyuga clan's potential expansion? Haha, expansion. Are you aware of the extent to which the Hyuga clan held dominion here before our Uchiha clan assumed control of Kirigakure? What was their standing? 80%. The Hyuga clan commanded 80% of the share. Subsequently, due to some friction between the Uchiha and the Hyuga, the Uchiha seized the opportunity to take over and reallocated the interests here. Do you comprehend why our Uchiha clan occupies only 50% and grants the Hyuga clan a mere 10%? Is it possible that the Uchiha are deliberately orchestrating this? Indeed, the Hyuga clan's network of relationships here is exceedingly entrenched, rendering it impossible for the Uchiha to eradicate it swiftly. By allocating only 10% to the Hyuga, who once held 80%, they are bound to feel discontent. Although the Hyuga clan possesses a commendable foundation, they are notoriously known for their cowardice against the strong, lacking the audacity to confront our Uchiha clan directly. What do you think their response will be? Uchiha Keisuke spoke these words, and the other Uchiha ninjas responded with smiles, clearly aware of the intricacies involved. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, who was nearby, wore a contemplative expression upon hearing this. It was evident that throughout his life, his focus had primarily been on expanding the family's influence, leaving him quite ignorant of the nuances of construction and management. Naturally, he was not particularly inclined to delve into such matters. After pondering for a moment and feeling somewhat vexed, he decisively chose to abandon the thought. Madara was not oblivious to these convolutions. He simply preferred not to engage in such maneuvering. In his view, a truly formidable Uchiha is one whose presence renders others powerless, a strength that renders any schemes trivial. Indeed, Uchiha Madara would ultimately embody this ideal in the future. Regrettably, over the span of centuries, he was the only one of his kind. Had he been immortal, the Uchiha clan might have thrived indefinitely. Without him, they would remain merely a relatively powerful ninja clan, unable to transcend the heavens. Confronted with Uchiha Keisuke's earnest counsel, Uchiha Yu found himself ensnared in prolonged contemplation. The Uchiha clan is not composed of fools. On the contrary, they are exceptionally astute. The actions of the Uchiha clan in the hidden Mist Town can be succinctly described as a deliberate power play. Even if the Hyuga clan were to become aware of this, it is improbable that they would readily relinquish their resources here. Given the current circumstances, the Hyuga clan faces 2 potential outcomes. The more favorable scenario involves the Hyuga clan adopting a more compliant stance, possibly allowing them to seize some resources from other ninja clans. However, this would ultimately lead to a loss of cohesion and respect within the hidden Mist Town. Consequently, the Uchiha clan would gain complete control over the area, exerting pressure on the Hyuga clan, to the extent that their branch might find it untenable to exist here. On the other hand, a less favorable outcome would occur if the Hyuga clan resisted compliance, unable to contend with the Uchiha, and sought to encroach upon the interests of other ninja clans to amass more resources. In such a case, the aggrieved clans would likely ally with the Uchiha, covertly uniting to exert pressure on the Hyuga clan. Ultimately, this would lead to the expulsion of the Hyuga clan from hidden Mist Town, regardless of which scenario unfolds. The ultimate objective remains the same, the removal of the Hyuga clan from this territory, differing only in the timeline of such an expulsion. However, Uchiha Yu, a time traveler, possesses a profound understanding of the character of the Hyuga clan's 6th leader. It is undeniable that the Hyuga clan has consistently made correct choices at critical junctures throughout the changing eras of the Naruto world, which certainly cannot be attributed solely to cowardice. Would the Hyuga clan truly remain passive, allowing circumstances to unfold unchecked? Yet, due to insufficient intelligence, Uchiha Yu can only speculate internally. After all, it would be imprudent for him to disclose his knowledge of the storyline to others. Currently, the public persona of the Hyuga clan is one of intimidation, displaying aggression towards smaller ninja clans while adopting a strategy of avoidance in the face of the Senju and Uchiha clans, retreating into a defensive posture when confrontation is unavoidable. This is worth noting, albeit not warranting excessive concern. Have you made any discoveries? Uchiha Madara casually inquired as he and you departed after the council meeting. Why do you ask? After the captain addressed your questions, it seemed you were not at ease. Rather, you appeared contemplative. Based on my understanding of you, it seems you have uncovered something. It's not so much a discovery. Perhaps I am merely overthinking things. Overthinking? I am curious about what you believe you might be overanalyzing. In response to Uchiha Yu's seemingly unfounded revelation, others might dismiss it, but Uchiha Madara certainly would not. Uchiha Madara reminisced about the circumstances preceding the last ambush on the Uchiha clan, recognizing a similar expression on the face of his younger cousin. It was only after inquiring with Izuna that Madara learned his cousin had sensed an unusual aura at that time. Thus, he was particularly concerned about his cousin's fanciful thoughts. As Madara's intense gaze bore down, you hesitated momentarily, yet chose not to conceal his thoughts any longer, articulating his own feelings. I believe this mission may not be as straightforward as it appears. How so? The invasion by foreign shinobi, what could their objective be? Surely, it is to plunder mineral resources? The minerals are unprocessed ores, yielding little when refined. Even if those shinobi were to gather them indiscriminately, how much could they truly acquire at once? Perhaps these foreign ninjas are in desperate need of them, and there are also the sealing scrolls to consider. Have you ever contemplated the cost of a sealing scroll, Madara? A decent scroll may only be used 10 times before becoming ineffective. Yet the expense of a single scroll far exceeds the return from even 100 loads of ore. With such high consumption costs, their continued incursions imply a genuine necessity for these minerals. If I were particularly in need of something, I would not hesitate to expend resources. Uchiha Yu gazed at Uchiha Mito and raised a thumb in admiration. You are lofty, remarkable, the esteemed scion of the Uchiha clan, affluent and willful. Perhaps Uchiha Mito also realized the inappropriateness of his earlier remarks, hastily gesturing with an awkward hand. Enough of that. Share your perspective. If it were me, I would contemplate a trade. Rather than sealing or in scrolls, wouldn't it be more advantageous to exchange them for the scrolls themselves? Chapter 23. Division of teams this? Perhaps other ninja clans would not be inclined to accept. If you possess a piece of gold but lack the means to guard it, while at that moment, someone without gold yet armed to the teeth is eyeing you, would you prefer to sacrifice a portion of your gold for formidable weapons, or risk losing all your gold in a desperate confrontation? Upon hearing Yu's analysis, Obito longed to assert his desire for both the gold and the weapons. However, he recognized that if faced with such a situation, he would first opt to trade a portion of his gold, procure the weapons, and then seek to reclaim his gold afterwards. In that moment, Obito suddenly realized that his inclination to prioritize trade was indeed his foremost strategy. At this instant, Obito's gaze toward Yu transformed. Shock, gravity, and confusion enveloped him. He was astonished by Uchiha Yu's ability to penetrate beyond the surface to grasp the essence of the matter. He felt the weight of Yu's concerns regarding the looming crisis. Yet, he remained perplexed about the deeper implications hidden within these issues. Observing Obito's inquisitive expression, Uchiha Yu refrained from elaborating excessively and stated, "In truth, I do not fully comprehend the specifics. However, I have an inkling that the Hyuga clan is far from simple. At the very least, they will not sit idly by." Are you implying that all of this may have been orchestrated by the Hyuga clan? I am uncertain, but regardless, I believe it is prudent to leave some avenues of retreat when confronting foreign ninjas. What should be done? If possible, I would appreciate it if you could inform the clan to dispatch additional ninjas. How many? The more, the better. And the rationale? Currently, the clan is engaged in external conflicts, and without an absolutely compelling reason, they will not allocate substantial manpower. Can you not fabricate a reason? For instance, I recall that the Uchiha who initially attacked during the night had one eye resembling the Byakugan. Hence I have grounds to suspect that this may be a ploy by the Hyuga clan to incite further conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans, thereby reaping the benefits. Obito regarded you with a peculiar look, a mixture of silence, oddity, and wariness. His young cousin was undoubtedly shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, Obito had some understanding of Yu's character. As long as it did not threaten what you truly valued or disrupt his normal life, you generally would not hold grudges. He mused to himself. I should advise Izuna to avoid provoking you unnecessarily. Obito recognized that the skirmishes between Izuna and you were merely light-hearted rivalry, but he foresaw that if this continued, his beloved younger brother would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Regrettably, there are moments when some matters cannot be resolved through mere counsel, and some pitfalls do not always lead to utter despair. Uchiha Obito, burdened with profound thoughts, parted ways with Uchiha Yu, each retreating to their respective chambers. Uchiha Yu continued to hone the latent injuries in his right foot using the water attribute, while Uchiha Madara, after half an hour of contemplation in his chamber, dispatched a message to the clan through a summoned eagle. Subsequently, he exited the room and made his way to the location of Uchiha Kagami, engaging in a conversation that lasted over an hour. However, Madara's countenance was far from favorable as he departed, a soft sigh escaping him, laden with helplessness, indicating that he had failed to sway Uchiha Kagami. Did you foresee this outcome long ago? I wonder how you intend to respond. In his heart, Uchiha Madara reflected that ultimately, all his helplessness transformed into the motivation for his training. Time swiftly passed, and 2 more days elapsed. Everything appeared to be as usual. However, beneath this tranquility lay an atmosphere thick with a sense of foreboding. At last, on this day, the Uchiha clan received word. The ninja from the sea had arrived. Uchiha Ya exhibited no hesitation, decisively making a series of arrangements. He led a team of Nin to engage in a frontal assault, while Uchiha Q, accompanied by another special Nin, guided the remaining members, positioned to follow and execute ambushes or provide support upon receiving signals. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Yu were divided into 2 separate teams. The team led by Madara, a mix of Nin and Jinin, was tasked with monitoring the vicinity of the mines, simultaneously preventing any surprise attacks from adversaries. Should they detect any threats, they were to signal without engaging directly. Uchiha Yu, possibly due to his youth or his previously unremarkable performance, was assigned to remain alongside Uchiha Mei to safeguard their base from potential enemy incursions. Under normal circumstances, this was the most secure position. If the battle progressed favorably, you would hardly need to fight. Conversely, if the situation deteriorated, he could receive early warnings, assess risks, and contemplate an escape. Thus, he was quite pleased with this arrangement. Although Madara expressed some dissatisfaction with Yu's actions, he ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. With the assignments complete, each team commenced their respective operations. The ninjas remained motionless, but once they moved, it was with remarkable efficiency. However, within a few minutes, Madara and several other teams departed from the Uchiha Division's base. Despite his defensive role, Uchiha Yu was not entirely idle. Approximately half an hour after Madara's departure, Uchiha Mei arrived with a contingent of individuals, attired in various garments, devoid of the Uchiha clan's fan insignia. You. Allow me to introduce you to these ninjas from the Kirigakure clan. They will assist us in maintaining order in the Town of Mist. Following Uchiha Mei's introduction, Uchiha Yu quickly grasped the general abilities and strengths of these ninjas. Among them, the highest combat prowess reached that of Nin, with the majority being Jinin. However, due to each clan possessing 1 or 2 unique techniques and secret arts, their coordinated efforts could pose challenges even to a special Nin. Uchiha Yu harbored a profound fascination for the secret techniques of various clans. Unfortunately, such knowledge remained an esoteric treasure, fiercely guarded and never to be shared, even among those who had become vassals of the Uchiha. Thus, Uchiha Yu could only ponder these matters in silence. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something peculiar about a few ninjas. However, he chose not to reveal his observations. Under the guidance of Uchiha Mei, he arranged tasks for these individuals before allowing them to disperse. Once all the ninjas from the clans had departed, Uchiha Yu finally turned to Uchiha Mei and inquired, "Brother Mei, may I ask which clan those individuals in the 3rd row from the right belong to?" Upon hearing Uchiha Yu's inquiry, Uchiha Mei was momentarily taken aback. While intrigued by the reason behind Uchiha Yu's question, he reflected on the previous positions occupied by the various clans of shinobi and proceeded to recount the details to Uchiha Yu. Chapter 24. The ambush in the mist. It was the Flying Flower clan and the Dust Hidden clan. Uchiha Mei spoke, elucidating the circumstances of the 2 ninja clans to Uchiha Yu. The Hanabi clan possesses an innate deficiency in chakra volume, yet they exhibit remarkable mastery over it, favoring the manipulation of chakra to wield ninja tools for offense. This clan boasts a secret technique known as the Art of Flying Blossoms, which allows their chakra to momentarily merge with flora, transforming leaves and branches into formidable weapons of destruction. Among these, the use of flying blossoms as concealed projectiles is particularly fearsome, reminiscent of the lethal elegance found in martial arts tales where even a mere petal can inflict harm. Conversely, the Chunin clan excels in the art of disguise and employs a unique combination of ninjutsu that merges with the local terrain to create a dense fog. Within this obscured haze, they can sever sensory perception, thus earning their name, Chunin, which signifies their mastery of concealment. Upon hearing about the circumstances of the 2 clans of ninjas and their signature techniques, Uchiha Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Brother Ming, what are the chakra affinities of the ninjas from these 2 clans? What affinities? The Dust Hidden clan primarily possesses wind and earth affinities, while the Flying Flower clan is predominantly aligned with water and earth. Wind and earth, along with water and earth, you say? Is there a possibility that the Flying Flower clan could have ninjas with a pure water affinity? Impossible. Why is that? Because the Flying Flower clan inherently possesses a limited amount of chakra. They often refine their chakra to maintain a specific balance between their earth and water affinities, facilitating the execution of their clan's secret techniques. Are there no exceptions? Exceptions? Unless one does not intend to practice the clan's secret techniques. Or if it is not inherently theirs at all. Wait, have you discovered something? Yes, Brother Ming. I possess an innate sensitivity to certain affinities. Among the group of ninjas I just observed, I sensed that a few individuals harbored a rich reservoir of water chakra. What? Are you certain you are not jesting? Upon hearing Uchiha Yu's words, Uchiha Mei's previously casual demeanor suddenly shifted to one of gravity. Uchiha Yu, however, was not jesting. He had successfully mastered the full-level living technique, having completed the metamorphosis of the lightning, fire, and water attributes. His perceptive abilities regarding the chakra fluctuations of these 3 elements were extraordinary. Just moments ago, amidst the crowd, he had indeed sensed a remarkable concentration of water attribute chakra emanating from a group of individuals. While it was understandable for some ninjas in the Mist Village, situated near the sea, to possess water abilities, achieving such prowess would typically require extensive training in water-based ninjutsu. Observing Uchiha Yu's serious and resolute expression, Uchiha Mei's previously nonchalant demeanor gradually transformed into one of concern, even bordering on panic. Although he was merely a chunin in Mist Village, the captains were responsible for deterrence and conflict, while he managed the logistical affairs of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he had a more intricate understanding of the operational details within Mist Village than even Captain Uchiha can. If, as Uchiha Yu suggested, powerful ninjas with exceptional water abilities were indeed concealed among certain clans in Mist Village, the implications were dire. It indicated that the stability of Mist Village might not be as secure as the Uchiha had envisioned. I will remain here and observe. You go and inform the captain and the others. Uchiha Akira realized this and quietly whispered to Uchiha Yu. However, Uchiha Yu shook his head, gazing at the thickening fog surrounding them, and sighed softly. Perhaps it is already too late. Under the reminder of Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Akira belatedly realized the gravity of the situation, his expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm. This is bad. It is the mist concealment technique. Uchiha Ming swiftly extracted his ninja tools from the backpack behind him, casting a vigilant gaze around. He turned to remind Uchiha Yu of something, only to discover that Uchiha Yu had inexplicably vanished from his sight. When had this occurred? This was troubling. Before Uchiha Ming could ponder the whereabouts of Uchiha Yu, he felt a chilling sensation creep over him. Although he had not activated his Sharingan, years of combat experience instinctively enabled him to evade the sudden attack from the shadow that darted past him. In the very act of dodging, he raised his hand and hurled a kunai, which struck the fleeting shadow directly. However, contrary to expectations, no blood splattered forth. Instead, upon the kunai's impact, the shadow revealed a surge of water. The flow intensified, and in the next breath, it cascaded down in a splash. A water clone. There exist numerous variations of the clone technique, the most fundamental being those formed through chakra manipulation and hand seals. Such clones are akin to fragile bubbles, shattering upon the slightest attack. Even with rigorous training and mastery, while these clones can perform actions momentarily, they remain susceptible to destruction. There exists an advanced version of this technique, elemental clones. These clones possess elemental characteristics, allowing for greater agility and resilience, unless subjected to severe damage. They do not shatter immediately upon being attacked. Among these, water and earth clones stand out as the most exceptional. Fire clones are too volatile. Lightning clones are difficult to control, and wind clones are the most unstable. Conversely, water clones are the preferred ninjutsu of overseas ninja. Upon witnessing the clone, Uchiha Akira's expression shifted dramatically, yet he did not hesitate for a moment as he leaped away from his original position. In the very next instant of his departure, a blade of light silently cut through the air, unnoticed and without a sound. Had Uchiha Ming hesitated for even a second, the blade's glimmer would have sliced not through the air, but through his very throat. Hiss. Uchiha Ming quietly inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself as much as possible. The most terrifying tactic employed by overseas ninjas is their ability to carry out assassinations in places unseen, silently, and without a trace. They target the most vulnerable points of the human body: eyes, throat, heart, and temples, and are exceptionally skilled at discerning sounds within the thick fog, including the rhythmic beating of a heart. Although, as a member of the Uchiha clan, such circumstances would not typically unnerve him, it nonetheless heightened his vigilance to an acute degree. A moment's carelessness could lead to a life-or-death crisis. At that moment, the fog thickened, reducing the visibility, which had initially been 2 or 3 meters, to a mere shadow of its former self. Throughout the dense mist, various sounds occasionally broke the silence: the clashing of weapons, anguish cries, and the sounds of pursuit and escape. This cacophony weighed heavily on Uchiha Ming, instilling a profound sense of gravity in his demeanor. He dared not recklessly venture toward those areas to offer assistance, remaining ever vigilant against the hidden dangers lurking within the fog. Chapter 25. The blade of an instant. At this juncture, Uchiha Ming was also contemplating strategies to break the impasse within the technique of mist concealment. The dense fog obscured visibility, rendering his Sharingan nearly useless. There were only 3 approaches to counter such a widespread mist concealment technique. First, to dispel the mist. His mastery of wind release and fire release, while perhaps not sufficient to completely dissipate the fog, could at least clear a small area, granting him precious moments to escape from this shrouded territory. However, performing ninjutsu requires time, even if it only takes a second or 2. The act of casting ninjutsu could leave him vulnerable to close-range attacks from other ninjas, making effective retaliation improbable. Second, to cautiously navigate the mist concealment while remaining steadfast in his support. A mist concealment of such magnitude would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. If he could hold the line, he believed it would not be long before reinforcements arrived. Yet, this also troubled Uchiha Ming, as most of the Uchiha clan's ninjas had departed from Mist Town to intercept the overseas ninjas, leaving uncertain when they might return. Even if the local ninja clans were to come to his aid, Uchiha Ming found it hard to trust in their timely arrival. Lastly, there was the option of counterattack. If he could locate the ninjas maintaining the mist concealment and disrupt their jutsu either by incapacitating them or eliminating them entirely, the mist would dissipate of its own accord. Nevertheless, within the obscured visibility of the fog, he was already at a disadvantage. Creating too much noise could easily plunge him into a more perilous situation. How he wished for you to still be present. Uchiha Mei sighed softly, regretting that she had not kept a closer watch on Uchiha Yu. With him guarding me, I could at least have the peace of mind to perform a jutsu, dispelling some of the encroaching fog. At this moment, Uchiha Mei was utterly unaware of how the young prodigy of the Uchiha clan, not yet 5 years old, could survive amidst the lethal mist. Suddenly, amidst her contemplation, the sharp sounds of a brief yet intense skirmish reached her ears from a nearby distance, accompanied by a familiar outburst of curses. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Akira's face brightened with joy. The voice belonged to a familiar ninja within their Uchiha squad. Swiftly, he moved towards the source of the sound. However, as he approached, an astute Uchiha, wielding a blade, positioned himself defensively in front of him, retreating swiftly at the moment Uchiha Akira drew near. "It's me, Uchiha Akira, your elder brother," he called out. The voice belonged to a younger Uchiha, 2 years his junior, who had been assigned to the village of Mist after Uchiha Akira. Having received much care from Uchiha Akira in the past, he often referred to him as Brother Akira. Upon recognizing Uchiha Akira, he lowered his guard and quickly inquired, "Brother Akira, what should we do now?" Upon hearing the words of his companion, Uchiha Mei felt a quiet relief wash over him, dispelling the earlier impulse to charge recklessly into battle. He spoke, "You protect me while I use wind release to clear an area." "Understood, Brother Mei." With a nod from his ally, Uchiha Mei wasted no time. He returned the kunai to his satchel and swiftly began forming hand seals. As he gathered chakra in his lungs, preparing to unleash a fiery torrent, an unexpected chill coursed through him. A cold, glinting dagger pierced through his back. You. Uchiha Akira glanced back at the Uchiha behind him, only to find a smile gracing the other's face. In the next moment, however, it transformed into a visage he had never encountered before. Uchiha Ming lay flat on the ground, while the ninja harbored no intent to deliver a fatal blow, instead choosing to depart, allowing Uchiha Ming to quietly experience the ebbing of life. However, in the next moment, a shadow swept past him. The ninja could not discern what it was, but he felt the very fabric of the world tremble and faintly glimpsed a familiar figure. The figure was headless, blood gushing from the severed neck, and the short blade still embedded in Uchiha Ming's body. That figure seemed to belong to him. Who was it? Just before losing consciousness, a smile lingered on the ninja's lips, yet his wide eyes were clouded with an unshakable confusion. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Ming had witnessed it all. As death approached, his eyes, threatened by mortality, suddenly brimmed with insight. He awakened, recognizing the fleeting figure that had passed by. It was a diminutive silhouette, less than 1 meter 20 tall, wielding a short blade, emanating a searing heat that hung in the air, tantalizing yet restrained. Moreover, he beheld something even more unforgettable. Beneath the tomo of the Sharingan, he observed the eyes of that slender figure, radiating a vivid crimson, though both bore a single tomo. The overwhelming potency of that gaze was purer and more formidable than his own. It was him. It was undeniably him. Uchiha Akira coughed up blood, his body chilled. And the newly awakened Sharingan struggled to remain open. A look of disbelief adorned his face, mingled with awe and regret. As he gazed at the figure vanishing into the dense mist, faint echoes of abruptly silenced screams reached his ears, and a singular thought consumed his mind. Indeed, geniuses do exist. The one-tomo Sharingan, barely capable of capturing the fleeting motion of the body flicker technique, alongside the burgeoning Uchiha flame sword technique, was wielded by a mere 5-year-old from his own clan. Uchiha Mei foresaw that the young boy would one day astonish the entire Warring States period, while lamenting his own inability to witness the boy's growth along the way. Gradually, Uchiha Mei's consciousness began to blur, and the sounds around him faded away without his notice. In the midst of this haze, he seemed to hear a whisper in his ear before losing all awareness. When Uchiha Mei awakened once more, 3 days had already passed. "Mei, you have finally awakened?" "Oh, I am not dead." Uchiha Mei weakly opened his eyes, only to discover that he was still alive. With his comrades from the Uchiha clan tending to him, he attempted to rise, but was met with excruciating pain emanating from his torso. "Mei, do not move recklessly. You have been pierced through," one of the Uchiha ninjas cautioned him. "Yet, you are fortunate. The heart miraculously avoided injury. Thankfully, you were found in time. Otherwise, your condition would have been far graver than mere blood loss." The ninja expressed joy at Mei's awakening, then began to incessantly recount the current situation. Gradually, as the chatter continued, clarity returned to Uchiha Mei's gaze, albeit accompanied by a somber expression. Indeed, the overseas ninjas had made their move, only to be repelled by Captain Jing and Ben in a united front. This ambush was clearly a premeditated scheme by the foreign ninjas, whose intent was not direct confrontation, but rather to lure away the Uchiha and the majority of other ninja clans, allowing them to launch a covert assault on the hidden mist village. Their plan was to swiftly plunder the resources of the village and retreat. Chapter 26. Playing into the hands of the enemy, while the overseas ninja strategy was commendable, All conspiracies crumble like paper tigers in the face of absolute strength, especially before the indomitable Uchiha. Ultimately, the foreign ninjas underestimated the combat prowess of the Uchiha clan and the unwavering resolve of the ninjas defending the hidden mist village. In the name of safeguarding their home, the remaining ninjas within the village rose in defiance. Even if all elite warriors perished, and even if the Uchiha clan had but one member valiantly protecting a younger Uchiha, they showed no signs of retreat. In the end, the hidden mist village emerged victorious, though the battle was harrowing. The ninjas of the village demonstrated their unyielding determination to fight to the death against their foes, embodying the Uchiha's steadfast loyalty to their comrades. The above is an excerpt from Uchiha Jing's post-battle reflections, with some embellishments for clarity. It took Uchiha Mei a considerable amount of time to comprehend the situation. And she promptly inquired, "Then, what of Uchiha Yu? Is he unharmed?" "Yu is safe. Fortunately, you fought valiantly to protect him. He is the only one who survived this assault by sheer luck." "Luck, you say?" Uchiha Mei, upon hearing his teammate's words, opened his mouth as if to utter a response, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. In that moment, he could not help but question whether all of this was merely an illusion or if his memories had been altered by another. Could a mere 5-year-old truly possess such capabilities? Uchiha Mei lay upon the hospital bed, his gaze distant, each heartbeat accompanied by a flicker of pain, while the latent power within his eyes seemed to silently unveil the truth. Meanwhile, in the secluded residence of Madara and Yu, Madara practiced in the courtyard. Expelling the turmoil within his heart, not far from him, Yu sat beneath the shade of a grand tree, sipping tea and occasionally indulging in the pastries on the nearby table. Each remained ensconced in their own world, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Ultimately, Madara could no longer suppress his curiosity. After exhausting himself, he settled onto the bench beside Uchiha Yu and drained the cool tea that Yu had prepared for him. Exhaling a heavy breath to calm his slightly rapid heartbeat, Madara finally inquired, "You were aware of the ambushers all along, weren't you?" "No, I was unaware. It was only after the missions were assigned that I detected the presence of mist ninjas among our ranks. Yes, foreign ninjas skilled in the art of mist." "I believe you. But why do you appear as though you owe someone a debt? Your dear brother barely escaped the enemy's blade, yet you seem devoid of solace, which is quite disheartening." "You know? Leave me be. I have examined the injuries of those adversaries. Nearly all were fatal strikes. And what does that prove? Can you perceive the assassins amidst the mist techniques? Not at all. But how then can you accurately locate them? I refuse to believe you possess the same expertise in silent assassination as they do. You have indeed guessed correctly. However, I do not excel in silent killing, but rather in sensing the changes in attributes when they utilize chakra." In response to Madara's look of skepticism, Uchiha Yu merely uttered 3 words, "living technique." Upon the transformation of the water attribute living technique, his control over water transcended to an entirely new realm. This ability not only allowed him to hydrate parts of his own cells, but also to manipulate the power of hydration to erode another's body. Take Uchiha Mei, for instance. He was pierced through the heart, since the heart is a place of constant expansion and contraction to supply blood. Any breach makes it exceedingly difficult for the throbbing heart to heal properly during its pulsations. Thus, the heart often becomes a critical target for enemy attacks. Uchiha Ming's heart was pierced, rendering him seemingly beyond salvation. However, after Uchiha Yu dealt with the other foreign ninjas, he discovered that Ming was not entirely dead. He appeared to have awakened his Sharingan. In a moment of inspiration, Yu utilized the residual hydromorphic power within him, directing it through Ming's wound into his heart. The water, infused with the essence of the water element, temporarily mended Uchiha Ming's heart. Through the manipulation of this hydromorphic energy, you successfully initiated a cardiac revival for Ming. Initially, this was merely an experiment by Uchiha Yu to sustain life. Yet, Uchiha Ming proved to be remarkably resilient. During this process, you realized that the acceleration of his body's consumption due to his fire element also expedited his metabolism. This ability could similarly be applied through chakra to influence the bodies of others. As Uchiha Yu utilized the technique of water transformation to sustain Uchiha Mei's body, he concurrently employed the fire element to accelerate her metabolism, thereby facilitating the healing of her injuries. Ultimately, Uchiha Mei's heart was restored through Yu's efforts. To be precise, it was her heart that, with Yu's assistance, underwent a process of self-healing. However, the areas not enveloped by the flames, such as the penetrating wounds aside from the heart, remained unrepaired and could only heal gradually. Through this process, Uchiha Mei was granted a second chance at life. While Uchiha Yu discovered a unique medical ninjutsu reminiscent of the palm healing technique, fire and water, it turned out, were not entirely incompatible forces at times. They could indeed engender a spark of life. As for the other Uchiha who perished defending the hidden mist village, Uchiha Yu could only sigh in resignation. It was not for lack of desire to save them, but by the time he discovered them, they were either cold to the touch or irreparably damaged. I fail to comprehend why you assert that overseas ninjas have infiltrated us, amidst the possibility of these clans conspiring with them. Despite all the ninja clans fighting to the bitter end, Madara inquired after a moment of silence, asking the question that troubled him most. Upon hearing this, you gazed at Madara and replied contemplatively, "Madara, What was our purpose for coming to the Hidden Mist Village? Naturally, it was to provide support and prevent enemy incursions that could ravage this place. And now, we have indeed repelled the overseas ninjas and protected it, albeit at a great cost. What comes next? Captain K should have relayed a message to the clan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should soon return home, where the clan will dispatch a new contingent to bolster our defense. Why reinforce our defenses? Madara pressed. To prevent further incursions by overseas ninjas, and simultaneously to contend with the Hyuga clan. Following Yu's query, Madara suddenly looked up at him, a ghostly expression crossing his face. You cannot possibly be intending to exploit this opportunity to confront the Hyuga branch, can you? Have you been scheming from the outset? Madara, why do you always regard me with suspicion? I am merely opting for the course most advantageous to the Uchiha after the events that transpired. Moreover, I have not yet made a definitive decision. Whether to proceed or not still rests with you. Chapter 27, Seeking Eternity. As he regarded you, Madara fell silent. In that moment, Uchiha Madara could no longer perceive his younger cousin as a mere object of protection, nor did he dare to engage him in a battle of wits. If the previous incident involving Uchiha Tairiku was merely a coincidence, this situation could not be explained away as an accident. His cousin was truly a vessel of treachery. Were you not of the Uchiha clan, Madara would have sought to eliminate him without hesitation. It was not due to use talent or strength, but rather the darkness of his heart. Such an individual, as an ally, was a fortuitous blessing. As an adversary, he was an unimaginable catastrophe. In this ambush, the Uchiha suffered the loss of several lower-ranking ninjas and even a middle-ranking one, while other clans bore even greater injuries, reaching a critical state. However, within the entire Hidden Mist Village, there was one clan that had not endured any such tribulations, the Hyuga clan, which had remained ensconced in their division, abstaining from any involvement throughout the ordeal. Uchiha Yu had not been in the Fog Town for long, and he had yet to fully memorize the names of other ninja clans. Nevertheless, he understood that in this warring era, one could harbor dreams and aspirations. But all of this hinged upon the strength of one's family. Only through a flourishing clan could one secure a stable growth for oneself. In this age, the Uchiha held but two attitudes towards other ninja clans: subservience or enmity. Even among closely bonded clans, no matter how heartfelt their connections, true mutual honor and shared destinies were an impossibility. Each clan concealed self-serving motives, drawing sustenance from external sources while simultaneously seeking to suppress or undermine the growth of neighboring clans, lest they pose a threat once they became formidable. Thus, although the Senju and Uchiha clans were age-old adversaries, often engaging in fierce battles, they exhibited a tacit understanding to periodically launch conflicts, incessantly depleting each other's resources. This dynamic was not exclusive to the Uchiha and Senju. The Hyuga clan, and even those clans oppressed by them, mirrored this behavior. Every ninja clan aspired to rise unoppressed, often at the expense of others. As for peaceful coexistence, regrettably, no one had taken that initiative. Beyond the bonds of shared blood and mutual interests, no ninja would place their trust in another, nor did they possess the courage to do so. Should any naive souls dare to attempt it, they would be wise to learn from the lessons of bloodshed. Presently, Fogtown had suffered an assault from overseas ninjas, which, while exhausting the enemy's strength, also inflicted severe losses upon itself, leaving the pain for each to bear alone. Fortunately, the wounds were not confined to a single clan. All suffered losses, including the Uchiha. This shared suffering forged a temporary bridge of understanding among the ninja clans and the Uchiha, stabilizing a balance that could have easily been shattered. Yet, amidst this newfound stability, one clan stood out conspicuously. In Fogtown, the Hyuga clan remained unscathed. They had not lost a single member nor exerted any effort to resist the overseas ninjas. If this situation went unspoken, it would bear no consequence. However, should the Uchiha, as a prominent clan of the warring states, lead the charge to redistribute Fogtown's interests based on contributions, reclaiming the resources covertly monopolized by the Hyuga, the latter would face a dilemma. Should the Hyuga choose to endure in silence, they would be perceived as easy prey, evoking the ire of other clans, while the Uchiha would be feared. All negative sentiments would converge upon the Hyuga. Conversely, should the Hyuga attempt to reclaim resources from other clans, even if it mirrored previous arrangements, the anguish of losing core combat strength would undoubtedly be stirred, directing resentment towards the Hyuga. Those clans, wounded and weakened, might not dare to confront the Hyuga overtly, but they would not shy away from employing underhanded tactics. If handled adeptly, the Hyuga's former prestige in Fogtown could crumble due to these events. Should the Uchiha maintain the status quo and allow tensions to escalate, the Hyuga could become the proverbial thorn in the side of Fogtown, a festering wound that others would wish to eradicate. Despite these intricate dynamics, Uchiha Yu refrained from delving deeper into discussions, aware of his subordinate status in Uchiha's hierarchy, where he was eclipsed by the significance of Madara. The relative authority between the clan leader's nephew and the junior clan leader was self-evident. Thus, that afternoon, after much contemplation, Uchiha Madara visited Uchiha Q. His stay lasted but 20 minutes before he departed, notably escorted by Uchiha Q himself. It was evident that the mayor of Fogtown and the captain of the Uchiha division had genuinely recognized the talents of this young clan leader. Days passed, and a contingent of Uchiha arrived in Fogtown. Uchiha Yu felt a sense of familiarity with the individuals before him, and he discerned a palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from them. It was only later that he gleaned from Uchiha Madara that these individuals were direct members of the Uchiha Taijima's faction. Their arrival was not merely to augment their ranks, but rather to orchestrate significant undertakings. However, none of this bore any relevance to Uchiha Yu. The reasoning was straightforward. Uchiha Taijima, having recognized that Uchiha Yu had endured a fierce battle, deemed him unfit for subsequent endeavors and commanded his return to the clan for recuperation. Conversely, Madara, being the son of the clan leader, still possessed the capacity to remain and continue fighting. This action ostensibly demonstrated a leader's concern for his nephew while simultaneously highlighting his own son's rigorous training. Yet, those who truly understood Uchiha Yu's potential, such as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Akira, perceived something beyond the surface. Nonetheless, Uchiha Taijima, being Madara's father, elicited a sense of discomfort regarding his arrangements, but ultimately, there was little ground to voice any reproach. Perhaps, upon returning to the clan, Madara would engage in a candid discussion with his father, or perhaps he would tacitly acquiesce, allowing everything to fade into oblivion. For Uchiha Yu, however, none of this held significance. Although there were elements of manipulation at play, if such machinations aligned with his own aspirations, Uchiha Yu was willing to endure a slight compromise. After all, he was not one to rush for fleeting gains. He sought rather the enduring treasures of time. Chapter 28. A fortuitous encounter upon his return to the clan. Uchiha Yu was somewhat taken aback by the presence of a companion. Akira, I did not anticipate your reassignment back to the clan. Ah, Lord Yu. There is no need for formalities. Simply call me Akira. My life was spared by you, and should you not forsake me, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to follow you unto death. Along the way, Uchiha Akira offered his steadfast allegiance to Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu resolutely declined Uchiha Mei's offer, recognizing that he was still young and did not require independence from the protection of his uncle. Although it was evident that his uncle had ulterior motives this time, Yu understood the sentiments of an old father. Admittedly, he acknowledged that Uchiha Taijima's actions were somewhat disheartening, and it was impossible for him to harbor no particular thoughts about it. However, for the sake of the valuable resources in the Uchiha vault that had yet to be fully utilized, Yu had no intention of severing ties with his dear uncle. Being a person of gratitude may appear to outsiders as a disadvantage, perhaps even somewhat foolish. Yet, a grateful individual is also more likely to attract greater investment from others. Until he had thoroughly extracted all that he could from Uchiha Taijima, Yu was unwilling to position himself in opposition to his uncle. Nor did he wish to hastily engage in the internal power struggles of the clan. Brother Mei, your loyalty should lie with the clan and the clan leader. Understood. Lord Yu, I, Uchiha Mei, shall always remain loyal to the clan and the clan leader, but this does not preclude my respect and admiration for you, Lord Yu. Uchiha Mei spoke with a tone laced with flattery, lacking any semblance of the proud spirit characteristic of a pure-blooded Uchiha. Yet he garnered a modicum of respect from Uchiha Yu. This fellow is undoubtedly astute. Brother Mei, you truly do not embody the Uchiha spirit, and neither do you, my esteemed Lord Yu. The two Uchihas, one elder and one younger, exchanged glances, their lips curling into faint smiles that quickly vanished. Following this moment, their communication ceased, reverting to a state reminiscent of their initial unfamiliarity, with Mei addressing Yu as brother and Yu calling him little Yu, as if Mei's loyalty had never been established. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Yu was summoned by Uchiha Taijima for a heart-to-heart discussion. Initially, Taijima aimed to gauge whether Yu harbored any discontent regarding his decisions. However, Yu preempted this inquiry by directly confronting Taijima. He questioned the clan leader as to why he was not permitted to remain and assist Brother Band, expressing his unease at leaving Brother Band to fend for himself. In this regard, Uchiha Yu conveyed significant dissatisfaction with Taijima, despite Taijima's reassurances that his intentions were rooted in Yu's well-being. Wishing to prevent any mishaps befalling the son of his brother, Taijima spoke earnestly, and had it not been for Uchiha Yu's prior experiences in 2 lifetimes, he might have been swayed. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yu found himself ultimately convinced. Of course, this did not preclude him from expressing his discontent towards Uchiha Taijima. The following day, Uchiha Yu once again approached Uchiha Taijima to reaffirm his resolve. Uncle, please teach me to grow stronger. I do not wish for Brother Band to fight alone. Uchiha Yu confronted Taijima and articulated his ninja way. Initially, Uchiha Taijima dismissed it as mere words, but upon meeting Uchiha Yu's gaze, he was taken aback. At that moment, Uchiha Yu's eyes gleamed a vivid crimson, with a singular tomo swirling within. A tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Yu unveiled his Sharingan. He awakened it to embody his ninja way and to prevent his brother Band from fighting alone. This revelation not only astonished Uchiha Taijima but also solidified his faith in Yu. What could he possibly doubt about a nephew who would awaken his eyes to protect his own son? After all, only an awakened Uchiha understands the profound resolve and transformation required within when the Sharingan is activated. From that day forth, Uchiha Taijima's attitude towards Uchiha Yu underwent a profound transformation. Uchiha Taijima has become more stringent with Uchiha Yu than ever before. However, in terms of their relationship, Uchiha Taijima is more attentive towards Uchiha Yu. The Uchiha clan possesses remarkable attributes, with the exception of certain exclusive privileges reserved for the clan leader. Uchiha Taijima devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of his son, Uchiha Yu. Provided that Uchiha Yu was willing to learn, Uchiha Taijima was ready to impart his knowledge. Whenever Uchiha Yu expressed a need, as long as it was not excessively challenging, Uchiha Taijima would fulfill his request. Uchiha Yu, in turn, did not squander this valuable time. Throughout this process, he gleaned numerous enhancement techniques regarding the fire sword technique and shuriken throwing from Uchiha Taijima. Simultaneously, he completed his understanding of the conventional ninja body techniques taught at the Konoha Ninja Academy by mastering the substitution jutsu and the shadow clone jutsu from the Uchiha secret vault. His comprehension of fire release underwent a qualitative leap. Though the advancement in skills may not have been overt, his insights into the ninja world, his ninja qualities, and the historical development of ninjutsu were extraordinary. Of course, any Uchiha clan member could acquire these skills given enough time. However, the crux lies in the final skill, the sealing technique. This is a rare and esoteric ability that has been mastered by few in the later generations of the Uchiha clan. The sealing technique, a true legacy of the Uchiha, is the very core of their heritage, reserved for those deemed worthy to learn it. This ability, conceived by Indra, allows chakra to manifest through seals, thereby generating various special ninjutsu. The emergence of these ninjutsu significantly enhanced the capabilities of ninjas, while simultaneously plunging the world into further turmoil. Furthermore, the advent of the sealing technique was a pivotal factor in the eventual replacement of the samurai era by the ninja age. As the progenitor of the sealing technique and the ancestral figure of the Uchiha clan, Indra naturally ensured that his family would retain this profound skill. The execution of ninjutsu is not merely a matter of performing seals. It necessitates the simultaneous flow of chakra within the body's meridians, resulting in specific alterations to the chakra, ultimately leading to its manifestation. Each seal executed entails a distinct pathway for chakra to traverse. Typically, a ninja practicing ninjutsu follows a systematic approach, executing one seal after another, with each seal requiring a portion of chakra, culminating in a release upon completion of the seal sequence. This process inherently leads to a greater consumption of chakra with increasingly complex sealing methods. However, it is noteworthy that the necessity of each seal's contribution to the ninjutsu's final effect does not strictly correlate with an equal share of chakra consumption. The sealing technique serves as a method to conserve such expenditure. In Chapter 29, the Fire Sword Technique LV-Mix, it is evident that there exists interconnected pathways for chakra flow between seals. By linking these interrelated points and adapting over time, one can achieve the effect of multiple seals with a single hand sign, or even execute an entire ninjutsu with just an initial seal. During the Ninja Village era, Uchiha Itachi was renowned for his ability to perform 5 seals in a second. However, no matter how impressive this feat may be, can it truly surpass the efficacy of executing a ninjutsu with a single seal? Can it rival the prowess of a mere gesture and the ninjutsu manifests? The sealing technique can accomplish this. The sealing technique not only simplifies the ninjutsu seals, but may ultimately require only an initial seal or a single-handed gesture. At that juncture, the so-called seals resemble more of a valve, a habitual preemptive action taken subconsciously when one intends to cast a ninjutsu. Nevertheless, the sealing technique is not without its limitations. Its application is confined to specific systematic ninjutsu, such as the Uchiha's fire release techniques, Great Fireball, Dragon Fire Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Great Fire Destruction, and Great Fire Extinguishment. This series of fire release techniques represents advanced versions developed through the mastery of the sealing technique. According to Uchiha Taijima, one should commence with the Great Fireball technique, striving to condense its seal into a single gesture before progressing to subsequent techniques. Ultimately, even an A-rank fire release could be executed with merely a handful of seals, and with sufficient dedication in this area, even a single seal may suffice. Nevertheless, condensing an A-rank ninjutsu to under 5 seals is already quite sufficient. And this is also a reason why the Uchiha clan is renowned throughout the ninja world for their fire release, aside from their Sharingan. After Uchiha Yu mastered the seal technique, he embarked on a rigorous journey of self-improvement. Although his gains were modest, he recognized the profound strategic significance of this secret art. Should he delve deeper and possibly achieve breakthroughs based on this foundation, he might pave the way for a new era in the realm of ninjas. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Yu dedicated himself to his arduous training, whispers of news began to circulate from the village of Mist. It was said that friction had arisen between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. However, due to the renewed incursions from overseas ninjas, a temporary truce was established. Uchiha Yu had gained some insights, and his intuition hinted that something was amiss. However, having departed from the hidden Mist village, he felt assured that Madara would not encounter any issues, thus he refrained from further concern. He had accomplished what was necessary. The remaining matters lay in the hands of Madara and the Uchiha clan, and to insist beyond reason would serve no purpose. as time flowed inexorably. The moment for the replenishment point arrived once more. Name: Uchiha Ya. Age: 6. Talent: Diligence overcoming deficiency skills. Chakra refinement LVMEX. Throwing technique LV7. Body flicker technique LVMEX. Great fireball technique LV6. Flame sword technique LV5. Transformation technique LV5. Substitution technique LV2. Shadow clone technique LV2. One Tomo Sharingan LV4. Sealing technique LV2. Gaze technique LV4. Living technique LVMEX. In progress. Lightning, fire, water, earth, wind. Replenishment points: 1 backpack, various items. During the 2 months of rigorous training, Uchiha Ya had made significant strides in various aspects. Notably, in the realm of throwing techniques, he had encountered a plateau. Progressing further, aside from enhancing his Sharingan and steadily improving through diligence, achieving rapid advancement in level became increasingly challenging. This was not a reflection of Uchiha Ya's potential reaching its limits, but rather an indication that the knowledge available for Uchiha throwing techniques had been exhausted. It resembled a dedicated student who, having ascended to the pinnacle of academia, found no further lessons to learn in that particular field. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ya did not press the issue. He possessed replenishment points, and should he require throwing techniques particularly, a mere year of waiting would suffice. Now that the replenishment points had returned, he naturally viewed it as unwise to squander them on throwing techniques. This time, he remained focused on enhancing his survival capabilities. The ninja profession is inherently fraught with unpredictability. The importance of companions lies in compensating for one's shortcomings. However, if given the choice, holistic strength proves to be far more reliable than reliance on comrades. After all, aside from those devoid of self-worth, no one loves oneself more than one's own self. Uchiha Ya's gaze was fixed upon 4 abilities: the One Tomo Sharingan, Living Technique, Sealing Technique, and Flame Sword Technique. The One Tomo Sharingan's upgrade did not increase the number of Tomo, but merely enhanced proficiency in its use, which, at present, seemed less than advantageous. As for the Living Technique, Uchiha Ya felt a sense of anticipation. Within a fortnight, the accumulation of earth attributes would likely bring about a transformation in his physique. By the time the next compensation point arrived, he would, barring any unforeseen circumstances, achieve mastery over the 5 elemental attributes. He eagerly awaited the changes that would ensue, believing that utilizing the compensation point then would yield even greater benefits. Regarding the Sealing Technique, while it possessed merit, its limitations coupled with his rather average chakra compelled him to temporarily set it aside. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although his chakra, body flicker technique, and physical attributes were commendable, his combat awareness left much to be desired. Should he encounter an opponent with heightened reflexes, a single miscalculated strike would reveal his vulnerabilities. Given that ninjutsu was both resource-intensive and had a questionable accuracy rate, he resolved to reconsider it only when his chakra evolved into a more potent form. Ultimately, Uchiha Ya chose the Flame Sword technique. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this technique, the essence of Uchiha's Flame Sword mastery began to materialize in his mind, and his body grew increasingly refined through his insights into the art. As he opened his eyes, having emerged from his contemplations of the Flame Sword technique, a sharp glint flashed within them, almost tangible in its intensity. Uchiha Ya remained silent as he retrieved a blade from his spatial pouch. This was not the exquisite sword bestowed upon him by Madara, but rather an ordinary, standard long sword. With a casual motion, Uchiha Ya directed a surge of chakra towards the blade, which naturally adhered to its surface, transforming into a glimmering radiance that was both concentrated and unyielding. This brilliance bore no elemental alterations, it was merely a manifestation of chakra in its most refined form, meticulously cultivated upon the sword's body. With a swift flick of his wrist, he struck the edge of a nearby stone table. The blade met little resistance, slicing through as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu. A segment of the stone table fell away, its surface polished to a mirror-like finish. In the next moment, Uchiha Ya swung the sword again, targeting another corner of the table. This time, a subtle intensity emanated from the blade's edge. Once more, the sword proved equally sharp, causing the severed corner to detach slowly. Yet, this time, a stream of magma flowed from the cut, suggesting that the table was composed not of stone, but of wax. Chapter 30. Flame, Swordsmanship. Observing the destruction he had wrought, Uchiha Ya held the sword with deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, a satisfied smile graced his features. The Uchiha Flame Sword technique is truly invaluable. Mastery of this technique not only enhances Uchiha Ya's skills but also has far-reaching implications. The Flame Sword technique can theoretically be divided into 2 distinct abilities. The first is the mastery over the fire element. The transformation of the fire's form and its intrinsic properties encapsulates the essence of flame within the technique. The attacks possess a burning effect, the intensity of which can escalate in accordance with one's control over the elemental properties, thus creating a force that transcends mere firepower. The swordsmanship aspect of the Flame Sword technique represents another dimension of ability. It signifies a different application of chakra, embodying the very essence of the Uchiha's absorption and integration of the martial prowess from the era of warriors. In the age of ninjas, Swordsmanship can also be referred to as blade techniques. Here, the distinction between sword and blade is negligible. The Uchiha flame sword technique has reached its zenith, as has the Uchiha sword technique itself. This grants Uchiha Ya the ability to condense chakra into a razor-sharp blade of energy, effortlessly slicing through gold and jade as if they were mere tofu. This remarkable power is not akin to the breadth of all things found in the world of One Piece, but rather a manifestation of unparalleled sharpness, where chakra is refined to its utmost perfection. Consequently, Uchiha Ya's previously flamboyant swordplay transforms into a lethal strike. Regardless of the adversary, once they are within his reach, they must first withstand his blade before they can hope to be deemed worthy opponents. The emergence of this blade of energy extends Uchiha Ya's close-range combat radius. Within a 3-meter radius, he reigns supreme. Furthermore, the condensed blade can be projected approximately 10 meters away, possessing a sharpness comparable to C-rank wind release techniques. One should not underestimate C-rank wind release, for it is a ninjutsu capable of leaving trees riddled with gaping wounds. Notably, the execution of this blade of energy requires no hand seals. Uchiha Ya has elevated a C-rank wind release technique to the status of a mere basic attack. Furthermore, this is not even the pinnacle of Uchiha swordsmanship. The Uchiha flame sword technique is not solely limited to the art of flame. Theoretically, all elemental attributes could be harnessed. It is merely due to the fact that the Uchiha clan predominantly possesses fire affinity, resulting in a more profound understanding of fire-based techniques. Currently, with the Uchiha Ya's flame sword technique reaching its zenith and the transformative attributes bestowed by living techniques, his comprehension and mastery over the 5 elemental attributes are increasingly profound. Perhaps the Uchiha clan should also explore the Uchiha wind sword technique, Uchiha earth sword technique, Uchiha lightning sword technique, and Uchiha water sword technique. Furthermore, the possibilities of Uchiha ice sword technique, Uchiha gale sword technique, and Uchiha scorching sword technique, among other hybrid sword arts, are worth considering. Uchiha meticulously contemplated the abilities and future prospects bestowed by the flame sword technique, the brilliance in his eyes growing ever more resplendent. In the days that followed, he further integrated the Uchiha flame sword technique into his combat system, simultaneously evaluating his own strength and planning for future power development. The arrival of compensation points replenished Uchiha Ya's previously inadequate offensive capabilities. The combination of the flame sword technique and the body flicker technique, enhanced by the Sharingan, granted him the means to instantly eliminate a ninja, rivaling even Kakashi's future Raikiri. To be precise, it was akin to the prowess of Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. Once a ninja fell within his reach, their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent, for his shortcomings were starkly evident. His combat reflexes were sluggish, and his battle awareness was lacking. This became apparent only after he intentionally subdued the capabilities of the flame sword technique and body flicker technique and faced off against his esteemed uncle. The synergy of body flicker, swordsmanship, and the Sharingan, as articulated by Uchiha Taijima post-battle, constituted an undeniably lethal combination. Even though Uchiha Ya concealed some of his capabilities during this process, Uchiha Taijima was still astonished, exclaiming that you possessed the potential of a super ninja. Yet, Uchiha Ya's combat reflexes and adaptability remained deficient. This deficiency did not stem from a lack of talent. On the contrary, Uchiha Ya's adaptability and reflexes were commendable. It was simply that his rapid growth in other areas highlighted these shortcomings. At the tender age of 6, Uchiha Ya's reflexes and adaptability had already reached the level of a chunin. Except for Madara, who was inherently endowed with formidable battle instincts. No youth among the Uchiha at age 10 to 12 could rival you, not even the exceptionally talented Izuna. Thus, for others, Yu's reflexes and adaptability could be flaunted as advantages. However, what should have been strengths became weaknesses due to his other competencies. Should you encounter an elite jonin in a head-on confrontation, his current capabilities would undoubtedly secure him victory. Yet, ninja battles are rarely straightforward. Even a jonin could fall victim to an ambush by chunin or suffer injuries from an unwary encounter with genin. Stealth attacks, traps, disguises, and multi-person ambushes are the norms of a ninja's life. If anyone were to discern Yu's deficiencies in reflexes and adaptability and set a covert ambush, he might very well find himself ensnared before he could fully display his strength. Understanding this, the inflated sense of superiority that had arisen from his newfound power was swiftly tempered. Uchiha Ya also pondered the circumstances of the future encounters between Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama. To put it in perspective, even if he were to achieve an all-encompassing mastery, he would still fall significantly short when compared to the future Hashirama and Madara. No matter how swift the body flicker technique, could it evade the impending devastation of the flower tree realm? No matter how formidable the flame sword technique, could it sever the complete form of Susanoo? The decades following the conclusion of the Warring States period marked an era of unprecedented breakthroughs in the pinnacle of combat prowess. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the wood release of Hashirama Senju, and the myriad techniques developed by other shinobi clans in response to the formidable might of these two powerhouses, all of these elements elevate the combat prowess of ninjas to an entirely new echelon. The final brilliance of the Warring States period also marks an era where various ninja clans flourished in unison. As for me, I possess but a single tomo, thus I shall diligently focus on my growth. Additionally, that covert assault. After Uchiha Yu had settled his mind, he recalled the initial ambush. Through subsequent conversations with Madara, it became evident that the Uchiha who had implanted the Byakugan, after launching his final assault, seemed to have expended all his life force and turned to ashes before Madara, leaving behind not even his Byakugan. For others, this meant little, but for Uchiha Yu, a time traveler well-versed in the history of the shinobi world, it felt imbued with an unsettling significance. In Chapter 31, leading the team, Uchiha Yu had mentally rehearsed the ambush numerous times, harboring an 80% certainty that it was orchestrated by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Presently, Uchiha Yu maintained a careful distance from his illustrious Uchiha cousin. Wishing to avoid forming a profound bond with Madara, he feared that Kagaya's influence might target him, potentially leading to another painful revelation from Madara. After pondering this repeatedly, Yu began to increasingly suspect that the inexplicable ambush was not merely a conspiracy of other shinobi clans, but rather a multifaceted scheme by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. This plan could incite conflict among the major shinobi clans, test the temperament of the current incarnation of Indra, and possibly serve as a means to enlighten Madara. As the saying goes, it is not the thief that one fears, but rather the one who is fixated on you. Until one has fully matured, it is prudent to remain cautious. Subsequently, half a month passed, and one day, the yellowish hue that had enveloped Uchiha Yu gradually faded. The transformation of his earth-style living technique was thus completed. Uchiha sensed the peculiar changes within his body, his expression revealing a hint of strangeness. The transformation of the earth attribute living technique bestowed upon him the ability akin to the decomposition of soil substances. Furthermore, this decomposition capability enabled him to dissolve various impurities within his body, which could be expelled through pores, respiration, or metabolism. With this newfound power, he no longer had to worry about ailments such as kidney stones, cerebral thrombosis, heart disease, obesity, or poor appetite. The elemental attributes manifested as lightning for the thunder element, combustion for the fire element, hydration for the water element, and decomposition for the earth element. Uchiha Yu eagerly anticipated the final transformation of his wind affinity. However, it seemed that after the previous elemental transformations had culminated, his body had reached a certain critical threshold. Though Uchiha Yu felt that this final transformation could still invigorate his entire being, the pace of metamorphosis had significantly slowed. Nevertheless, a distinct sensation lingered within him. This transformation was not solely confined to the wind affinity. During the wind's metamorphosis, the capabilities derived from the previous 4 transformations intertwined with the wind affinity, establishing a cyclical harmony within his body. The precise nature and purpose of this cycle remained for Uchiha Yu to gradually unearth and validate. As time flowed by, Uchiha Yu remained engrossed in his training, unable to extricate himself. At long last, the day arrived when he received a request for assistance. Ordinarily, given Uchiha Taijima's regard and nurturing of him, he would have expected to be kept in seclusion for further cultivation, awaiting a significant leap in strength before astonishing others. However, this time, the requester was none other than Madara. Indeed, it was the very Madara who had been honing his skills in the mist-laden town. In the appeal for aid, Uchiha Madara offered no explanations, merely hoping that Uchiha Taijima could dispatch his younger cousin to assist him. Uchiha Taijima, who had been contemplating the continued development of Yu, found himself in a quandary. After all, Yu had demonstrated such value that Taijima not only wished to reserve a trump card for himself, but also aspired to cultivate a formidable asset in Uchiha Yu. Yet, when faced with the dichotomy of emotion and reason, Uchiha Taijima ultimately chose the path of rational sentiment. He conveyed the situation to Uchiha Yu in a fair and just manner, fully respecting Yu's choice. To this, Yu rolled his eyes inwardly. Choice? Did he truly have a choice? His very ambition had been to become someone Madara could trust. Should he decline, it would imply that his previous assertions were mere fabrications. The likelihood was high that Uchiha Taijima would send him regardless, compelling him to remain vigilant against potential threats. It was even conceivable that, when Uchiha Taijima sensed his own impending demise, he might assign Yu an exceedingly perilous task to eliminate the obstacle he posed to his favored son. Thus, Uchiha Yu resolutely made the choice he least desired to make. Uncle, I have awaited this day. Please allow me to go. Uchiha Yu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. And within the comforting gaze of Uchiha Taijima, he once again embarked on the path of support. Perhaps satisfied with Uchiha Yu's response, or perhaps wishing to further test his abilities, Uchiha Taijima granted him a measure of authority. Among the younger generation of the clan, he was to select a few individuals and form his own Uchiha team. If wielded wisely, this authority could cultivate his own foundation. However, Uchiha Yu, upon receiving this power, found little interest in such superficial external forces. Furthermore, developing his own faction under the watchful eyes of his esteemed uncle posed risks. Success might incite jealousy, while failure could lead to diminished support, making it a precarious endeavor. Thus, Uchiha Yu chose to forego the exercise of this authority, opting for a strategy of retreat to advance. Uchiha Yu expressed to his esteemed uncle that he was still a novice on the path of a ninja, entirely unfamiliar with many aspects of the discipline. Thus, he earnestly hoped that his uncle would take the initiative to select a suitable course for him, although his uncle initially admonished him with a serious demeanor, cautioning him against relying too heavily on others and reminding him that he could not always shield them from life's tempests. He ultimately acquiesced and made arrangements for Yu. That very afternoon, Uchiha Yu and his team reported to him. The entire team comprised 7 individuals, 2 of whom were acquaintances of Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Akira, Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Akira gazed upon Yu with a fleeting glimmer of fervor in his eyes, reminiscent of an ardent admirer. Yet, his demeanor remained composed, mirroring that of the others as he greeted, "Captain Yu, I look forward to your guidance henceforth." In stark contrast, Uchiha Izuna bore a countenance marred by discontent. After a year of arduous training and penning over 30 letters to his father, he had finally arrived at the front lines, only to find himself neither in the presence of his elder brother nor assigned to his desired team. To compound his frustration, he was placed in direct opposition to his rival, who happened to be the captain. Thus, Izuna felt overshadowed once more. A dismissive huff encapsulated his displeasure. Among the remaining 4 Uchiha, 2 males and 2 females, named Uchiha Maru, Uchiha Shur, Uchiha Ru, and Uchiha E, all stood as nin of the water grate, aged between 15 and 18, an age brimming with vigor and ambition. Their demeanor towards Uchiha Akira was tinged with aloofness and arrogance. According to the intel provided by Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Yu discerned the roots of their arrogance. Their forebears were esteemed subordinates of Uchiha Taijima, each possessing the prowess to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan. Within the Uchiha clan, although theoretically every member could awaken the Sharingan, the feasibility varied significantly. Typically, if the previous generation could unlock the Sharingan, the likelihood of the next generation doing so increased. Consequently, those within the Uchiha who aspired for their progeny to excel often sought partners capable of awakening the eye. Each of these 4 individuals had already manifested a single tomo, marking them as prodigies of the clan. In contrast, Uchiha Akira belonged to the more common bloodline group that had awakened his abilities. To put it simply, while they all currently possessed a single tomo, Uchiha Akira was essentially at the same level, whereas their single tomo was merely the beginning of their journey. Chapter 32. The challenge. Uchiha Yu silently observed them, and they, in turn, scrutinized Uchiha Yu. When Uchiha Taijima dispatched them, he spoke little, yet his actions conveyed a multitude of meanings. Entrusting a 6-year-old boy with the formation of his own Uchiha squad not only signifies recognition of the child's abilities, but also reflects a profound trust and expectation placed upon him. At such a tender age, to bear such significant responsibilities, this evokes the notion of a foundation. The clan leader is, through Uchiha Yu, cultivating the future deputy of the clan. Uchiha Yu will undoubtedly become a pivotal ally to the future clan leader. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the annals of Uchiha history. Indeed, over centuries of tradition, this has become a tacit understanding. However, why should it be so? Each of them is a prodigy, having awakened their Sharingan, and it is highly probable that they will soon possess the 3-tomo Sharingan, marking them as elite jonin. With such esteemed potential, why should they submit to the authority of a mere 6-year-old? Why can't they serve as the right hand of the future deputy? Such thoughts began to stir within the hearts of these future pillars of the Uchiha clan, leading them to regard Uchiha Yu with an air of indifference. Uchiha Yu naturally perceived the situation and realized that if it continued, leading the team would prove challenging. Glancing at the sky, he gradually made his way towards the open space where he typically trained. Then, Yu slowly drew an ordinary Uchiha-style short blade and addressed the 4 of them, saying, "Since I am the captain, it is essential for me to thoroughly understand your strengths. Come now, let me witness your abilities." "Captain Yu, are you certain?" "Uchiha, when did you become so indecisive?" "You have 3 minutes to contemplate. I have no time to squander here with you." "Then, Captain Yu, we beg your pardon." Uchiha Maru possesses a rather forthright disposition. Upon witnessing Uchiha Yu's intention to challenge them, a fierce determination illuminated his countenance, prompting him to launch himself towards Uchiha Yu. The other 3 initially contemplated observing the unfolding events. However, in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Maru was sent flying back after his assault on Uchiha Yu. As Uchiha Maru struggled to rise, a short blade inexplicably pressed against the nape of his neck. When had it happened? How swift? Was it the body flicker technique? Such velocity was beyond the capabilities of even his father. This rapid exchange of blows jolted the previously indifferent youths into a state of alertness, subtly shifting their perception of Uchiha Yu. In this moment, they began to grasp a profound realization: the man, despite being merely 6 years of age and designated as their leader by the esteemed clan head, could not have ascended to such a position through mere nepotism. "Let us all attack together." The remaining Uchiha exchanged glances, their resolve solidified as they simultaneously advanced on Uchiha Yu. One employed Showakin throwing techniques in an attempt to impede Uchiha Yu's speed, while another swiftly unleashed the great fireball technique to both assault and obscure his vision. As Uchiha Yu approached, the last of the Uchiha executed the lightning release, body flicker technique, attempting to utilize the paralysis effect of lightning to hinder Uchiha Yu's movement, thus granting them an opportunity for a second wave of assault. Their strategy was commendable, their teamwork harmonious, and their combat awareness commendable. Yet they were regrettably mistaken about their opponent. The body, having undergone transformation due to the lightning release living technique, exhibited significantly heightened resistance to lightning. Although momentarily paralyzed, it did not reach the state of incapacitation. In an instant, Uchiha Ya closed the distance to the trio, raising his hand to touch their necks. A surge of bioelectricity emanated from his fingertips, causing their vision to fade to white as they collapsed to the ground. However, Uchiha Ya meticulously controlled the voltage, ensuring they merely experienced a fleeting loss of consciousness. Within mere breaths, they gradually regained awareness. Upon their revival, the trio regarded Uchiha Ya with eyes devoid of their previous indifference, revealing unmasked admiration, even though he was merely a child of 6. The Uchiha clan reveres strength above all else. To put it simply, only by defeating them can one earn their respect. Let us set off. Yes, Captain. At this moment, the Uchiha squad was truly formed. However, within the team, Uchiha Izuna cast a more complex gaze towards Uchiha Ya. How infuriating, despite my relentless efforts. Why does the chasm between us seem to widen? No, I cannot allow this. How can I reclaim my brother from him? Only I should stand behind my brother. Uchiha Izuna cried out within his heart, yet ultimately lacked the courage to challenge Uchiha Ya. No matter how proud or confident he might be, he possessed a keen self-awareness. The current Yu was beyond his capacity to contend with. Thus, the group set forth towards Misty Town. After a considerable journey, as the sun began its descent in the western sky, they arrived at Misty Town as scheduled. Under the guidance of Uchiha Akira, the team effortlessly entered the town and soon encountered Madara, who was out on patrol. Though they had not seen each other for several months, Madara had not grown much taller, yet his physique had become significantly more robust. Particularly striking was the fierce aura he emanated, clearly a testament to the battles he had faced in recent months. Upon witnessing Uchiha Ya for the first time, Uchiha Madara expressed a mild reproach, stating, "I expected you to arrive last night. I did not foresee such a delay." This admonition, however, was merely tonal, devoid of any emotional discontent. Uchiha Ya, unperturbed, deftly shifted the blame, replying, "I could have arrived by noon yesterday, had it not been for Izuna's insistence on accompanying me. Consequently, my uncle had no choice but to dispatch a small squad to escort him." With this statement, he distanced himself from the situation, leaving Izuna, who was on the verge of expressing his excitement upon seeing his brother, momentarily speechless. "Brother, it's not like that. I didn't tee." Izuna had intended to arrive at the Hidden Mist village to share his grievances with Uchiha Ya, recounting how he had been bullied. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Uchiha Ya, the scoundrel, had already cast the first stone. This unexpected turn of events shattered Izuna's composure, prompting him to burst into tears. The ninjas accompanying Uchiha Ya could only cover their faces in disbelief, having observed the delicate dynamics between Izuna and Captain Yu throughout their journey. They collectively sensed that their captain was rather overbearing. However, a moment of realization struck them. Their captain was, after all, of the same generation as Izuna. Yet, observing the composed Yu juxtaposed with the tearful Izuna, they struggled to equate them as mere contemporaries. Izuna was a prodigy. His abilities had been tested before Yu's arrival. Despite being somewhat inferior at his age, such prowess was commendable, truly befitting the son of the clan leader. In contrast, Captain Yu transcended the label of prodigy in their minds, embodying the essence of a true powerhouse. In another scene, Madara felt a pang of guilt upon seeing Izuna weeping and lamenting to him. The moment he spotted the squad led by Uchiha Ya, his eyes immediately fell upon Izuna. Madara held profound regard for his younger brother, and no one, not even Yu, could supplant Izuna's significance in his heart. His earlier remark was intended to subtly admonish Yu, hoping to alleviate Izuna's distress. However, Yu had deftly turned the tables on him. As the situation grew increasingly untenable, Madara swiftly sought to console. "Enough now, Izuna. Do not cry. We are on the front lines. You must conduct yourself like a man." Uchiha Izuna seemed to have sensed his brother's emotional turbulence. As if he had come to a realization, he glanced at Yu, who was watching the spectacle with a smirk, understanding that he had been deceived once more. "How infuriating. Yu, I challenge you to a duel. Are you certain? I am feeling a bit unwell today. Let me recuperate before I take you on." A true man is capable of both bending and standing firm, and after all, it is not the first time he has faced humiliation. Uchiha Izuna's pride, influenced by both the positive and negative aspects of Uchiha Ya, became increasingly adaptable. After a series of antics, Madara entrusted his patrol duties to a colleague and arranged accommodations for Yu's team. When the request for support was reiterated, these lodgings were already prepared. Notably, Yu remained in his original room, opting to squeeze in with former colleagues to rekindle their camaraderie. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna directly requested to reside with Madara, to which the ever-protective Madara naturally acquiesced. Furthermore, both Yu and Madara were situated in the same courtyard. Thus, early the next morning, as Yu engaged in morning exercises in the courtyard, he spotted Madara guiding Izuna in his training, occasionally casting him taunting glances that seemed rather mischievous. Uchiha Ya, unconcerned, settled into his usual seat, sipping tea and enjoying pastries while awaiting the arrival of his comrades from Team Yu. Observing Yu's languid demeanor, Madara felt a surge of irritation. Yu, as Izuna's elder brother, Perhaps you should offer him some guidance, he suggested. I don't want his instruction, Izuna retorted defiantly. Izuna, cease your stubbornness. Use prowesses on par with my own, Madara admonished. Yet Izuna, initially poised to voice further objections, succumbed to her brother's gaze. I am curious to see what he can teach me. Techniques like body flicker and swordsmanship are merely mediocre at best. Uchiha Izuna spoke thus. Yet his gaze towards Uchiha Yu bore a hint of restlessness and yearning, having witnessed Yu's remarkable prowess in dispatching opponents with blinding speed. Izuna found himself genuinely coveting Yu's mastery of body flicker techniques and swordsmanship. Although he aspired to surpass Yu, the thought of learning formidable techniques from him, only to ultimately eclipse him with those very skills, was not entirely out of the question. Conversely, Yu found amusement in Izuna's insincere demeanor. It appeared that Izuna was somewhat of a tsundere. Coincidentally, Yu relished the challenge of pushing the limits of such personalities. Indeed. My proficiency in body flicker and sword techniques is merely passable, so I shan't embarrass myself by demonstrating. I shall not teach you. Nor do I have any desire to learn, Izuna huffed defiantly, rejecting Yu with an air of pride. Nearby, Uchiha Madara could only shake his head at the exchange. Although it was evident that Yu was disinclined to teach, his words had not been entirely definitive. Madara believed that if Izuna softened his tone and expressed a genuine desire to learn, Yu would likely impart some knowledge. However, given Izuna's obstinate attitude, even Madara recognized that it was futile to pursue the topic further. Thus, he continued to mentor Uchiha Izuna until the arrival of Yu's team. Accompanying them were two comrades who had previously patrolled alongside Madara. They approached with a map, which they unfurled on the table where Yu had just been sipping tea. As they gathered around, they began to discuss the details of the current rescue mission, following the last rescue operation. Despite the heavy losses suffered by the ninjas of Mist Village, the overseas ninjas had also sustained significant damage. After Uchiha Yu's departure, the overseas ninjas had refrained from large-scale invasions, resorting only to sporadic minor skirmishes. However, during this period, the ninjas of Mist Village frequently ventured out only to disappear without a trace, and the dispatched scouts had also failed to return. Eventually, the stationed ninjas within the Uchiha clan recognized this troubling trend and organized a formidable reconnaissance unit, which ultimately uncovered the presence of the lurking overseas ninjas outside Mist Village, leading to a brief confrontation. Yet, the enemy was not inclined to engage in prolonged combat. Upon sighting the Uchiha forces, they swiftly abandoned a portion of their ninjas and executed a rapid retreat, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. Based on the brief skirmish, subsequent reconnaissance, and the intelligence gleaned from interrogating the captured overseas ninjas, the Uchiha clan discerned that the overseas ninjas seemed to be plotting something nefarious, one that appeared even more perilous than before. However, their operations were meticulous, executing the plans under the strict command of a central strategist, leaving even the ninjas themselves unaware of their ultimate objective. Consequently, the Uchiha clan sought reinforcements to prevent a recurrence of previous calamities and to effectively counter the overseas threat. Nonetheless, due to the Uchiha clan's main forces being preoccupied with the allied armies of Senju and Uzumaki, they could only dispatch a contingent of ch. Yet, this particular team, apart from the temporary addition of Izuna, comprised individuals whose combat capabilities were akin to that of special jonin. Particularly, Uchiha Yu, despite his deficiencies in reaction and adaptability, was regarded by Uchiha Taijima as possessing at least jonin-level prowess. With Uchiha Q also present, Mist Village was fortified by two jonin who possessed the Sharingan. If complications were to arise, they would no longer be trivial matters. Before Uchiha Yu's departure, Uchiha Taijima had established a baseline. Should the situation prove insurmountable, they were to retreat with Madara and their team without considering it a failure of the mission. The meaning behind Uchiha Taijima is clear to Uchiha Yu, who also understands that this reinforcement mission is less about support and more about protection. In the hidden Mist Village, any mishap could befall anyone, including Izuna. However, one person must remain unharmed, Madara. Thus, while Uchiha Yu comprehended Madara's account of the situation in the hidden Mist Village, he was not prepared to accept the arrangement. Moreover, it would not be surprising if Uchiha Kikako had also received subtle hints from Uchiha Taijima, indicating that he would not be assigned any tasks. This is one of the reasons why only Madara, along with his two companions from the hidden Mist Village, provided explanations, while others did not come forward. Chapter 34. Among the Hyuga, there are those of great skill. Madara, the decision lies with you. What shall you do? After Uchiha Yu finished conveying everything to Madara, he refrained from expressing any opinion and directly posed the question to Madara. Upon hearing Yu's words, Madara paused for a moment, taken aback by the expression on Uchiha's face. Subsequently, his brow furrowed involuntarily as he lowered his head in contemplation. After a brief interval, he slowly replied, in my view, rather than remaining here on the defensive and waiting for an ambush, it would be more advantageous to take the initiative and catch our adversary off guard. Then, we shall follow your lead. Do you have no other objections? No. However, my plan carries considerable risk. Every mission entails risk. My team and I have prepared for the worst before our arrival. Brother, although I have my differences with you, I concur with his perspective this time. You may proceed with the arrangements. What shall we do? Uchiha Izuna gazed at Uchiha Madara with fervent eyes, his body brimming with the spirit of battle. In contrast, Uchiha Madara, observing the fervor in Izuna's gaze, bore an expression tinged with a sense of helplessness. Izuna, this time, you cannot participate. Brother, why? I wish to fight alongside you. What I say is final. Your strength remains inadequate, and your presence would only hinder our efforts. Brother, I assure you, I will not be a burden. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not tarnish the illustrious name of the Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna gazed steadfastly at Madara, his eyes conveying a blend of concern and a yearning to assist. Madara could discern that Izuna's eagerness to prove himself stemmed from a desire to support him. If he were to continue to refuse, it might genuinely wound his younger brother's heart. In his hesitation, Madara turned to the side, observing you. However, he was indifferent to the affectionate exchange between the two brothers, feigning interest in the sky above. Witnessing this, Madara's expression darkened, yet he refrained from voicing any further objections, tacitly consenting to Izuna's involvement in the mission, which rekindled a sparkle in Izuna's eyes. The subsequent discussions revolved around strategizing the locations of the overseas ninja strongholds, the timing of their actions, and the methods they would employ. Throughout this deliberation, Uchiha Ya remained silent, while Izuna wholeheartedly supported his brother. The other members exuded confidence in their own abilities, rendering the gathering less of a discussion and more of a decisive arrangement led entirely by Madara. Ultimately, Madara scheduled the counterattack for 2 days hence, setting off in the afternoon to lie in wait, with plans to strike at dawn on the third day. Once the arrangements were concluded, the group dispersed. Madara, not lingering at their dwelling, departed with Izuna. In light of Izuna's safety, Madara resolved to conduct a brief training session with him over the next 2 days. Under Yu's suggestion, the remaining members of the Uchiha squad also accompanied Madara to engage in some mutual acclimatization, facilitating their coordination for the impending battle. After their departure, however, Uchiha Akira sought an excuse to return. Lord Yu, have you truly decided to adhere to the young clan leader's directives? He inquired. Akira, it seems you have uncovered something unusual. Lord Yu, have you noticed it as well? No, I merely harbor the impression that this matter is far from simple. Uchiha Yu rested his right hand against his cheek while his left hand rhythmically tapped on the table. His fingertips struck precisely upon the designated area of Kirigakure, specifically at a base of the Hyuga clan. Contrary to Uchiha Yu's expectations amidst the pressures exerted by the Uchiha and other clans, the Hyuga clan chose a distinctly different path, willingly sacrificing a portion of Kirigakure's interests. When Uchiha K, in his capacity as the town mayor, proposed a redistribution of the town's benefits, the Hyuga clan proactively offered to concede, expressing their apologies for not immediately coming to the aid against the overseas ninja ambush. Consequently, they requested to assume part of the responsibilities of Kirigakure, demonstrating their commitment through action. This maneuver was a strategic retreat, effectively thwarting the Uchiha's attempts to unite with other clans against the Hyuga, while simultaneously turning the tide in their favor. The Uchiha clan must either bestow upon them sufficiently competent positions, or refrain from disparaging the Hyuga clan's contributions to the hidden mist village. Regardless of the Uchiha's decision, the Hyuga clan will not suffer any detriment. The benefits relinquished by the Hyuga clan hold no real significance. As long as the Hyuga clan remains within the hidden mist village, and as long as other ninja clans cannot genuinely align themselves with the Uchiha, the seemingly lost advantages of the Hyuga clan will inevitably be reclaimed. Furthermore, the Hyuga clan willingly offers their benefits with sincerity. Thus, the Uchiha, as the distributors, must exercise restraint. This series of events has made Uchiha Ya acutely aware of the Hyuga clan's formidable nature. There are indeed experts among the Hyuga clan. This fact has also been corroborated by Uchiha Akira, who, after investigating the recent changes in the hidden mist village over the past few months, has detected something amiss. Lord Yu, what should we do? What should we do? They must have ulterior motives. Even the previous ambush could have been a conspiracy. Are we to remain passively ensnared? Passively? I do not believe so. Do not overthink it. Simply follow the directives of the young clan leader. Yes, Lord Yu. Uchiha Akira gazed at Uchiha Yu, a hint of perplexity in his eyes, yet internally he felt a quiet sense of relief. Despite being merely 6 years old, Uchiha Yu inexplicably exuded an aura of pressure comparable to that of the clan leader. In fact, if he were forced to choose between antagonizing either Uchiha Yu or the clan leader, he would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. This was not due to any perceived weakness in the leader, but rather the hard-earned wisdom gleaned from years of struggle. To offend the leader might lead to consequences. Yet as long as he did not betray the clan, the leader might, in consideration of his Sharingan, allow him to survive by mere chance. On the other hand, offending you instilled in him an unsettling fear of an unpredictable demise, seemingly detached from any rationale, more than the overt prowess that you possessed. Uchiha Akira found himself far more wary of the subtlety and cunning with which Uchiha Yu wielded his intellect. Observing Uchiha Akira's compliance, Uchiha Yu felt a flicker of surprise, soon followed by a sense of gratification. Uchiha Mei, indeed, is a person of remarkable intellect. It appears that there is potential for further development. With this thought in mind, you turned to Uchiha Mei and inquired, Mei, During these past few months since your return to the clan, what have you learned? Would you mind sharing? Uchiha Yu inquired thus, leaving Uchiha Ming momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. However, he soon appeared to grasp the situation, a look of anticipation gracing his countenance as he spoke. My lord Yu, during this period, Uchiha Akira spoke with succinct yet incisive language, articulating the circumstances surrounding his departure from the Hidden Mist Village. After the attack on the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Akira awakened his Sharingan during battle, thereby demonstrating his considerable talent. In the discourse following Uchiha K, it was revealed that Uchiha Mei was subsequently reassigned to the Uchiha headquarters. Initially, Uchiha Mei had been stationed at the front lines of the headquarters. However, despite awakening the Sharingan, his combat prowess was not particularly remarkable, failing to meet the expectations typically associated with the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, Uchiha Taijima recognized Mei's talents in intelligence and logistics and thus decided to nurture his potential. Unfortunately, direct mentorship was not feasible due to Taijima's time constraints. Consequently, merely 2 months after Mei's return to the front lines, he was reassigned to the ancestral grounds. There, he received guidance from the station ninjas of the Uchiha ancestral territory for a period of time, mastering all the techniques necessary after awakening the Sharingan. And he was granted an opportunity to cultivate a secret technique. Ultimately, Uchiha Mei chose the flame sword technique. However, after acquiring this secret technique, he received scant guidance and had to rely on his own exploration to grasp its intricacies. After several months of diligent practice, he had only just barely entered the threshold of mastery. Initially, Uchiha Mei contemplated remaining at the ancestral grounds indefinitely, even managing to establish some rapport with Uchiha Talo. Yet, fate had other plans. Having descended from the battlefield, his combat capabilities, even with the Sharingan activated, were merely on par with that of an elite Chunin, rendering him a mere sharpening stone for Uchiha Izuna. Ultimately, Uchiha Izuna showcased the fruits of his arduous training, and upon Uchiha Talo's request, he gained Uchiha Taijima's approval to proceed to the frontline town. As a result, Uchiha Mei, reluctantly, found himself relegated to the role of a supporting ninja. Upon hearing Uchiha Mei's account, Uchiha Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Mei's tumultuous journey. Observing Mei, Uchiha Yu glanced at the sky before drawing his long sword from his waist and stated, in half an hour, let me see how well you have practiced the flame sword technique. Yes, Master Yu. Uchiha Akira did not inquire further. He swiftly drew his blade and decisively charged towards Uchiha Yu. In that fleeting moment of their clash, a harmonious clang of metal resonated. Uchiha Yu steadfastly blocked Uchiha Mei's strike, as the chakra atop the latter's blade dissipated upon the moment of collision with Uchiha's sword. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Akira was perplexed. Yet Uchiha Yu offered no explanation. Instead, he simply corrected, when drawing your blade, do not feel the need to infuse your chakra upon its edge. Nor should you deliberately contemplate the transformation of its attributes. Rather, immerse your emotions into the dance of your sword and unleash your essence freely. Uchiha Akira spoke little, taking a few steps back to gather himself, yet he decisively adjusted according to Uchiha Yu's guidance. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward once more, charging at Uchiha Yu. This time, Uchiha Akira exhibited considerably less caution, leaving numerous openings. However, his speed and strength surged nearly twofold, and his previously dormant Sharingan activated silently. Clang. Once again, a collision ensued. This time, Uchiha Yu effortlessly parried the attack, his body remaining perfectly still, sensing the force emanating from the long blade in his hand. Uchiha Yu continued, your strength and speed are sufficient, yet your emotions are too tumultuous. It is essential to be more pure in your intent, whether you harbor a simple desire to kill, to protect, or merely to survive against your opponent. Your purpose must be singular, and your resolve must be unwavering. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Akira once again began to recalibrate himself. Subsequently, he launched a series of relentless assaults against Uchiha Yu, each strike gradually evolving, and with every attack, Uchiha Akira's approach seemed to transform. As time swiftly passed, and the half-hour mark approached, Uchiha Akira found his physical strength and chakra nearing exhaustion due to the continuous onslaught. However, his fighting spirit did not wane in the face of physical fatigue and chakra depletion. Instead, it surged even higher, until at last, in a defining moment, Uchiha Akira's blade surged forward once more towards Uchiha Yu, a sudden glint of sharp radiance flickering upon the blade. Uchiha Yu keenly sensed this shift, and instead of bracing himself for the blow as he typically would, he swiftly sidestepped. With a fluid motion of his long blade, he unleashed a gleaming arc, reminiscent of Uchiha Mei's own radiant edge, as it sliced towards her. Uchiha Mei inadvertently executed a strike, witnessing Uchiha Mei replicate the action before him, instinctively awakening a familiar sensation. He swung his longsword once more, its edge glimmering, colliding with Uchiha Mei's blade. The sound of their clash resonated after a brief delay, accompanied by a swirling gust of wind that sliced through the air. As tranquility settled, Uchiha Yu gradually sheathed his sword, observing Uchiha Mei, who appeared lost in thought. He remarked softly, cherish this feeling, it may yield valuable insights. In the blink of an eye, 2 days swiftly passed. On this day, The Uchiha squad reconvened at Madara's secluded estate, joined by Uchiha Ya, who arrived as the division leader to provide final instructions, donned in combat attire. Prepared for his imminent battle. Madara, I await your triumphant return. Indeed, over the course of several months, Madara had gleaned little about Captain K, yet from the mundane exchanges. He recognized K's merit for the position of division leader. Hence, Madara maintained a respectful demeanor towards Captain K. Thus, Madara set forth with his team, with you quietly following in his footsteps, yet leaving the positions on either side of Madara for Izuna, who, after 2 days of diligent effort, felt ready to contribute. That afternoon, the group stealthily arrived at the location where foreign ninjas were covertly stationed. This site lay not far from the Land of Waves. Nestled within a valley at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves, perpetually shrouded in thick mist for at least 20 hours a day. Only during the sun's peak did the dense fog dissipate for a few hours, revealing glimpses of the surroundings. However, for a brief period 2 years prior, the area had adopted a perpetually drizzly demeanor, and since then, the mist had never lifted. Over time, this locale naturally became a point of interest for patrolling ninjas. Upon receiving this intelligence, Uchiha once led a reconnaissance mission with his clan to investigate the situation at hand. The Hyuga clan, utilizing their Byakugan, discerned the unfolding scene. They discovered that this locale was, in fact, a watchtower established by foreign ninjas, which was quietly expanding, suggesting an intent to station troops in the area. However, since this outpost was still under construction, it was not yet fully equipped to serve as a frontline stronghold, resulting in a limited number of station ninjas. Chapter 36. Dawn Assault. Such outposts were not uncommon along the borders of the Land of Fire. Most, however, were merely cloaked under the guise of bandit camps. Previously, Madara and Kage had embarked on a mission to dismantle one such ninja-disguised hideout, only to discover that the opposition consisted of merely a handful of low-ranking ninjas, which ultimately led them to realize they had fallen into a trap. Furthermore, explosives had been planted within the hideout. Although their losses were minimal in the end, the Uchiha team was left humiliated. Upon returning and hearing the news of the ambush on Mist Town, the situation on their end suddenly seemed less significant. This time, Madara was thoroughly prepared, intent on redeeming their honor. The group lay in wait at a considerable distance, with Uchiha Ya adhering strictly to Madara's meticulous plans, refraining from any unnecessary actions. As time flowed quietly, the night swiftly passed, and as dawn approached, Madara issued the command to attack. In the next instant, the figures of the Uchiha ninjas vanished, stealthily maneuvering within the prearranged parameters. When engaging in combat, particularly in a surprise assault against an adversary, the primary objective is to eliminate as many foes as possible in silence, thereby minimizing disturbances when the inevitable discovery occurs. Uchiha Ya, apart from his previous experiences in the town of Mist, has become increasingly desensitized to the act of taking lives during the past few months, while accompanying various teams on lethal missions at the Uchiha frontline headquarters. Moreover, following the teachings of his esteemed Uchiha predecessors, it is deemed beneficial to perceive the victims as mere livestock or as liquid-filled instruments during the act of killing, thereby mitigating any psychological trauma. Most importantly, this method serves to mask any overt intent to kill from being detected by others. This technique was, in fact, an invaluable insight gained by the Uchiha elders during their interrogations of foreign ninjas. Uchiha Ya may not possess the capabilities of his predecessors, yet he has cultivated his own unique approach. The dungeon creatures are merely dungeon creatures. Completing this task is simply an assignment issued by NC. He is merely here to delve into the dungeon. In the dawn's early light, tinged with a hint of dampness, the morning dew mingles with the earth, subtly permeated by the scent of soil. In the fleeting moment where night yields to day, the world is momentarily engulfed in darkness. Some vigilant ninjas, awakening in the shadows to greet the nascent sun, fail to behold the light of a new day. Instead, they feel a chill at their necks, ensnared in confusion and an unanticipated terror, forever succumbing to darkness. Meanwhile, some ninjas, having completed their patrol, plan to share a meal. They catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, droplets of water cascading past them like morning dew. This dew-like flow transforms into the sharpest of blades, piercing through their foreheads, denying them even the chance to experience the flicker of life before they are whisked away to the realm of the dead. The twilight of dawn is fleeting, lasting no more than 10 minutes. The morning light pierces the lingering darkness. At the far horizon, the sky blushes pale, while the surrounding humidity mingles with the earthy scent, reminiscent of blood, causing those who are weary and just roused from slumber to lose their keen judgment. By the time they sense something amiss, their ranks have silently diminished by more than half. Deep within the encampment, a ninja, accustomed to rising early, senses an unusual tranquility today, instantly grateful for his foresight. In the next moment, a figure materializes behind him, a blade slicing through the air without hesitation. The sound of the blade tearing through fabric also rends flesh, however. Blood merely seeps from the ninja's neck, breaking the surface skin but failing to deliver a fatal blow. Oh, did I evade it? After the strike, Uchiha Ya swiftly distances himself, gazing intently at the distant ninja, a look of surprise mixed with suspicion in his eyes. Though he had not exerted all his strength in that attack, Even a seasoned jonin would suffer severely if caught unawares. Yet, not only had his opponent withstood the blow, but they had merely sustained a superficial wound. A master indeed. Moreover, a defensive type of master. As he turned to glance back, you sensed an ominous threat. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have fallen victim to a counterattack. The adversary, upon spotting Uchiha Ya, was momentarily taken aback. In order to carry out a stealthy ambush, Uchiha Ya donned a disguise consisting of garments adept at blending into the darkness, meticulously crafted from materials that nullify chakra. Clad from head to toe, he was fully equipped. At merely 6 years of age, his diminutive stature belied a surprisingly robust physique, cultivated through secretive training. This peculiar image evoked the impression of a slender adult gnome. The opponent, upon catching sight of the disguised Uchiha Ya, regarded him with cautious eyes, laced with curiosity. The Digger clan, a rather unique ninja lineage from the Warring States period, was known for its members' proficiency in earth-based ninjutsu and their penchant for burrowing underground. Eluding capture with the cunning of a rabbit that knows 3 burrows, they often concealed themselves beneath the earth, launching ambushes on passing merchants and even coordinating attacks on unsuspecting ninjas. A noteworthy characteristic of this clan was their diminutive and wiry forms, resembling that of a standing rat. Uchiha Ya, confronted with the opponent's bewilderment, chose to remain silent. Observing how the adversary not only withstood his surprise attack with composure, but also swiftly regained their composure, Uchiha Ya realized that this individual was indeed a formidable opponent. Prepare to face my technique. Uchiha Ya lowered his voice, activating the body flicker technique beneath his feet. The blade shimmered with a sharp brilliance as he lunged toward his opponent once more. The ninja, sensing the imminent danger, wore a grave expression. Years of combat experience enabled him to predict Yu's movements and evade the impending strike just in time, narrowly escaping another swift assassination. However, as the ninja sidestepped Yu's attack, he attempted a counterstrike, aiming to catch Yu off guard. Yet, he found himself grasping at nothing. Uchiha Ya, contrary to expectations, did not engage the ninja with a retaliatory strike. Instead, after narrowly evading an attack, he decisively accelerated, employing his instantaneous movement to swiftly evade. Escaping the battlefield and heading towards the nearby forest. With a failed strike behind him, he retreated several miles without a thought for a second attack. In truth, this fleeting assault was merely a feint, a diversion intended to create an opening for his escape while the opponent instinctively defended and dodged. By the time the ninja regained his composure, Uchiha Ya had vanished without a trace. So rapid was his speed, so light his movements, that the ninja failed to discern the precise direction in which Yu had fled into the thicket. This fellow has escaped? Was my previous display too formidable? The ninja, gazing at the empty space where Uchiha Ya had been, opened his mouth, only to resign himself to suppressing the array of counterattack strategies he had meticulously devised. Sighing in resignation at his opponent's cunning before darting off in another direction. There, a battle had already commenced. Chapter 37, Old 6 versus Old 6 however. A mere 5 minutes after the ninja departed, he returned once more. It appeared he truly had left. Observing his surroundings with caution, the ninja employed sensory techniques to probe the area inside and out. Ultimately, he sighed softly and departed again, his expression far less relaxed than before. It is not the strength of the opponent that one fears, but rather a foe who is both formidable and elusive. Uchiha Ya embodies this duality, powerful, evasive, and possessing a remarkably decisive nature. After all, there are those who steal day in and day out, but none who guard against thieves incessantly. Uchiha Ya, having missed his strike, promptly contemplated a strategic retreat. Such an individual, lurking silently in the shadows, exudes an unsettling aura that renders others acutely aware of his presence, as if a thorn were lodged in their backs. Moreover, Uchiha Ya possesses a lethal ability, akin to a guillotine poised precariously above the heads of his adversaries, ready to descend at any moment. Were it not for this ninja's extensive combat experience, which fostered a cautious demeanor and a habitual inclination towards defense, he might have already met a dire fate. Ultimately, the ninja departed with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, unwilling to concede defeat. Before leaving, he resorted to his reconnaissance technique, probing the surroundings several times, only to confirm the absence of threats, and thus he reluctantly vanished in a burst of speed. Unbeknownst to him, a mere 1,500 meters away, Uchiha Ya perched upon a branch in a forested elevation, his Sharingan activated, keenly observing the ninja's recent actions. This distance was precisely beyond the reach of the reconnaissance technique, yet comfortably within the purview of the Sharingan's capabilities. While the Sharingan may not possess the long-range penetrating vision of the Byakugan, its perceptive prowess is undeniably formidable. Uchiha Ya observed the departing ninja, particularly noting the individual's return, and he couldn't help but acknowledge the fundamental disparity between anime and reality. Naruto's brash actions, reliant on the power of chakra, were fortunate to be supported by his comrades. Otherwise, had he encountered even a moderately strong ninja in the early stages, he would likely have met his end before even the opportunity for the Nine Tails to manifest could arise, falling victim to a single, precise strike. While the quantity of chakra is undeniably vital for a ninja, serving as a cornerstone for becoming a formidable warrior, the evolution of a true stronghold transcends mere chakra augmentation. Even future titans like Shinja Hashirama, a veritable human nuclear bomb, possessed extraordinary combat prowess and unparalleled tactical acumen across diverse realms of battle. As you contemplated the ninja's exit, particularly the fluidity of their instantaneous movement, the expression concealed beneath his black mask shifted from caution to gravitas. The advanced body flicker technique exhibited by the opponent, though perhaps slightly inferior in speed to use perfected version, was executed with an almost eerie silence, disturbing neither the air nor the dust beneath. This indicated an exceptional mastery over chakra, surpassing even that of Uchiha Taniguchi, who had previously trained him for several days in chakra control. What a remarkable command of chakra! Moreover, the sensation from that recent strike lingered in his mind. Uchiha Ya lowered his head, contemplating the short blade in his hand that had been deflected after he launched an attack on that ninja. A deep pensive expression adorned his face. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a layer of fine scratches along the edge of the blade. These scratches were peculiar, resembling the result of prolonged friction against a steel ball, which had worn away a portion of the metallic surface of the standard short blade he held. The ninja did not merely rely on a robust physique to withstand his lethal strike. Instead, he skillfully manipulated his chakra, momentarily enveloping his body with a layer of rapidly rotating chakra. This chakra was extraordinarily condensed, although it merely clung to the surface of his body. It swirled in an almost tangible manner like a colossal, high-velocity steel ball, eroding any physical attacks that approached. Furthermore, due to the concentrated and spinning nature of this energy, it likely possessed formidable resistance against most ninjutsu. Such an ability, coupled with mastery of close combat techniques, would undoubtedly present a nightmare for any melee-oriented ninja. Uchiha Ya gazed at the departing ninjas who were heading for support, showing no inclination to pursue them. At that moment, Uchiha Ya was uncertain whether they had genuinely retreated or were merely employing a feigned withdrawal, lying in ambush for him. Contemplating this, he executed a swift body flicker, taking a circuitous route to re-enter the outpost through the path previously utilized by Madara. He then concealed himself anew from a different angle. His remarkable speed allowed him to accomplish this without significant delay. Along the way, he encountered several fleeing ninjas. These individuals exhibited a complete lack of discipline, frantically attempting to escape, leading Uchiha Ya to initially suspect that they were deliberately feigning weakness to lure out those in ambush for an attack. However, upon following them for a brief period, he realized he had overthought the situation. They bore no resemblance to a well-organized team. Rather, they appeared to be an ad hoc assembly. Although he remained perplexed by the circumstances, once he ascertained it was not a trap, Uchiha Ya unleashed his full body flicker technique, darting past the fleeing ninjas, his blade slicing through the air with precision, decisively ending their lives. In the era of warring states, the conflicts between factions held no moral dichotomy of good and evil. Hostility equated to life and death. If you did not slay me, I would slay you. With his blade sheathed, Uchiha Ya did not cast a glance at the fallen, defiant corpses, nor did he entertain any thoughts of restraint. He once again concealed himself and gradually approached the interior of the outpost. In a mere moment, the sounds of battle reached his ears. Uchiha Ya did not approach immediately. Instead, he activated his Sharingan once more, commencing a distant observation of the battlefield. Within the Uchiha squad, comprised of 4 members, 2 males and 2 females, their synergy is remarkable, allowing them to inflict maximum damage upon their adversaries with minimal effort, effectively dragging down 2 formidable foreign ninjas. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izuna have formed an impromptu team to fend off the onslaught of weaker ninjas. Among them, although Uchiha Izuna possesses commendable skills and is no stranger to bloodshed, this is her first encounter with such a grim atmosphere, causing her to feel a tinge of anxiety and disarray in her actions, especially when confronted with the desperate counterattacks of those ninjas facing death. The fervent desire for life reflected in their eyes deeply unsettles Uchiha Izuna, who is acutely sensitive to emotional nuances. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi, standing beside her, is devoid of such burdens. He decisively delegates the ninjas he cannot defeat to stronger Uchihas, showing no inclination to linger in battle, while he unleashes powerful strikes upon those he can overcome, leaving no room for a comeback. His actions epitomize the behavior of the 6th child, executed with impeccable finesse in combat. Notably, the specialized swordsmanship training previously imparted by Uchiha Ya has enabled Uchiha Itachi to execute a sudden and explosive ambush, akin to a silent yet ferocious dog on the battlefield, poised to seize its opponent at any moment. Initially, Uchiha Izuna regarded Uchiha Itachi's methods with disdain. However, as he witnessed Uchiha Itachi repeatedly triumph on the battlefield, reaping victories in the warring states, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Subsequently, a small, mischievous companion stealthily emerged beside the mad dog. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Ya displayed an odd expression, pondering inwardly. Could it be that Izuna is heading down a peculiar path? Curse it. All of this is due to Uchiha Akira's influence on Izuna. Uchiha Ya covertly critiques, yet he further conceals his presence, directing his gaze towards Madara. Chapter 38. The Peculiar Ninja. At this moment, the situation is most dire for Madara. Accompanied by 2 Uchiha Nin, the trio faces not a multitude of ninja assaults, but rather a solitary adversary whose demeanor betrays a profound seriousness. They are confronted by the very ninja that Uchiha Ya had previously ambushed. In a contest of masters, even a mere exchange can reveal the opponent's relative prowess. Of course, if one fails to gauge their opponent's strength, it indicates either a deficiency in skill or an insurmountable disparity in power, placing them on entirely different planes. The instant the ninja manifested, as Madara engaged in an exchange, a tingling sensation coursed through him, coupled with the adversary's formidable strength, signaling to Uchiha Madara that this ninja was not to be approached lightly. Thus, Uchiha Madara decisively employed the Shuriken throwing technique, targeting the ninja's vital weak points, while swiftly retreating and executing a fire release technique to increase the distance. However, the ninja, undeterred by Madara's offensive, withstood the shuriken and fire release without flinching, advancing relentlessly towards Uchiha Madara. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara's acute combat awareness, along with the disruptive maneuvers of his two companions, he might have sustained severe injuries or even met his demise. Meanwhile, the lurking Uchiha Ya showed no intention of revealing himself immediately. He observed that the ninja, aside from exhibiting extraordinary defensive taijutsu, had yet to demonstrate his precise mastery of the body flicker technique. Otherwise, even if Uchiha Madara could temporarily evade, his two companions would not remain unscathed. There is indeed a problem at hand. Uchiha Ya gazed upon the battlefield, sensing an unsettling dissonance in the air. Numerous aspects felt amiss. This ninja, despite being the leader of the outpost, exhibited no semblance of the assassination prowess characteristic of foreign ninjas. Nor did he demonstrate the formidable techniques of the powerful clans that would later emerge with the founding of the Hidden Mist Village. Instead, he showcased an unprecedented defensive capability, sheer physical prowess, and an elusive mastery over chakra that remained tantalizingly unspent. Then there were the panicked ninjas, those who had fought valiantly against other Uchiha, their eyes reflecting an intense desire for survival, yet their fighting spirit appeared notably diminished. All of this was exceedingly perplexing. However, Uchiha Ya found little time to ponder these anomalies, for Uchiha Madara was already making his next move. Against such defensive ninjas, aside from employing a strategy akin to encirclement and exhausting the opponent's stamina and chakra, there existed another method, genjutsu. Physical strength does not equate to mental fortitude. Within the bloodline of the Uchiha clan lies the latent power of in release, which grants them considerable spiritual strength even in the absence of the Sharingan. However, once the Sharingan is awakened, their spiritual prowess surges dramatically, resulting in a transformative enhancement that manifests as unique ocular abilities. These ocular powers possess the capacity to directly disrupt the will of their opponents, eliminating the need for hand seals to achieve various genjutsu effects. Consequently, when engaging in battle against an Uchiha, the foremost strategy is to avoid direct eye contact. Otherwise, one's own will may be susceptible to the Uchiha's ocular influence, leading to a diminishment of combat effectiveness and potentially rendering one incapable of resistance. Ultimately, a person's body is governed by their consciousness, and should that consciousness be compromised, the strength of the body becomes inconsequential. As the young clan leader, Uchiha Madara, after awakening his ocular prowess, was certainly no stranger to receiving special guidance from Uchiha Taijima. Thus he swiftly grasped the path to victory. In a fleeting moment of exchanged glances with his comrades, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. As Madara retreated with great haste, he resolutely unleashed a genjutsu. The attacking ninja found his body involuntarily stiffening. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Madara's comrades did not squander the opportunity. They resolutely closed in, intent on slaying their adversary on the spot. However, Madara sensed something amiss with the opponent and attempted to intervene, yet it was somewhat too late. Be careful. Before Madara could utter another word, the previously rigid body of the ninja sprang into action. The protective barrier that had seemed to dissipate as if under genjutsu now erupted with vigor. A surge of chakra swept through, and the refined chakra force firmly halted the oncoming assault directed at Madara. With a swift motion, two strikes imbued with intricate chakra energy collided with his comrade, sending him hurtling back, bloodied and incapacitated, utterly devoid of the ability to continue the fight. Damn it, you were feigning all along. At that moment, through the lens of his Sharingan, Madara perceived the opponent's completely transformed aura and combat intent, realizing that the adversary was merely masquerading as a weakling. The ninja, gazing at Madara, bore an expression tinged with regret, saying, "What a pity, I couldn't lure that fellow out. My time is limited. But considering how they fight with you at the helm, it seems your standing within the Uchiha clan is quite substantial. Eliminating you would also resolve a significant threat to the Senju." The opponent mused, yet in the next instant, he offered Madara no opportunity for contemplation, charging forward with unwavering resolve to strike him down. This assault was starkly different from their previous exchanges. The ninja's speed was astonishingly swift, and even with his eyes opened, Madara found it challenging to keep pace. A fierce gust from the punch struck Madara, the chakra-infused force penetrating his being. However, in the following moment, Madara's form erupted into a cloud of white smoke, leaving behind a fallen wooden log. The unique combination of the shadow clone technique and the body replacement technique allowed the clone to remain in place after being attacked, creating the illusion of being struck and granting Madara sufficient opportunity to counterattack or retreat. At this juncture, Madara emerged from behind a large tree, his expression unchanged. Yet his heart brimmed with a sense of relief upon seeing the splintered remains of the wooden substitute. In this moment, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Uchiha Obito. Had he not experienced Obito's instantaneous movement techniques and engaged in several skirmishes, he might not have possessed such reflexes now. Is this all the speed you can muster? You're significantly lacking compared to someone I know. In a tactical disdain for his opponent, yet strategically recognizing the threat. Madara involuntarily recalled a remark made by Obito during their battles, a statement that now resonated with profound insight. Reflecting on this, Madara suddenly realized that his younger cousin's words were, in fact, laden with invaluable wisdom. Meanwhile, the ninja, witnessing his attack miss its mark, exhibited a flicker of surprise. Yet his demeanor remained largely unfazed. However, in that moment, the ninja's gaze transformed, becoming even more perilous. Without a sound, the ninja surged forward once more. This time, his speed escalated, and his strikes grew more ferocious, embodying a reckless abandon for consequences and self-harm. Faced with the frenzied assault of the ninja, even Uchiha Madara, possessing a formidable battle instinct, could only grit his teeth and strive to evade. Chapter 39, Madara and Ju. Despite his efforts, the relentless barrage inflicted some injuries upon Uchiha Madara. If this continued, he risked succumbing to an oversight in the next fleeting moment, where defeat equated to death in the realm of ninjas. Observing from the shadows, Uchiha Ya prepared to draw his blade, ready to engage. Yet, at that moment, his hand hovered, suddenly stilled. Through the lens of his Sharingan, he beheld Uchiha Madara, ensnared in peril, as a dark pattern crept across one side of his face, emanating a chilling and concentrated chakra. This chakra instilled in Uchiha Ya a profound sense of foreboding. In that instant, Uchiha Madara underwent a transformation. His fighting spirit surged, and his eyes, spinning rapidly, suddenly morphed into a pair of tomo. The ominous chakra enveloping him intertwined with his original chakra as he activated his eyes, resulting in a dramatic amplification of his chakra reserves. Previously at a disadvantage, Uchiha Madara, upon awakening his eyes, not only matched the ninja's speed but began to counter the ninja's attacks effectively, launching suitable retaliations. This transformation invigorated the surrounding Uchiha clan members. Although they were unaware of the changes occurring within Madara, they perceived the shift as a testament to his extraordinary talent, reveling in the prospect of a comeback. Only Uchiha Ya, observing the scene from a distance, wore a grave expression mixed with dawning realization. It became evident that Kurizetsu had long since taken residence within Madara. No wonder Madara had harbored no suspicion of Kurizetsu before the ambush. Uchiha Ya observed the transformation of Madara, particularly the dark markings adorning one side of his face. These were not the curse seals associated with Uchiha Sasuke, but rather a manifestation of a peculiar power deeply rooted within Madara's very being. Had Uchiha Ya been unaware of the unfolding narrative, ignorant of the fact that Madara would eventually embody the Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he would never have contemplated the implications of those markings. It was unmistakably Kagaya's essence, that dark entity known as Black Zetsu. Witnessing this revelation, all of Uchiha Ya's previous uncertainties dissipated. The ambush from long ago, perpetrated by that wide-eyed Uchiha, was indeed Black Zetsu's doing. More accurately, it was the precursor to Black Zetsu. Lurking within the Uchiha clan, it awaited the arrival of the next Indra, while simultaneously scheming and assessing the temperament of each generation's Indra. On that fateful night, if Uchiha Ya's conjectures were correct, Black Zetsu intended to eliminate the younger generation of Uchiha, primarily targeting Madara's younger brothers, in an attempt to provoke Madara into awakening his eyes. Although the plan was slightly derailed by Uchiha Ya's unexpected appearance, Madara did awaken his eyes, and Black Zetsu's precursor fulfilled its mission, meeting its end at Madara's hands with a sense of resignation. Seizing the opportunity during Madara's unconsciousness, Black Zetsu infiltrated Madara's body, becoming an integral part of his power, quietly aiding in his growth while subtly influencing him, akin to a second persona of Madara. In the future, when Madara awakened the Rinnegan and faced his demise, he would extract Black Zetsu through the technique of yin-yang release, resulting in that enigmatic black form. Uchiha Madara merely believed that this was another version of himself. Even if this version bore little resemblance to his own character, he would not doubt that it could cause him harm. Thus, the subsequent event where Kagaya's will extracted Madara's heart transpired. Kagaya's will truly was remarkable, understanding everything. Uchiha Ya couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Kagaya's will at that moment. Aside from the final act of betrayal and the covert orchestration of the Moon Eye plan, Kagaya's will existed for Madara much like a wise elder, akin to a cherished ring. This left Uchiha Ya feeling a twinge of envy. Simultaneously, he felt no concern about whether Madara might face a butterfly effect that could lead to his premature demise due to his influence. However, Uchiha Ya soon became acutely aware of another issue. Just how significant was the influence of Kagaya's will residing within Madara's body? Was it merely a protective presence, or did it also extend to affecting his very psyche? Upon reflecting on this, Uchiha Ya realized he could not linger any longer in the shadows. Whether due to his suspicions regarding the ninja or considerations about Madara's condition, he was resolved to take action. In the next instant, Uchiha Ya vanished from his position. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the fighting remained intense. However, Madara Uchiha's explosive emergence seemed to invigorate the Uchiha clan, elevating their combat spirit. The tide of battle gradually began to shift in favor of the Uchiha. The Taijutsu ninja, seemingly caught off guard by Madara's sudden surge of power, found himself attacked. His body unable to maintain its defenses due to the continuous strain, leaving him with visible wounds. Madara's fighting spirit, fueled by the powers of Kaguya, grew increasingly formidable. His double Tomo Sharingan spinning ceaselessly, beginning to reveal the fierce prowess of a demon in the shinobi world. The ninja, sensing the precariousness of his situation, braced himself against Madara's oncoming strike, then swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. In the next moment, he produced an object from his clothing, igniting a flame in his hand that shot into the sky, erupting with a thunderous roar. This was alarming. It was a signal flare. Observing this, while Madara was unaware of the ninja's ulterior motives, he understood that prolonged combat was inadvisable. Yet, before he could utter a word to retreat, the ninja's aura surged dramatically. His chakra tinged with crimson, and an abnormal hue of blood appeared on his face. Leave everything behind. Stay here with me. The Senju were destined for victory. The ninja declared, transforming into a beast ablaze with blood-red flames, lunging fiercely at Madara. Faced with such an assault, even with the enhanced power of his evolved Sharingan, Madara dared not confront him head-on, for this ninja approached with the intent of mutual destruction. Even if he managed to withstand one of the opponent's strikes, who could say what other tricks this madman might possess? Thus, relying on his agile combat reflexes, Madara narrowly evaded the onslaught. The ninja, missing his strike, cast a fleeting glance at Madara, tinged with regret. That gaze sent a chill through Madara, for it was one he recognized all too well. It reminded him of the look in the eyes of that Byakugan Uchiha during their previous ambush. A realization struck him, and he urgently called out to the nearby Uchiha. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let this man close in. He intends to fight to the death. Chapter 40. The Arrangement of Uchiha Taijima. Madara spoke swiftly, yet his words could not match the speed of the exhausted ninja, who darted toward Uchiha Maru, fiercely launching an attack. Although Uchiha Maru's reflexes may not rival those of Madara, he instinctively drew his blade to thwart the sudden assault of the ninja, spurred on by Madara's timely warning. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sure, Uchiharu, and Uchiha each unleashed their techniques in the very moment Uchiha Maru was sent hurtling back by the attack. Despite the ninja's commendable martial prowess, he found himself in a state of complete eruption, unable to maintain his chakra defenses amidst the fervor, and thus dared not confront the trio's onslaught directly. In a flash, the ninja evaded Uchiha Sure and his companion's strikes through several swift relocations, only to suddenly reverse course towards Uchiha Izuna, who was engaged in combat alongside Uchiha Akira. At this juncture, although Uchiha Izuna was filled with fighting spirit, the prolonged battle had left him exceedingly fatigued, rendering him momentarily unresponsive to the incoming attack despite his preparation. In this critical moment, Uchiha Akira unexpectedly materialized before Uchiha Izuna, wielding his blade to clash head-on with the rampaging ninja. This confrontation sent Uchiha Akira reeling backward. However, in that instant, he managed to unleash a blade aura, albeit still unfamiliar to him, which sliced through the last vestige of the ninja's defenses, leaving a crimson mark upon his body. Yet, in his desperate state, the ninja disregarded his wounds, determined to take down at least one adversary with him. Uchiha Izuna found himself momentarily paralyzed before the formidable ninja, while Madara, not far away, realized it was too late to intervene with a swift movement. In that fleeting instant, a palpable sense of mortality enveloped him. Confronted with the imminent threat of death, a flash of crimson ignited in Uchiha Izuna's eyes. He had awakened his Sharingan. However, unlike Madara, Uchiha Izuna lacked the presence of Kaguya's black Zetsu within him, which meant he could not augment his power in a state of fury. Nor could he enhance his chakra reserves. After opening his eyes, Izuna Uchiha not only depleted his remaining chakra but also overextended a portion of it. At this moment, aside from his pair of crimson, radiant eyes, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Am I destined to perish? At this moment, Uchiha Izuna's heart was filled with resentment. He had yet to accomplish numerous unfinished tasks. He had not yet stood behind his brother, nor had he vanquished that detestable foe. He had not yet exerted himself for the glory of the Uchiha clan. Now he faced the grim reality of death. As the vivid memories of Izuna's life played before him, a figure silently materialized before his eyes. More precisely, it appeared behind the ninja who was recklessly charging towards Izuna. Beneath the gaze of Izuna's Sharingan, that figure emerged with a velocity even more terrifying than that of the attacking ninja, moving as if it possessed an ordinary speed within the slow-motion realm of the Sharingan. A flash of blade light cut through the air. Uchiha Izuna beheld the blade of that figure effortlessly glide across the adversary's neck. The strike was swift, silent, yet dazzlingly sharp. The ninja's body continued its advance towards Uchiha Izuna, but his head, propelled by the force of the rushing wind, detached and fell away. The body, driven by inertia, stumbled before Uchiha Izuna. However, lacking its head, it lost balance and veered past him, colliding with a nearby tree trunk. Meanwhile, the severed head, still bearing the glint of defiance, tumbled and landed at Uchiha Izuna's feet, its eyes reflecting madness, urgency, and a lingering sense of unwillingness to succumb. In those final moments, the gaze directed towards the suddenly materialized figure gradually softened, the anguish of struggle slowly dissipating. My apologies for arriving late. Uchiha Yu spoke, seemingly addressing Izuna. Yet it appeared he was also addressing the other Uchiha. It is not too late, not too late. However, should you delay any further, I shall ensure you face the consequences upon my return. Upon witnessing Uchiha Yu's arrival, Madara exhaled in relief, though his gaze toward you bore a hint of reproach. Unbeknownst to even Madara himself, he had come to regard you as an equal, and perhaps, for the time being, even superior. You initially wished to retort to Madara's demeanor, but was suddenly interrupted by a distant rumbling. They then beheld, not far off, a mountain encircling the area beginning to collapse at a visibly alarming rate. No, rather than a collapse, it resembled a non-Newtonian fluid that had been exerting pressure, only to suddenly lose its external force, transforming swiftly into a puddle that spread with relentless momentum in all directions. One of those directions was towards them. Damn it. A mudslide. Run. Upon discovering this, Uchiha Yu was the first to react, swiftly turning to flee. However, before departing, he hesitated for a moment and chose to assist his fellow Uchiha, who had been gravely injured by the ninja, a comrade of Madara in the hidden mist village, before vanishing without a backward glance. He had saved one person. The fate of the others was of no concern to him. What followed was a race against time for the Uchiha. The journey was fraught with twists and challenges. Yet the conclusion proved to be relatively favorable. The entire Uchiha clan survived. However, 3 were severely injured, for sustained light wounds, and 1 was ambushed during battle, resulting in their demise. Fortunately, the body was preserved and brought back. Although the Uchiha clan emerged victorious from this skirmish, the spoils were meager. Ultimately, Uchiha Yu reluctantly produced a scroll containing a portion of the resources he had discovered, albeit insufficient. It was better than nothing. Nevertheless, following this incident, particularly after Izuna nearly met his end, Madara exhibited an unprecedented state unseen by the Uchiha before. Soon after, Uchiha Taijima issued an order to recall Madara. Alongside him, several Uchiha ninjas stationed in the Mist Village, including Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Ko, were also summoned back. Some would engage in battle against the Senju, while others would serve as Madara's guards. Regardless of their assignments, this was a matter of great significance for this group of Uchihas, filling them with excitement for an extended period. However, what truly concerned Uchiha Yu was not the departure of these individuals, but rather his own retention. Indeed, he was kept by Uchiha Taijima, although he was unaware of which scoundrel reported him for vanishing during battle, nearly leading to the annihilation of their forces. He was quite content with this arrangement. The most jubilant of all was Uchiha Akira, who was also retained by Uchiha Taijima. He was entrusted with 2 tasks. First, to observe Uchiha Yu's reactions. Second, to assist Uchiha Yu in managing the affairs of the Mist Village. For the first task, Uchiha Akira dismissed it entirely. He could discern the distinction between a gradually aging clan leader and a rising pillar of the family. Primarily, it was evident that Uchiha Taijima assigned him the task, while Uchiha Yu remained indifferent to him. The former merely painted grand visions, while the latter, despite showing little interest in his loyalty, consistently provided him with opportunities for growth. At times, Uchiha Akira experienced an inexplicable sensation. He felt that Uchiha Yu resembled a clan leader more than anyone else. Uchiha Madara departed, accompanied by his beloved Udo. Before leaving, Izuna wore a triumphant smile, prompting Uchiha Yu to suppress him momentarily, reducing the boastful Izuna to a state akin to a vanquished hound, barking furiously at Uchiha Yu. Nevertheless, he ultimately followed Uchiha Madara, harboring a lingering resentment. As they watched the departing figures, Uchiha Mei beside Uchiha Yu softly inquired, "My lord Yu, what shall we do next?" "Everything shall remain as usual." "As usual? The clan leader Taijima has commanded me to remain here. Do you not ponder the reason behind it?" Upon hearing Uchiha Yu's retort, Uchiha Mei fell into a moment of silence. During his time returning to the clan's territory, he had naturally acquired a thorough understanding of the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan, particularly through his interactions with the current clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, for whom he had even performed several tasks. From his perspective, Uchiha Taijima appeared to be a competent leader, embodying the Uchiha's indomitable pride and exceptional talent, thus qualifying him as a commendable chief. However, considering him from the dual vantage points of a father and clan leader, it became evident that beneath Uchiha Taijima's seemingly impartial exterior lay subtle hints of personal ambition. Uchiha Yu possesses an extraordinary talent, a fact well recognized by anyone who has had prolonged contact with him, including Uchiha Madara, the son of the clan leader. Uchiha Mei is convinced that the clan leader cannot be oblivious to this reality. Nevertheless, it was Uchiha Yu who single-handedly turned the tide in what was initially a feudal battle, yielding significant results and even dismantling a stronghold belonging to the Senju clan. Yet, the glory and accolades were wholly bestowed upon Uchiha Madara. While Madara is indeed commendable and his role as the leader is undeniably significant, the actions of Uchiha Taijima left Uchiha Mei feeling somewhat disheartened. The Uchiha clan permits the emergence of prodigies. Yet it seems they do not allow a genius stronger than Madara to arise. Even if such an individual were to exist, they must yield. Thus, when Uchiha Ya speaks of the status quo, it signifies a period of tranquility where one merely navigates through this time without notable accomplishments or failures, successfully weathering the repercussions of this recent conflict. Understood, Lord Yu. Uchiha Akira spoke, his expression tinged with a hint of reluctance, leaving Uchiha Ya somewhat perplexed. Do you truly understand? I understand, Akira replied. There is no need for further words, my lord. I shall not disappoint you and will ensure that everything in Mist Town remains as it should. Uchiha Ming nodded, granting Uchiha Ya a sigh of relief. Though a sense of unease lingered, the hidden mist village lay at the heart of Uchiha territory, despite its proximity to the ocean, which often attracted disturbances from foreign ninjas. It remained predominantly tranquil. In contrast to the direct confrontations with the elite Senju clan, this locale truly represented a sanctuary. If circumstances permitted, Uchiha Ya aspired to retire here, biding his time until he reached the esteemed Six Paths level before re-emerging. Thus, a rare period of peace settled upon Uchiha Ya. During this time, apart from Uchiha Ming's monthly reports regarding the situation and inquiries about the modest development of the hidden mist village, there was little else for him to concern himself with. Uchiha Ya was wholly immersed in his training, and after persistent effort over the course of 6 months, he finally achieved the final infusion of the living body technique's last elemental attribute. Upon completing the metamorphosis associated with the wind element, Uchiha Ya sensed a surge of kinetic energy within his body. The essence of wind embodies a dynamic force. Fueled by this energy, Uchiha Ya felt as if his body had been akin to a machine that had suddenly been empowered, seamlessly connecting the unique talents derived from the transformations of fire, lightning, water, and earth attributes, creating a peculiar cycle within him. Initially, Uchiha Ya was oblivious to the utility of this cycle. However, as time elapsed, he gradually recognized the distinct changes within his physique. From that day forth, he noted a remarkable acceleration in his digestion, even gaining the ability to regulate his energy expenditure. This phenomenon manifested most tangibly in his ability to consume enough food in a single day to become corpulent, only to awake the next day, having shed the excess weight through the cyclical consumption of his bodily energy. Throughout this fluctuating process of gaining and losing weight, Uchiha Ya experienced consistent enhancements in strength, stamina, endurance, and even recovery. Although this progression was gradual, over time, it culminated in a significant improvement. With appropriate physical training, the effects of this growth became even more gratifying. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Ya incorporated physical training into his daily regimen. While the Uchiha clan did not possess particularly renowned body refining techniques, the living body technique enabled him to engage in the simplest of exercises, continually challenging his limits, thus allowing his entire being to undergo a collective tempering. Time is often the most merciless of elements. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Ya had reached the age of 7, and the moment for compensation points had arrived once more. This time, as he gazed at the data panel, his attention wavered between two directions. Name: Uchiha Ya. Age: 7. Talent: Diligence compensates for lack skills. Chakra refinement LV-Max. Body flicker technique LV-Max. Flame sword technique LV-Max. Living body technique LV-Max. Great fireball technique LV-6. Throwing technique LV-7. Transformation technique LV-5. Substitution technique LV-3. Shadow clone technique LV-3. One Tomo Sharingan LV-4. Sealing technique LV-2. Focused gaze technique LV-4. Compensation points: 1 backpack, various items. Chakra refinement and living body technique. This time, Uchiha Ya resolved to attempt to break through his skills. Presently, he identified 2 areas in need of enhancement. First, the upper limit and control of his chakra. With the chakra refinement technique maxed out, his upper limit was essentially fixed, only capable of gradual improvement with growth. Although he presently possessed a chakra volume comparable to that of an elite J-nin, it was insufficient for honing his skill proficiency. After all, the execution of ninjutsu required chakra, as did the flame sword technique, and even physical training necessitated the harmonious flow of chakra. However, his chakra was finite. Once depleted, it required considerable time to replenish before he could continue his training. Thus, he ardently hoped to either elevate his chakra capacity or enhance his control over it, significantly reducing the expenditure when refining his skills. As for the living body technique, its significance was self-evident. At this juncture, he had already attained mastery over the 5 elemental attributes of fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water, complemented by the shadow manipulation inherent in the Sharingan, totaling 6 attributes. The final operation of the living body technique accelerated his body's absorption and consumption of nutrients, thereby augmenting his physical constitution. While he remained uncertain about the full extent of this phenomenon, he suspected it might be due to the accumulation of yang release power within him. If the living body technique could yield such intricate transformations of attributes, what might occur if he were to further explore the potential for elemental transformations? For instance, could he develop lightning cutter or attain the formidable prowess of the third Reikage? contemplating the prospect of fortifying his physique to the point of being as resilient as iron. He felt a surge of excitement. However, after much deliberation, Uchiha Ya ultimately opted for the chakra refinement technique. Foundations must be laid before erecting towering edifices. Chakra serves as the bedrock of a ninja's strength, and establishing a solid base as early as possible is paramount. Additionally, there was another reason for not pursuing a breakthrough in the living body technique. His physique remained too fragile. The endeavor of elemental transformation was inherently perilous, and a moment's carelessness could result in irreparable damage. Thus, he resolved to wait a few more years, allowing his body to strengthen under the nurturing cycle of the living body technique before attempting to explore elemental transformations. At that time, the effort may yield far greater rewards. Having made his decision, Uchiha Ya chose the chakra refinement technique. The next moment, he felt a surge of information flooding his mind. The already proficient chakra refinement technique suddenly morphed into an entirely new system. With chakra refinement maxed out, Uchiha Ya could effortlessly extract energy from his cellular structure, subsequently merging it with mental energy to form chakra, which would then traverse his meridians and be stored in his dantian, awaiting deployment for ninjutsu. Now, a novel idea began to take shape in Uchiha Ya's mind, a method for better controlling the chakra within his body. Various inspirations emerged, and gradually, a completely new technique began to crystallize in his consciousness. Using the dantian as the foundation and the meridians as the network, he envisioned a cyclical structure for chakra within his body, allowing it to circulate repeatedly, refining and purifying itself to the point of being reabsorbed by his cells. Thus, the chakra refinement technique was born. This increasingly resembled a martial arts discipline, did it not? Uchiha Ya awakened from his insights gained at the compensation point, his expression peculiarly enigmatic. He accessed his data panel to review his skills. Name: Uchiha Ya. Age: 7. Talent: Diligence compensates for deficiency skills. Chakra refinement LVMAX 12. Body flicker technique LVMAX. Flame sword technique LVMAX. Living technique LVMAX. Great fireball technique LV6. Throwing technique LV7. Transformation technique LV5. Substitution technique LV4. Shadow clone technique LV5. One Tomo Sharingan LV5. Hand sealing technique LV4. Gaze technique LV5. Compensation points: 0. Backpack, various items. The chakra refinement technique had transformed into chakra refinement. Furthermore, a numerical value now accompanied it: chakra refinement 12. Through the utilization of compensation points, Uchiha Ya had successfully advanced the technique to a refined state. However, it seemed that due to insufficient compensation points, his chakra refinement was not fully developed. According to the deductions enhanced by the compensation points, the chakra refinement technique not only allowed Uchiha Ya to refine and master chakra with utmost precision, but also enabled the chakra, after meticulous refinement, to be reabsorbed by the cells, thereby influencing his control over his physical form. At this moment, Uchiha Ya was capable only of the former. Nonetheless, he still felt as though he had ascended to a higher echelon. His body flicker technique, flame sword technique, and living technique were all augmented by the refinement of chakra. The transitions of the body flicker technique became smoother with reduced consumption. The flame sword technique exhibited a more concentrated attachment of chakra, making it easier to incorporate additional attributes. And the cycle of the living technique became more meticulous, with absorption and consumption occurring at a swifter and steadier pace. Most importantly, with the refinement of chakra, the chakra consumed for the same ninjutsu was now merely 1/3 of what it had been. This effectively granted him threefold the opportunities to utilize chakra compared to before. Thus, Uchiha Ya resumed his indulgence in training and practicing ninjutsu with fervor. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months swiftly passed. Initially, he believed that this peaceful and stable life could last for decades. However, certain short-sighted individuals seemed intent on disrupting this harmonious existence. For instance, the other clan leaders of Kirigakure perceived Uchiha Ya's youth and relative lack of authority, and thus, continually sought to extract more from the Uchiha's enterprises through various means. At first, Uchiha Ya chose to turn a blind eye, harboring a carefree attitude. Yet, perhaps due to their underestimation of him as a mere child, these individuals inadvertently revealed a secret to him. The distribution of mineral resources was problematic, not in the allocation itself, but rather during the processes of mining and processing, where discrepancies had arisen. Uchiha Ya, upon comparing the annual mineral resources obtained from mining, discovered that the allocation of these resources remained consistently within a defined fluctuation range. There were slight variations, both increases and decreases, which seemed quite ordinary, as the mineral deposits were not uniform across all locations. However, when Uchiha Ya examined the length and area of several mining sites, he sensed something amiss. The extent of excavation had been quietly escalating each year. A minor increase could be dismissed as a reflection of uneven mineral distribution, yet the daily advancements in mining length were alarming. Some areas bore signs of having been filled in with earth techniques, indicating recent activity. What did this signify? It implied that certain individuals had concealed their actions from the Uchiha clan, recklessly extracting additional mineral resources and discreetly consuming the surplus. This operation, conducted within the monitored territories of various clans, could not have been executed by a single entity alone. It suggested a coalition, possibly implicating not only the Uchiha but other ninja clans as well. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Ya refrained from divulging his findings to others and quietly gathered several parameters regarding the mineral resources, later seizing an opportunity to report this information to his clan. He chose to say no more on the matter. Chapter 43. The fall of the Hyuga division. Life continued as usual until one night, a fortnight later. Uchiha Ya was suddenly alerted by sounds emanating from outside, imbued with an ominous intent to kill. Although this malevolence was not directed at him, it instinctively compelled him to activate his Sharingan. Who could it be? Uchiha Ya cast a sharp glance towards the outside, his short blade silently drawn. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing 5 or 6 figures standing beside him, shrouded entirely in black cloaks. Only a few pairs of crimson Sharingan gleamed ominously from beneath the hoods, each bearing the mark of 3 tomo. Uchiha Ya, under the orders of the clan leader, was to remain here for 7 days, during which he would heed their commands. The foremost figure spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, exuding an oppressive aura that matched the eerie atmosphere of the scene. However, upon hearing the content of the words, Uchiha Ya's expression momentarily froze. After a brief silence, he casually inquired, "Is there any instruction from the clan leader?" "Ah, young one. You are more astute than I had anticipated." The clan leader's sole directive was that whatever transpired in Misty Town must not disrupt the core front, and that this place must remain firmly within the grasp of the Uchiha clan. "I see. I understand now." Upon hearing the response of the other party, Uchiha could not help but smile. In the ensuing days, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. However, on a certain day a few days later, the Hidden Mist Village was besieged by a group of rogue ninjas, resulting in the massacre of all the Hyuga clan members stationed there, their eyes ruthlessly extracted by the attackers. Ultimately, only one low-ranking Hyuga ninja managed to survive, concealed and protected by a fellow clan member. This harrowing incident sent shockwaves throughout the entire Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing this matter, Uchiha Ya immediately convened other ninja clans to journey to the Hyuga clan and ensure the safety of the targeted ninja. Through their inquiries, the group discovered that they were facing a formidable assembly of ninjas, whose prowess would rank them as elite even among prominent clans. The ninjas of the Hyuga branch were utterly powerless in the presence of these individuals. Even the strongest member of the Hyuga clan stationed at the branch, adept in the techniques of Kaiten and Gentle Fist, could not withstand a single move from the leader of the assailants. Observations revealed that this group of marauders excelled in fire release techniques, specifically employing the Uchiha's Great Fireball technique and a maneuver reminiscent of the Uchiha's Flame Blade technique. Nevertheless, the adversaries inadvertently revealed certain inconsistencies. The leader, aside from wielding the Flame Blade and fire release, possessed remarkable taijutsu skills and an overwhelming chakra reserve, capabilities far beyond those of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, before the demise of the Hyuga clan member, a name was uttered, the Senju clan. Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence. Ultimately, under Uchiha Ya's leadership, they informed the Hyuga clan of the developments. Within a few days, the Hyuga clan dispatched ninjas to investigate. The Hyuga ninja recounted his observations to the members of the main branch. Upon hearing his account, the main branch members swiftly dismissed the claims, asserting that their clan's ninja must have been agitated during the battle, leading to nonsensical utterances. They found it implausible that the elite forces of the Senju clan would manifest in the vicinity of Kirigakure. However, Uchiha Ya shook his head in disagreement, recounting his previous encounter with a Senju ninja while on a mission. In response, the Hyuga clan vehemently denied this, suggesting that the Hyuga ninja had surely fallen victim to Genjutsu, resulting in a distortion of memory. At this juncture, Uchiha Ya's demeanor shifted, his expression darkened, and he coldly asserted that the Uchiha clan was renowned for their mastery of Genjutsu, and considering that the assailants were proficient in fire release and the flame blade technique, it was highly likely that the Uchiha clan harbored intentions to annihilate the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Ya stated that, in truth, this assertion holds a semblance of accuracy. The Hyuga clan may very well comprehend that all of this is a scheme orchestrated by the Uchiha. However, at this moment, not only is it impossible for them to acknowledge this truth, but they must also assist the Uchiha in clarifying the matter. For now, it is a critical juncture in the fierce conflict between the Uchiha and the Senju, and the Uchiha cannot afford to offend the Hyuga, thereby pushing them toward the Senju clan. Of course, these are merely the justifications the Hyuga clan presents in favor of the Uchiha. If it is not the Uchiha, then it must be the Senju. Rest assured, the Hyuga headquarters bears no connection to the Uchiha. However, the Hyuga branch is indeed a part of the Mist Village. The Uchiha, operating within the Mist Village, must seek redress for the Hyuga clan. Soon, I shall pen a letter to my esteemed clan elder, urging him to mobilize the Uchiha to avenge the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Ya confronted the ninjas arriving from the Hyuga headquarters with earnest words and a serious demeanor, as if the affairs of the Hyuga clan were intrinsically linked to their own Uchiha. This display moved many of the observing clansmen deeply. However, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, upon hearing this, reacted as if they had bitten into something distasteful. They suddenly realized that Uchiha Ya had ensnared them in a clever trap. The issue at hand had transcended the mere obliteration of the Hyuga clan's members. It had evolved into a question of which side the entire Hyuga clan would support. Should they acknowledge the Senju clan, the Uchiha would seize upon this opportunity to strike against the Senju in the name of the Hyuga. Conversely, if they denied the Senju's involvement, it would undoubtedly lead to suspicions that the Uchiha were the culprits, clearly indicating a betrayal towards the Senju. In an instant, the ninjas of the Hyuga found themselves in a perplexing predicament. Ultimately, however, a resolution emerged. Although the destruction of the branch was a grievous loss, the Hyuga clan chose not to pursue the matter further. Consequently, they resolved to withdraw their branch from the hidden mist village, Uchiha Ya. Upon hearing the decision of the Hyuga ninja, wore a reluctant expression and earnestly attempted to dissuade them. However, the Hyuga ninja had made up their mind, hastily gathering their belongings before departing with the remaining members of the Hyuga branch. Thus, the town of Mist was left devoid of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Ya expressed profound sorrow regarding the matter at hand. However, life in Kirigakure must continue. Thus, in pursuit of further equity, Uchiha Ya resolved to confiscate the mineral resources surrounding Kirigakure and subsequently redistribute them. He noted the alarming fact that such a formidable enemy had infiltrated Kirigakure unnoticed, and vowed to enhance vigilance, particularly at the mines, where personnel would be dispatched for close monitoring. However, due to the insufficient strength of the ninja forces in Kirigakure, a rotational supervision model was proposed. Some supervisors would need to be mobile, and to prevent potential corruption, an oversight organization would be established. Should any individual be found compromising the interests of Kirigakure, that ninja, along with their family, would face repercussions. Many ninja clans in Kirigakure wished to oppose these policies. However, recalling the recent bloodshed within the Hyuga branch, they ultimately retreated into silence, opting for acquiescence. Chapter 44. The hero of the Hyuga clan at that moment. Everyone had come to understand the fate that befell the Hyuga branch. Yet, none dared to speak of it or acknowledge the truth. For their once greedy elder brother was no more. Now, in order to survive in Kirigakure, they had no choice but to adopt a subservient demeanor. In the Land of Fire, amidst the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans, lay a remote territory that served as the homeland of the Hyuga clan. Upon the return of the ninja dispatched to Kirigakure, they recounted the situation to the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. After a brief silence, he softly replied, "You have done well. Exiting Kirigakure was indeed the wisest choice. However, I am perplexed as to how the Uchiha clan dares to act at this critical juncture. Have they sensed something?" Hyuga Hayashi muttered to himself, envisioning a figure from his past, a once promising genius of the Hyuga clan. However, this genius had been assigned a mission within the clan, wherein he had his Byakugan extracted and replaced with ordinary eyes, rendering him an average ninja. He had infiltrated the vicinity of Kirigakure, serving as a covert base for the Hyuga clan's clandestine mineral operations, while also acting as a liaison for overseas ninjas. Unfortunately, that location had recently been dismantled. Originally, this talented ninja could have returned to his family. However, with the renewed conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans, both sides had been deliberately dragging their feet, seemingly intent on dragging numerous ninja clans into the fray. Thus, for the sake of the Hyuga clan, this ninja chose to sacrifice himself, aiming to inflict a painful blow upon the Uchiha and shift the blame onto the Senju, thereby igniting the flames of war between the two clans. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even take a batch of Uchiha's young prodigies with him. Regrettably, the ultimate outcome was far from favorable. His sacrifice yielded little discernible impact, yet the spirit of his sacrifice remained etched in the hearts of the entire Hyuga clan. Likewise, many ninjas sharing his fervor awaited their opportunity to contribute to the clan. However, the Uchiha's actions caught Hyuga Hayashi off guard. Although the Hyuga clan harbored fears of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, the latter also regarded the Hyuga with caution, wary of their potential allegiance to either side. It was precisely for this reason that the Hyuga clan managed to survive in the narrow crevice of conflict. Over the years, the Hyuga clan had striven to maintain this delicate balance, fostering discord between the Senju and Uchiha clans to ensure that collaboration remained impossible. Whenever one side exhibited signs of growth, the Hyuga would covertly bolster the other. Even during periods of relative peace between the two, the Hyuga clan would discreetly dispatch ninjas to stir up trouble. Only by keeping the Uchiha and Senju in a state of hostility could they divert attention from the Hyuga clan. Should either the Uchiha or Senju emerge victorious, if one side remained unscathed while the other suffered significant losses, the Hyuga clan would promptly choose to submit. Conversely, if the victor emerged weakened, the Hyuga would swiftly rally other ninja clans to eliminate the weakened faction, even at a considerable cost to themselves. Although the Hyuga clan appeared to be the third family in the Land of Fire, only the ninjas of the Hyuga truly understood that. In comparison to the other two clans, they were still somewhat lacking. The Uchiha clan's main house would not act so recklessly. No. It should be said that the Uchiha clan had not genuinely resolved to offend the Hyuga clan. This entire affair was merely a scheme. Through careful deduction, Hyuga Hayashi quickly grasped the underlying issue. Presently, the Uchiha and Senju were entangled in a protracted struggle. Should the Hyuga choose to side with either faction, it would significantly enhance their strength. To compel the Hyuga clan into submission through such means, if discovered, would likely backfire. From a broader perspective, no clan leader would make such a blunder. Thus, only one conclusion remained. The Uchiha clan harbors no intention of coercing the Hyuga clan, at least not with regards to the Hyuga headquarters. Likewise, the Senju clan is utterly incapable of executing such an act to obliterate the Hyuga branch. It would be impossible to leave even a single Hyuga genin alive. Moreover, considering that this transpires in the Uchiha-occupied Mist Town, the Senju clan's attempts to discreetly deal with the Hyuga would be fraught with challenges. Even if the Senju were to succeed, would it not be more advantageous to deploy a force capable of inflicting significant damage deep within Uchiha territory? Targeting a mere branch of the Hyuga clan, rather than the main family, would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, an utter waste. Thus, upon reflection, Uchiha Ya realizes that this situation is, in fact, a high-stakes gamble. The orchestrator is betting that the Hyuga clan will not turn to any other clan merely due to the destruction of a branch. The use of Uchiha power to demonstrate capabilities reminiscent of the Senju clan appears to be a deliberate tactic aimed at generating discourse. If this is the case, the true objective of the adversary is not the Hyuga family, but rather a singular desire to monopolize Mist Town. Could it be that Uchiha Ya contemplates the clandestine activities of the Hyuga branch in Mist Town, sinking deeper into thought? Should the misappropriation of resources within the branch be exposed? The actions of the Uchiha would indeed be understandable. However, it is surprising for the Uchiha clan, known for their temperament, to resort to such schemes. With this in mind, Uchiha Ya summoned the last remaining member of the Hyuga branch to inquire in detail about the entire sequence of events, including the massacre of the branch and the subsequent reactions of the various ninja clans in Mist Town. Ultimately, Uchiha Ya identifies a target, Uchiha Ya, a mere 7-year-old ninja, and the nephew of Uchiha Taijima, who has garnered accolades on multiple occasions. His recent assignment to Mist Town raises questions. Was it a recognition of his prowess or an attempt to suppress him? Regardless, this young lad is far from ordinary. It is rumored that Uchiha Taijima's son possesses extraordinary talent. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is a breeding ground for geniuses. Uchiha Ya muses to himself, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. An elder from the Hyuga clan interjects, "Haya, shall the Hyuga clan simply endure this indignity? We have lost an entire branch, comprising at least 20 clan members, one of whom was of the main family. Clearly, this cannot be overlooked. Yet, I sense that Uchiha Ya's continued existence might prove more advantageous than his demise." Uchiha Ya responds, his eyes gleaming with calculation. "Indeed, perhaps we should give it a nudge. Father, allow me to take action." At that moment, a figure entered the council hall. Chapter 45, Return to the Headquarters, 2 Flowers Blooming. Each with their own branch, Mist Town the Uchiha elite squad departed after the last ninja from the Hyuga clan left with their division. Their presence here was merely a formality, a means to resolve certain issues. The true battleground for these individuals lay in the heart of conflict. They might confront the main forces of the Senju, clash with the elite of the Uzumaki, or engage in a fierce struggle against the Kagaya clan. Regardless of the scenario, it would not unfold in the hidden mist village. Even though Uchiha Ya attempted to persuade them to stay for quite some time, not a single individual acquiesced. Thus, Uchiha Ya realized that this group was unwaveringly loyal to Uchiha Taijima, wholly unreceptive to persuasion, unless Uchiha Taijima himself personally entrusted them to his command. However, such a scenario was virtually impossible, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. These individuals would either perish on the battlefield or become the foundation for Uchiha Madara's ascension to the position of clan leader. This fate was already sealed. A few days later, Uchiha Taijima dispatched orders for him to hand over his tasks and return to the frontline headquarters for a debriefing. The ninja coming to take over was none other than Uchiha K, one of the 3 jonin who had previously departed. After a year of training in the headquarters, Uchiha K's skills had undoubtedly improved, while the other 2 special jonin had also nearly reached the true jonin level. With 3 Uchiha jonin stationed in the hidden mist village, safety was assured. In light of this, Uchiha Ya refrained from elaborating further, briefly briefing Uchiha K on the general situation of the hidden mist village before leading his team back. Initially, Uchiha K was somewhat indifferent to the task handover, as he had served as the village chief for many years and considered himself superior to the inexperienced Uchiha Ya. However, upon Uchiha Akira's explanation of the circumstances in the hidden mist village, his demeanor shifted dramatically. This young man not only expelled the members of the Hyuga division, but also, while ostensibly occupying 70% of the resources, managed to manipulate the situation to claim 90% of the resources in the entire hidden mist village. Remarkably, he garnered the gratitude of those from the ninja clans. What an impressive strategy. He was eager to learn it. Yet, as he gazed at Uchiha Ya, who barely reached his armpits, he hesitated to seek guidance. And thus, he departed. Uchiha Ya departed with a certain nonchalance, accompanied by his Uchiha clan. Uchiha K acknowledged that he was ensnared by Uchiha Ya. Once the matter was resolved, he departed quietly, concealing his merits and reputation. Had Uchiha K comprehended the allure of the great celestial empire's culture, perhaps he could have articulated the essence of that sentiment. One day later, Uchiha frontline headquarters. I appreciate your hard work over the past year. Please take a well-deserved break, and if there is anything you need, do not hesitate to speak to your uncle. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Yu was warmly received by Uchiha Taijima, who expressed heartfelt concern and displayed an undeniable sense of guilt. In response, Uchiha Yu simply smiled and remarked that everything was for the glory of the Uchiha. He harbored no resentment towards Uchiha Taijima, rather. He felt a sense of gratitude towards his uncle for the decisions that had allowed him to endure in the Hidden Mist Village for a year. As for his diminished reputation, he pondered the significance of such a claim. Reputation, after all, is rendered insignificant without strength. A person lacking in power may spend a lifetime cultivating their reputation, only to see it tarnished by a single failure. Conversely, an individual, regardless of their setbacks, can always rise again if they possess sufficient strength. Uchiha Yu was well aware of the distinction between what truly matters. As the clan leader, especially one who has held such a prestigious position for many years, Uchiha Taijima has increasingly mastered the art of managing people and has developed a keen understanding of human emotions. No matter how adeptly one may feign sincerity, the truth will ultimately reveal itself. The distinction between genuine affection and deceptive displays is particularly stark for someone as emotionally perceptive as Uchiha. He is thoroughly pleased with the demeanor exhibited by you. The fervent enthusiasm displayed in the past can be attributed to youth and a lack of support, deliberately ingratiating himself to Taijima. Now, as he matures and undergoes trials, he reveals his authentic emotions. Most importantly, Uchiha Yu is acutely aware of his role. He dutifully adheres to instructions and refrains from engaging in matters that do not concern him. It is commendable that Madara has frequently mentioned you of late, expressing a desire to engage in earnest sparring. Moreover, Izuna has also grown significantly stronger over the past year. Do visit. Your room has been preserved for you. Uchiha Taijima spoke, his gaze towards Uchiha Yu softened with a rare warmth. Uchiha Yu nodded and then departed from the presence of Uchiha Taijima. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, Uchiha Akira was summoned by Uchiha Taijima, accompanied by several members from his former team. However, Uchiha Yu remained indifferent, as he had never truly conveyed his genuine thoughts to these individuals. To him, they were merely subordinates, a group of assistants dispatched by a distant elder. After leaving Taijima's location, Uchiha Yu made his way to a secluded residence. Having traveled throughout the day, though he had taken moments to rest, his increasingly refined control over chakra allowed him to expend less energy while moving swiftly. Nevertheless, the fatigue from the journey weighed heavily upon him. At this moment, Uchiha Yu eagerly anticipated returning to his quarters, indulging in a hot bath, preferably submerging himself in a tub to alleviate both his physical and mental exhaustion. Following that, a delectable meal awaited him. In the vicinity of White Mist Town, he was inundated daily with an excess of delicacies, abalone, shark fin, giant lobsters, and eel, so much so that he felt on the verge of nausea. Now, he simply yearned for something lighter. A slice of snowflake beef, seared on a scorching hot plate until it sizzled and oozed with juices, would suffice, even without any seasoning. The pure aroma of the meat and its subtle saltiness would leave Uchiha Yu salivating. Additionally, the frontline encampment yielded a variety of fruits previously unknown to him, each possessing a delightful taste. Every time he savored these fruits, he couldn't help but muse that if he ever returned to his past life, he would surely bring back seeds to cultivate in his homeland, certain they would sell remarkably well. As Uchiha Yu contemplated how to unwind over the next few days, a latent talent of his ancestral heritage began to stir within him. Suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted as a shuriken whizzed through the air, striking him directly in the neck. In an instant, blood erupted. Uchiha Yu slowly collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched on his face, as if unable to fathom that he had been ambushed within the confines of the Uchiha clan's territory. Chapter 46. Brothers barbecue you? Please, don't scare me. How could your abilities possibly fail to evade a mere kunai? Not far away, hidden atop the rooftop, Uchiha Izuna was struck with panic upon witnessing this scene, hastily teleporting to Yu's side. At this moment, Uchiha Yu stared blankly at Uchiha Izuna, blood gushing from his neck, rapidly staining the ground crimson. Yu attempted to utter something, yet no sound escaped his lips. He could only gaze intently at Izuna, as if unable to believe that it was Izuna who had dealt him this fatal blow. Of course, just as Uchiha Izuna was gripped by an overwhelming fear under Yu's penetrating gaze, he suddenly sensed something amiss, as if a realization dawned upon him. He shouted, "No, this is an illusion." In the next instant, Izuna's eyes narrowed sharply, a pair of crimson tomos swirling within them. The image of Uchiha Yu lying motionless before him vanished, replaced by the chilling edge of a blade, which had unknowingly been placed against his neck. A languid voice resonated behind him. "My dear Izuna-san, it has been a year. You've made remarkable progress, even mastering the art of ambush. Curse it, take this." Uchiha Izuna sensed that he had been toyed with. He tilted his head to evade the blade of Uchiha Yu, swiftly drawing forth a kunai and launching another assault towards Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Izuna possesses remarkable talent, particularly highlighted by the recent events in the Hidden Mist Village, which unexpectedly awakened his Sharingan. Although he could not activate it at that moment due to his depleted chakra upon returning to the headquarters, he diligently honed his skills and gradually mastered this formidable power through rigorous training. Uchiha Yu conducted a brief assessment of Uchiha Izuna's prowess and discovered that his mastery of the flame sword technique was commendable. and his fire release was executed with remarkable finesse. Occasionally, he would showcase his Sharingan Genjutsu as well. In terms of overall strength, Izuna appeared to reside comfortably between the ranks of Elite J-Nin and Special J-Nin. The reason he did not ascend to the extraordinary J-Nin level, according to Uchiha Ya, was due to a somewhat subtle flaw in Izuna's combat awareness. Of course, this might be linked to his youth, after all. A battle instinct as formidable as that of Uchiha Madara is a rarity among the Uchiha clan, even eliciting envy from Uchiha Ya himself. During their recent encounter, Uchiha Ya initially presumed that Izuna's return was motivated by a desire to redeem himself in front of you. However, as the battle progressed, you distinctly sensed something amiss with Izuna this time. Previously, even if Izuna was unable to overpower him, he would relentlessly seek to inflict some damage, akin to a rabid dog. Yet, this time, Izuna gradually lost his fighting spirit. Ultimately, he nonchalantly stowed away his kunai into his ninja tool pouch and, uttering a disinterested boring, turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Uchiha Ya in a state of perplexity. What on earth is happening? Uchiha Ya found himself perplexed. Yet he did not feel particularly inclined to delve into the intricate psyche of a 7-year-old boy with an obsession for his elder brother. He turned and retreated to his own room. Upon entering, he observed that the furnishings remained unchanged since his departure. Through the discerning lens of his Sharingan, it was evident that the space was frequently tidied up by others. Uchiha Ya silently acknowledged his uncle's diligence. Although it was implausible for him to receive the same level of care as a son, as long as he did not trespass over his uncle's boundaries, jeopardizing his son's future, the treatment he received was akin to that of a son. What dissatisfaction could Uchiha Ya possibly harbor? That afternoon, the weather in the clan's territory was rather sultry. After bathing, Uchiha Ya, clad in a refreshing short-sleeved shirt and shorts, settled beside a grand tree in the courtyard. He skillfully prepared a platter of meat, utilizing smokeless charcoal acquired from the annihilated Hyuga branch. He sliced fresh beef into delicate pieces, accompanied by an assortment of vegetables, mushrooms, and some exquisite lobsters he had brought back from the quaint town of Mist. As he grilled the marbled beef on a hot plate, he also placed the mushrooms and lobsters on a rack above the glowing coals to roast, with the alluring aroma of the fresh ingredients wafting through the air. Uchiha Ya brewed himself a pot of tea and arranged a delightful spread of pastries and fruits. The scene was a harmonious blend of barbecued delights, pastries, fruits, and a pot of clear tea, all while he quietly savored the most beautiful moment of the sunset. Today, the sky was overcast, and the fiery clouds beneath the setting sun appeared particularly enchanting in the gentle evening breeze, especially in the final moments of twilight. Uchiha Madara stepped lightly on the last wisps of clouds, returning from outside. Upon entering, he met the forlorn gaze of Uchiha Izuna. Yet, Uchiha Ya observed little remorse on Madara's face. Instead, it bore a semblance of nonchalance, as if promising a future endeavor. After all, none of Madara's brothers had perished due to Yu's influence, rendering Madara's affection for Izuna less singular. It was only upon seeing Uchiha Ya that Madara's eyes sparkled with recognition. "You, when did you return?" he inquired. "This morning," you replied. "Oh, I see. You were out this morning. Tomorrow, I shall host a welcome gathering for you. The treat is on me." "That sounds splendid. Shall we indulge in something now?" Uchiha Ya pointed to the remaining uncooked ingredients beside him. At first, Madara was taken aback. But soon he realized that he, too, felt hunger and did not refuse. He found a spot to sit down. Observing this, Uchiha Ya called out to Izuna, stating, "There isn't much beef left. 3 people won't suffice. Please fetch some more from the kitchen." Initially, Uchiha Izuna hesitated to fulfill this request. However, upon hearing the phrase 3 people won't suffice, he quickly understood and nodded, promptly setting off to complete the task. Before long, Uchiha Izuna returned, dragging a hefty piece of snowflake beef, which he estimated to weigh at least 30 pounds. Was this lad simply earnest? Or was he worried that his older brother might not have enough to eat? Regardless, Uchiha Ya had no intention of grilling the meat himself. For it was not just Izuna who needed this opportunity. Madara, who struggled with verbal expression, also required a chance to convey his apologies to his dear brother, whom he had neglected while enjoying himself with friends outside. As the cool night breeze gently blew, Uchiha Izuna prepared the skewers for Madara, who then showcased his grilling skills. Although the initial batches of beef were slightly charred, Uchiha Izuna savored each bite with satisfaction, revealing his dark, blood-stained teeth as he chewed on the medium-rare skewers, as if they were the most exquisite delicacies he had ever tasted. Madara offered some skewers to Uchiha Ya, who waved his hand, indicating that he was already full. That night, the moon gleamed with an added chill, as if to immerse the two in a mesmerizing illusion of brotherly love. Unfortunately, the people of this world seemed oblivious to the moon's beauty. Its very existence served as a reminder of an ominous presence residing above. Chapter 47. A coincidental encounter. The following day, Uchiha Izuna fell ill due to consuming an excess of undercooked beef. He began experiencing severe diarrhea in the middle of the night, leaving him utterly exhausted. When the servant called him to rise in the morning, Uchiha Izuna's complexion was pale, resembling that of someone who had been dead for 3 days. Madara, who was about to go out for a stroll, learned of his brother's condition and, After a moment of hesitation, ultimately chose to stay behind and care for his ailing sibling. Although Uchiha Izuna's body was weak that day, his heart was filled with joy. Especially since Uchiha Yu was absent, all of his brother's attention was solely directed towards him. Of course, there was a reason for Uchiha Yu's absence. Upon learning that Uchiha Izuna had fallen ill, he felt relieved that he had not forced himself to eat the skewers Madara had offered the night before. Uchiha Yu is not a person devoid of romantic sentiments. He does not vie for his brother's attention with Uchiha Izuna, who harbors a strong sibling attachment. Rather than squandering time in such pursuits, he would prefer to engage in diligent training or take a leisurely stroll to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Of course, Uchiha Yu's absence is due to a request from Uchiha Madara, who has tasked him with delivering a note to someone in a specific location. Based on Izuna's recent behavior over the past few days and Madara's frequent outings, Yu surmises that Madara is undoubtedly entangled in some clandestine affair. In fact, it is quite possible that he has become a mere pawn in someone else's scheme. Nonetheless, it is rather close to that notion. At this moment, he has been entrusted with the significant duty of discreetly conveying messages to Madara's clandestine companion. Uchiha Yu initially had no intention of involving himself in this matter. However, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the enigmatic figure of Senju Hashirama, who would become a deity of the ninja world. His curiosity was not merely about Hashirama's formidable strength but stemmed from the peculiarities he observed in the original narrative, where Hashirama appeared somewhat lacking in certain aspects. Aside from his overwhelmingly powerful abilities and his naive yet obstinate ideals, there seemed to be a disparity in his character that intrigued you. Indeed, one might even describe it as a flaw. Such a fragmented persona piqued Uchiha Yu's interest, prompting him to accept Madara's proposition. Moreover, Madara's trust in Uchiha Yu was not unfounded, as Yu had cultivated a particular persona. He was never one to gossip nor pry into the secrets of others. If someone chose to share, he would lend an ear. If they preferred silence, he would not press further. This moment served as a testament to that principle. Furthermore, the urgency of the situation left Madara with no alternative confidants to turn to. As Uchiha Yu shook his head in contemplation, he had inadvertently wandered away from the town. Despite his tender years, he had already garnered the recognition of Uchiha Taijima for his formidable abilities, thus earning the privilege to traverse the town freely. However, upon his return, he would be required to verify his identity to prevent anyone from using transformation techniques to impersonate him and wreak havoc within the town. After leaving the village, Uchiha Yu followed the route as instructed by Madara, tracing the course of a stream upstream. Uchiha Yu harbored no concerns regarding his personal safety. Although this was the territory of the Uchiha clan, a vast buffer zone lay in between. Within this buffer, it was permissible for ordinary ninjas to pass through. Only those who truly trespassed into the Uchiha's jurisdiction would be regarded as intruders, a sentiment that was similarly shared by other ninja clans. As he journeyed upstream, Uchiha Yu adeptly utilized the body flicker technique, arriving at the location specified by Madara in approximately 20 minutes. However, upon his arrival, he found no one awaiting him. No, that was not entirely accurate. Someone was present. As Uchiha Yu surveyed his surroundings, he discerned a youth cautiously emerging from behind a large tree. Yet, this boy deviated somewhat from Madara's description. Instead of black hair and a foolish demeanor, he possessed a head of silvery gray hair and appeared younger than Madara had depicted. Are you the Madara that my brother spoke of? You seem considerably shorter than what he described. Before Uchiha Yu could utter a word, the youth seized the initiative, his gaze assessing, his tone laden with inquiry. Uchiha Yu initially held only a few conjectures, but upon hearing those words, he had nearly deduced the identity of the visitor. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobarama. Although the circumstances remained unclear, it appeared that both Madara and Hashirama had simultaneously failed to appear. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yu opted to fulfill Madara's request first. I apologize, but I am not the person your brother spoke of. Madara's younger brother is unwell today and cannot attend. He asked me to convey this message. Uchiha Yu spoke, not perturbed by Senju Tobarama's demeanor, displaying little concern for the matters surrounding Madara and Hashirama. To be honest, he harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding Hashirama. However, it was merely curiosity. The absence of an encounter did not evoke any sense of regret within him. After all, he held no allegiance to either Madara's or Hashirama's convictions, nor did he particularly care for them. Perhaps sensing Uchiha Yu's disposition, Senju Tobarama, who initially harbored some animosity towards him, now tempered his aggression somewhat. After a moment of silence, he spoke. My elder brother unfortunately fell ill yesterday and cannot be present today, so he asked me to convey this message. Unexpectedly, his friend also canceled. Perhaps this is fate, an unforeseen meeting that must be temporarily severed for certain reasons. What you say makes sense, yet it feels somewhat peculiar. Is it? Perhaps so. In any case, I have delivered the message. As for my own affairs, I shall take my leave. As Uchiha Yu spoke, he turned to leave directly. Just at that moment, two ninjas suddenly emerged behind Senju Tobarama, blocking Uchiha Yu's path of retreat. As Uchiha Yu witnessed this scene, he slowly turned to face Senju Tobarama, whose gaze was increasingly scrutinizing. What was the meaning behind this? There was none. It was merely a desire to discern if the friends that his elder brother spoke of could indeed become true companions. Senju Tobarama spoke. his words sharp and his eyes filled with contemplation. Clearly, he sought to glean more information from Uchiha Ya regarding Uchiha Madara. Perhaps even to investigate the true identity of Madara. Was this an innocent acquaintance or a calculated approach? While his foolish elder brother may not have wished for this. As the younger sibling, he could not disregard his brother's interests. Observing the approaching ninja, Uchiha Ya felt truly ensnared. To encounter such circumstances merely to deliver a message was quite the predicament. It appeared that henceforth, it would be prudent to maintain a considerable distance from the affairs surrounding Madara. Matters of love, hatred, and vengeance may see the protagonist ultimately emerge unscathed. Yet the collateral damage could wreak havoc upon countless innocents. For instance, an individual seeking revenge may annihilate an entire family, and years later, the surviving daughter might marry the son of the perpetrator, only to poison that very family in retribution. Though the son may rage against the woman's actions, she is already with child, and their love binds them. Ultimately, after enduring numerous trials and uncovering ancestral grievances, they resolve their enmity through love and live happily ever after. However, those who were slain and poisoned were not merely victims. They included innocents who may have simply been relatives or guests at a feast, only to meet their demise. In matters of grievance, whom could they turn to for justice? Chapter 48, the first encounter with Hashirama, reflecting on the relationship between Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama. One cannot fathom how much strife had arisen from their discord. At least in Uchiha Yu's understanding, the entire Uchiha clan ultimately perished. The Shinja clan, however, successfully vanished into obscurity following the reign of the first and second Hokages. Where they sought refuge remains a mystery, perhaps hidden in some secretive location or having seamlessly integrated into the fabric of Konoha. In truth, Uchiha Yu held no grievances regarding this outcome. It was merely the way of victors and vanquished. Had the roles been reversed, with Uchiha Madara as the loser instead of Shinja Hashirama. And if the first and second Hokages had belonged to the Uchiha clan, how would the narrative have unfolded? Perhaps the Shinja clan would not have fared any better if, in the end, it had been Hashirama who fell to the hands of an Uchiha, rather than the other way around. What would have transpired? At this moment, Uchiha Yu gazed at the approaching Shinja ninjas, a faint glimmer of light rising in his eyes. Tobarama, stop. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from afar. A young boy appeared in the distance, his body swaying slightly, his complexion pale, resembling Izuna's condition. Brother, what brings you here? Tobarama, who is this? The boy had short hair and an unremarkable appearance, dressed in a rather casual manner. The most striking feature about him was his bright eyes, seemingly filled with hope. He was the youthful version of Shinja Hashirama. Indeed, Hashirama was feeling unwell due to consuming undercooked fish prepared by a certain individual last night. However, since it was the first time for the other party, he couldn't let them down. Thus, he too felt weak. Unbeknownst to Hashirama, Uchiha Madara had similarly incapacitated someone on his second attempt. Yet, that individual was not as resilient and was currently resting at home. Observing Hashirama's condition, Uchiha Yu recalled Tobarama's personality from the original story, a knowing expression suddenly appearing on his face. Hey, what is with that expression? Tobarama keenly detected the shift in Uchiha Yu's demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. Just feeling a bit sorry for some fellows. TSK, TSK, TSK. Uchiha Yu said little. Yet the smirk at the corner of his mouth seemed to inflict more discomfort upon Shinja Tobarama than words could convey. Well, Tobarama admitted. He was not sent by his brother to notify Madara. Rather, he had noticed his brother's recent habit of returning home late and without him, instilling a deep sense of suspicion. His naive and foolish elder brother, could he have been deceived? Under the guise of stealth, he trailed his brother to discover the latter's clandestine activities. However, Tobarama refrained from alarming anyone and pretended to be oblivious. It was only when his brother fell ill and could not attend that he discreetly brought a few ninjas along, intending to assist his brother in averting a crisis. Ideally, if the adversary possessed any discernment, they would retreat without harboring unrealistic fantasies. Yet, unexpectedly, the figure who arrived was not the anticipated one, but merely a messenger. Thus, Tobarama had to settle for a secondary approach, preparing to probe and discern the lineage of the newcomer. Alas, his brother soon made an appearance. At that moment, Tobarama realized the situation could not proceed further, letting out a soft sh of disappointment. He then gestured for the two ninjas to step back, positioning themselves behind him and his brother for protection. Observing Tobarama's restraint, Shinja Hashirama's previously stern expression softened, and he turned to Uchiha Yu with a hint of remorse, saying, I apologize. My brother does not comprehend the situation, and I extend my apologies on his behalf. As Hashirama spoke, he bowed at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor sincere and humble. Even Uchiha Yu, at that moment, found a favorable impression of Hashirama. He possessed a clear sense of right and wrong and a strong grasp of the bigger picture. While he may falter in certain details, this innate character, once he becomes powerful, would undoubtedly attract many allies. To put it more boldly, such a person is a natural leader, exuding a regal aura. In contrast to Madara's domineering nature, Uchiha Yu gazed at the seemingly humble Shinja Hashirama, his thoughts swirling, yet he promptly crafted his response. It matters not, after all. It is merely a misunderstanding. Just keep a close watch over your brother. Otherwise, next time, it may very well be I who finds himself apologizing to you. Uchiha Yu concluded his remarks with a casual wave of his hand before ambling away. Brother, what does he mean? I queried. Enough. Senju Tobarama interjected, his elder brother's piercing gaze silencing any further questions. Tobarama, whose thoughts often veered into shadows, possessed a keen insight that allowed him to navigate complex situations with calculated precision. Undoubtedly, he excelled in his devotion to family, striving to ensure their well-being with meticulous care, embodying the qualities of a diligent steward. Despite his youth, he held firm opinions that, while perhaps not fully matured, instilled a sense of hope for the future. Yet, it was ironic that a person so unyielding and resolute had a brother as naive and clumsy as himself. This was not merely a result of their brother's reckless training sessions, where his rapid growth often resulted in unintentional harm. It was also due to his brother's innate disposition, compelling Tobarama to concede that once his brother took matters seriously, his decisions were immutable, impervious even to paternal influence. There had been a time when a disagreement with their father had led to a rather severe reprimand for his brother, enduring 3 days of punishment where several canes were broken. Yet it was their father who ultimately relented. Tobarama had also found himself at odds with his elder sibling on numerous occasions, with outcomes invariably leading to his elder brother, in a fit of exasperation, forcibly imposing his will. Thus, from an early age, Tobarama learned a vital lesson. It was prudent to avoid provoking his brother unnecessarily. At that moment, he could sense the seriousness radiating from his elder sibling. If he dared to provoke him further, it was likely that Senju Hashirama would seek a sparring match upon their return. Contemplating his brother's prodigious talent, Tobarama instinctively decided to let Uchiha Yu off the hook this time. However, the subsequent words of Senju Hashirama left Tobarama momentarily stunned, even incredulous. Tobarama, that fellow is not jesting. Your actions have instigated a murderous intent within him. So what if that is the case? I am not afraid of him. Although I have not engaged in combat with him, he emanates a palpable danger, particularly when I implored you to cease. He exuded an overwhelming sense of threat. Is that truly possible? He appears so young. Tobarama's countenance darkened as he gazed in the direction from which Uchiha Yu had departed. Chapter 49. Betrayers of their original intentions. While Tobarama harbored doubts about others, his faith in his elder brother remained unshakable, as did his belief in his brother's formidable prowess. When Hashirama was earnest, even elite shinobi might find themselves at a disadvantage, potentially facing a counterattack from him. Furthermore, their mother hailed from the Uzumaki clan, and Hashirama had awakened a portion of that bloodline, granting him an acute sensitivity to good and evil, as well as to impending danger. There was no doubt that his brother would not falter, thus the issue must lie with that individual. However, could someone of similar age truly possess the terror-inducing capability to instill such trepidation in his elder brother? As Tobarama wrestled with disbelief and confusion, Hashirama suddenly burst into laughter. Nevertheless, I sensed that individual hesitated to take action, seemingly considering our bond with Madara. In that light, perhaps he is not without merit. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yu, having departed, flowed downstream, returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. Though some minor unpleasantness had transpired along the way, the outcome had been quite satisfactory. He had encountered the future god of ninjas. Despite the brevity of their exchange, the clarity of their interaction surpassed that depicted in his previous life's anime. In the animated series, Hashirama's attitude was primarily directed towards Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama, with little reflection on others. Of course, the subsequent first 5 Kage summit did not count. While it appeared to be a plea, it was clear that none dared to voice dissent at that time. The other 4 Kage's singular hope was merely that the first Hokage would not deny them a chance to survive. As long as there was a path to survival, it was likely that they were prepared to even sacrifice the distribution of tailed beasts, fully expecting to face death themselves. Yet, they found themselves compelled to attend. Therefore, in Uchiha Yu's eyes, the significance of the 5 Kage summit lay not in Hashirama's stance, but rather in his overwhelming strength. Senju Hashirama, you are quite impressive. Uchiha Yu reflected upon a series of actions taken by Senju Hashirama and, after considerable contemplation, offered an assessment. His character, though seemingly simple, possessed profound wisdom. He not only had foresight but also the capability for innovation. However, the notion of achieving world peace through his own ideals seemed somewhat fanciful. Yet, it is undeniable that this framework at least brought an end to the Warring States period. The current era of strife is characterized by the tumultuous clashes among ninja clans, where the ninja forces of a nation are unified under a singular power, establishing a novel relationship between ninjas and their respective countries. In a sense, this can be viewed as a peculiar form of unification. However, it represents a unity among the various ninja factions within the nations. Should this model continue to evolve, the 5 great nations are destined to confront one another over resource issues, and after several years, they may find themselves inexorably drawn towards complete unification for various reasons. Uchiha Yu was uncertain whether Senju Hashirama foresaw this future. Nevertheless, he was aware that in the original narrative, Uchiha Madara had been completely deceived by Hashirama. Throughout the passage of time, Hashirama had reconciled with reality, choosing to tackle the challenges of his generation while entrusting the future to the next. In contrast, Uchiha Madara steadfastly clung to his original intentions, aspiring to achieve true peace and eradicate war and suffering through his own strength. Ultimately, the climactic battle in the Valley of the End was not merely a matter of Hashirama striking down Madara. Rather, it signified Hashirama's complete severance from his youthful naivety. This realization may very well be the source of Madara's disappointment in Hashirama, as the one who truly strayed from his original purpose was never Madara himself. Given Madara's current obstinate demeanor, Uchiha Ya found this notion exceedingly plausible. As he pondered this, he found himself stroking his chin in quiet contemplation of future policies regarding Madara. Had it not been for Kagaya's influence on Madara, perhaps it would have been prudent to imbue him with a different perspective before Hashirama shaped his worldview. However, it seemed that he might have to settle for a secondary approach. Perhaps, he mused, he could present Madara with a grander vision, an enticing prospect that would render Kagaya an asset to him, serving as a catalyst for his ambitions. A notion began to stir within Uchiha Ya's mind. He did not consider himself a great revolutionary, one who breaks and remakes rules. Yet he felt remarkably confident in his ability to delineate the distribution of power. If he could expand the metaphorical cake, encompassing the ambitions and aspirations of all, then prior to its creation, everyone would become his ally. Uchiha Ya pondered deeply, and before he realized it, he had returned to the clan grounds. Without waiting for him to report to Madara, a ninja appeared before him, quietly inviting him to Uchiha Taijima's presence. Clan leader, you summoned me? You come sit. There are no official matters today. Simply call me uncle. It has been a long time since we last had a heart-to-heart. Uchiha Taijima sat upon a wooden floor beneath the eaves, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Before him, a small table bore an exquisite chess set from the world of Hokage. He gestured toward the vacant seat across from him, inviting his companion to engage in a match. In response to Uchiha Taijima's demeanor, Uchiha Ya shed his usual reticence after addressing him as uncle. He took a seat opposite his elder and initiated the game with a decisive first move. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Taijima was initially taken aback. But then he smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further as he took a step forward. Thus, the two began to engage in a game of chess while conversing. At first, Uchiha Taijima inquired about Uchiha Ya's experiences in the Hidden Mist Village, focusing primarily on his living conditions and training. In essence, he conveyed that his decision to place Uchiha Ya there for a year was solely aimed at honing his skills, preparing him to shoulder the responsibilities of the Uchiha clan in the future. Uchiha Ya, however, did not display much reaction, merely listening as a junior. Throughout their years together, Uchiha Ya had come to understand Uchiha Taijima's disposition. While he reserved judgment on the man's shrewdness, he excelled in perceiving emotions. This ability was something that Izuna had fully inherited from Uchiha Taijima. Consequently, Uchiha Ya endeavored to present his most candid self to Uchiha Taijima, awaiting the latter to gradually delve into the core topic. Indeed, after engaging in casual conversation for approximately 10 minutes, Uchiha Taijima, having concluded his inquiries regarding Uchiha Ya, inadvertently asked, today I heard someone say you left the village? Oh, I was delivering a message for Madara to his friend, saying he wouldn't be going today. Oh, Madara's friend? Did you meet him? I was not supposed to, but I encountered his brother first. Uchiha Ya began to recount the events he had encountered earlier, detailing them with precision. However, he refrained from elaborating on the fact that Madara's companions belonged to the Senja clan. This was primarily because, whether it was Senja Tobirama, Senja Hashirama, or the two ninjas that accompanied them, they had arrived in plain attire, devoid of any family insignia. Moreover, when he conveyed messages to Madara, he too was not adorned in the clan's emblematic uniform. Thus, Uchiha Ya resolved not to disclose his audacious conjecture. Upon hearing the account from Uchiha Ya, Uchiha Taijima fell into a momentary silence, the chess piece he had picked up lingering in midair, undecided. Ultimately, however, Uchiha Taijima set down the piece in his hand and raised his gaze towards Uchiha Ya, inquiring, what is your opinion of Madara's friend? My uncle. That question ought not to be posed to me. Why is that? That is Madara's friend, not mine. You should seek Madara's perspective. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the individual, for you, uncle, Madara's attitude and thoughts are of utmost importance, are they not? Indeed. Nevertheless, I am curious, how does Madara's friend appear in your eyes? I am eager to know your assessment. An assessment, you say? I have exchanged but a few words with the individual, yet I sense that they are likely a friend who can facilitate Madara's growth. Yu's words were subtly articulated. Yet Uchiha Taijima perceptibly gleaned something beneath the surface. Within the Uchiha clan, the concept of growth carries profound implications. The Uchiha clan is characterized by their exquisite sensitivity. They do not expend a single drop of emotion on those for whom they hold no concern. However, for those they cherish, the emotions exhibited by the Uchiha are markedly more intense than those of the average individual. Consequently, within the Uchiha lineage, one often encounters figures such as unrequited lovers, gentle souls, devoted admirers, and the emotionally fragile. The driving force behind the Uchiha's inclination towards these sentiments primarily stems from the growing pains they endure. For others, the pangs of growth manifest as a period of melancholy and despair when confronted with the immutable realities of life. followed by a gradual acceptance and a resolute stride forward. Such growing pains frequently serve as an essential component of one's journey toward maturity. Yet, the Uchiha experience this process in a manner that is somewhat distinct. The Uchiha clan, when faced with adversity, transforms the growing pains of their development into a formidable power, a power that seeks to defy fate and unlocks latent potential within their beings. Known as the Sharingan. The emergence of the Sharingan empowers an Uchiha, often enabling them to resolve various challenges they encounter, whether through sheer force or alternative means. Solutions are likely to manifest. As these obstacles are surmounted, the Uchiha's mindset undergoes a profound transformation. While others may choose to surrender, the Uchiha refuses to yield. Driven by an insatiable desire to leverage the Sharingan and seize every opportunity. After all, as long as the Sharingan possesses no limits, no problem is entirely insurmountable. Thus, in the original narrative, Madara's defining characteristic is his unwavering resolve. He does not retreat until he has collided with the wall of defeat. Only when utterly vanquished and devoid of any prospect for a comeback does he truly reconcile with existence. This tenacity is quintessentially Uchiha. Therefore, labeling the Uchiha as an inherently malevolent clan is a rather one-sided perspective. The Uchiha clan simply requires a harsher confrontation with life's adversities to truly understand pain and, in turn, embrace growth. This notion is gradually comprehended by many Uchiha ninjas who have traversed through the throes of hardship. Consequently, within the ranks of formidable Uchiha ninjas, there exists an unspoken rule: when witnessing their offspring stumble and falter, as long as their lives are not endangered or their futures irrevocably troubled. Parents often feign ignorance towards ordinary difficulties. Some may even deliberately guide their children into such predicaments. In more extreme cases, they may act as obstacles on their children's paths, becoming the very architects of negative emotions. The astute Uchiha Yu, upon grasping this reality, once contemplated offering Uchiha Taijima advice to arrange a 9-year compulsory education for Izuna. However, Yu later recognized that this paradigm might inadvertently affect himself, leading him to refrain from voicing his thoughts. Now, reflecting on his earlier remarks regarding Ban's friend and observing the contemplative expression of Uchiha Taijima, Yu felt compelled to return and engage in some persuasive discourse with Madara, extricating himself from the situation. After Yu concluded his assessment, Uchiha Taijima, lost in thought for a moment, finally perceived the peculiarities within the chess game. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Are you unfamiliar with chess? You have watched others play, yet failed to grasp it. Next time, my uncle will teach you. You may return now." "Oh, very well." Uchiha Yu nodded slightly, then inclined his head and rose to his feet, turning to depart. Uchiha Yu directly proceeded to Uchiha Izuna's residence. After a half-day's rest, Izuna had regained considerable strength and was engaged in a conversation with Madara, the content of which was unknown. At that moment, Madara, who had been quietly listening to Izuna speak, noticed Yu's return and immediately rose to his feet, inquiring, "Yu, how did your task fare?" "Well, I went. Initially, I did not encounter your friend but came across his brother instead. He also seemed to be unwell, much like Izuna. His brother had intended to come and inform you. Yet ultimately, he decided to head over. I briefed him on the situation before returning." Uchiha Yu briefly recounted his experiences, deliberately omitting any references to Senju Tobarama's criticisms and even speaking kindly of them. Given the current trajectory of events, it is likely that the tribulations faced by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, this couple, will soon commence, according to the mainstream novels he had read prior to his transmigration. At this juncture, he need not engage in any intricate schemes. Rather, he should endeavor to embellish everything as beautifully as possible. For it is only in this manner that when the conclusion arrives and the truth comes to light, it will appear all the more harrowing. How wicked of me. Uchiha Yu was exhilarated to add fuel to this tumultuous and tragic romance. What constitutes a villain? This is the essence. Even when the truth eventually comes to light. And even if Uchiha Yu's actions this morning, including his encounter with Uchiha Taijima, are revealed to Madara, no one would perceive him as flawed. In stark contrast, Uchiha Yu, regardless of circumstances, could effortlessly enhance Madara's favor towards him. After all, what could be more reassuring and convincing than a devoted little brother who prioritizes his brother's happiness, risking his own safety? It is likely that there would be comparisons drawn between Uchiha Yu and Izuna. As Uchiha Yu pondered this delightful notion, a subtle expression of amusement escaped him, which was keenly observed by the perceptive Izuna. Although she was unaware of Uchiha Yu's thoughts, her gaze directed towards him was sharp and piercing. However, at that moment, Uchiha Yu was wholly immersed in the joy of his mischievous deeds, thus generously pardoning Izuna's unreasonable behavior this once. Well, aside from this occasion, there had been 34 instances of Izuna prancing before him. There was ample time ahead. Chapter 51. The creation of ninjutsu time is the most worthless commodity. Following this incident, Uchiha Yu returned to his tranquil and unassuming life. Under the influence of chakra refinement techniques, his chakra became increasingly pure, and his control over it grew ever more effortless. With his mastery of all 5 elemental jutsus, not only did he acquire the 5 attributes, but these attributes also underwent a transformation. The further refinement of chakra provided yet another opportunity to enhance its properties. with equivalent chakra. Uchiha Yu could execute jutsus with greater efficacy due to the purity of his chakra. Within the same jutsu range, he not only consumed less chakra but, owing to the further refinement of attributes, the resultant jutsu inflicted greater damage. To illustrate with a simple example, while others might require 10 units of chakra to perform the Great Fireball technique, Uchiha Yu could potentially achieve it with merely 2 units, if not even less. Moreover, in a comparable state, the destructive power of the Great Fireball unleashed by Uchiha Yu with just 2 units would surpass that of others. Does fire release not claim lives? Uchiha Yu has no immediate intention to challenge the rules of Hokage. However, to remain unscathed beneath his C-rank fire release, he must at least replace it with an A-rank water release. To ensure a more fluid execution of his fire release, Uchiha Yu has diligently refined the hand seal technique. This serves as one of the significant choices in his next compensatory strategy. With a clap of his hands, he can summon whatever he desires. This is a capability Uchiha Yu has long aspired to possess. In addition to honing his chakra and fire release, Uchiha Yu has recently been endeavoring to develop ninjutsu without hand seals. As his chakra becomes more refined, his mastery over power grows increasingly intuitive. With all 5 elemental natures at his disposal, it would be a waste not to create something extraordinary. Ninjutsu without hand seals appears to be a highly cost-effective ability. Among the most renowned examples are the future Lightning Cutter and Naruto's Rasengan. Thus, months have passed, apart from occasionally undertaking minor family tasks. Uchiha Yu has remained immersed in his own world, wholly dedicated to the creation of ninjutsu without hand seals. Of course, while he claims to be innovating, he is primarily drawing inspiration from principles mentioned in the original text. During this period, Madara has sought him out several times, wishing to introduce him to friends. But Uchiha Yu has consistently declined, citing his social anxiety. Each time Madara observes Yu so intensely focused on his training, he is struck by a feeling of self-doubt regarding his own diligence. However, recalling his interactions and sparring sessions with Hashirama, he feels he has grown significantly, especially inspired by Hashirama's unwavering dream, which illuminates a path for future endeavors. Madara's invitations for Uchiha Yu to join him stem from a desire to involve him in their plans. Despite Yu's youth, Madara has come to recognize several truths through recent events. While Hashirama possesses an excellent overarching vision, capable of achieving what others cannot, his ideals are somewhat naive. Hence, not only does Hashirama require a powerful ally like Madara, but he also needs a strategic mind to accompany him. In that moment, Yu's image vividly materialized in Madara's mind. Yet, much to Madara's disappointment, Yu remains entirely engrossed in his own pursuits, seemingly researching formidable techniques, consistently rebuffing his invitations, leaving Madara with no choice but to postpone the matter. Meanwhile, Hashirama has also indicated he has a promising candidate in mind, contemplating whether to include him in their team. Change takes time, transforming an era is not an overnight endeavor, and they possess ample time. Nevertheless, each encounter with Uchiha Yu leaves Madara with a lingering sense of being surpassed. It feels akin to a top student taking a break for leisure, while the second best remains relentlessly studying. This sensation of being overtaken threatens Madara's position as the preeminent genius of the Uchiha clan. Yet, Uchiha Yu remains indifferent to such sentiments and is unconcerned with Madara's complex adolescent dilemmas. Hardworking individuals will eventually reap their rewards. Uchiha Yu's relentless efforts have ultimately borne fruit. He has finally succeeded. What an arduous journey it has been. Uchiha Yu gazed at the rapidly spinning sphere of energy in his hand, his expression laden with complexity. Indeed, it was complexity rather than excitement. This was not due to any flaw in the Rasengan technique, but rather a sense that his efforts over the past few months felt somewhat unworthy. Uchiha Yu diligently practiced the 3-step training method devised by Jiraiya. However, within a mere half-day, he completed the 3 steps before his chakra was depleted. Yet, when he attempted to manifest the Rasengan, he found himself unable to do so. The reason was quite simple. After the 3 steps, he had not garnered much insight. This issue had plagued him for several months, leading him to question whether Jiraiya's training method was flawed. One fateful morning, while idly experimenting, Uchiha Yu unexpectedly succeeded. Upon reflecting on the sensation of his success, he finally comprehended the root of his previous failures: control. His mastery over chakra was excessively strong, causing the chakra to rotate solely according to his manipulation. The creation of the Rasengan resembled a natural phenomenon, where energy rotates along a specific path. Human effort cannot generate nature, at least. Uchiha Yu was not yet capable of that. Consequently, he had been unable to produce the Rasengan. Now, having developed the Rasengan, Uchiha Yu felt a slight sense of accomplishment. However, in terms of personal growth, he could only claim minimal advancement. While it enriched his understanding of ninjutsu development, the Rasengan did not provide him with substantial enhancement. Although the combination of Rasengan, Sharingan, and body flicker technique equated to a formidable finishing move, Uchiha Yu had discovered that the combination of flame sword technique, Sharingan, and body flicker technique yielded a more enduring offensive capability. The chakra required for a single Rasengan could suffice for numerous sword strikes, making it far more effective to eliminate an opponent with a swift slash rather than relying on the Rasengan. Thus, The Rasengan had become somewhat of a redundant skill for him, contributing to Uchiha Yu's sense of complexity, although he had created a ninjutsu according to his own vision. He couldn't shake the feeling of having wasted several months on a lackluster technique. No, he refused to believe that. Perhaps it was time to experiment with infusing some elemental changes. Uchiha Yu, unwilling to accept that he had devised a mediocre ninjutsu, continued his endeavors. Although he had yet to master the nature transformation of elemental attributes, he expertly manipulated the forms of the 5 elements due to his proficiency with living techniques. While channeling the Rasengan, he infused it with wind nature transformation. In an instant, Uchiha Yu beheld the Rasengan swell from the size of a palm to that of a watermelon, its colors becoming more vivid, and its core resembling white jade. Was this the Great Ball Rasengan? Chapter 52, Future Developments. This technique felt rather crude. It seemed there was room for further refinement. Uchiha Yu exhibits extraordinary mastery over chakra, deftly manipulating the colossal Rasengan in his grasp, seemingly capable of further refining its control. Within the Rasengan, the essence of wind is intricately woven. Uchiha Yu may not alter the internal trajectory of the Rasengan, yet effortlessly incorporating a transformation of wind nature into its essence is well within his grasp. With a mere motion of his hand, gusts of wind begin to coalesce around the colossal Rasengan, gradually enveloping, compressing, and sustaining it. The essence of wind lies in the flow of air. By infusing chakra into the winds, he momentarily allows the wind to supplant the force that maintains the chakra's operation, thereby shrouding the Rasengan within the embrace of the wind. Subsequently, by simply releasing the wind, he can propel the Rasengan, now encased within its airy cocoon, forth. Once the winds surrounding the Rasengan shatter, the sphere shall erupt in a magnificent display. Uchiha Yu pondered, his eyes growing increasingly bright. He began to manipulate his chakra and started his experimentation. Half a day later, he found himself in a clearing within the woods. Uchiha Yu raised his hand, and a spiraling sphere materialized within it. In an instant, the sphere expanded, swirling with gusts of wind chakra, gradually coalescing into a refined blade of wind. Uchiha Yu raised his hand, gesturing towards the distance, and a blade of wind shot forth at an astonishing speed, swiftly cleaving through the air and striking a nearby tree. The wind blade moved with such rapidity that it produced a genuine sound of breaking air. Yet, upon colliding with the tree, the wind blade failed to unleash the anticipated might. It left merely a mark less than half a centimeter deep upon the bark, akin to a gust generated by a powerful wind release technique. However, as the wind blade shattered, a Rasengan materialized amidst the dispersing winds, colliding with the very spot where the wind blade had struck the tree. The tree succumbed to the spiraling force of the Rasengan, with portions of its trunk splintering into a cascade of wood shavings. Witnessing this spectacle, a smile finally graced Uchiha Yu's face. The Rasengan could be hurled, qualifying it as a semi-range attack. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yu felt that this technique was far from flawless. While the speed of the wind blade was commendable, its offensive power and refinement were lacking. This tactic could catch an opponent off guard, yet once seen, a ninja with a keen intelligence network could easily counter it by simply throwing a shuriken to intercept the incoming wind blade, thereby neutralizing the technique before it could close in. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Yu felt the weight of the path toward mastering unmarked ninjutsu was a daunting one. How vexing. Uchiha Yu scratched his head, feeling a growing sense of frustration. Initially, he had intended to master the Rasengan merely to impress others. Yet he realized that this seemingly straightforward ninjutsu required a profound understanding of its underlying principles and numerous considerations during its inception. Finding a quiet spot to sit and replenish his chakra, he prepared to resume his research. In the meantime, Uchiha Yu accessed his status panel. Name: Uchiha Yu. Age: 7. Talent: Diligence overcomes deficiency skills. Chakra refinement LV Max 12. Body flicker technique LV Max. Flame sword technique LV Max. Living technique LV Max. Great fireball technique LV 6. Throwing technique LV 7. Transformation technique LV 5. Substitution technique LV 4. Clone technique LV 5. One Tomo Sharingan LV 6. Sealing technique LV 6. Gaze technique LV 6. Rasengan LV 3. Compensation points. 0 inventory. Various items. Perhaps I might allocate the forthcoming compensation points towards mastering the Rasengan? Uchiha Yu gazed at his spiral sphere skill, currently at level 3. His heart weighed down by a modicum of hesitation. During his recent endeavors in developing the spiral sphere, he had discerned a particular phenomenon. With each successive use of the spiral sphere and his subsequent analysis of its composition in conjunction with other powers, his mastery over it had become increasingly adept. Simultaneously, his understanding of the unique rotational dynamics of the spiral sphere transcended mere instinct. The elevation of the skills level seemed to grant Uchiha Yu a deeper comprehension of its operation. This process not only diminished the energy expenditure required for him to execute the spiral sphere, but also facilitated his gradual ease in the fusion of attributes. While achieving a complete mastery of the spiral sphere might offer only marginal enhancements to his overall power, it could significantly augment his research into ninjutsu without hand seals. Contemplating this, Uchiha Yu quietly added the spiral sphere to his list of alternative skills for compensation. Uchiha Yu pondered for quite some time, yet ultimately subdued his thoughts. Although the compensation points were allocated annually and initially seemed more than sufficient as time elapsed, Uchiha Yu increasingly felt their inadequacy. Relying solely on compensation points proved to be a sluggish endeavor. Furthermore, utilizing these points to enhance certain skills often appeared to be an imprudent choice. Many abilities, such as fire release techniques, could be mastered through diligent practice without the necessity of elevating them to an optimal level. For instance, the Great Fireball technique, even when maximized, posed the question, what then? Would it become a technique devoid of hand signs, or would its fiery potency intensify? However, even if both outcomes were achieved, the enhancement to his current prowess would remain minimal. His prevailing combat methodology was essentially fixed. Sharingan plus body flicker technique plus flame sword technique equaled instantaneous annihilation. Should a strike miss, he would swiftly retreat. The trajectory of his development now hinged upon either refining his ability to execute swift kills or exploring alternative combinations. He contemplated enhancing the subtlety of his strikes, concealing his murderous intent, or, should he miss, augmenting his evasion with formidable counter-surveillance skills, allowing him to vanish and reposition for a second strike. Moreover, he considered the possibility of using compensation points to continually innovate and break through his current combo techniques. This could indeed be an extraordinary path. Aside from this ultimate pursuit, he contemplated researching other combos. The flame sword technique belonged to the realm of close-quarters combat. Subsequent combinations might involve ranged assaults or sustained damage output. However, such endeavors would inevitably demand a greater expenditure of compensation points. Thus, he faced two paths, one leading to the pinnacle of close combat, potentially invincible in melee yet evidently revealing vulnerabilities, or the other, characterized by diverse combinations, fewer weaknesses, and a comprehensive mastery across various domains, albeit requiring a substantial increase in compensation points. A yearly increment proved utterly insufficient. Yet, Uchiha yearned for both avenues, having gained advantages. He aspired to maximize their utility, striving to become a versatile six-dimensional warrior, a hexagonal mage, a hexagonal tank, ranged, assassin, support, and so forth. How he wished to discover a method for swiftly enhancing his skill proficiency. Uchiha Yu pondered with a sense of nostalgia. If the skills acquired did not require compensation points to reach their full potential, he could allocate all compensation points towards mastering each skill, thereby utilizing his resources more effectively. This could potentially maximize his gains. It seems there might indeed be a way. Chapter 53. Farewell, Hashirama. Uchiha Yu suddenly recalled a particular jutsu, the multi-shadow clone technique. This technique seemingly allows one to retrieve their training memories and insights through the cultivation of shadow clones. Moreover, he possesses a talent for diligent endeavor, a gift that rewards effort with results. With sufficient diligence from his shadow clones, could it not signify that the fruits of his labor would also multiply? As Uchiha Yu contemplated this, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. However, he quickly regained his composure. Firstly, it remains uncertain whether the technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu has been developed. Secondly, the execution of this technique demands a considerable amount of chakra to achieve a transformative effect. Lastly, the multiple shadow clone jutsu carries significant side effects during the memory transfer. A lack of unwavering will can easily lead to self-destruction. Not everyone possesses the resilience of Naruto, and even the reincarnated Uchiha Yu lacks confidence in reaching such heights. The first aspect is relatively straightforward to resolve. The shadow clone technique is not an extraordinary secret art. In the future, when Senju Tobarama creates it, he can easily allow Uchiha to replicate the jutsu using the Sharingan and subsequently learn it. The second aspect necessitates finding ways to enhance chakra. This requires further strengthening one's cellular structure to bolster vitality, followed by the awakening of a more advanced Sharingan, among other methods to augment chakra. However, achieving the power of a tailed beast or matching Senju Hashirama may demand extensive research and experimentation. Finally, the side effects of the shadow clone technique present another set of challenges to be addressed. Relying on clones for training necessitates a quantitative approach. The greater the number of clones, the more overwhelming the impact. Even someone as resolute as Naruto, when splitting into 2,000 or 3,000 clones, would eventually succumb to fatigue or even unconsciousness. His skill training undoubtedly entails far more than this. These considerations must be meticulously planned in advance. The available compensatory points are limited. A misstep on any path could result in years, if not decades, of wasted time. Uchiha Yu, unable to gamble recklessly, must meticulously manage his resources. Nevertheless, the shadow clone training technique has indelibly etched a profound mark upon his heart. While he may refrain from experimentation in the immediate future, the potential for validation looms on the horizon. Collecting his thoughts, Uchiha Yu once again delves into the exploration of various transformations of the Rasengan. With the successful mastery of the Super Rasengan, experimenting with other elemental attributes becomes a rather effortless endeavor. The wind release infuses the Rasengan with kinetic energy, augmenting its destructive capacity. The fire release engenders searing heat within the Rasengan, capable of incinerating wrought iron. The earth release imparts a weighty sensation to the Rasengan, rendering it as heavy as a lead ball, while also refining its rotational power. When the Rasengan strikes the ground, it does not spin and slice like the wind release, but rather bores into the earth like a drill, creating a gaping hole. The lightning release Rasengan generates a charged sphere, and upon contact with an opponent, the electrical energy is swiftly conducted, effectively incapacitating the adversary upon impact. From the lightning release Rasengan, Uchiha Yu perceives the faint echoes of the Chidori's essence. The reason Uchiha Yu refrains from attempting Raikiri is twofold. Firstly, he remains uncertain about the nature of lightning's attribute transformation. Secondly, he cannot conceive a method to channel the lightning attribute onto his hand without incurring harm. However, the lightning release, Rasengan, seems to offer a potential solution to this dilemma. By drawing inspiration from the Rasengan, he envisions encasing his palm in a protective layer while simultaneously gathering the transformed lightning attribute within it. Thus, mastering Raikiri may not prove overly challenging. At this juncture, Uchiha Yu experiences a sudden epiphany. Perhaps Kakashi's creation of Raikiri was, to some extent, influenced by the principles of Minato Namake's Rasengan. With this realization, he contemplates whether he might also derive inspiration from this concept, exploring the possibility of formless ninjutsu utilizing wind release, fire release, earth release, and water release techniques. Uchiha Yu contemplated thoughtfully, stroking his chin, yet he soon recognized a dilemma. Prior to that, it appeared essential for him to comprehend the nature of the 5 elemental transformations. Moreover, it seemed imperative to further elevate his living technique. Additionally, the lightning-based living technique appeared to hold potential for the development of lightning release, body technique. Uchiha Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that the multitude of skills he had acquired were far from simple. On this particular day, Uchiha Madara sought out Uchiha Yu once more. Before uttering a word, he was taken aback by Yu's appearance. "Yu, what has happened to you? Are you all right?" At that moment, Uchiha Yu sat beneath the great tree in the courtyard, looking as though he had been drained of all vitality. His eyes devoid of spirit as he stared into the void. After a considerable pause, he finally emerged from his introspective reverie, recalling Madara's earlier inquiry. After a moment of confusion, he shook his head and replied, "No, it's nothing. I'm just grappling with some thoughts that I can't quite comprehend. My heart is a bit entangled." Upon hearing Yu's words, Madara realized his concerns were unfounded. He covered his face momentarily and then spoke, calm. "You have been like this for over half a year. Regardless of what you were researching, you must allow yourself a respite. Let us go for a walk." Before Uchiha Yu could decline, Madara had already taken him by the arm and led him outside. Reflecting on Madara's previous invitations, Yu came to his senses but chose not to resist further, accompanying Madara beyond the clan's territory. Ultimately, under Madara's guidance, Uchiha Yu traversed a rugged forest, arriving at a breathtaking locale. It was not the small stream from before, but rather a clearing at the edge of a precipice. Before the cliff lay a lush basin, teeming with verdant vegetation, where numerous streams intertwined. "This is the place I discovered with Hashirama," Madara revealed. He envisioned an end to the warfare, aspiring to establish a village here where all clans of the Fire Country could coexist in harmony. As Uchiha Madara spoke, Uchiha Yu, who had been somewhat perplexed, instantly comprehended the situation. Konoha, this place, if all goes as anticipated, should indeed be the future location of the Hidden Leaf Village. Contemplating this, Uchiha Yu experienced a peculiar sensation. In the future, this will be the site where narratives unfold, and a multitude of ninjas' tales will resonate across another realm. Or perhaps, in times to come, a story will originate here, inspired by the musings of an individual from a different world. Regardless of the circumstances, this feeling of both participating in and transcending the moment is truly enchanting. "Ah, you have arrived as well." At that moment, a voice echoed from nearby. Uchiha Yu turned his gaze and discovered Senju Hashirama emerging from the nearby woods, appearing as if he had just arrived. Chapter 54, Madara, what about your dreams? Observing the surroundings, he spoke. "Madara must have mentioned to you, right? The idea of establishing a sanctuary here, where all the ninja clans of the Land of Fire can reside together, fostering mutual understanding and cohabitation. What do you think?" Faced with Senju Hashirama's familiar demeanor and his flow of dreamlike aspirations, Uchiha Yu chose not to shatter the dreams of a youth, for there would be far harsher realities to do so. That is indeed a commendable notion. However, I have a question. "Oh, what question?" Senju Hashirama, intrigued by Uchiha Yu's words, felt a surge of interest. It was the perfect moment for his nascent dream to be acknowledged and critiqued. Why limit this vision to merely the ninja clans of the Land of Fire? Do you harbor disdain for the other small nations and the ninja clans of the other 4 great nations? Huh, what? Is my question peculiar? So, what are the other 4 nations? Senju Hashirama gazed at Uchiha Yu with a perplexed expression, his face reflecting confusion. Uchiha Yu gazed at the perplexed Hashirama, then glanced at Uchiha Madara, remaining silent, yet the implication of his thoughts was unmistakable. "Your companion, you ought to elucidate." Although Uchiha Madara sensed the troubling thoughts of Uchiha Yu, he also perceived Hashirama's apparent embarrassment. Thus, he began to explain, "Beyond the Land of Fire, there exist numerous nations, such as the Land of Grass, the Land of Rain, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Waves, each a bordering territory. Moreover, there are the 5 great nations, the Land of Lightning, the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Water. While the strength of their ninja clans may not rival that of the Land of Fire, many formidable clans reside within them." "Ah, I understand now," Hashirama exclaimed. an expression of realization washing over his face. Turning to Uchiha Ya, he sheepishly remarked, "I'm sorry, I always thought there was only the land of fire." "Well, you, what is your perspective? What do I think?" "Yes, I am quite curious to hear your opinion. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not universally shared. Perspectives will inevitably diverge. Why must one insist on knowing my thoughts? It suffices to act upon what one believes to be right, does it not? To act upon one's convictions?" "Ha ha ha, Madara, your brother indeed lives up to your praise. He has articulated the very sentiments that have long lingered in my heart." Hashirama laughed heartily, and even Madara found himself moved by Yu's words. Clearly, the two future pioneers had not indulged excessively in sentimental platitudes, hence their profound reactions. An hour passed, during which Uchiha Ya had intended to grant Madara and Hashirama some private space to nurture their bond. However, Hashirama seemed irresistibly drawn to Uchiha Ya's philosophical musings, incessantly posing inquiries about his myriad confusions, questions such as the nature of war, why mutual understanding eludes humanity, and why ninja clans feel compelled to engage in lethal conflict. In response, Uchiha Ya rolled his eyes, recognizing that he could not openly discuss pragmatic or extreme topics in the presence of Uchiha Madara. For if Hashirama were to break free from his idealistic dreams of reality, and Madara were to sink deeper into despair, it could ultimately lead to resolving the issue by eliminating the source of the problem. Time swiftly elapsed, and the conversation among the three eventually reached an impasse. Hashirama felt a sense of reluctance to part ways. Madara's emotions were complex, while Uchiha Ya silently exhaled a breath of relief. Frankly, he believed he could not continue any further, for to do so would verge on inciting a revolutionary fervor. The ignorance of this warring era was not yet worthy of experiencing such a tumultuous upheaval. "Madara, I shall return to reflect on our discussion. We shall converse again another time." Hashirama bid farewell to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Ya. After his departure, the two turned in the opposite direction, retracing their steps back to the Uchiha stronghold. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them until they arrived at the Uchiha residence. It was then that Uchiha Madara regarded Uchiha Ya and softly inquired, "Were your previous statements genuine?" "Merely figments of my imagination. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that they possess a profound truth." Uchiha Madara began to speak, yet as a standard Uchiha who had lived for 7 years within the clan. Uchiha Ya sensed that Madara's concerns were certainly not aligned with these philosophical musings on life. Indeed, Madara's tone shifted as he remarked, "However, you have never articulated this to me." At this juncture, Uchiha Ya comprehended the underlying reason behind the rarity of conversations among the women of the Uchiha clan. It is because the sentiments of this clan are as intricate as those of women. Regardless of gender, the Uchiha are indifferent to the validity of your assertions. Rather, they are solely invested in your demeanor. Thus, at this moment, attempting to elucidate anything to Uchiha Madara would be entirely futile. What is required now is partiality. It is essential to convey to Uchiha Madara that one is inclined towards him. Therefore, Uchiha Ya cast a subtle glance at Uchiha Madara, letting out a soft sigh before saying, "Madara, the reason I spoke so much to Hashirama is that he expressed his dreams. But what about yours? What about me?" Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Ya's words, subsequently falling into a contemplative silence. Uchiha Ya continued, "Indeed, although my interactions with Hashirama have been limited, I have gleaned insights from our brief exchanges. Throughout our conversations, he solely articulated his aspirations, outlining a vision for the world he yearns to create. Perhaps you find such a world appealing. However, did you not sense any discomfort within that process, any aspects of his ideals that warrant scrutiny or revision? Furthermore, do you not harbor dreams that surpass his, dreams that are more magnificent and profound?" Uchiha Ya gently spoke, her voice soft, yet each word resonated deeply within Uchiha Madara's heart. Uchiha Ya gazed at Uchiha Madara, who remained silent, yet at this moment, he found himself involuntarily lost in contemplation. Uchiha Ya uttered no further words and strolled away. Based on his understanding of Madara's character, it was clear that he could never share the same ideals as Hashirama. Moreover, in the context of Indra and Azura's reincarnation, if their thoughts were truly aligned, there would be no entanglement from their past lives. They undeniably possessed fundamental differences, a divergence that destined them to never walk hand in hand indefinitely. At the very least, Madara's world could encompass Hashirama, yet it would never belong to him. Similarly, Hashirama's realm could include Madara, but it would never be his domain. Thus, you departed, intending to return to Madara when he genuinely comprehended his own desires. Chapter 55, a standard Uchiha in the world crafted by Hashirama. Madara felt profoundly out of place. Rather than waiting for Uchiha Madara to come to a realization only after the entire Uchiha clan had been devastated, it would be far more prudent to facilitate that understanding sooner. During his period of uncertainty and confusion, it would be advantageous to present him with a grand vision, one that could satiate not only Madara but also White Zetsu, Uchiha Ya, and indeed the entire Uchiha clan. "Oh Madara, I truly anticipate what your dreams entail. I have several enticing offerings awaiting your consideration." As Uchiha made his way back to the auxiliary residence, thoughts swirled within his mind. At that moment, a ninja appeared not far from him. Uchiha cast a quiet, contemplative sigh upon seeing the ninja. What was destined to happen had inevitably come to pass. Subsequently, Uchiha Yu followed the ninja, making his way towards the residence of Uchiha Taijima. Upon arrival, Taijima was clad in battle armor, wearied and unkempt, yet diligently polishing a short blade with a white cloth. Patriarch, you summoned me? Indeed. I have just returned from the battlefield and heard some news that I wanted to confirm with you. It seems that Madara's acquaintance is, without a doubt, a member of the Senju clan. Senju? Yes, although I remain uncertain of their intentions, I shall not allow them to succeed. I see. Does the Patriarch intend for me to take action? No, I will handle this matter personally. However, it is likely that Madara and I may develop a rift due to this situation. I prefer not to delve into explanations, but in the future. I understand. Uncle. Uchiha Yu gazed at Uchiha Taijima and ultimately refrained from addressing him as the clan leader, instead opting to call him uncle. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Taijima revealed a smile upon his face. This time, it was a smile of relief, a recognition that Uchiha Yu had made the most prudent choice. Indeed, Uchiha Yu had no alternative. What was the purpose of brandishing a blade if it was dull? Nevertheless, Uchiha Yu continually reassured himself internally, enduring once more. For the average lifespan of a man during the warring states was less than 30 years, particularly for someone like Uchiha Taijima, who led his clan into battle against other ninja clans. He had little time left to live. He considered it an opportunity to fulfill his filial duties early, sparing his parents the regret of having never enjoyed the benefits of his life after his demise. Go ahead. I do not wish for Madara to know about this. Understood. Uchiha Yu departed without the slightest hesitation. After Uchiha Yu departed, he returned directly to the secondary residence, feigning ignorance of the events that transpired and biding his time for the inevitable rift between Madara and Tobirama, subtly maintaining their tenuous connection. Days turned into a week. And on the 7th day, Uchiha Taijima once again sent someone to seek him out. Patriarch, I have been residing in the secondary residence during this time, and I have not seen Madara, nor have I had any contact with others. I'm not inquiring about that. Huh? Since Madara returned from his outing with you, he has not ventured out again. Do you not have anything you wish to share with me? What does that have to do with me? What it concerns you? According to my intelligence, when Madara did not take you along, he would spend 3 hours each day meeting with that Senju. However, after taking you once, he ceased those visits. Tell me, does that not pertain to you? I have not done anything, though. Then recount in detail what transpired that day. Very well. That day, Madara took me to a location where the Senju awaited him. It became apparent that they seemed to be planning their future endeavors together, aspiring to unite the ninja clans of the Land of Fire in order to establish a village. Uchiha Yu recounted the events of that day in their entirety to Uchiha Taijima. Known for his caution, Uchiha Yu never engages in actions that would lead to regret. Naturally, he takes full responsibility for all his words and deeds. After all, on the surface, he was unaware that the individual known as Hashirama belonged to the Senju clan. Conversely, Uchiha Taijima was not preoccupied with Yu's cautious demeanor. He was entirely captivated by the vision that Uchiha had laid out for Hashirama's dream. It was simply irresistible. Hashirama's aspiration was to unite all ninja clans, allowing them to coexist peacefully in one village, free from the fears and conflicts that had long divided them. This encapsulated the essence of Hashirama's dream. Uchiha Yu, akin to crafting a structured essay for a college entrance examination, elaborated upon this vision, creating a coherent system of ideas. In fact, Uchiha Taijima could even perceive a glimmer of feasibility within it. Then, Uchiha Yu's probing questions regarding Madara's own dreams prompted Taijima to recognize the current state of Madara's mindset. This was, indeed, a profound reshaping of one's worldview. With the right guidance, Madara would no longer be lost in confusion and hesitation. He would evolve into a competent leader, capable of guiding the Uchiha clan toward survival. Why didn't you mention any of this to me sooner? Taijima inquired. Well, Chief, you never asked. Are you saying that unless I inquire, you won't speak? As a typical Uchiha, I believe actions speak louder than words. No, at this moment, your words hold more weight than your actions. Chief, I must respectfully disagree. I shall take you to the secret vault. Upon hearing this arrangement from his uncle, he replied, Very well, then we shall proceed as you suggest. Uchiha Taijima began to speak, providing an explanation to Uchiha Yu. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Yu's expression reflected a hint of hesitation. The instructions given by Uchiha Taijima were rather straightforward. He wanted Uchiha Yu to facilitate a meeting between Madara and Hashirama, allowing them to confront each other and unveil their true identities. At that juncture, Madara was to make a choice. This plan, however, could only be deemed as crude by Uchiha Yu. It was nothing short of employing familial ties to morally coerce a child into making a decision he did not desire. Would such an approach genuinely inspire a youth to align his heart with his family? Could this decision ever rival the vision of mutual understanding that Hashirama delineated for the village? Yet, what concern was it of his? In this world, there exists no absolute correct decision, nor is it imperative to arrive at one. For instance, Uchiha Yu need not offend his beloved uncle for the sake of Madara's entangled fate with the Senju, nor should he deem his uncle's plan as crude, causing distress to his elder cousin. Distress, after all, is a catalyst for growth. Perhaps Madara might even gain enlightenment. Ultimately, and most importantly, there resided within the Uchiha vaults a certain coveted item. He would heed the clan leader's directives. Ah, splendid. You consistently instill confidence in me. All for the illustrious future of the Uchiha clan. Haha, well done. Uncle, I shall take my leave now. Wait, is there anything else, uncle? If Madara comes to understand what he truly wishes to pursue, how would you convey that to him? Well, I was previously unaware that fellow was a Senju. So chapter 56, change of plans, no worries, speak freely. I hold no resentment towards you. Uncle, what would you wish for me to say? Uchiha Yu cautiously inquired. Do not test me, it is I who poses the question. Well, that individual professes a desire to unite all ninja clans. To establish an entity wherein they coexist in peace. I find this exceedingly hypocritical and decidedly uncharacteristic of the Uchiha. Hypocritical, indeed. Even among a single family, discord can arise. Without the bonds of blood, what basis is there for mutual understanding? Precisely. So what is your implication? My perspective is of little consequence. My primary concern is to ensure that Madara does not become swayed by the thoughts of others. The Uchiha should not merely aspire to be the village leader. We ought to strive for kingship, to unify the land of fire and extend that unity to other nations. Kingship? Unification? How could you harbor such daunting notions? Moreover, this is entirely impractical. Chief, I merely speak in hypotheticals. The notion of the Uchiha ruling the world, even if feasible, would exact an insurmountable toll. My intent is simply to provide Madara with direction, so he may avoid the pitfalls of confusion. Uchiha Yu shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of casual indifference, which left Uchiha Taijima enveloped in a profound silence. This silence lingered for over an hour. Uchiha Yu took the lead, yet upon receiving a few glances from Taijima, he realized that he could not proceed any further at this moment. Ultimately, Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow, lost in thought for over an hour, subconsciously activating his Sharingan. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if he had made a significant decision within himself. What if, he pondered, if you were unaware that person was a Senju, how would you proceed thereafter? Allow Madara to forge his own path rather than merely adhering to the expectations of others. The Uchiha lineage has always led. We cannot be mere supporters of another's vision. Very well, you embody the true spirit of the Uchiha. Therefore, in my capacity as clan leader, I hereby assign you a task. Clan leader, I stand ready for your command. Forget that Madara's companion is a Senju. I grant you a fortnight. I expect you to ensure that Madara severs ties with that individual and fights in the name of Uchiha honor. Uchiha Taijima gazed at Uchiha Yu and articulated his demands. Frankly speaking, this time, Uchiha Taijima was engaging in a gamble. However, as a quintessential member of the Uchiha clan, no one understood their circumstances better than he did. In any setting, once the number of individuals increases, true harmony becomes unattainable, particularly with the Uchiha, whose tendencies lean towards extremism. If they are not occupied with purposeful endeavors, they are prone to self-destruction through internal strife. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, one must not only be strong and capable of garnering respect, but also possess an acute awareness of this particular trait inherent to the Uchiha. This awareness constitutes the essence of a true Uchiha leader. The responsibility that accompanies this awareness is equally significant. It entails the relentless pursuit of objectives that inspire all Uchihas to strive for something greater. Human beings invariably require motivation. Once that motivation wanes, they are doomed to self-destruction, a tendency that is particularly pronounced among the Uchiha. Hearing from you about Senju Hashirama's vision for a ninja village, though imbued with a naive foolishness, Taijima could not help but acknowledge the audacity of that young Senju. If Hashirama were his son, he would embody the qualities befitting the next clan leader. Naturally, had his own son proposed such a ninja village concept, he would have subjected him to 3 days of severe reprimand, even if that son were Uchiha Madara. Yet, Uchiha Yu's unconventional ideas pried open a crack in his rigid mindset, allowing a glimmer of light to seep through. This light illuminated him, evoking a tremor of something profound within, neither fear nor trepidation, but rather a response from the Uchiha bloodline itself. Indeed, as a standard-bearer of the Uchiha and the leader of all Uchihas, Uchiha Taijima harbored his own aspirations. However, for the sake of the clan, he had consistently suppressed his personal Uchiha ambitions. Yet, a single utterance from Uchiha Yu acted like an insidious virus, inexorably corroding his resolve. This notion revealed an alternate possibility for the Uchiha Taijima. While he may not be able to realize it himself, he could establish a grander vision for Madara, instilling within him a resolute will to achieve it. Even if Madara were to falter along the way, as long as that will is transmitted and continuously refined, the Uchiha clan would usher in a new era of vitality. For that goal would be sufficiently vast to encompass the ambitions, hopes, and desires of all. You. This task rests solely upon your shoulders. This, as the clan leader, is a matter of utmost importance. I have ventured into the clan's secret repository twice. It is not merely about the secrecy of the repository, I have done so thrice. For the greater Uchiha, I shall make the attempt. Subsequently, I will have you personally select a team from our clan, a team that truly belongs to you. Clan leader, I do not require such a team. This is a command from the leader and a request as your uncle. I aspire for this team to become the sharpest blade of the Uchiha's future. For the glory of our clan. Uchiha Taijima comprehends Uchiha Yu, or at the very least, Uchiha Yu desires his esteemed uncle to understand him. Otherwise, how could he possibly attain the benefits he seeks? Uchiha Yu departed, burdened with a formidable task. The objective, within a fortnight. To sever the bond between a pair of close friends. This appeared deceptively simple. However, while dismantling their camaraderie was one challenge. Ensuring that neither of the two harbored resentment towards him was another matter entirely. Should they reconcile in the future, it could have repercussions for him. Thus, he needed to devise a meticulous strategy. It was time to summon Izuna. Uchiha Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of tea-like energy erupted within him. In a secluded courtyard, Uchiha Izuna, who was diligently practicing, suddenly sneezed. This sensation, could it be that scoundrel Yu was plotting against me once more? Uchiha Izuna was instinctively filled with apprehension due to Uchiha Yu's actions. However, reflecting on the fact that during this period, Yu had maintained minimal interaction with his elder brother, their encounters had merely been fleeting moments without any significant friction, it seemed that perhaps I was overthinking the situation. Uchiha Izuna shook his head and prepared to continue his training. My dear Adudu, are you there? At that moment, the voice of Uchiha Yu resounded softly, causing the practicing Uchiha Izuna to nearly stumble. Fortunately, as a child, he lacked a waist, so it was merely a slight misstep. You rascal, it truly is you. Huh? What do you mean? Are you trying to deceive me? How could that be possible? You are my beloved cousin. How could I ever betray you? Uchiha Yu gazed at Izuna, his eyes reflecting sincerity. Chapter 57. Uchiha Izuna's Super Evolution. Really? Izuna questioned, harboring a profound sense of skepticism. Observing Izuna's demeanor, Uchiha Yu shrugged and replied, if you do not trust me, that is your choice. However, you surely believe in Madara, do you not? Brother? What has happened? Speak quickly. Indeed, upon the mention of Madara, Uchiha Izuna's usual composure and vigilance vanished, transforming him into a protective little pup. Izuna, do you have a dream? Of course. My dream has always been singular, to stand behind my elder brother, to fight alongside him, and together to elevate the Uchiha clan to greatness. When asked about his dreams, Izuna Uchiha exhibited no hesitation or confusion, leaving his brother, Uchiha Ya, deeply moved. Truly a testament to his brotherly devotion. Izuna possessed an unwavering resolve that was both awe-inspiring and formidable. Therefore, Izuna, if I may pose a hypothetical, should you choose between fighting alongside your elder brother or revitalizing the Uchiha clan with him, which path would you select? Naturally, I would choose to stand by my brother in battle. Oh, and why is that? Among the Uchiha, there are many capable of assisting my brother. However, entrusting his safety to others leaves me uneasy. Uchiha Izuna spoke with clarity and coherence, leaving Uchiha Yato somewhat astonished. This young man, whom he initially intended to guide, possessed a thought process that was clearer than anyone else's. Uchiha Izuna is acutely aware of his desires and equally cognizant of the sacrifices required to attain them. Enlightenment, it seems, is not something he needs to be instilled with. He possesses it inherently. Even in the face of peril, do you not feel fear? On the day I resolved to stand behind my elder brother, I relinquished any consideration of life and death. What weighs on my mind now is that my brother must not walk ahead of me. Confronted with Uchiha Izuna's unwavering determination, his Sharingan involuntarily activated, swirling in response to his resolute declarations, evidencing his unyielding resolve. At that moment, Uchiha Yu felt a twinge of envy towards Madara. Madara, blessed with such a commendable younger brother. With such a brother lost, it might well be enough to awaken another pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Oh, Uchiha Yu suddenly perceived a glimmer of inspiration. He contemplated a rather intriguing, albeit somewhat cruel, notion. For instance, what if he were to explore the realm of medical ninjutsu? Mastering the ability to extract and implant eyes at will? Could it be possible that when Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna awaken their Sharingan, he could extract his own eyeballs and have them implanted in their sockets, thus enabling them to assist him in awakening his own? However, this idea was merely a fleeting thought filled with malice. The Manjiki Sharingan, it appears, would only awaken on the day of his uncle as sacrificial offering. Well, that day is not far off. I must cherish the moments spent with my uncle all the more. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Ahem. Oh, my apologies, Izuna. I inadvertently lost my train of thought. Uchiha Yu regained his composure, cleared his throat, and turned to Uchiha Izuna, saying, since you are so resolute, it is time for me, your esteemed cousin, to impart some knowledge upon you. Humph, I shall teach you. Is that so? Do you not wish to understand why? Despite being of the same age, you, my blood brother, cannot surpass me, your cousin? Uchiha Izuna yearned to retort. Yet the harsh realities of past experiences compelled him to silence. Undoubtedly, what truly rendered Uchiha Izuna mute was his deep desire to garner his elder brother's attention, surpassing that of all others. This, he had to concede, was a domain in which he was superior to him. Humph. How am I to ascertain whether you are deceiving me once more? Uchiha Izuna let out a cold snort in retort, while Uchiha Yu shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I have no intention of deceiving you. Given your intelligence, it should be quite easy for you to discern the truth. Furthermore, no matter what I say, the choice ultimately lies with you, does it not? Uchiha Yu possesses a remarkable talent for flattery. particularly when faced with someone who desires to hear more yet is too proud to admit it. Thus Uchiha Ya, in a moment of absent-mindedness, produced a feather fan. Crafted from feathers he had gathered in his family's ancestral grounds. These feathers were remnants left behind by the avian summoning beasts employed by the clan's ninjas. Curiously, it seemed that every time the summoning beast took to the skies, several feathers would fall, yet they never appeared to become sparse or bare. Uchiha Ya opened his mouth, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of a seasoned sage, akin to a relationship expert from a bygone era. Izuna, you must understand that a man, yes, a brother who has always kept an eye on you, may not genuinely care for you. However, a brother who shows no interest at all certainly does not love you. This single statement plunged Izuna into despair, her eyes welling up with tears. Indeed, the awakening of her Sharingan was a rare manifestation, typically reserved for the Uchiha clan's moments of disbelief in reality. Uchiha Ya cleared his throat, a manifestation of life's profound philosophies. Yet, love is inherently selfless. If one forsakes their affection for an elder brother due to his indifference, neglect, or lack of care, then I must assert that such a person is unworthy of love. To be truthful, at this juncture, Uchiha Ya found himself struggling to articulate further. This sentiment emerged as a defensive reaction, cultivated over years of consuming toxic platitudes. He felt as though he was feeding Quan Na excrement, yet, in an effort to convince Quan Na that it was curry, he had to suppress his revulsion and take a reluctant bite. Slaying 3,000 foes while inflicting harm upon oneself by 300 may yield a net gain. Yet it cannot obscure the reality of the losses incurred. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Ya, the emotional mentor, Uchiha Izuna found himself momentarily stunned. Never before had anyone spoken such truths to him. Now, he felt as if his horizons had been broadened by you. To love him is to bless him. To love him is to silently guard him. As long as he is happy, that is all that truly matters. An insatiable desire is not genuine love, but mere craving. Uchiha Izuna remains ensnared in a persistent state of brainwashing. 3 days later, after the brainwashing of Izuna Uchiha was completed, Uchiha Obito initially intended to provide him with 2 additional days of reinforcement courses. However, Madara soon approached him. After days of deep contemplation, a furrow had formed on Madara's brow, indicating his ongoing confusion and turmoil. Madara, do you have something to discuss with me? Obito inquired. What do you think I wish to discuss? Madara responded, his words laden with uncertainty. Observing Madara's current state, Obito smiled and remarked, Madara, haven't you already discerned the answer within your heart? Chapter 58. Madara's dream architect. Regardless of the truth, it was prudent to proceed with caution. In dealing with someone like Madara, Obito understood that he could not simply instruct him on what to do. Rather, he needed to cultivate the impression of what should be done. His role was merely to provide some guidance. Akin to a family constructing a home, before they agreed on how they wished to build, it was unwise to offer excessive opinions, as ultimately, it would be they who resided within that house. Their decisions on its construction were theirs alone. If one were to propose ideas prematurely, and discomfort arose later in the living situation, the blame would fall upon the advisor. Conversely, if the homeowners developed a comprehensive plan first, and then received a few suggestions or minor optimizations, the chances of issues arising would be significantly reduced. Even if problems did emerge later, the responsibility would not rest on the advisor, as the architectural blueprint originated from the owner. In fact, the advisor's contributions might have mitigated the situation, preventing more severe complications. In essence, should difficulties arise, the owner would owe thanks for lessening their severity. This illustrated the art of communication. Madara found himself ensnared in confusion by Obito's words, yet his silence suggested that Obito had struck a chord within him. Madara, perhaps you have long possessed the answers to certain matters, but for some reason, you are reluctant to accept them. Huh, Obito, you indeed know me best, Madara replied, a wry smile gracing his lips. Gradually, the confusion dissipated from his expression, and he spoke earnestly. I aspire to unify the entire shinobi world, establishing a single nation, within which there shall be one village. Madara articulated his vision, embodying the noble demeanor characteristic of the Uchiha clan. A grand ambition, indeed. However, I am more intrigued by the source of your confusion. Having articulated his dream, Obito, designated as Madara's dream architect by his esteemed uncle, recognized the need to guide him, not in the sense of directing, but rather in unraveling the knots within Madara's heart, enabling him to pursue his aspirations with unwavering conviction and clarity. Meanwhile, Izuna Uchiha, who had been entirely overlooked, observed Obito's demeanor and felt he had gleaned something valuable. He had always perceived his omnipotent older brother as infallible, yet it dawned on him that even the strongest could experience moments of doubt in such times. They sought counsel from Obito. Strikingly, Obito was capable of simplifying complex matters. But why was it that, despite being disregarded by my brother, I did not feel the usual pang of injustice? Uchiha Izuna suddenly realized a profound question. Could this be what you referred to as growth? Uchiha Izuna pondered with complexity. Have I gradually become the person my elder brother requires? Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, in silence, voiced his concerns. First, the magnitude of this dream is immense, and it is destined to be fraught with conflict and sacrifice. He is uncertain how many Uchiha will stand behind him by the end of this journey. Second, this dream does not call for peaceful coexistence, but rather for submission. It demands the subjugation of all shinobi clans, breaking them down to their knees, compelling them to yield through sheer dominance. This stands in stark contrast to Hashirama's ideals. Third, his current strength is insufficient to realize this ambition. The mightiest ninja he knows is his father, Uchiha Taijima. However, Uchiha Taijima does not possess the resolve to quell chaos and unify the shinobi world. While he is confident that he will surpass his father one day, he remains uncertain about the extent of that strength and how much is required to uphold his dream. Madara's aspirations left Izuna both astonished and invigorated. The Uchiha clan indeed requires such visionary ambition. Yet, soon enough, Madara's 3 inquiries became a source of contemplation for Uchiha Izuna. At that moment, Uchiha You suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Do you find my dream absurd? Forgive me, I merely think you are being overly pessimistic, Madara. What do you mean? Madara, those questions may not find answers today, but not every dilemma necessitates a solution. Your dream may seem daunting. Yet how can one ascertain the outcome without venturing forth? However, if your dream resonates with others, then even in death, your will shall be inherited. Conversely, if your dream is met with disdain, the Uchiha will rectify your errors posthumously. But those matters will only arise after your demise. A dream will only be deemed feasible on the day it is truly realized. Until success is attained, all skepticism, opposition, confusion, and even betrayal serve merely as stepping stones toward a dream, nourishing one's growth. Madara, at this moment, your contemplation should not be about us, the Uchiha, or Hashirama. Rather, are you prepared to endure the solitude, loneliness, misunderstanding, and pain of loss for the sake of your dream? Does your heart possess the capacity to embrace a unified nation? Uchiha You gazed at Uchiha Madara, his voice as serene as in days of yore. Yet each utterance reverberated within Madara's soul like the tolling of a great bell. Such thoughts had never crossed his mind before. Simultaneously, he found himself once more astonished by the vision of his younger cousin. This young relative harbored profound strategies within, patiently awaiting a worthy companion to assist him. Could I be that person? Madara fell into silence, an inexplicable urge to retreat washing over him. For he was not prepared. He departed, utterly bewildered by Yu's words, needing time to process the weight of what had just transpired. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Izuna instinctively yearned to offer comfort to Madara, yet was halted by a mere glance from Yu. Recalling Yu's guidance over the past 3 days, Izuna refrained from uttering any further words, silently trailing alongside Madara like a shadow. In a state of confusion, Madara was reminded of the many days he had neglected to visit Hashirama, even failing to send a message, which filled him with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Consequently, he found himself gravitating towards the river where he had first encountered Hashirama. Madara, you have finally arrived. It is such a relief to see you unharmed. As Madara reached the riverbank, Hashirama's figure emerged, his countenance reflecting a sense of relief. Lost in contemplation, Madara was momentarily taken aback by Hashirama's presence and inquired, "Have you been here all this time?" "Not quite," Hashirama replied. "I come here for a short while each day. I am just glad to see you safe." "My apologies, Hashirama. I must have been preoccupied with matters," Madara responded, feeling increasingly guilty as Hashirama's demeanor conveyed understanding. Yet, a rare smile surfaced on Madara's face, a smile that Izuna had longed to witness. However, at this moment, Izuna's attention was primarily focused on Hashirama. Chapter 59. White Lotus Izuna. This was Izuna's first encounter with his brother's friend. He had contemplated various possibilities, including feelings of resentment, anger, jealousy, and even the fleeting thought of eliminating the other. However, now, confronted by this seemingly ordinary young man, Izuna sensed something amiss within his own emotions. White Lotus. A heavenly descent. These words stirred within Uchiha Izuna, remnants of the persona you had meticulously crafted for him over the past few days. His brother was easily influenced by duplicitous individuals, yet held a fondness for the pure-hearted. Phrases like the childhood friend pales in comparison to the heavenly descent echoed in his mind. Initially, Izuna had struggled to comprehend these notions, finding them vague. Yet now, a glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him, along with a subtle realization of the role you had orchestrated for him. In this moment, Uchiha Izuna grew increasingly silent, adopting a more relaxed and natural posture while standing behind Madara, his gaze fixated solely on him, as if no one else existed. "Madara, this is Izuna. What brings you here?" At that moment, prompted by Hashirama, Madara turned to discover Izuna trailing behind him. After speaking, Madara's expression turned apologetic, as he sought to offer an explanation. Given his understanding of Izuna, he presumed that his oversight would have displeased him greatly. However, Izuna seized the opportunity to speak before Madara could continue, stating, "I noticed that you seemed troubled, so I followed you out of concern. Rest assured, brother. You may proceed with your matters. I shall not convey today's events to father." Upon hearing Izumi's words, Madara was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a sense of relief, saying, "Izumi, I apologize for not taking better care of you all this time. I always thought of you as a mere child." This statement nearly brought tears to Izumi's eyes, for it was precisely what he longed to hear from his elder brother. Although it was not the ultimate affirmation he sought, it was certainly an improvement over the past. The lessons imparted by you proved to be invaluable. No, I must hold back. I must maintain my persona. Uchiha Izuna cried out in his heart, suppressing the urge to exchange a few more words with his elder brother. He turned away, leaving behind a couple of cool remarks. Brother, I shall wait for you over there. Be obedient, understanding, and not clingy. Izuki Uchiha recalled the words of caution imparted by you. So, you are Izuki, correct? If you don't mind, I would very much like to befriend you, Hashirama began. Intrigued by Izuki in the presence of Yu's esteemed reputation, eager to engage in conversation. However, Izuki did not turn around. His voice, though courteous, carried an unmistakable air of distance. I apologize, but I prefer not to interact with anyone other than my elder brother. I hope this does not cause you any inconvenience. Ah, I see. My apologies for being so forward, Hashirama replied. It's quite all right. After all, you are a friend of my brother. After Izuna finished speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving Hashirama gazing at his figure with a twinge of envy. Hey, Hashirama, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit envious of you. Envious of me? Why? Just as Hashirama was about to offer an explanation, a figure suddenly darted out from the nearby thicket. Anija, how many times must I tell you not to sneak out? It's dangerous out here. It was a white-haired youth. Oh, that's Tobarama Senju. Madara glanced at Tobarama and then at the exasperated Hashirama, chuckling softly. Hashirama's envy was, in truth, rooted in this very moment. The saying goes, comparison brings pain, yet indeed, the younger brother is always a treasure. When placed side by side, it becomes even more apparent. Madara, I must take my leave. Very well, go ahead. Madara nodded, suppressing the urge to share his dreams with Hashirama, and turned to depart. Wait a moment. Just as Madara was about to leave, Tobarama called out to him, which piqued his curiosity. After a brief hesitation, Tobarama inquired, who was the person that came by last time? What did he say to my brother that has made him sing his praises lately? Him? A person you could never surpass. Madara's words struck deep, nearly igniting Tobarama's ire. He, Tobarama Senju, was unmatched save for his foolish elder brother. If you're so capable, bring him out and let us see who prevails. However, Madara offered no opportunity for retort. With his parting words, he left, presenting Tobarama with a semblance of victory. Denying the opponent a chance to counter, unseen retaliation can, in many ways, signify a steady triumph, especially for a competitive little brat. Meanwhile, upon seeing Madara's swift return, Izuna curiously asked, Anija, back so soon? Yes, I have some matters to attend to. I must leave. All right. Izuna nodded, refraining from further comment. At that moment, it seemed as if a light bulb had suddenly illuminated in Izuna's mind, gradually leading him towards a blossoming realization. In truth, Uchiha Ya had not imparted much knowledge to Izuna, merely helping him grasp some simple yet oft-overlooked truths. People invariably struggle between being needed and needing others. To capture someone's attention, one must possess inherent value, be it resource value, physical value, potential investment value, or emotional value. The higher the value one holds in the eyes of others, the greater the need for them, and consequently, the more attention one will receive. Uchiha Izuna possesses an innate sensitivity to emotions, his thoughts often more nuanced than those of ordinary individuals, and he possesses a profound understanding of human nature. Such individuals do not require extensive teaching. At times, a mere nudge is sufficient to illuminate their understanding, akin to the enlightening experience of a sudden revelation. If the interaction between individuals can be likened to a theatrical performance of emotions, then the connection between Madara and Hashirama is one of instantaneous mutual recognition, a profound kinship that resonates deeply. However, beyond this initial bond, the external circumstances and their fundamental differences predetermine that while they may share mutual appreciations, they will inevitably encounter challenges that hinder their true union. In the narrative typical of romantic novels, Hashirama represents Madara's unattainable ideal. Meanwhile, Izuna was previously akin to a childhood sweetheart, existing in that ambiguous realm between friendship and romance, a state that seems almost impossible to advance beyond. Yet, following Uchiha Obito's guidance, Izuna transforms into the role of the original partner. Concepts such as unattainable ideals, romantic partners, and cherished confidants may hold significant weight in Uchiha Madara's heart, but when faced with critical decisions, the wise and magnanimous original partner will always command the utmost respect. At this moment, Izuna need not exert himself. His sole requirement is to familiarize Madara with his presence, instilling in him the understanding that, regardless of the time, circumstance, or reason, there will always be a steadfast individual standing by his side, offering unwavering support. Chapter 60. The path to the future. Madara has returned. Though his demeanor appears tranquil, the tumultuous emotions brewing within him remain a mystery to all. It is even uncertain whether his thoughts are intertwined with the desire to rescue his mother, a sentiment reminiscent of Otsutsuki Kenshiki's intentions. Uchiha Ya cannot meticulously calculate every detail. However, he remains unperturbed by this reality. For if one can craft a pie large enough to encompass the ambitions and goals of all, then individuals will not hesitate to lend a hand in the execution of your plans, each pursuing their own aspirations. Indeed, many may willingly become pawns in Uchiha Ya's grand design. For instance, Izuna, who yearns for his brother's attention, Taijima, who aspires for his son to thrive and lead the Uchiha to prosperity, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who desires Madara to grow ever stronger, reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths to initiate the Moon Eye Plan. Furthermore, the profound desires harbored by numerous Uchiha clan members, as well as the war-weary sentiments of various ninja clans, who have endured centuries of conflict, must also be considered. The pie must be expanded even further. To quell the chaos of the world, one cannot solely rely on sheer military might, for that only offers fleeting solace. It is imperative to not only subdue others through strength but also to conquer their hearts and minds. Uchiha Ya sat beneath the great tree in the courtyard, lost in contemplation, his gaze stretching into the distance, as if traversing the corridors of time to witness the transformations of the coming century. The intricate dynamics between the ninja villages and nations, the conflicts amongst villages, the rivalries between countries, and the looming crisis of the Otsutsuki clan weighed heavily upon his mind. In the present shinobi world, each elite ninja stood as the cornerstone of their respective clans. However, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, even the five Kage found themselves relegated to mere bystanders. Although the combat prowess of many ninjas had diminished compared to that of the Warring States period, the leaders of each village had eclipsed the strength of their predecessors from that era, particularly after Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama united to bring an end to the Warring States period. Other nations, feeling the pressure, devoted themselves to the creation of new jutsu at any cost. This era marked a renaissance of jutsu, as well as an explosive surge in combat capabilities. Notably, the Book of Seals developed by Senju Tobarama introduced various jutsu, though incomplete, that would later reveal immense potential. Each technique, when wielded by the right practitioner, could dominate the battlefield during the Warring States. Techniques such as the Flying Thunder God technique, Shadow Clone technique, Spirit Transformation technique, and Impure World Reincarnation emerged. Subsequently, Bloodline Limits, Bloodline Elimination, Bloodline Gathering, Yin-Yang Release, and the Ten Tails Jinchuriki came into play. The tumultuous century within the shinobi realm appeared tranquil for a time. Yet it was perpetually evolving towards greater strength. Uchiha Ya had foreseen the culmination of these developments. The shinobi world would undergo a transformation akin to that of the Otsutsuki. The bloodline of the Otsutsuki, originating with Kagaya, had spread throughout the world like seeds carried by chakra. As long as ninjas continued their relentless pursuit of power, there would inevitably come a day when humanity would discern the connection between themselves and chakra, recognizing the link between the Otsutsuki bloodline and the God Tree. Consequently, they too would strive ever onward in that direction. This journey may well take a long time, 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, or even longer. However, as long as this world endures, there shall eventually arise an entity akin to the Otsutsuki, perhaps even merging the unique powers native to the shinobi world, evolving into a being that transcends the Otsutsuki lineage. Uchiha Ya remains indifferent to whether he is the greatest beneficiary in this transformation. However, among the foremost beneficiaries, he must undoubtedly hold a share. Regaining his composure, Uchiha Ya meticulously revisits the sequence of events surrounding the separation of Madara and Hashirama, and after a prolonged contemplation, he rises slowly and makes his way toward Taijima. Everything is prepared. They merely await the favorable winds. Uchiha Ya intends to collaborate closely with his esteemed uncle, Uchiha, to ensure that the winds blow in their favor. The following day, Madara departs from the town once more, with Izuna trailing behind him. Despite Madara's insistence that it is unnecessary, Izuna remains resolute in his decision. His stance is not one of unreasonable insistence, but rather a genuine expression of concern for Madara's well-being. He assures Madara that he will not interfere in his dealings with Hashirama, even expressing a willingness to wait at a distance, as he did before. In response, Madara feels a warm appreciation for his brother's thoughtfulness, finding no fault in Izuna's actions. After all, compared to Hashirama, who constantly meddles and acts unilaterally, his own brother is endearingly considerate. Little does Madara realize that Izuna's presence reassures him that someone is waiting for him. A thought that lingers in his mind during his time with Hashirama. He constantly remembers his identity as a Uchiha, even though neither he nor Izuna dons the Uchiha uniform. The inherent significance of their lineage is inescapable. Moreover, with Tobarama, the white-haired figure, accompanying Hashirama, both Madara and Hashirama find it increasingly difficult to immerse themselves in a genuine emotional resonance with one another. At least, they cannot fully reveal their unguarded, whimsical natures in front of their respective brothers. This subtle shift tempers Madara's feelings toward Hashirama, leading to more composed conversations where he gradually begins to assert his own opinions instead of merely adhering to Hashirama's vision for the future. Some of these assertions astonish Hashirama, others provoke rebuttals, and some leave him astonished, revealing the fundamental differences between them that finally spark friction. Through this process, the once perfect image of Hashirama in Madara's mind begins to show cracks. Madara perceives the limitations of Hashirama's vision. Although Hashirama's plan for the ninja village is commendable and imaginative, it is overly optimistic, failing to account for the potential hazards of a changing era and the complexities that may arise after establishing the village. While beautiful ideals often inspire admiration and yearning, they frequently become entangled with personal desires, rendering them somewhat naive. For sometimes, Individuals with differing perspectives can witness the same scenery yet arrive at vastly different interpretations. For instance, while the Land of Fire may appear lush and prosperous, other nations may languish in stark poverty. Against this backdrop of glaring contrasts, the Land of Fire's portrayal of peaceful coexistence becomes profoundly ironic. To the people of the Land of Fire, their longing for peace and willingness to forsake past grievances is a testament to their magnanimity. In contrast, for other nations, the Land of Fire's stance resembles a warning, as if proclaiming sovereignty, asserting that the Land of Fire shall forever claim what the others covet, resources and lands that will never belong to them. Born into desolation, they are destined to remain so. With differing environments and resources, the so-called rules become a form of constraint, igniting the flames of war. As for the true catalyst of war, it becomes secondary. Humanity does not fear scarcity but rather inequality. What appears to be the intricate nature of humanity is, in truth, easily comprehensible to those who have experienced it. Many do not lack empathy. Rather, their circumstances and life experiences hinder their understanding of those who have weathered the storms of life. As Lu Xun aptly articulated, the joys and sorrows between people do not resonate with one another. To forge such connections, one must adopt the philosophy of pain, ensuring that all endure similar suffering, thus enabling mutual understanding. Just as the initial generations of a newly established nation labored for the prosperity and stability of their descendants, the latter cannot empathize with the struggles of their forebears, often feeling a disconnect. Yet, these successors also grapple with their own concerns. In his previous life, he was one such successor. In this life, he prepares to contemplate the beliefs of his ancestors within this environment, reminiscent of an era where everyone's eyes sparkled with hope. Chapter 61. The Secret Techniques of the White Lotus. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For several consecutive days, Uchiha Madara departed from the Uchiha frontline clan territory, only to return 1 or 2 hours later, each visit shorter than the last. With every return, he would seek out Uchiha Ya, sometimes posing questions and at other times merely sitting nearby, lost in thought. Uchiha Ya does not indulge Madara with excessive thoughts. He only offers him a glimpse of broader perspectives during Madara's more extreme moments. Throughout this process, Uchiha Ya perceives Madara's insatiable thirst for power and senses the escalating turbulence of his emotions. Uchiha Ya subtly sensed the guidance of Otsutsuki amid these transformations. However, he remained indifferent. At this moment, he and Otsutsuki were no longer adversaries. He would not become the source of emotional upheaval for Madara, who was already grappling with the absence of his bonds. The emotional value that Madara cherished stemmed from Izuna and his esteemed father, rendering Yu irrelevant to that equation. In this moment, although Yu foresaw a tempestuous future, he felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Before the storm's arrival, he had fashioned for himself a sufficiently secure haven. The storm did not keep Uchiha Ya waiting long. On a bright afternoon, tinged with slight humidity, a crow descended from afar, alighting upon Uchiha Ya's shoulder. This was the Shadow Crow summoning technique, one of the valuable acquisitions Yu had retrieved from the Uchiha archives. The Shadow Crow, also known as the Illusionary Crow, is a unique summoning beast and a distinctive scroll of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, while the Uchiha clan may lack the summoning contract scrolls of the legendary three, they possess their own summoning scrolls, and there are quite a few. The Shadow Crow is one such entity. Upon signing a contract, it can nest within a person's shadow, bestowing upon the contract holder certain abilities. For instance, the Crow clone technique is a special kind of clone, appearing both real and illusory, that is formed after entering into a contract with the Shadow Crow. Uchiha Ya has chosen this summoning beast not only to compensate for his deficiencies in illusion techniques but also to enhance his agility and assassination arts. Simultaneously, he seeks to explore the inherent phantasmal abilities possessed by the Shadow Crow, hoping to experiment with variations of the Shadow Clone technique. This particular Shadow Crow originates from Uchiha Taijima. What was destined to come has ultimately arrived. Uchiha let out a soft sigh, and in the next moment, a suit of armor materialized upon him. Uchiha Secret Repository 2, the Warring State's armor. Only elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan are deemed worthy to don this attire. Crafted from a unique metal that affords remarkable resistance against both physical and ninjutsu damage, making it a prized asset on the battlefield. With a mere flick of his wrist, a short blade is sheathed at his back, a chakra weapon previously acquired from Madara, enabling him to enhance his swordsmanship. This weapon allows for longer, more refined, and sharper blade techniques, making the addition of attributes significantly easier. For a ninja specializing in swordplay, this is akin to possessing a legendary artifact. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Ya swiftly arrived at a designated gathering point of the Uchiha clan. There, Uchiha Taijima awaited him. Alongside Taijima were numerous elite members of the Uchiha clan, including the formidable Uchiha Maru quartet. However, what struck Uchiha Ya with the most sentimentality was the presence of Uchiha Mei, once a peripheral figure, now integrated into this esteemed assembly. While others may remain oblivious, Uchiha Ya recognized the true purpose of being summoned by Uchiha Taijima today, not merely to witness the rift between Madara and Hashirama, but also to understand that this assembly would form the genuine backbone of Madara's forces. The journey begins. Uchiha Taijima spoke, and in the next instant, the Uchiha team vanished from their location, swiftly making their way towards the outskirts of the town. In less than half an hour, Uchiha Taijima approached the spot near the small stream where he first encountered the striped pillar. Uchiha Taijima did not command everyone to proceed immediately. Instead, he chose to wait. Uchiha Taijima was preparing to hold a baptism for his son, while Senju Hashirama also had his own considerations. Uchiha Yu could hardly believe that with Senju Tobarama's disposition, he would not secretly investigate Madara's identity, nor would he refrain from informing the Senju clan of this matter. As for why he has yet to dismantle everything at this moment, Uchiha Yu preferred not to dwell on overly pessimistic or overly optimistic thoughts. Today, he summoned Uchiha White Fang, dutifully adhering to whatever his esteemed uncle requested, as a way to reciprocate the advance on the treasures he had been granted. By the banks of that small stream, after days of brewing tensions, the stark contrast in ideologies stemming from the differences in personalities between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama had been laid bare, though they still cherished a pure friendship in their hearts. The reality that they could not truly coexist had finally come to the forefront. Madara, must it truly be this way? Hashirama, standing on the opposite bank of the stream, bore an expression tinged with melancholy. In times past, Madara might have softened at Hashirama's words. However, now, Madara's heart was as tranquil as still water, his gaze revealing an unyielding resolve. Hashirama, why must you feign such hypocrisy? I have made my choice. Have you not made yours as well? Let us prove through the future whose ideology prevails. Uchiha Madara spoke, his voice calm and unwavering, while Hashirama, who had previously worn a look of despondency, upon hearing Madara's words, lowered his gaze for a moment. When he raised it again, it bore an equal measure of determination. However, in contrast to Madara's resoluteness, Hashirama proclaimed, regardless of what the future holds, Madara, you shall forever remain my dearest friend. Not far away, Uchiha Izuna, upon overhearing this, suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. This radiant figure, who had captured the affection of his beloved, indeed possessed remarkable prowess. What does it mean to say, no matter how the future unfolds, you will always be my closest friend? Is this not a means of leaving oneself an escape route, while simultaneously aiming to etch a trace of tenderness in the heart of the one he cherishes? This tenderness may, in the future, cause her to waver at a crucial moment. That hesitation could very well alter the tide of victory and defeat, or even reverse the course of life and death. Uchiha Izuna yearned to alter the course of events, wishing to reveal to his brother that all of this was merely a fabrication spun by Hashirama. However, after receiving profound guidance from Uchiha Obito, he came to the realization that everything had already been set in stone. Nevertheless, Uchiha Izuna inexplicably recalled a phrase uttered by Uchiha Obito, the secret technique of the White Lotus. If one cannot unravel the opponent's technique, then allowing the adversary to endure an equivalent strike may indeed be a commendable choice. Uchiha Izuna comprehended the essence of feathers. However, at this moment, his mastery of the White Lotus technique was merely rudimentary, rendering him unable to apply it effectively. Chapter 62. Was it not you who urged me to advance? Just then, the sound of rustling echoed from the stream, flanked by dense woodlands. Two groups of individuals unexpectedly encountered each other by the bank of the brook. One bore the emblem of the Senju, while the other was marked with the Uchiha insignia. Hashirama remarked, I have granted you ample time, yet you remain indecisive. Since you cannot sever ties completely, allow me to assist you. Among the Senju ninjas, a middle-aged leader regarded Hashirama with a detached expression, his gaze directed toward Uchiha Taijima on the opposite side. At that moment, Senju Tobarama stood with arms crossed, following closely behind Senju Butsugen, his demeanor stern and imposing. Yet he dared not meet the gaze of his elder brother. Meanwhile, Izuna had already positioned himself behind Madara, offering no words, merely standing guard in silent vigilance. At this juncture, Uchiha Taijima looked toward Madara, but instead of the reproach Madara anticipated, he calmly declared, Madara, today I grant you the authority of clan leader. You may act as you see fit. Uchiha Taijima spoke calmly, momentarily startling Uchiha Madara. Such demeanor from his father was rather uncharacteristic of Taijima. However, upon witnessing his father's earnest expression, Madara realized that his father was not jesting. Contemplating the exercise of his patriarchal authority, Madara's immediate thought was to lead the Uchiha clan away. He was reluctant to engage in conflict with Hashirama, at least for the day. Yet, when he beheld the formidable presence of the Senju clan across from him, he hesitated. The adage, a man harbors no ill will towards a tiger, yet the tiger may harbor malice, was one Madara had learned from his younger cousin. Although not entirely fitting in this moment, the essence was undeniably valid. For parties unable to engage in genuine dialogue, an unwarranted smile could easily be misconstrued as a signal of aggression. Thus, Madara found himself in a quandary. The weight of exercising his patriarchal rights for the first time felt unexpectedly burdensome. Instinctively, he cast a glance towards you, seeking assistance. Then, Uchiha Yu sprang into action. With the Sharingan activated, a short blade in hand, he executed the body flicker technique coupled with fire sword techniques, swiftly appearing on the opposite riverbank and claiming the first drop of blood from the Senju. A Senju elite fell without uttering a sound, succumbing in silent defeat. Damn it! Witnessing the murder of a Senju clan member right before their eyes was unbearable for the others. Several Senju ninjas rapidly charged towards Uchiha Yu. intent on avenging their fallen comrade. However, Uchiha Yu had no desire to linger in battle. After eliminating one adversary, he retreated with haste. The Senju ninjas unleashed their jutsu, pursuing the fleeing Uchiha Yu, only to be intercepted midway by the prepared Uchiha clan. Combat erupted instantaneously. Both Madara, who had initially sought to negotiate with his father, and Hashirama were momentarily taken aback. Even the Senju and Uchiha clans were at a loss regarding the unfolding situation, regardless of the circumstances. The loss of life rendered any resolution impossible. They had to reclaim what had been lost. The clash between the Senju and Uchiha ensued furiously. Notably, Senju Tobirama, upon realizing the onset of battle, decisively hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag towards Uchiha Madara. Observing this, Uchiha Izuna was unwilling to remain passive. Without hesitation, he retaliated by throwing 5 kunai, each equipped with explosive tags, towards Senju Hashirama. The tumult of battle escalated far too swiftly, surpassing the control of both Madara and Hashirama. Nevertheless, once he regained his composure, Madara retreated decisively and soon located Uchiha Yu, exclaiming, "What on earth have you done just now? Eh? Wasn't it you who urged me to take action?" You retorted, "How did I end up being the one to act? Didn't you tell me to eliminate a Senju to prove your resolve?" I apologize, Madara. It appears I misjudged you. I believed you had made a decisive choice akin to Hashirama. What choice did Hashirama make? He stated that he regards you as a dear friend. Yet if peace cannot be achieved, he will accept you as a lifelong rival. However, your leniency towards your rival not only disrespects him, but also desecrates your shared aspirations. Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Yu's words, rendered somewhat speechless. Although he sensed something amiss in Uchiha Yu's assertions, the latter's unwavering confidence was palpable. His tone was not one of conjecture or inference, but rather a resolute certainty. It was akin to stating that 1 + 1 = 2 in the presence of a doctorate holder, evoking a fleeting doubt in the other party's own understanding. It was as if to declare, "Hashirama perceives it thus. The only one who remains truly oblivious is you, Uchiha Madara." Beside Madara, Izuna's eyes lit up upon hearing Uchiha Yu's proclamation. This was it. This was the perfect retort. Indeed, when it came to the art of the White Lotus, it was undoubtedly you who excelled. As the battle raged on, Madara lost track of when he had commenced fighting. All he knew was that each strike he delivered grew more ferocious than the last, even severing the arm of a Senju ninja. Moreover, Madara was unaware of the precise reasons behind the Senju clan's withdrawal. Perhaps they wished to avoid prolonged conflict. It was also plausible that Uchiha Yu, during the skirmish, had deliberately targeted weaker opponents, effortlessly dispatching them with a series of swift combos, elusive as a specter, ultimately setting his sights on Senju Tobirama. Had it not been for Hashirama's quick reflexes at a crucial moment, Tobirama's neck would have borne more than just a shallow gash. The Senju clan likely retreated in a bid to conserve their fighting strength, unwillingly conceding. Conversely, the Uchiha clan did not pursue the retreating foes. The situation mirrored that of the Senju. Though even Uchiha Taijima had not anticipated that his brash nephew would dare to challenge the unknown limits of the Senju with the future elite of the Uchiha. Nonetheless, the outcome was gratifying. Although this engagement could only be deemed a minor victory, it marked the first time he had so effortlessly repelled Senju Butsuma, leaving the opponent feeling stifled and helpless. Thus, a battle commenced and concluded inexplicably. In this initial encounter against the Senju, Uchiha Yu achieved a remarkable feat, recording 5 kills and 13 injuries, earning him the title of most valuable player of the skirmish. Mere days later, he found himself the target of a bounty issued by the underground guild of the Land of Fire, amounting to a staggering 45 million ryo, approximately 1.5 times the worth of a summa. This sum was exceedingly high in the warring states, considering the bounty was not announced by a ninja village but rather by a clan. 45 million ryo could undoubtedly train numerous ninjas. To place such a price on Uchiha Yu's head was a testament to his perceived threat. Thus, he acquired a title of his own. The instantaneous body technique of the Uchiha. Chapter 63, Compensating for Deficiencies. Due to the extraordinary speed of Uchiha Yu's instantaneous body technique, others found it impossible to keep pace. His swordsmanship was equally formidable, leaving a striking white arc in its wake, reminiscent of a vast white crescent moon. Upon realizing his newfound fame, Uchiha Yu exhibited no particular reaction. What was fame, after all? Was it not merely the animosity of the Senju clan? Was it not a bounty placed upon his head? What was there to fear? If necessary, he could simply refrain from venturing out. If he chose not to go out, then he would not. Over the subsequent 3 months, the conflict between Uchiha and Senju escalated once more, ignited by the rift between Madara and Hashirama. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yu anticipated the arrival of another compensation point. This time, without the slightest hesitation, he allocated this compensation point to his chakra refinement technique. Chakra refinement technique LVMAX 22 represented the first technique that Uchiha enhanced using a compensation point, as well as the first technique to break through to a new realm thanks to such a point. It would also be the technique he aimed to perfect entirely with the aid of compensation points. In that fleeting moment when the chakra refinement technique reached its utmost perfection, a familiar sensation re-emerged. Uchiha Yu finds himself immersed in a sea of enlightenment, refining his chakra within, transcending the mere act of chakra refinement. He delves deeper, engaging in the refinement of his physical form. This particular method of physical refinement diverges from the conventional ninjutsu that employs elemental properties to temper the body. Instead, it allows chakra to become more delicate, gentle, and nourishing. It transforms chakra, which was previously only capable of being expended, into a means of revitalizing the body. In essence, during this refinement process, a portion of the chakra is reabsorbed by the body as sustenance. Although this may appear trivial, only Uchiha Yu, through his cultivation, comprehends the profound impact of such a seemingly minor alteration. Chakra comprises both mental and physical energy. Under the influence of chakra refinement, the physical energy within the chakra not only nourishes the body but also allows a fraction of the spiritual energy to be absorbed by the body through its innate instincts. This process fortifies an individual's mental prowess, leaving an indelible mark within the very cells. Consequently, the result is a heightened sensitivity in Uchiha Yu's consciousness and a more acute responsiveness of his bodily cells. This signifies that as the refinement technique progresses, Uchiha Yu's control over his body will intensify. Having practiced for merely a few days, Uchiha Yu perceives a noticeable enhancement in his awareness of the external world, an increasing acuity in detecting crises, and an escalating capacity for physical responses. Even his bodily coordination and muscular control are in a state of continual improvement. These transformations are entirely attributed to the efficacy of chakra refinement. Moreover, this evolution has effectively addressed Uchiha Yu's most significant shortcoming, his lack of combat awareness. At last, through his diligent efforts, he has successfully bridged the gap that once existed between him and Madara. As long as Madara refrains from utilizing the Otsutsuki's incense or activating any temporary Meijiki Sharingan techniques, even the three-tomo version of Madara will find himself swiftly bested by Uchiha Yu. The instantaneous mastery of the Uchiha, known as Shunshin, is truly well-deserved. Upon examining the data panel, we find the following. Name: Uchiha Yu. Age: 8. Talent: diligence compensates for lack of skills. Chakra refinement technique LV Max 22. Shunshin technique LV Max. Flame sword technique LV Max. Living technique LV Max. Great fireball technique LV 6. Throwing technique LV 7. Transformation technique LV 5. Substitution technique LV 4. Shadow clone technique LV 6. One Tomo Sharingan LV 7. Hand seal technique LV 6. Gaze technique LV 7. Rasengan LV 4. Summoning technique LV 2. Healing technique LV 2. Compensation points 0. Inventory. Various items. In addition to the chakra refinement technique, Uchiha Yu has also made slight improvements while organizing recent gains. The summoning technique stems from a contract with the Shadow Crow, which, when combined with the Shadow Clone technique, has swiftly elevated the latter's level by 1 tier. Furthermore, the healing technique was discovered by Uchiha Yu while meticulously searching through the precious Uchiha archives. The Uchiha clan, renowned as a lineage of prodigies, is nonetheless characterized by inherent flaws in their disposition. Most members exhibit a propensity for aggression and are prone to self-destruction through their fervent obsession. Consequently, within the clan's secret repository, numerous offensive techniques abound, while medical ninjutsu remains markedly scarce. The healing arts represent the singular form of medical knowledge that can be transmuted into a skill. Upon mastering this ninjutsu, Uchiha Yu discerned its remarkable similarity to sage arts. However, the distinction lies in the gentler nature of sage arts, which involve utilizing one's own chakra to stimulate the cellular self-healing of others. In contrast, the Uchiha healing technique requires the direct infusion of one's life force into others to mend their injuries. This act of sacrificing one's vitality for the sake of another's healing is, without doubt, a reflection of the Uchiha's intense and fervent disposition. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that, despite its extremity, this healing technique proves remarkably effective, with a restoration speed that rivals that of accelerated regeneration. Of course, this ninjutsu can likely be executed at full power only once. Every Uchiha who practices this technique harbors a profound affection for someone special within their hearts. Uchiha Taijima observed Uchiha Yu as he meticulously selected a technique, ultimately arriving at his choice. Taijima's gaze softened, revealing an unmistakable warmth. It was evident that his uncle had perhaps misconstrued the situation. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yu was inclined to allow this misunderstanding to persist. Uchiha Yu would not disclose to others that his desire to learn medical ninjutsu stems from his yearning to acquire the ability to interchange his eyes at will. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their ocular prowess, inevitably encounters issues related to their eyes. In fact, the very inception of this healing technique stemmed from a revered ancestor of the Uchiha, who sought to restore light to someone dear to them. According to Uchiha Taijima, this technique has been discreetly learned by many elder members of the clan over the years. Should the day come when they can no longer endure, and if an unworthy descendant happens to be nearby, they would not hesitate to bequeath their Sharingan to that individual, allowing them to continue cherishing this world through their eyes. This, perhaps, embodies the Uchiha's traditional aesthetic of dark beauty. Uchiha Yu diligently practiced his healing techniques in secret, harboring no intention of employing them for anyone else. he conceived an intriguing notion, a mere experiment. While delving into the intricacies of his data panel skills, he stumbled upon a fascinating revelation. Once the proficiency of a skill reached a certain level, even if he forgot a particular ninjutsu, the mere thought of its application would trigger an instinctual execution of the technique. Initially, this discovery seemed inconsequential. However, the relentless Uchiha Ya pondered how to further exploit the potential of his data panel. For instance, he contemplated whether utilizing shadow clones for training could expedite the enhancement of his skills. Chapter 64. A frantic idea. This revelation sparked another thought in his mind. If a skill, once mastered, remained permanent, could the same apply to bloodline abilities? On the fateful night of the Madara's reduction plan, he had clandestinely concealed the corpse of a 3-tomo assailant, which now lay in a hidden recess of his backpack. The body remained remarkably fresh, its eyes still vibrant. Additionally, during his unexpected encounter in Misty Town, he had acquired a member of the main family, whose Byakugan was exceedingly pure, preserved impeccably within his backpack. Uchiha Ya harbors a bold notion. If he were to don a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, would he not be able to directly acquire the myriad enhancements associated with its formidable abilities? Subsequently, upon reverting to his original eyes, would the skills conferred by the Manjiki be retained? If this proposition holds merit, then could the same be true for the Byakugan? Uchiha Ya contemplated the future when Izuna would bestow new eyes upon Madara, envisioning himself wielding the scalpel in that pivotal moment. He mused about the exchange of their ocular powers, which would grant him a pair of eternal eyes or perhaps even 2 sets of Manjiki Sharingan. As this notion unfurled, he recognized the potential of his 5 elemental affinities, which could be harnessed to develop intricate combination jutsu. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding Orochimaru's reincarnation technique. If he were to master the art of reincarnation, could he not seize the bloodline limits of others, transforming them into his own abilities? In such a scenario, one could possess an array of bloodline traits. Moreover, when Hashirama neared his end, might he not also partake in a reincarnation? He paused, admonishing himself, calm down, calm down. Why do my thoughts seem to spiral into the realm of the grotesque? Uchiha Ya hastily suppressed his frantic thoughts, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm. He was a human, after all, and should not dwell on such perverse notions. However, as he gazed upon the healing techniques displayed on the data panel, a flicker of anticipation would occasionally cross his eyes. Indeed, there was great potential here. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. This avenue held promise, but it required a body capable of enduring relentless strain. Certain abilities, without the requisite strength, would only serve to burden the body if forcibly activated. Take the Manjiki Sharingan. For instance, it is a dojutsu born from intense mental turmoil. While it bestows extraordinary powers, the energy required to awaken it is tremendous, and its operation imposes a significant toll on the body. If the body cannot bear the weight, blindness may occur, possibly as a protective mechanism. Thus, regardless of the desired abilities, one must possess sufficient power to match them. Consider Hashirama. His wood release is merely a common bloodline limit. Yet his mastery of it can quell the chaos of war. It is not the wood release that is exceptional, but Hashirama himself, with his immense chakra reserves. Combined with Sage Mode, any ninjutsu he employs reaches catastrophic levels. I have already attained the Sage Eyes, but how do I acquire the Sage Body? Am I to resort to cell transplantation like Madara? Uchiha Ya contemplated this matter but swiftly dismissed the idea. Unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to take such a risk. Though his thoughts wandered to dark and twisted realms, as a man with responsibilities, he saw no reason to gamble on such an uncertain path. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that after the transplantation of cells, the purity of his genetic lineage would be compromised. Should he eventually have offspring, it would be uncertain whether they were truly his or not. The mere thought of potential betrayal led Uchiha Ya to decisively eliminate the notion of cell transplantation from his options. Growth cannot be achieved in a single leap. Thus, he resolved to pursue alternative methods. For instance, he could focus on his own cultivation or perhaps seek to acquire some Azura chakra for his own development. The future indeed loomed ahead, laden with challenges. Therefore, he concluded that it would be wiser to diligently and steadily develop himself. As Uchiha Ya contemplated the conclusion of his reflections, a myriad of thoughts coursed through his mind, while visions of potential paths began to manifest before his eyes. All that remained was for him to discern the most suitable path for himself and to refine it continuously. Just as Uchiha Ya had managed to collect his thoughts, a raven soared from the distance and alighted beside him. The raven's crimson eyes glowed ominously, harboring within them the flowing power of the 3-tomo Sharingan. The fluctuations of this ocular power instinctively drew Uchiha Ya into a vision. However, the illusion was not overpowering. With a mere thought, he could liberate himself. Yet, Uchiha Ya chose not to do so. This was a unique method employed by his clansmen, who possessed the Shadow Raven summoning beast, to convey information. By infusing a portion of his ocular power into the raven's eyes, he could compel it to assist him in executing an ocular technique. Although this technique lacked substantial offensive capabilities, it allowed him to inscribe his intended message directly within, eliminating any concerns regarding miscommunication. Furthermore, this information could only be accessed by those endowed with the Sharingan, thus safeguarding it from potential theft. Moments later, Uchiha Yu emerged from his daze, suddenly enlightened to the unfolding reality. At the forefront stood the Senju clan, leading the Vortex, Kagaya, Saratobi, Shimura, Uzumaki, and Mito clans. All formidable factions of the Land of Fire, launching a comprehensive offensive against the Uchiha. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan had also gathered powerful clans such as the Hitaki, Moonlight, and Kurama, initiating an intensely fierce battle against the Senju clan. The site of this brutal confrontation had been meticulously chosen. It was, quite coincidentally, in close proximity to the core territory of the Hyuga clan. Although the Uchiha and Senju clans may not have the possibility of collaborating against a common foe, neither side is lacking in cunning. As they engage in their fierce battles, depleting each other's strength, it is inconceivable that they would allow other ninja clans to thrive. Particularly the Hyuga clan, which has persistently lingered beside them like a thorn in their side. Uchiha Taijima has led Uchiha Madara to the battlefield, commencing the fight for their clan. Before departing, Uchiha Taijima issued a command to Uchiha Yu to diminish the Hyuga clan, employing any means necessary. Alas, the nature of war. Understanding Uchiha Taijima's intent, Uchiha Yu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. What has the Hyuga clan done? Perhaps, indeed, they have been engaging in numerous covert maneuvers. And even now, the Senju and Uchiha clans are at odds, with this particular clan not being absent from the fray. However, from the perspective of the Hyuga clan, their strength pales in comparison to that of the Senju and Uchiha, leaving them caught in the middle, with their only option being to strive for survival. Uchiha Yu understands their actions and their plight, yet he does not condone them, for he is Uchiha. War knows no morality, if one must assign right or wrong. The victor may be deemed correct. With a swift motion, a dagger materialized in his hand, accompanied by a malevolent mask that he slowly donned. With the cry of a raven, Uchiha Yu transformed into a swarm of crows, scattering into the night. Chapter 65, The Ghost Brigade. The war has begun. And reasons can be appended later. Such conflicts have occurred countless times during the Warring States period. Each battle inevitably brings forth a multitude of deaths, suffering, and hatred. Yet, as long as desire, yearning, and even love persist, war can never truly cease. Each confrontation leaves many ninja clans severely weakened, some even facing extinction. Conversely, after each battle, vast tracts of land and resources become available, claimed by other ninja clans that quietly develop and emerge. For the Uchiha and Senju clans, such outcomes hold no significance, as every whirlpool of war centers around them, with each side aiming to annihilate the other completely. Regrettably, both parties suffer heavy losses each time. Able to discern who is stronger and who is weaker, yet neither can achieve total extermination. It is not that the Senju or Uchiha lack the desire, rather, the cost is too great. Neither side possesses the capacity to utterly eradicate the other, so they can only settle for a temporary truce after each bout, retreating to lick their wounds while secretly amassing power for the next round of conflict. Generations of clan leaders have endured this cycle. Many Uchihas have come to regard it as the norm. The relentless battles have instilled a formidable resilience to war in both clans. To obliterate one side entirely, a genuine force capable of disrupting the balance must manifest, otherwise, it remains impossible. Some have even forgotten the original reasons for the conflict, yet their blades strike mercilessly against one another. In this latest confrontation between the Senju and Uchiha, the Senju, bolstered by the Uzumaki and Kagaya clans, ultimately found the Uchiha lacking. As full-scale combat unfolded, the Uchiha front began to contract steadily. Nevertheless, the ferocity displayed by the Uchiha instilled fear in their adversaries. Despite their disadvantaged position, the damage inflicted by the Uchiha was not to be underestimated. A trade of lives was not a loss. A trade of 2 for 1 was a gain. Especially those Uchiha elite warriors, willing to risk complete blindness through the use of their 3-tomo Sharingan, would activate Izuna to bend reality, often taking several foes with them before their demise. Historically, despite the Uchiha's fierce resistance, as long as the Senju maintained their stronghold, their eventual defeat was merely a matter of time. When that moment arrived, the territory held by the Uchiha would diminish, allowing the Senju to enter a prosperous period of resource abundance for nearly a decade. When next confronted by the Uchiha, they would be far more formidable. However, this time, the Uchiha defied all expectations. No one, not even the Uchiha clan's own ninjas, anticipated that this battle would present an opportunity for reversal. The key to this turnaround emerged about a year after the onset of the full-scale war. Suddenly, a peculiar unit appeared within the Uchiha ranks, the Ghost Brigade. The Senju ninjas labeled this unit as such. No one knew how the Uchiha had trained this team, or even if it consisted of human beings. The Senju only understood that when the Ghost Brigade appeared on the battlefield, it signified impending catastrophic losses for their side. There was even a period when the Senju issued a command: encounter the ghosts, retreat without blame. No Senju ninja questioned this order. The terror of the Ghost Brigade stemmed not only from their mysterious identities, astonishing speed, and fearsome swordsmanship, but also from their apparent immortality. The members of this brigade donned identical demon masks and shared similar physiques, resembling wraiths upon the battlefield. Once they locked onto a target, escape was nearly impossible. The first encounter with the Ghost Brigade proved to be the most brutal. A team assembled by the Senju, allied with ninjas from various clans, faced the Ghost Brigade. The outcome was catastrophic. Of the 50-member team, only one Senju ninja with sensory abilities survived, having fortuitously evaded death. According to this survivor, he had been dispatched elsewhere for intelligence gathering, and within a mere half-hour, his entire squad had perished. As a sensory ninja, he could still feel the lingering warmth of his fallen comrades, witnessing the disbelief in his respected captain's eyes. That scene would haunt him for a lifetime. The survivor was left deeply traumatized by the experience, unable to remain on the front lines, and returned to his clan to recuperate. In the aftermath, the Yamashiro clan investigated the memories of the deceased ninjas, uncovering the first glimpses of the Ghost Brigade. From that moment onward, the Uchiha's previously steadfast resistance began to waver, and the Senju and their allied clans suffered successive defeats. Faced with this dire situation, the Senju could not afford to remain passive. They quickly assembled several teams to monitor the Uchiha's beleaguered fronts, ultimately confronting the Ghost Brigade directly. That encounter resulted in significant losses for the Senju. Yet, it was also during this clash that the Senju ninjas first grasped the true horror they faced. Even when pierced through the body, or with limbs severed, or even decapitated, the Ghost Brigade members retained their combat prowess. Remarkably, a decapitated member would often transform into another ghostly figure, rejoining the fray. Their terrifying speed, lethal swordsmanship, and non-handseal ninjutsu, combined with their seemingly indestructible nature, rendered them a nightmare for the Senju ninjas. In the Land of Fire's ninja world, opinions about the Uchiha's Ghost Brigade varied widely. While within the Uchiha clan, there was great curiosity about when they had cultivated such a formidable team. The sole person privy to the truth, Uchiha Taijima, consistently wore an enigmatic smile when questioned by his clan and probed by the Senju, evoking both awe and frustration. However, the Ghost Brigade was not invincible. The profession of ninja is inherently imperfect. Even if one excels in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, there are myriad secret techniques and bloodlines that can expose vulnerabilities. Even if one possesses extraordinary strength, capable of slaying foes with ease, the opponent need not match them blow for blow, but can exploit their weaknesses instead. Chapter 66. The ambiguous phase of war. For instance, if one is skilled in swordsmanship, one can attack from a distance. If one excels in body techniques, one can resort to genjutsu. If one is proficient in all three aspects of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, and has mastered a bloodline limit, one may secretly gather a larger and stronger force to encircle and overwhelm the opponent. The Ghost Brigade, while fearsome and inclined towards assassination, was ultimately not unbeatable. After enduring several ambushes and suffering significant losses, the Senju eventually discovered the Ghost Brigade's Achilles heel would release. Indeed, the Senju clan's young leader awakened his unique bloodline limit. Would release during battle. With his impressive chakra reserves, he could instantly transform an area into a forest. The vast coverage of the forest effectively countered the Ghost Brigade's breathtaking speed. Furthermore, the branches and leaves formed by the wood release possessed the ability to absorb chakra. And even if the branches were severed, they would continue to grow anew. On one occasion, when the Ghost Brigade appeared, the young Senju leader unleashed his wood release, utterly annihilating the Ghost Brigade. That battle marked his rise to fame. However, soon after, they learned more secrets about the Ghost Brigade from the young Senju leader. According to him, the chakra of the Ghost Brigade members felt uniform, and once their chakra was consumed, they dissipated entirely, leaving no trace behind, akin to mere shadow clones. The Senju clan meticulously analyzed this invaluable combat experience, and since the Uchiha had never possessed such a unique unit, the Nara clan among the Senju began to formulate bold hypotheses. The Ghost Brigade could potentially be not a singular team, but rather a manifestation of a unique technique, one capable of generating numerous physical clones from chakra. Senju Tobarama, the young leader's brother and an experienced ninja in technique development, demonstrated a technique he had invented, the shadow clone technique. This proved that clones could indeed possess physical attack capabilities. Tobarama hypothesized that the mastermind behind the Ghost Brigade had elevated the clone technique to an extraordinary level, though the precise nature of how those clones were formed remained unknown. Following their encounter with the wood release, the Ghost Brigade decisively abandoned the lines defended by the Senju and began targeting locations where the Senju's allied clans were concentrated. Although Senju Hashirama's strength was rapidly advancing, he was still young and lacked experience. Senju Butsuma could not afford to allow his son, destined for greatness, to take excessive risks at this stage. However, without Hashirama's wood release to suppress them, the Ghost Brigade became an ominous presence looming over the Senju, instilling fear that they could strike at any moment. This led to a sense of fatigue among the Senju's allied clans in the face of Uchiha aggression, providing the beleaguered Uchiha a chance to breathe, even enabling them to begin reclaiming their formerly lost territory. While Senju Butsuma recognized this shift, he did not alter his course of action, or perhaps he felt powerless to do so. The situation was a dichotomy. One side sought to compress Uchiha territory, while the other anticipated the emergence of a ninja from the Senju capable of surpassing him within the next decade, beneath the territory of the Uchiha clan. Future conflicts may continue, yet the future of the Senju clan remains a matter of great concern for each successive clan leader. This choice, albeit disappointing to other ninja clans in the short term, will ultimately be vindicated by their offspring in the years to come. In due time, they will come to understand the profound correctness of their decision. Thus, the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans, shaped by the resolution of Senju Hashirama, has essentially determined its outcome. With the deterrent presence of the Phantom Brigade and the absence of Hashirama's would release prowess, other ninja clans hesitate to unleash their full might against any Uchiha front, fearing their own losses. While the Uchiha have successfully repelled the Senju's assaults and even reclaimed significant territories, they have nonetheless exhausted much of their foundation during this war. The Phantom Brigade, though formidable, cannot accomplish everything. The Uchiha find themselves lacking the strength to mount further counterattacks. In truth, the Senju are only marginally better off than the Uchiha, as both sides have endured considerable strain, particularly among the Senju's main forces. Two future clan leaders, under the witness of their respective elders, appear to be engaged in a fierce struggle. Yet, as time progresses, an unspoken bond of affection and connection subtly emerges between them. To prevent their future clan leaders from straying down a misguided path due to their intense confrontations, both sides gradually begin to consolidate their lines. Initially, personnel from various ninja clans begin to dwindle, with lower-tier combatants withdrawing from the battlefield, leaving only elite forces to probe, maneuver, and engage in protracted skirmishes, each attempting to wear down the other's resources as much as possible in the final moments. On the Uchiha side, Taijima Uchiha becomes aware of the Senju's intentions. Though reluctant to concede that the Uchiha are at a slight disadvantage this time, he recognizes that their losses are not substantial. In fact, to some extent, while they may have lost part of their territory, they have also usurped regions with even greater resources. Overall, this can hardly be deemed a loss. Faced with the collaboration of the formidable Senju, Kagaya, and Uzumaki clans, the Uchiha may appear weakened, yet their true reputation has only grown. Regardless of the circumstances, the Uchiha's ability to stand firm against the united assault of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Kagaya clans attests to their superiority over any single one of those clans. It is foreseeable that in the coming decade, numerous ninja clans will be drawn to the Uchiha, ushering in a notable economic uplift within their domain. Most importantly, this battle has placed the Uchiha in a defensive contraction state, igniting a fervent determination among many participating clan members to strive even harder in the future. Furthermore, with external threats looming, the Uchiha may find themselves more united in their resolve against outside forces. This situation serves to pave a promising path for their sons. Thus, in response to the Senju clan's implicit signal of retreating lines, Taijima Uchiha subtly follows suit. The most evident indication of this is that, from this point onward, the Uchiha's Phantom Brigade has not reappeared. Of course, few have noticed that beside the Uchiha, a ninja of similar stature to Uchiha Izuna has emerged, seemingly without anyone realizing when this newcomer appeared. Some ninjas, however, remember this enigmatic figure. The instantaneous white fangs of the Uchiha clan are said to carry a bounty of 45 million. Uchiha Feather resembles an elite creature endowed with a B0 SS drop rate, enticing countless individuals eager to claim his bounty. Chapter 67, A Universal Delight. Alas, Uchiha Feather has imparted to the shinobi of the Senju clan the true essence of survival. Moreover, he does not grant even his own comrades, harboring minor ambitions, an opportunity to act. Uchiha Ya has never embarked on missions alone with anyone other than the Uchiha clan's young leader, focusing primarily on steady development. Currently, the Senju and Uchiha clans are experiencing a fleeting period of ambiguous reconciliation, rendering them unable to launch decisive attacks against the teams led by the two young leaders of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Consequently, Uchiha Ya has become a coveted gem hidden within Uchiha Madara's ranks, eliciting envy and desire from many, yet remaining unattainable. During this time, some have begun to notice that Uchiha Ya may not possess the legendary genius ascribed to him. Although his body flicker technique is formidable, the threat he poses diminishes significantly if he is not permitted to initiate a surprise attack. As for his swordsmanship, while commendable, it relies on a single strike. Should he fail, his opponent will swiftly retreat. This method of combat evokes a sense of familiarity among many, reminiscent of a diminished version of the Phantom Team. In the minds of numerous individuals, a possibility arises. Could he be an alternative for the Phantom Team? Nevertheless, regardless of the speculation, Uchiha Taijima consistently responds with an enigmatic smile, inciting frustration in those who wish to confront him. Many surmise that Uchiha Taijima remains silent to preserve this power for the future of Uchiha Madara. Time, after all, is the most merciless of entities. Thus, another 6 months have passed. The large-scale conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans, after a 6-month period of diminished hostilities, has once again returned to the precipice of extensive warfare. It could even be stated that the war has essentially reached its conclusion. The Uchiha and Senju clans, along with their affiliated ninja factions, have largely withdrawn from combat, save for a few essential shinobi. The losses on both sides have been considerable. However, the most devastating toll has been borne by the Hyuga clan, whose territory lies at the heart of the battlefield, particularly during the past 6 months of tenuous standoff. Both the Senju and Uchiha have restrained their might, leading to a palpable sense of frustration and pin-up energy. Consequently, the Hyuga clan has frequently fallen victim to covert assaults by masked ninjas, as well as experiencing raids on their enterprises by rogue shinobi. There was even an instance where members of the Hyuga clan were subjected to abduction. In response to these aggressions, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan felt a deep sense of anger, helplessness, and frustration. They were acutely aware of their adversaries' identities, but were powerless to disclose them or seek assistance. Ultimately, after suffering considerable losses, the Hyuga clan sought aid. By conceding a portion of their hard-earned resources to the Uchiha and Senju, both clans dispatched ninjas to symbolically patrol the Hyuga territory before departing. Thus, the Hyuga clan faced no further disturbances. In silence, they endured their indignities and continued to remain in the shadows. At last, the Hyuga clan has emerged from yet another crisis. Uchiha Ya, after witnessing yet another passionate confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, was finally summoned back by Uchiha Taijima alongside Uchiha Madara. This return, however, was not to the front lines of battle, but rather to their ancestral home. To return home in grandeur is akin to donning fine garments in the dead of night. It is not the Uchiha style to achieve greatness without a proper display. This occasion was a ceremonial arrangement made by Uchiha Taijima, intended to publicly exalt Uchiha Madara's achievements among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. This time, Madara's position as a junior clan leader would be as solid as a rock. Uchiha Ya, in turn, did not disappoint his esteemed uncle. Prior to departing from the front lines, he expressed his desire to care for the numerous war orphans that had emerged amidst the chaos, proposing to take a group of them to the town of Kirigakure. As for the origins of these battlefield orphans, who can say? They simply came to be amidst the turmoil. In response to Uchiha Ya's request, Uchiha Taijima, after exchanging pleasantries with his beloved nephew, consented to his wish and personally selected a batch of Uchiha warriors to form Yu's own team. Originally, these warriors were to be chosen by Yu himself, as per Taijima's promise. However, apart from the 4 members initially selected by Taijima, Yu only managed to bring along the tenacious Uchiha Akira, who insisted on joining. Reluctantly, his kind uncle had to take charge of the selection. The group comprised a considerable number, totaling several dozen. There were few of great skill. Only 5 or 6 particularly adept Nin, while the rest were Nin and Genin, including several who were disabled or injured. This team appeared to be a mere assemblage of the old, weak, and infirm. Nevertheless, for both Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Ya, this arrangement was mutually beneficial. Firstly, the team as composition aligned perfectly with Uchiha Ya's publicly displayed capabilities. Secondly, the members were a portion of those fortunate souls saved during the Phantom Brigade's support in past battles. For Uchiha Taijima, he fulfilled his promise to allow Uchiha Ya to form a team while simultaneously eliminating potential future instability for his son. For Uchiha Ya, while this team may possess numerous flaws, they are loyal and can be relied upon. In the coming 2 decades, as the winds of change begin to stir, nurturing a cadre of subordinates alongside the orphans may indeed prove to be a wise choice. Uchiha Ya set forth, accompanied by a group of orphans, which considerably delayed their journey. It was not until the dawn of the 3rd day that they arrived at the town of Mist. The town's mayor, Uchiha Kei, had already received orders in the preceding days. This was not the first occasion. Within half a day's time, the handover was completed. That afternoon, Uchiha Kei departed from the town of Mist with his team. Before leaving, he paused briefly at the town's entrance, seemingly bidding a final farewell to Mist. This time, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would not return. From this moment onward, Mist belonged not only to the Uchiha clan, but specifically to Uchiha Ya, encompassing the surrounding territory of over 1,000 square kilometers under his jurisdiction. This was the true reward bestowed upon Uchiha Ya by Uchiha Tanida. In a sense, while Uchiha Tanida suppressed Uchiha Ya, he simultaneously nurtured him, wishing to avoid having his son face formidable opponents until he had fully matured. However, Uchiha Ya's performance compelled Uchiha Tanida to consider retaining a trump card for his son. Consequently, Uchiha Tanida's attitude towards Uchiha Ya fluctuated between warmth and coldness, seeking to cultivate a bond while occasionally administering stern reminders. In response, Uchiha Ya evolved from a state of indifference to one of ambition, even daring to make requests of Uchiha Tanida, albeit with a careful balance. This aspect pleased Uchiha Tanida, yet it also filled him with concern. Chapter 68. I wish to establish a village. Uchiha Ya is exceedingly astute, to the extent that Uchiha Taijima remains oblivious to whether Yu is inherently so perceptive or if he merely performs for his father's benefit. Nevertheless, the emergence of the Phantom Brigade has rendered it apparent to Uchiha Taijima that his ability to wield this ace is diminishing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ya's comportment is impeccably timed, causing any fleeting thoughts of betrayal that arise within Uchiha Taijima to be swiftly extinguished. This predicament only deepens Uchiha Taijima's inner turmoil. Ultimately, he resolves that if he cannot maintain control, then he shall relinquish it entirely, as long as his son successfully navigates the core future of the Uchiha clan. The final outcome, regardless of Uchiha Ya's internal musings, should not be dire. While Uchiha Ya may not fully grasp the intricate nuances of Uchiha Taijima's sentiments, He is acutely aware of the fundamental issues at hand. He does not view the clan leader as his sole ambition. Therefore, in certain matters, maintaining an outward appearance of confusion while harboring clarity within is advantageous for both himself and his esteemed uncle. In the town of White Mist, will Lord Yu continue as usual in the days to come? After reporting the situation in Misty Town to Uchiha Yu with utmost respect, Uchiha Akira gently inquired about a matter. Once again, he remained by Uchiha Yu's side, serving as an informant for Uchiha Taijima. Though he was no longer the most trusted one, nevertheless, this was of little consequence to Akira, for throughout it all, there was only one person he truly wished to follow. As for the battle, while others may have overlooked the circumstances surrounding the Phantom team, he, having closely observed Uchiha Yu, had a clear understanding. Although he felt a profound astonishment and disbelief at Uchiha Yu's growth, it also filled him with exhilaration. This affirmed that Uchiha Akira's judgment had not been in vain. Uchiha Yu is truly the person most worthy of allegiance. As for Uchiha Mei's apparent indifference towards Uchiha Yu at present, it can all be attributed to forbearance. One day in the future, the existence of Lord Yu will undoubtedly astonish the entire Uchiha clan and even the entire ninja world. Observing Uchiha Mei gazing at him with fervent admiration, Uchiha Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. He began to comprehend why, prior to his reincarnation, the historical figure Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, found it necessary to instigate the Xuanwu Gate incident. His personal ambition was one facet, but more significantly, it was the cohort surrounding him that compelled such actions. Indeed, had he chosen not to act, there would have been others willing to assist him in doing so. Uchiha Yu does not reject having subordinates, however. He is keen to avoid a passive stance. Thus, it becomes imperative for him to establish a clear goal for this group, one that transcends petty gains and encourages them to strive for a greater purpose. The vision must be broadened. This objective may be anchored within the grand ambitions outlined by Madara. Madara's vision serves as the foundation, while the current goal represents its substance. How far can you see, Ming? My vision is quite adequate, Lord Yu. When I activate my Sharingan, I can perceive even the minutest details within 500 meters. No. I am inquiring about the future. How far can your eyes see? Lord Yu, are you suggesting? Upon hearing Yu's sudden inquiry, Uchiha was momentarily taken aback, but soon, an uncontrollable excitement illuminated his face as he asked, is it finally time? Will Lord Yu reveal his true intentions and elucidate his aspirations? Uchiha gazed upon the invigorated Uchiha Ming and spoke softly. In the depths of my eyes lies the tumultuous future of the ninja world. I possess an intuition that Madara and Hashirama Senju will emerge as the pivotal forces stirring the very fabric of existence. This unfolding may very well herald a significant upheaval. My aspiration is to carve a path for the Uchiha, bestowing upon them a new form of glory. Uchiha Yu spoke, leaving Uchiha Ming momentarily stunned. However, for some reason, he felt as though he had been deceived by Uchiha Yu. After a brief pause, Uchiha Ming finally responded, asking anew, so, what should be our first step? I wish to establish a village. Is that not feasible? Not at all, Lord Yu. We are already a town here. Would it not be troublesome to reclassify it as a village? Indeed, that does pose a challenge. How about we construct a city instead? And what shall we name it? How does Yuching sound? The mist here lingers throughout the year, the clouds dance across the sky, and white herons and seagulls often grace the skies. Perhaps we could name it. What about Baiwu City? Lord Yu, your talents are remarkable. That is a splendid name. Indeed, I share your sentiment. However, it appears that the resources required to build Baiwu City may be quite substantial. The resources from those few mines alone will not suffice. Fear not. Please draft some preliminary sketches and prepare for the construction of the town's essential facilities. As for the basic materials, I shall find a way. Understood, Lord Yu. Until then, let everything proceed as usual. Understood. Uchiha Mei departed, seemingly having gleaned some grand scheme from Uchiha Yu. Yet upon reflection, he realized there was little that truly demanded his attention. Well, not entirely nothing. At the very least, he needed to contemplate the matter of the design plans. It was said that in the land of waves, across the sea from Mist Town, there were individuals particularly adept at construction. Perhaps an opportunity to pay them a visit would arise. Moreover, with the numerous orphans currently residing in Mist Town, it would be prudent, as per Lord Yu's prior instructions, to prioritize the establishment of that school. As for the name, yes, it should possess an equal measure of creativity as Mist City. Uchiha Mei murmured to himself. Everything about his esteemed elder was commendable, yet when it came to naming, there seemed to be a certain casualness. The name Huangpu School was acceptable, as it could at least mask its origin by inheriting from the name of Baiwu Town. However, the fact that the school was situated in an area adorned with a blanket of yellow flowers made him feel that the name lacked appropriateness. Huangpu was less meaningful than Yutsai, which signifies the cultivation of talent, or even Hope Primary School, which would symbolize the future aspirations of Baiwu City, rich in connotation. Nevertheless, recalling the confidence and pride that his elder exhibited when uttering this name, Uchiha Mei shook his head, deciding not to dwell further on the matter. Huangpu it shall be. Meanwhile, after dismissing Uchiha Mei, Uchiha Yu finally had the leisure to attend to his own affairs. With a thought, he opened his data panel. Name: Uchiha Ya. Age: 9. Talent: Diligence compensates for deficiency skills. Chakra Refinement LVMEX. 22. Body Flicker Technique LVMEX. Flame Sword Technique LVMEX. Living Technique LVMEX. Shadow Clone Technique LVMEX. 12. Great Fireball Technique LV6. Throwing Technique LV7. Transformation Technique LV5. Substitution Technique LV4. One Tomo Sharingan LV8. Hand Sealing Technique LV6. Gaze Technique LV8. Rasengan LV5. Summoning Technique LV3. Healing Technique LV5. Compensation points: 0. Backpack. Various items. Chapter 69. Shadow Clone Technique. Gazing at a skill on the data panel. Shadow Clone Technique LVMAX. 12. Uchiha Ya felt a wave of nostalgia. Since the onset of the Total War, Uchiha Ya had inevitably joined the fray. However, due to his tender age, his initial assignments had been relatively sparse. Yet, as he consistently excelled in his tasks, Uchiha Taijima began to assign him greater responsibilities. For Uchiha Ya, this was more of a nuisance than a source of fear. With his current skills and the chakra refinement technique, his control over his body and energy was becoming increasingly precise, rendering him nearly flawless among the ranks of elite Jonin and below. Even when targeted by skilled ninjas adept in esoteric techniques, he could rely on his own abilities to evade or even retaliate. However, aware of the fates of Senju Hashirama and Madara, he understood that this was far from sufficient. Thus, while navigating the chaos of war and undertaking missions, he allocated his compensation points into the Shadow Clone technique during the next round of rewards. The moment he maxed out this skill, Uchiha Ya comprehended the essence of the Shadow Clone technique. It served as a template, or rather a character template. The fundamental nature of the Shadow Clone technique is to project one's physical template through the manifestation of energy. Yet, this physical template is merely an empty vessel mimicked by energy. Even when Uchiha Ya maximizes the Shadow Clone technique, his clones, while appearing identical to him, are ultimately fragile and insubstantial. Nonetheless, a maxed-out skill possesses an extraordinary quality. For instance, as long as the clones remain unharmed, within a certain range, Uchiha Ya can control their movements at will. With a mere command, they can perform any action. Of course, for Uchiha Ya, aside from deceiving his opponents, this ability held little significant value. Uchiha Ya's expenditure of compensation points was not intended for this seemingly futile ability. His aim was to master the Shadow Clone technique, preparing for its further development. Indeed, he could hardly contain his eagerness. He sought to delve into the intricacies of the technique, effectively enhancing his own prowess. In the forthcoming 2 decades, amidst the tumult of change, every single compensation point would be judiciously allocated. Thus, he resolved to develop the Shadow Clone technique, curious if he could leverage its unique capacity to compensate for his shortcomings. Through his investigations, he learned that the Shadow Clone technique initially involved the manipulation of chakra to imitate form, akin to a mere illusion designed to deceive adversaries. However, as mastery over the technique was attained, even the most fragile of clones would gain a degree of mobility. Ultimately, the Shadow Clone technique remained a mere illusion, devoid of true combat capability. Hence, once ninjas achieved sufficient proficiency, they often infused their clones with elemental attributes, resulting in variations such as water clones, lightning clones, fire clones, earth clones, and wind clones. Although these elemental clones were not tangible entities, they exhibited greater control and even possessed a measure of operational capability. Due to the distinct properties of each element, water and earth clones proved to be the most stable and user-friendly, prompting ninjas to gravitate towards these transformations when advancing their cloning abilities. Following this principle, the emergence of shadow clones became less enigmatic. The individual known as Senju Tobarama likely investigated certain aspects of the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, integrating the power of shadows into the clone technique to create shadow clones. While Uchiha Ya lacked the shadow imitation technique, he possessed the ability of shadow crows, both being shadow-related powers that could potentially inspire him. To his astonishment, Uchiha Ya's attempts were remarkably seamless. With a fully mastered clone technique and the attributes bestowed by a perfected living technique, he effortlessly executed transformations into 5 elemental clones, even achieving multi-elemental clones. For instance, the fusion of water and earth resulted in a mud clone. However, in truth, this was of little utility. What truly intrigued Uchiha Ya was his ability to merge all 5 elemental attributes into a single clone, thereby establishing a cyclical system for energy absorption and digestion. This phenomenon was undoubtedly a product of the metamorphosis of the 5 attributes within his body, resulting in several unique abilities that, when harmonized, formed a specialized system for rapid absorption and consumption of energy, reminiscent of the life restoration scene in the adjacent world of One Piece. Initially, this seemed inconsequential. However, under the refinement of chakra, Uchiha Ya discovered his chakra became increasingly delicate and potent, exhibiting a self-replenishing quality. This chakra served as the finest nourishment for the 5 elemental clones. Consequently, Uchiha Ya endeavored to explore the limits of his elemental clones. He continuously infused chakra into one of them. Ultimately, he succeeded in creating a tangible puppet clone. In that very instant, Uchiha Ya gained a novel perspective. Through this viewpoint, He beheld himself, an outlook undoubtedly derived from his clone. Subsequent examinations revealed that these clones possessed no consciousness, akin to puppets or extensions of his own limbs. Once Uchiha Ya channeled his ocular power into the clone, a profound connection was established between this puppet and himself. How to describe this sensation? It was akin to a person logging into a virtual online game and creating an avatar. Although this task was intrinsically linked to his consciousness, it did not necessitate his full attention. He simply needed to issue commands for the puppet clone to execute. It resembled the idle state of a mobile game. Every command issued by Uchiha Ya is akin to a task that a character in a game must accomplish. Furthermore, Uchiha Ya, who had already mastered the art of shadow clones, achieved an unprecedented breakthrough without resorting to any compensation points. By a twist of fate, he inadvertently accomplished a skill advancement and was granted the privilege to bestow a name upon this newly acquired ability. Uchiha Ya pondered for a considerable time before bestowing upon it the title of Great Shadow Clone Technique LVMAX-12. Indeed, it became evident that Uchiha Ya's intuition was accurate. Every individual invariably harbors certain irreparable flaws. Consequently, the Phantom Battle team emerged. At this moment, Uchiha Ya gazed upon the numerical value accompanying this skill. And with the chakra refinement technique preceding it, he brimmed with anticipation for the Great Shadow Clone Technique. Throughout the years of combat, while his unique clones proved to be exceedingly intriguing, they were not devoid of numerous issues. Firstly, the remote control range of the clones could not exceed 1,000 meters from Uchiha Ya. This distance appeared to be correlated with the ocular prowess, and it was anticipated that as his visual acuity improved, so too would this range. Secondly, although the clones were capable of performing ninjutsu, such actions significantly drained their inherent stability. Excessive utilization of ninjutsu would render the clones ephemeral and unstable, detrimental to prolonged engagements. Thus, Uchiha Ya commanded the clones to execute tasks that demanded relatively low energy consumption. Chapter 70. Enhancements of the clones. Firstly, the clones lacked autonomous will, and their intelligence required augmentation. For instance, should Uchiha Ya assign a task to eliminate an individual, the clone might mistakenly believe its mission accomplished after dispatching merely a clone of the target. Within the clone's cognitive framework, the primary manifestations of terminating a life were concepts such as decapitation, piercing the heart, and slitting the throat, along with the fundamental notion of rendering a target utterly non-existent. When a clone was vanquished, a similar misjudgment could occur, necessitating Uchiha Ya to issue new commands. Secondly, although these clones were corporeal, they were also manifestations of energy, lacking the stability of flesh and blood. If ensnared by the roots of wood release or confronted by a practitioner of the Reaper's technique, these clones would be significantly constrained. Lastly, there remained one final point. Uchiha Ya delves into the intricacies of the Shadow Clone technique, aspiring to gain an unparalleled advantage. Although the basic Shadow Clone technique offers the potential to create an army of one, he yearns for a more enduring breakthrough. After all, the battlefield will soon be dominated by the likes of Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, where mere tactics of overwhelming numbers will scarcely alter the grand scheme of things. Particularly during his recent time spent in the company of Uchiha Madara, he has come to understand why Madara could hold his own against Hashirama, even after the latter awakened the wood release. Tsutsuki Kinshiki, aside from that one moment of heartfelt vulnerability, truly serves as Madara's elixir. The exponential growth of Madara's chakra is undeniably extraordinary. Even accounting for his reincarnation as Indra, the magnitude is simply astounding. Claims of a naturally abundant chakra reserve are nothing but a testament to Tsutsuki Kinshiki's unwavering determination to save his mother. Faced with an awakened sage body and a Uchiha endowed with an excessive chakra, Uchiha Ya's modest, ghostly squad lacks the intimidation it once possessed. With just a month or two remaining, the time for compensation draws near. May everything unfold favorably. Uchiha Ya mused to himself, yet he found little cause for concern. The unexpected advancement of his shadow clone technique signified that he possessed all the requisite qualities for further progression. Similarly, akin to his previous mastery of chakra refinement. Although this level had only ascended halfway, Uchiha Ya could discern the developmental trajectory of the Great Clone Technique. Perfection. The Great Clone Technique, barring unforeseen circumstances, should evolve towards the integration of elemental properties, not solely limited to the fusion of the 5 basic elements. It is highly probable that it may also encompass yin and yang. Through several years of experimentation with compensation points, Uchiha Ya made a small discovery regarding their characteristics. Compensation points could instantly elevate a skill to its maximum level. However, the depth of understanding gained at that zenith varied considerably. If one is not well-versed in a particular ninjutsu, the insights gained post-upgrade, albeit present, would merely be rudimentary. Conversely, if ample relevant knowledge is accrued prior to the upgrade, the culmination of that knowledge might ignite a collision of ideas in one's mind, yielding extraordinary effects. For instance, in this instance of the living techniques anomaly, had he not fully explored the effects of all 5 elemental properties or established an internal cycle of these elements, he would not have experienced a breakthrough with the clone technique. Thus, during the relatively tranquil years of impending conflict, it would be prudent to broaden his knowledge as a ninja. This would not only enhance his personal ninja proficiency, but also augment his potential for future skill enhancements. In contemplating this, Uchiha Yu couldn't help but recall the shadow clone technique. Should he possess that ability, his learning process would undoubtedly accelerate. The days devoid of the shadow clone's development lingered in his thoughts, a silent reminiscence as time slipped away unnoticed. After spending half a month in the misty town, Uchiha Yu returned to his ancestral home, summoned by the crow of Uchiha Taijima. There was nothing particularly noteworthy. It was merely the complicated and somewhat twisted personality of Uchiha's granduncle, who, while wary of his promising grandnephew, did not wish to neglect the emotional education of the youth. He aimed to foster a deeper connection between Yu and Madara. Most importantly, his three sons had now embarked on their own paths as ninjas. Thanks to Uchiha Yu, Madara's younger brothers had survived. Uchiha Bur, aged 8 this year. Uchiha Village, 7 years old this year. Uchiha Zai, aged 6, possesses extraordinary talent. However, apart from Uchiha Bu, who exhibits a slightly better temperament, both Uchiha Gai and Uchiha Zai prove to be rather troublesome. This has left Uchiha Taijima, who is not particularly adept at child-rearing, feeling overwhelmed within a mere fortnight. Consequently, he relinquished his responsibilities to Ban and Izuna. Yet, Ban is preoccupied with Hashirama, while Izuna is consumed by thoughts of Ban, oblivious to the eager gazes of the three little ones. Naturally, as the elder brother, Uchiha Ban is not entirely idle. Drawing from Izuna's experience, he promptly made a request to Uchiha Taijima. Since there were no pressing matters at hand, he suggested bringing Yu back for a while. Thus, Yu returned. Upon grasping Ban's intentions, Uchiha Yu unsheathed his blade without hesitation. However, before Yu could act, Ban presented a gift he had meticulously prepared. This gift was familiar to Uchiha Yu, having seen it numerous times within the Uchiha treasury. The Book of Fire Release of the Uchiha clan, in essence, serves as a comprehensive compendium of the Uchiha's diverse techniques in fire release. It not only chronicles the myriad of fire release jutsu crafted by the Uchiha, but also encapsulates the insights and experiences of numerous predecessors who conceived these techniques. This tome proves invaluable, both in enhancing one's prowess in ninjutsu and in augmenting the practice of hand seals thereafter. Thus, Yu, with considerable reluctance, chose to forgive Madara. In this manner, Yu spent a period of time within the Uchiha territory, imparting knowledge to the three young ones, tailoring his teachings in body flicker technique, swordsmanship, and formless ninjutsu according to each individual's interests and inclinations. Upon learning the aspects taught by Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Taijima generously bestowed a considerable resource upon Uchiha Yu as he departed the clan grounds once more. Naturally, Uchiha Yu accepted this gift without the slightest hesitation. Shortly after Uchiha Yu returned to the town of Mist, the compensation points arrived, as anticipated. This time, there was no room for indecision. He promptly allocated them to the Great Clone Technique. In an instant, an explosion of information surged within Uchiha Yu's mind. Knowledge regarding the clone technique, living techniques, attribute transformation, summoning techniques, and even chakra refinement swiftly integrated and collided, granting Uchiha Yu a comprehensive and lucid understanding of the Great Clone Technique. Consequently, the Great Clone Technique underwent its final evolution. The name initially conceived by Uchiha Yu, Great Clone Technique, subtly transformed after he organized the information within his mind. Chapter 71. Multiple Crow Shadow Clone Technique Name. Uchiha Yu Age, 10 Talent. Diligence compensates for deficiency skills. Chakra Refinement LV Max, 22. Body Flicker Technique LV Max. Fire Sword Technique LV Max. Living Technique LV Max. Multiple Crow Shadow Clone Technique LV Max, 22. Great Fireball Technique LV 6. Throwing Technique LV 7. Transformation Technique LV 5. Substitution Technique LV 4. One Tomo Sharingan LV 8. Hand Sealing Technique LV 6. Gaze Technique LV 8. Spiraling Sphere LV 5. Summoning Technique LV 3. Healing Technique LV 5. Compensation Points. 0 Inventory. Various items. The Multiple Crow Shadow Clone Technique, despite its name being merely an extension of the Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, offers significantly enhanced effects. This allocation of compensation points allowed Uchiha Yu to completely fulfill the transformations that accompanied the evolution of the clone technique and refine it further. As anticipated, the evolution of the clone technique entailed a fusion of attributes. This allocation not only completed the technique's lack of yin and yang attributes, but also thoroughly perfected it. To put it succinctly, the multiple shadow clone technique of Senju Tobarama is deemed a forbidden technique. While Uchiha Yu's multiple crow shadow clone technique is a flawless secret art, a technique amalgamating reconnaissance, memory sharing, physical manifestation, visual sharing, chakra storage, and summoning beasts. As the epiphany concluded, Uchiha Yu began to form hand seals. The sequence of seals was not intricate. It consisted of a simple arrangement of a few seals, incorporating slightly more than the ordinary clone technique. However, the essence of this ninjutsu lies not in the complexity of the seals, but in the necessity for the practitioner to possess 7 attributes simultaneously, with chakra exhibiting a regenerative quality akin to that of Uchiha Yu. Upon the completion of the ninjutsu, Uchiha Yu's chakra surged forth, continuously infusing into the shadows beneath his feet. As the chakra poured forth, a multitude of black crows emerged and took flight. After expending 90% of his chakra, Uchiha Ya ceased the sustained execution of the jutsu. At that moment, a dozen crows danced around him. In the next instant, the Sharingan manifested in his eyes, unleashing a powerful ocular prowess. This power spread among the crows, illuminating their black eyes, transforming them into pairs of crimson orbs, each adorned with a swirling tomo. At that moment, Uchiha Ya's perspective expanded beyond a singular direction, encompassing the collective visual field formed by the overlapping gazes of all the crows. In the following instant, with a mere thought, the crows in flight began to transform, landing gracefully before Uchiha Ya, morphing into figures cloaked in black, their Sharingan gleaming from within their hoods. These figures slowly removed their cloaks, revealing visages identical to that of Uchiha Ya. In that fleeting moment, all the Uchiha Ya figures shared a synchronized smile. In the next heartbeat, all clones, save for the original Uchiha Ya, reverted to crows and flew towards his shadow, seamlessly merging into it. The crow shadow clone technique had not been dispelled. Uchiha Ya could still sense the presence of his duplicates. They resided within his shadow crow space, ready to be summoned at a mere thought. The multiple crow shadow clone technique encompasses 5 distinct effects. First, materialization, the ability to shift freely between the corporeal shadow crows and humanoid forms, remaining intact as long as the chakra within is unbroken or the original willingly disperses. Second, sharing. Uchiha Ya possesses the remarkable ability to directly share the memories, visual perceptions, auditory experiences, and even the 5 senses with his shadow clones, while also having the capacity to sever the connection with these shadowy manifestations unilaterally. Thirdly, there is independence. Each shadow clone, when not in a shared state with Uchiha Ya, possesses a degree of autonomy, although this process consumes a portion of his ocular power. However, this expenditure is relatively minimal, akin to the mental energy expended by an individual engaged in normal life activities. Once the ocular power stored within a clone is depleted, it will enter a state of dormancy. Subsequently, Uchiha Ya can replenish its energy by transmitting ocular power while sharing the experiences of the shadow clone. Akin to the characteristics of shadow clones, though the flow of shared memories can be controlled by him to prevent any overwhelming influx of recollections. Fourthly, the summoning beast. The shadow clones, due to the incorporation of the power attributes of the shadow crows during their creation, are recognized as summoning beasts within the shadow crow dimension, allowing them to exist within their own shadowy realm, moving freely like true summoning beasts. Fifthly, there is enduring storage. The formation of each shadow clone requires a substantial amount of chakra. Given Uchiha Ya's current chakra reserves, he can only produce fewer than 20 clones at a time. Even if he were to remain inactive throughout the day, he could only create up to 100. However, the chakra that these shadow clones can sustain is not their limit. Rather, this represents their baseline. The true potential of the shadow clones is equivalent to Uchiha Ya's own chakra reserves, including ocular power. As long as these shadow clones remain within the summoning space, they can exist indefinitely. Therefore, Uchiha Ya can create shadow clones to store within the summoning realm when combat is unnecessary and when the need arises. He can summon them to replenish his chakra and ocular power. This realization invigorates Uchiha Ya. Although he may not yet possess the chakra levels of the future Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, the sheer number of shadow crows he can store will sufficiently enable him to endure protracted and intense battles. Given enough time, he could even outlast Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Naturally, these thoughts are merely contemplations for Uchiha Ya. While abundant chakra and ocular power are impressive, his physical stamina and the likelihood of his opponents engaging in a battle of attrition remind him that this ability is merely a clever tactic. Nonetheless, from this day forth, he shall no longer fear being overwhelmed by adversaries. He stands as an army unto himself. Beyond the various effects of this technique, Uchiha Ya's most fervent desire for experimentation did not disappoint him. Once his shadow clones attain independence through the severance of the shared state, the experience they gain from training can be considered a part of his skill enhancement. By periodically sharing memories with these shadow clones, he can reap substantial proficiency from them. This process can be entirely accomplished within the shadow realm. One shadow clone represents the arduous training of another Uchiha Ya. 100 clones signify 100 Uchiha Yas engaged in rigorous practice. On days when he is not on missions, he can effortlessly create 40 clones. Over 100 days, that amounts to 4,000 clones, and in a year, over 10,000 clones. This results in an exponential increase in effort. At that time, he would not require profound insights or understanding. Sheer diligence alone could propel his skills to remarkable heights. Chapter 72. Devouring and Transforming Natural Energy. Uchiha Ya harbored noble intentions, driven by excitement in his endeavors. Unfortunately, in the end, he realized the naivety of his actions. After accumulating nearly 1,000 shadow clones, Uchiha Ya found himself unable to continue. There were 2 primary reasons for this limitation. First, the space concealed within the shadows was insufficient. Upon forming a contract with the shadow crows, each crow would merge with the contractor as shadow, essentially nesting within it. Given that only one or a few crows could inhabit this nest, the resulting space was relatively modest. 1,000 crows represented the absolute limit of the shadowy realm. To expand this space, it was imperative to increase the actual number of crows, thereby enlarging the summoning area. Secondly, His chakra reserves were depleted. The simultaneous training of 1,000 shadow clones, each striving to enhance their abilities, resulted in a continuous drain on their energy. To maintain the existence of these shadow clones, Uchiha You had to replenish their chakra daily, even if one shadow clone avoided utilizing high-energy consuming techniques. The cumulative expenditure from over 1,000 clones was substantial enough to leave Uchiha You feeling drained. At this moment, Uchiha You recognized he had reached a bottleneck. The issue with the Shadow Crow space was relatively straightforward to resolve by meticulously refining the summoning technique. He could strengthen the connection between the shadow space and the summoning realm of the Shadow Crows. In time, this would lead to an expansion of the shadow space, attracting more crows from their ancestral domain. According to Uchiha Taijima, a powerful ancestor of their clan had once deceived the entire Shadow Crow lineage using such a method, perhaps invited them over. Once sufficient compensation was gathered and the summoning technique mastered, space would no longer pose a problem. Perhaps it would even allow for the exploration of the spatial characteristics of summoning techniques, potentially leading to the development of novel space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha You could not deny his envy of the Flying Thunder God technique. While he lacked the innate talent of Senju Tobirama, Tobirama did not possess his own unique advantages. Nevertheless, Uchiha You remained grounded, focusing on enhancing his chakra reserves. Currently, aside from the growth gained during physical development, his chakra was primarily augmented during the awakening of his Sharingan. However, he did not possess the same external advantages as Madara. Even in the event of activating the three Tomo, or even achieving the Mangeki Sharingan or Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his innate chakra was insufficient to allow for the reckless utilization of his techniques. The true masters of chakra were still the sage bodies created by Ashura S. Yang release within Senju Hashirama, and even Indra S. In release was essential. The fusion of Yin and Yang represented the true essence of all things. Additionally, there were the tailed beast chakra and sage techniques to consider. As Uchiha You, a man well-versed in the original narrative, contemplated his future, he swiftly consolidated the various aspects in which chakra could be enhanced. Among these, the elevation of the Uchiha bloodline warranted careful consideration. The advancement of the Sharingan would catalyze a further awakening of his innate bloodline limit, enabling his cells to generate a greater and more potent chakra. However, he decided against meddling with the powers of Ashura and Indra residing within Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara for the time being. The world of ninjas was fraught with complexities, and he recognized his current inadequacy. Even with advantages, one must tread cautiously. For should adversaries arise, no matter how formidable one may be, there exist means to counter them. Moreover, within Madara's being lay not only the essence of Otsutsuki Kagaya but also that of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who observed the changes in the ninja world from the realm of the dead. Uchiha You even harbored suspicions that Otsutsuki Kinshiki was not merely succumbing to the passage of time, but rather, after aging, had ventured into the underworld to lay some hidden schemes, until he comprehended the intentions of the Sage of Six Paths or acquired the capability to contend with him. He refrained from taking action against Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. As for the tailed beasts, Uchiha You may contemplate the intricacies of the situation, however. The notion of sealing the tailed beast within his own body to become a Jinchuriki is not one he currently entertains, as he harbors no desire for self-mutilation. Although the energy of the tailed beast is formidable, it is equally tumultuous, rife with corrosive and negative energies. Until he has thoroughly researched a method to completely assimilate the power of the tailed beasts for his own use, Uchiha You has no intention of engaging with them. Ultimately, there remains the matter of sage arts. In the mind of Uchiha You, the first thought that arose was of the three great sacred lands. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. The depths of the waters within these sacred realms are profound, and they are indeed the indigenous forces of this planet. Moreover, while the sage arts of the three great sacred lands each possess their unique characteristics, they do not epitomize the perfect sage arts in Uchiha Yu's eyes. To him, these so-called sacred lands lack the qualification to be called sacred. He yearns to truly become a sage, one who, through postnatal cultivation, can attain a level comparable to the divine, or even transcend it. Nonetheless, these aspirations feel distant to Uchiha You. Yet, he has begun to formulate his own ideas regarding sage chakra. The technique of chakra refinement has evolved into chakra purification after breaking through certain barriers. As he practices this purification, his control over his body and energy has improved, allowing him to occasionally perceive unique forces flowing around him. These energies, especially after completing the multiple crow shadow clone technique, have become increasingly discernible. Each breath he takes seems to enable the special operation brought about by the living technique within him, as if he could absorb these external forces as nourishment. The amount of absorption is minimal. Compared to the energy he inhales and digests, it might be less than 1,000th. However, with the emergence of the crow shadow clone, he senses that the efficiency of this absorption could reach 1%, resulting in increasingly noticeable changes within his body. The absorbed energy appears to directly enhance his chakra or perhaps is assimilated as nourishment, transforming into chakra energy. Uchiha You is certain that this energy is not derived from cellular refinement, but is purely obtained through the act of breathing and meditative practices. drawing nourishment from the universe and converting it into chakra energy. This energy is abundant, dense, and powerful, continuously elevating the attributes within Uchiha-Yu's body, quietly fortifying the strength of his 5 elemental attributes at a perceptible pace. Among these, there are 2 additional attributes. One brings immense comfort and ease to his body, while the other stirs a keen eagerness in his eyes. The augmentation of these 2 energies subtly increases Uchiha-Yu's chakra limit. If he is not mistaken, these 2 attributes are likely related to the yin and yang properties. However, what intrigues Uchiha-Yu more is the reason behind such phenomena. In the world of Naruto, sage arts merely recalibrate chakra and natural energy into a new power. Yet, through his breathing and meditative practices, he instinctively absorbs and transforms natural energy into chakra while also bolstering his intrinsic attribute strength. This is a remarkable discovery. Perhaps Uchiha-Yu may not attain the enhancement of Sage Mode, but he feels that unraveling this path could prove more valuable than the Sage Mode itself. As he gazes at the data panel indicating his chakra purification technique at LVMAX 22, a new idea dawns upon him. Perhaps by further advancing the chakra purification technique, the transformative power within his body might become even more pronounced. Thus, a choice arises. Should he continue to enhance the chakra purification technique or focus on strengthening the Sharingan? This presents a formidable dilemma, yet fortunately, he has a year to contemplate this decision. For now, he has more pressing matters to attend to. As the chakra purification technique and living technique undergo subtle changes, the yin and yang transformations within his body become increasingly evident. These 2 attributes, independent of the 5 elemental properties, exist for a reason. They are more closely intertwined with the body than the 5 elements and represent a distinct system apart from them. Attributes are not merely energies. To some extent, they can be understood as characteristics of the body. The enhancement of attributes signifies a strengthening of these characteristics, resulting in unique changes within the body. For instance, the amplification of fire attributes not only increases the potency of fire techniques but also enhances his resistance to fire. The transformations instigated by these attributes serve as a prime example. The enhancement of yang attributes boosts Uchiha-Yu's vitality, enabling greater energy storage within his cells and accelerating his recovery, rendering his body exceptionally comfortable. Conversely, the enhancement of yin attributes fortifies his will, sharpens his intellect, heightens his emotional acuity, and most importantly, allows him to generate and sustain a stronger mental force. In this light, Uchiha-Yu conceives a notion. Could he utilize the living technique as a template to saturate his body with yin or yang attributes over an extended period? Might this also facilitate a dual transformation within his body and create a more intriguing internal cycle? Presently, Uchiha-Yu has delegated the task of skill enhancement to his Crow Shadow clones, affording him more time to develop other aspects. During this process, maintaining a saturation of a particular attribute within his body seems to be a promising endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha-Yu opts for the yang release, as its pervasiveness throughout his body enhances his recovery rate, benefiting his chakra replenishment. Another reason is his sense that his eyes are stirring with a tendency towards evolution. Yet his single Tomo Sharingan skills remain unrefined. The comprehensive coverage of yang release alleviates the strain on his Sharingan. Thus, Uchiha-Yu embarks on a new round of relentless cultivation. Before he knows it, half a year has swiftly passed. Uchiha-Yu is wholly immersed in the joy of cultivating his abilities, reveling in the rapid advancement of his strength. After over 6 months of growth, he had undergone a transformation through chakra refinement techniques and the internal digestive processes yielded from living techniques. Uchiha-Yu harnessed natural energy to convert into chakra, and his 6 months of accumulation had reached a commendable level. Originally capable of maintaining just over 1,000 crow clones, he could now sustain around 1,500. After accounting for the increases due to his physical growth, he had managed to boost his chakra by at least 1/3 through breath conversion. Although this growth may not seem particularly swift compared to that of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama, Uchiha-Yu did not solely wish to elevate his chakra through such means. The greatest benefit he derived from this approach was the accumulation of yin-yang attributes, allowing him to delve deeper into their study. Name: Uchiha-Yu. Age: 10. Talent: diligence compensates for deficiency skills. Chakra refinement LVMAX 22. Body flicker technique LVMAX. Flame sword technique LVMAX. Living technique LVMAX. Multiple crow shadow clone technique LVMAX 22. Great fireball technique LV10. Throwing technique LV10, transformation technique LV10, substitution technique LV10, single Tomo Sharingan LV12, hand seal technique LV11, gaze technique LVMAX, Rasengan LV9, summoning technique LV10, healing technique LV10, compensation points, 0 backpack, various items. After months of arduous training, Uchiha-Yu had finally maximized his skills without relying on compensation points. However, he had not anticipated that the first skill to reach its limit would be the gaze technique. Perhaps it was due to its relative simplicity, or perhaps the darkness of the multiple crow shadow clone technique, which absorbed light exceptionally well, that enabled the crow clones to master the gaze technique with remarkable speed. The proficiency gained each day through their training in the gaze technique far surpassed that of his other skills. Recently, after achieving the pinnacle of the gaze technique at LV12, It transformed into LVMAX. Based on the speed at which he had acquired his other skills, Uchiha Ya developed a hypothesis. All skills might have a cap at level 12. The complexity of each skill, along with the affinity between the skill and Uchiha Ya, determined the ease or difficulty of its acquisition. Nevertheless, Uchiha Ya no longer dwelled on this. He was prepared to be a diligent individual, believing that effort yields rewards, even if those rewards were merely meager assurances. However, as long as he exerted sufficient effort, even if the gains were minimal, the speed of skill enhancement would not falter. For instance, in the future, if he were to summon 1,000,000 Crow Shadow clones, any skill could potentially be effortlessly elevated to its maximum level with just a basic understanding. A genius. He was indeed a diligent one. Today, as the morning sun rose, Uchiha Ya sat in a sunlit area outside White Mist Town. With his gaze technique at full capacity, he activated his single Tomo Sharingan, allowing his ocular power to radiate outward, within the range of his eyesight. Strands of special substances contained within the light surged towards his eyes. This force was not domineering, rather, it was remarkably gentle. As these gentle streams of power flowed into him, Uchiha Ya felt as if his eyes were being cleansed by warm waters, bringing an indescribable comfort. When he finally opened his eyes again, both his normal vision and insight had significantly improved. The experience level of his single Tomo Sharingan also saw considerable enhancement during this process. Today, driven by the gaze technique, Uchiha Ya's single Tomo Sharingan level had finally reached its ultimate limit. Uchiha Ya did not forcefully take that step. Instead, he allowed the power of his observation technique to wash over him, naturally breaking through to his final state. There was no particularly intense sensation. At the moment when his single Tomo Sharingan technique reached its maximum level, he simply felt a sudden clarity before his eyes. It was akin to a nearsighted individual who, upon donning a perfectly fitting pair of glasses, experiences the world in vivid clarity. Uchiha Ya's transformation was predicated not on any nearsightedness, but rather on an acute perception comparable to that of a single Tomo Sharingan. That fleeting moment of clarity made Uchiha Ya feel as if the entire world had come to life, bursting forth in a vibrancy never before experienced. Chapter 74. The true meaning of the sealing technique. This sensation suggested that my observation technique and Sharingan had seemingly established a connection. Uchiha Ya retrieved a mirror and gazed at his reflection. He remained as strikingly handsome as ever. Beyond that, his eyes, still a deep black surrounded by white, sparkled with clarity, reflecting a realm of unblemished purity. In the next moment, Uchiha Ya activated his Sharingan, its crimson brilliance illuminating the surroundings. However, he no longer experienced the instantaneous clarity that accompanied its activation. Between the open and closed states of his eyes, aside from the application of ocular power, his vision and insight had become indistinguishable. Did this imply that I have transformed the perceptive abilities of the Sharingan from an active skill into a passive one? No. It should be regarded as a passive talent. The consumption of ocular energy in these eyes was hardly different from that of normal vision. It felt as though my eyes were inherently designed this way. Upon contemplating the transformation of his eyesight, a smile graced Uchiha Ya's face. This revelation made him feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. His period of suppressing his eyes from evolving had not been in vain. Now, he no longer needed to continue this restraint. Sensing the waves of ocular energy surging within him, Uchiha Ya gradually relaxed the suppression on that unique ocular chakra. Gently, the energy coursed through his eyes, and the recently closed Sharingan silently reopened, one of its tomo beginning to spin around the pupil at an increasingly accelerated pace. Ultimately, as the tomo whirled faster and faster, it abruptly halted at a certain moment. The single spinning tomo had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a double tomo. The already potent ocular energy surged exponentially with the activation of the double tomo Sharingan. Simultaneously, Uchiha Ya distinctly felt his body, at the instant the double tomo formed, liberate itself from some unseen constraint. His capacity to contain chakra had doubled, and this enhancement had yet to reach its limits. He sensed, vaguely, that the world within his eyes had become more vibrant. The quantity of ocular energy had not only increased, but its intensity had also amplified. At this moment, it seemed his eyes possessed the ability to capture dynamic motion, while the effects of his ocular power initially exhibited a corrosive quality. He could now subtly interfere with others through their line of sight. Unsurprisingly, this must be the hypnotic effect inherent in the Sharingan. No wonder the Uchiha clan was so infatuated with it. Mental manipulation truly was an insurmountable challenge. Uchiha Ya reflected on the enhancement of his Sharingan and the corresponding amplification of his ocular power. However, it was merely a moment of contemplation, as his mindset remained grounded. After all, given his current mastery over chakra, the second tomo, let alone the third, would not significantly affect him. The Sharingan was merely a tool. The true essence of strength lay in the comprehensive enhancement of one's abilities. As a fortnight passed and the physical transformations brought by the second tomo concluded, Uchiha Ya reopened his data panel. Name, Uchiha Ya. Age, 10 talent. Diligence compensates for deficiency skills. Chakra refinement LVMAX, 22. Body flicker technique LVMAX, flame sword technique LVMAX. Living technique LVMAX, 12. Multiple Crow Shadow Clone Technique LVMAX. 22. Great Fireball Technique LV11. Throwing Technique LV11. Transformation Technique LV10. Substitution Technique LV10. Second Tomo Sharingan LVMAX. Sealing Technique LVMAX. Focus Technique LVMAX. Spiraling Sphere LV10. Summoning Technique LV10. Healing Technique LV10. Compensation points. 0 inventory. Various items. Due to the recent development of the Yang Release Living Technique, his vitality had significantly increased. Consequently, following the awakening of his second Tomo, not only did his chakra limit double initially, but over the past 2 weeks, his chakra volume surged several-fold. The ratio of chakra enhancement paralleled that of his ocular power, a feat unattainable by a typical Uchiha. No matter how formidable a genius might be, the amplification of their Sharingan's power upon activation usually exceeded their own chakra enhancement. This advancement allowed Uchiha Ya to maximize his chakra capacity. However, he did not enjoy the implicit benefits of enhanced ocular power, which would typically improve one's control over the body and energy. Nevertheless, with the presence of chakra refinement, such enhancement was trivial to him. All of this fell well within Uchiha Ya's expectations. The sole surprise was that the second Tomo still retained extraordinary effects even at its maximum level. Activating the second Tomo and employing the fully mastered focus technique enabled him to master the second Tomo with astonishing speed, akin to having unlocked a new level of prowess. Within merely half a month, his innate perceptiveness had reached the level of the second Tomo. As long as his release energy accumulated sufficiently, it seemed he could activate the third Tomo as naturally as the second, and even glimpse the mysteries of the kaleidoscope. Speaking of the kaleidoscope, Uchiha Ya was curious whether the original wielder, Otsutsuki Indra, faced the risk of blindness with his Sharingan. Contemplating this, he glanced at another ninjutsu left by his ancestors in his skill list. Sealing Technique LVMX. In the moment he reached the pinnacle of this technique, Uchiha Ya finally grasped its significance. This technique was not merely a simplification of ninjutsu, it conveyed the meanings represented by various hand seals. If individual ninjutsu were akin to words or phrases expressing specific meanings, the existence of the sealing technique served to deconstruct those words and phrases, allowing Uchiha Ya to comprehend the essence of each character, thus enlightening him on its principles. Upon genuinely understanding the significance of the hand seals, the prospect of condensing ninjutsu seals into 3 or even 1, using seals as switches to activate ninjutsu, no longer seemed far-fetched. This realization, coupled with Uchiha Ya's deepening mastery of the Great Fireball technique, evoked a profound sensation. The hand seals for ninjutsu were not obligatory. They merely created a structured understanding of ninjutsu for practitioners. When one truly comprehended the transformations within a ninjutsu's operation, it might even be possible to execute them effortlessly without the need for hand seals. However, at this moment, Uchiha Ya's understanding of the essence of ninjutsu remained insufficient. He needed to continually practice various ninjutsu through the sealing technique, deciphering the changes in ninjutsu, and deducing the meanings inherent in each hand seal from the subtle differences arising from similar ninjutsu due to varying seals. This was a complex endeavor. Fortunately, he possessed a book on fire release, documenting techniques ranging from the most basic to some A-rank and even forbidden fire release techniques. This would suffice for him to thoroughly explore the intricacies of fire release. Chapter 75. The Summons. While Uchiha Ya tirelessly endeavored to elevate all his learned skills to LVMAX, a message arrived from the clan grounds, a summons. This was one of the privileges held by the clan leader, allowing him to gather Uchiha members stationed across various locations to deliberate on matters requiring the collective decision of the clan. The last summons had been during the declaration of war against the Senju clan. At that time, Uchiha Ya was merely a protected child within the clan grounds. Now, however, he had become a core member of the Uchiha, a formidable individual wielding significant influence within the clan. Though Uchiha Ya was reluctant to return at this moment, he felt it necessary to pay respect to his great-uncle. After all, his great-uncle's support had not yet been fully realized. For instance, the benefits and connections stemming from his great-uncle's position as clan leader were invaluable. While good connections might not alter circumstances immediately, when accumulated over time, they could generate a decisive impact, much like a rising tide. For instance, after the founding of Konoha, Madara sought to lead a portion of the Uchiha away, yet found himself utterly alone. This outcome reflected the consequences of failing to maintain vital connections. Without sufficient interests or a discernible objective, no one would wish to follow such a leader. Uchiha clan territory. You have finally returned. As Uchiha Ya returned to the clan's territory, a figure swiftly approached his side. Uchiha Bu, the third brother of Uchiha Madara, is a being who has received the art of instantaneous movement from Uchiha Ya, being a year younger than him. Witnessing the remarkable speed at which Uchiha Bu had just appeared before him, Uchiha Ya remarked with a smile, "Bu, it seems that you have not been idle during this period." "Of course," Bu replied, "at present, my speed is such that even a special Jonin adept in swiftness might find it challenging to keep pace with me." Uchiha Bu proclaimed with pride, his gaze towards Uchiha Ya brimming with a yearning for admiration, while simultaneously infused with a hint of competitive fervor. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Yu did not feel anger at his inflated ego. After all, he was merely a mischievous child. A good thrashing would suffice to bring him back to reality. As Uchiha Yu smiled, his figure gradually began to fade, ultimately vanishing before Uchiha Bu. Uchiha Mito, witnessing this scene, felt his previously triumphant expression freeze in place, his demeanor betraying disbelief. When did this happen? Uchiha Bu pondered the remarkable speed exhibited by Uchiha Yu. Despite his belief that he might not quite measure up, he felt he could still discern the extent of their differences. Being merely a year apart from his cousin, he assumed his own innate talent, though perhaps not as exceptional as Yu's, should not be vastly inferior. Yet now, Uchiha Yu had vanished before his eyes, leaving only an afterimage. And Bu struggled to comprehend how Yu had executed such a movement. This extraordinary technique of instantaneous movement was beyond Bu's capabilities. Before witnessing Yu's display, he had hardly dared to contemplate its possibility. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Uchiha Bu's shoulder, and Uchiha Yu's voice softly resonated in Bu's ear. Bu, why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go. With that, Uchiha Yu turned and proceeded towards the residence of Uchiha Tanaka, leaving Bu in a state of bewilderment. Uchiha Bu was certain that after Uchiha Yu's disappearance, there was no one else around him. Just moments ago, after Uchiha Yu had vanished in an instant, he quietly reappeared behind Bu, tapping him on the shoulder without him even realizing it. Had Uchiha Yu been an adversary, that touch might well have been a blade or perhaps a deadly ninjutsu. Regardless of the nature of the assault, he would have had no chance to react. All the various ninjutsu he had been studying, the cunning techniques he had proudly concealed, would have been rendered utterly futile. In that moment, Uchiha Bu faintly recalled the time he had boasted about his mastery of the body flicker technique before his elder brother. Comparing himself to Yu with an inflated sense of pride, he could still vaguely remember his brother's words. To be a rival to Yu? First, you must be able to see him. Initially, he had thought that this referred to Uchiha Yu's prowess in stealth and assassination, necessitating the ability to locate him. However, Uchiha Bu now understood that his brother's statement had been a subtle admonition. If he were an enemy of Yu, he might not even catch a glimpse of him on the battlefield before meeting an inexplicable end. Contemplating this, Uchiha Bu's face flushed with embarrassment, even causing steam to rise in his cheeks. In that moment, he recalled the expression on his second brother Izuna's face when he had witnessed this scenario, a knowing smile. In the past, he had failed to comprehend it, but now it was clear. It had been the gaze of someone observing a fool, a smile anticipating his blunder. His second brother had undoubtedly foreseen this day long ago yet chose not to explain, evidently hoping to witness his moment of folly. How cunning his second brother was. At this moment, Uchiha Mito suddenly realized that his elder brother, despite his drastic change in character, remained the same. Beneath his amiable facade lay a heart brimming with darkness. At the residence of the Uchiha clan, when Uchiha Yu arrived, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered. Uchiha Teru, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna are all present, situated near Uchiha Taijima. Additionally, there are several faces that I have encountered a few times within the clan's territory, yet they remain rather unfamiliar to me. Upon the emergence of Uchiha Yu, he exchanged nods of acknowledgement with a few acquaintances before positioning himself beside Madara, attentively listening to the discussions among Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Tairu, and other members of the Uchiha clan as they deliberated on various matters. Uchiha Yu listened quietly, soon comprehending the matter at hand. The Kagaya clan had severed ties with the Senju clan. This esteemed clan ranks just below the Senju and Uchiha, standing alongside the Uzumaki in Hyuga and prestige. The ninjas of this lineage possess formidable innate physical prowess, particularly in their robust skeletal structure. They require little exertion to attain extraordinary martial abilities. On the battlefield, even the Uchiha would prefer to avoid a direct confrontation with them. Though the Uchiha clan is known for their martial tendencies, their battles are invariably driven by purpose. In contrast, the Kagaya clan engages in combat purely for the sake of enjoyment. This love for warfare is the defining characteristic of the Kagaya lineage. Additionally, they possess a rare bloodline limit known as the Shikatsumiyaku, a formidable ability that is seldom awakened within their clan. However, once it is awakened, the power is so terrifying that even the battle-hungry Kagaya clan holds it in reverence. Yet, the Shikatsumiyaku appears to harbor a flaw. Those who awaken this ability often meet an untimely demise. Had it not been for this, the clan might have been even more fearsome. The recent schism between the Kagaya and Senju clans, however, was an anticipated development. Chapter 76, The Uncharacteristically Agitated Madara Throughout the Years. The Kagaya clan not only frequently allied with the Senju clan to combat the Uchiha, but also collaborated with the Uchiha to assault the Senju. For them, the identity of their allies is of little consequence. What matters is the thrill of battle, the existence of war, and the opportunity to slay. This alone suffices. Ordinarily, the Uchiha would remain indifferent to the Kagaya's severance from the Senju, as it was customary for the Kagaya to eventually clash with the Senju, leading to their expulsion back to their own territory. Indeed, the Senju would likely assign a portion of their number to prevent any extreme actions by the Kagaya clan. However, this time, it seems the Senju hold differing views. Some appear to advocate for the complete expulsion of the Kagaya clan from the Land of Fire. Although the Uchiha have not yet received ample intelligence on the matter, Uchiha You can foresee who is behind this sentiment. Without a doubt, it is Hashirama. Perhaps he did not voice this opinion directly, but he certainly influenced the thought process. After all, a man whose aspirations are peace would never permit a clan that revels in conflict and bloodshed to act as a disruptor within the Land of Fire. The Senju's acquiescence to this notion may stem not only from Hashirama's demonstrated prowess in this conflict, but also from their own latent desire to confront the Kaguya. Traditionally, following their collaboration with the Senju, the Kaguya would, after a rupture, align themselves with the Uchiha for the next confrontation. These fanatics care little for being manipulated. Akin to a cursed blade that, upon quenching its thirst for blood, turns upon its wielder. This situation starkly contrasts with the Hinata clan, who have adopted a more submissive stance. Over the years, the Uchiha have experienced a tumultuous relationship with this clan, simultaneously admiring their sharpness while resenting their potential for self-destruction. Other ninja clans also harbor no fondness for the Kaguya, nurturing ambitions to expel this source of discord from the Land of Fire. This sentiment is echoed even among the severely weakened Hinata clan. It can be said that the ninja clans of the Land of Fire have long suffered under the Kaguya's presence. Now, the Uchiha clan must articulate their stance, which is paramount. They might risk losing their erratic allies in the next conflict, conversely, if they do not align. The cyclical nature of the political landscape in the Land of Fire is likely to persist. Thus, the crux of the Uchiha's agreement or disagreement lies not only in considerations for the impending war but also in their willingness to reshape the future dynamics of the Land of Fire. Remarkably, the outcome of these deliberations unfolded far more smoothly than Uchiha You had anticipated. The Uchiha clan has never feared change. Indeed, the crux of the matter lies in their solitary stand against the alliance of the three great ninja clans, enduring the pressure with remarkable resilience. Although it may appear that the Uchiha have suffered defeat, the current disintegration of the Senju clan signifies that in the next war, the Uchiha will sweep forth with a ferocious might, delivering an even more devastating blow to the Senju lineage. Under the confidence of the Uchiha clan's ability to severely wound the Senju, the Kaguya clan seemed less significant. Even if they were to inflict substantial damage upon the Senju, it would not equate to the complete annihilation of the clan. Rather than waiting for the conclusion of the next war, when the Kaguya clan might reconcile with the Senju, it would be more prudent to expel the Kaguya now. In the future, the Uchiha are destined to triumph. Without the support of the Kaguya, the Senju would find it increasingly difficult to suppress the Uchiha in subsequent conflicts. In fact, they might find themselves continuously overpowered by the Uchiha. This strategic foresight belonged to Uchiha Taijima, and many elder Uchihas, survivors of previous large-scale wars, concurred with his proposal. Throughout this deliberation, Uchiha Obito remained a listener. Despite possessing the qualifications to engage in high-level discussions, his influence within the Uchiha hierarchy was nearly non-existent, apart from his absolute authority over the management of Kirigakure. Thus, in this moment, Uchiha Obito remained a steadfast supporter of his uncle's lineage. During this process, Uchiha Obito keenly observed an unusual expression on Uchiha Madara's face, which piqued his curiosity. Given Madara's demeanor, it was peculiar for him to display such a countenance, especially since the attack was directed at the Senju clan and did not involve Hashirama. Uchiha You, intrigued by the underlying reasons, discreetly approached Uchiha Madara after the council meeting, where the unanimous decision to expel the Kaguya clan was reached. Casual in his inquiry, he asked, "Madara, what troubles you? You seem rather distracted." "It's nothing, just a bit." "Inexplicable," Madara replied, shaking his head, his expression somewhat dazed as he articulated his feelings. "Oh, do elaborate," you encouraged. "I'm uncertain. It's just that upon hearing the proposal to expel the Kaguya clan, even to the point of complete annihilation, I felt a complex array of emotions, even discomfort. Perhaps it is Hashirama's ideals that have influenced me." Uchiha Madara sought an explanation for his peculiar emotions, and for a moment, he seemed disinclined to engage further with Uchiha You, choosing instead to depart abruptly. As Madara walked away, the initially perplexed expression on Uchiha Yu's face deepened into contemplation. Madara's rationale was, to some extent, something even he struggled to believe. However, the current circumstances were undeniable. Madara indeed appeared quite despondent. If this was not a reflection of Madara's true feelings, then the situation became rather intriguing. Unlike others, Uchiha You was acutely aware that an ancient presence quietly influenced Madara's being. Although Uchiha You is unaware of the current essence in which this old man resides within Madara, he is well acquainted with the old man's identity, origins, and past deeds. Is it merely a coincidence? During that fateful night raid, the Byakugan-wielding Uchiha, besides showcasing his Byakugan and Sharingan, seemed to epitomize the very essence of the Kaguya clan's bloodline limit. Uchiha You recalled the piercing pain of a bone spike that had once pierced through the sole of his foot. It is quite effortless for an individual to masquerade as a member of the Uchiha clan, by merely acquiring the Sharingan, capable of opening and closing at will, and adopting a suitable identity. One can easily assume the guise. The same applies to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. However, the Shikatsu Miyaku is an entirely different and unique bloodline limit. To feign such a power, which can unleash bone spikes at any moment, especially those that have previously executed formidable techniques, presents a significant challenge. Thus, During that fateful night raid, the Uchiha did not direct their ire towards the Senju or the Hyuga, but instead, they silently marked the Kagaya clan in their memory. This decision made by the Uchiha was heavily influenced by that night's events. While challenging the authority of the Uchiha is permissible, they fear no challenges. However, to provoke the offspring of the Uchiha clan invites the wrath of the entire clan in retaliation. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, before you became Kurizetsu. I am genuinely intrigued by the identity you once held. Chapter 77. Mission Objective. The profession of a ninja is perpetually efficient. 2 days later, the Uchiha Council convened once again. This time, they commenced the task of initiating the expulsion of Kagaya clan. Over the past 2 days, the Uchiha had established a rapport through the Yui clan, who maintained a decent relationship with Uchiha Yu and possessed high credibility. Serving as mediators between the Senju and the Uchiha, under the auspices of the Yui clan, a temporary truce was established, allowing both clans to safeguard their respective territories while simultaneously dispatching teams to encroach upon the Kagaya clan's foothold. This marked the first collaborative endeavor between the Senju and the Uchiha. The Senju led their affiliated ninja clans, while the Uchiha commanded theirs, collectively amassing nearly 80% of the ninja clans in the Land of Fire. Other affiliated clans were either with the Uzumaki or the Hyuga. Once, a portion had aligned with the Kagaya clan. Regrettably, that clan was comprised of lunatics. Those ninja either ultimately sought refuge elsewhere or were obliterated by the Kagaya clan. The Uzumaki suffered considerable losses in the previous war and did not intend to participate on a large scale this time. Yet they clearly stated that should the Kagaya clan encroach upon their territory, they would take action, with the Senju as a distant ally. The Uzumaki stood as the most relaxed and comfortable clan among all ninja clans. In contrast, the Hyuga clan faced further complications. Although they claimed to maintain neutrality and would expel the Kagaya clan if encountered, both the Senju and the Uchiha remained skeptical. The Hyuga, severely weakened from the previous conflict, could not withstand the combined pressure from the Senju and Uchiha and reluctantly consented to the temporary deployment of cooperative ninja to assist them. Both the Senju and Uchiha would send a contingent of ninjas, not only to aid the Hyuga in resisting Kagaya but also to oversee their actions. The performance of the Hyuga during this process, alongside the casualties sustained among their ninja, would determine the future stance of the Senju and Uchiha towards them. This time, the ninja team dispatched to the Hyuga clan was entrusted to Uchiha Yu by Uchiha Taijima. Naturally, Uchiha Yu did not decline this mission. However, whether it was an intentional act by Uchiha Taijima or mere coincidence, several members of the team appeared to be the elite jonin who had previously ventured to the Mist Village, the very individuals who had vanished from the Hyuga's outpost in the mist after their arrival. Oh dear uncle, your intentions are far from pure. Uchiha Yu gazed upon this formation, feeling assured that his esteemed uncle was not attempting to deceive him or lead him into a trap. At this moment, he had already transcended the age of being easily ensnared. The Uchiha clan's dispatch of these ninjas undoubtedly raises suspicions of provocation. However, more significantly, it appears to be an endeavor to test the endurance of the Hyuga clan, the so-called cautious king. After all, the most dangerous dogs often do not bark. The entire meeting lasted less than an hour. Once all arrangements were made, each Uchiha took on their respective tasks and prepared for departure. In the following hour, Uchiha teams left the clan's territory in succession, including Uchiha Yu. Before departing, Uchiha Bu came to bid farewell to Uchiha Yu, accompanied by Uchiha Izuna. You, my elder brother. Something seems amiss. You noticed it too, didn't you? What is it? I refuse to believe it's due to Hashirama's influence. Do not worry. It should not be a significant issue. After this matter, things may well return to normal. What do you mean? I can't say for certain. But as long as Madara isn't too unhinged, simply pretend you don't see it and refrain from asking. Are you sure my brother will be fine? He will be. If you are all right, he will be too. I understand. Upon hearing Uchiha Yu's words, Uchiha Izuna truly felt a sense of relief and chose not to engage in further conversation, turning to depart. His feelings toward Uchiha Yu were profoundly intricate. To a certain extent, Uchiha Yu remained the benchmark that Uchiha Izuna aspired to surpass. However, as time progressed, Uchiha Yu's growth was so rapid that it left Uchiha Izuna grappling with an elusive sense of depth and reality. Such an adversary rendered the pursuit utterly disheartening. Consequently, Uchiha Izuna temporarily relinquished his chase. Rather than engage in an endless pursuit, he found solace in standing resolutely behind his elder brother, which had always been his fervent desire. Yet, human desires are inevitably insatiable. Uchiha Izuna stood behind his elder brother, serving as a reassuring presence. Yet, it was beside his brother that he discovered a more compelling position, namely, that of standing shoulder to shoulder with him, or being someone his brother could rely upon. Presently, these two coveted positions resided, one within the adversarial camp of the Uchiha, and the other upon his own rival. Although his brother had remained silent, Izuna observed that despite the conclusion of the war, he had not relinquished his daily regimen of arduous training, often lamenting that without relentless effort, the gap between himself and Uchiha Mito would only widen. In that moment, Izuna realized that unbeknownst to him, within his brother's heart, Their little cousin had quietly matured to a level that demanded earnest competition. Uchiha Izuna departed without a trace of hesitation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Bu stood beside Uchiha Yu, not leaving but rather feeling a bit bashful, saying, "Brother Yu, may I accompany you? Please, do not regard me with such a gaze. My decision was not made impulsively, but rather at the behest of my father." "Oh, is that the patriarch's intention?" "Indeed. Then why not join the patriarch? With my father, I would certainly not receive genuine training." "Well, you could also go to Madara. Fighting alongside him would surely be exhilarating." That said, I initially did not wish to follow Izuna's path. I, Uchiha Bu, aspire to become a capable ninja in my own right. Elder Tianlu's place is also a commendable option. That is not feasible. My father has granted me but 3 choices: him, my elder brother, and you, brother Yu. You could indeed remain with the clan. The Uchiha would not miss you. That cannot be. I have painstakingly earned this opportunity. Earned. Ahem. As a member of the Uchiha clan, one must shine brightly if capable. Brother Yu, I shall adhere to you. Should you disagree, I shall follow you relentlessly. Observing Uchiha Bu's shameless demeanor, Uchiha Yu could vaguely discern the exasperation of his esteemed uncle. Ultimately, Uchiha Bu was indeed integrated into the team. However, prior to that, Uchiha Yu cautiously sought out Uchiha Tianjima to ascertain the situation, receiving confirmation that it aligned with Uchiha Bu's description. Nevertheless, Uchiha Tianjima requested a guarantee from Uchiha Yu that Uchiha Bu would return safely. This was the profound love of a father. For Madara, Uchiha Tianjima held high hopes. For Izuna, he felt satisfaction and reassurance, as Izuna's character mirrored his own, but for Bu, he felt a headache. Bu was a lad whose demeanor diverged from his own, and Uchiha Tianjima found it perplexing to comprehend his behavior, thus uncertain of how to guide him. Of course, Uchiha Tianjima did not impose undue pressure on Uchiha Yu. He provided a basic requirement: as long as Bu returned alive. Should he encounter danger, if Bu proved disobedient, then breaking his legs or bringing him back incapacitated was acceptable. Uchiha Yu naturally did not genuinely believe in this condition. If he were to do so, Uchiha Tianjima might not voice his concerns, but internally he would undoubtedly harbor a burden. However, with his uncle's words, Uchiha Yu felt a sense of relief. As long as Bu was not left permanently disabled, the usual injuries could be treated with his medical ninjutsu, posing no significant issue. This thought blossomed within Uchiha Yu, reflecting in his demeanor, causing the once lively Uchiha Bu to involuntarily shudder upon Uchiha Yu's reappearance. "Brother Yu, could you please refrain from smiling at me like that? It frightens me." "Oh. Is my smile truly that terrifying?" "And no, it's just unsettling. Did my father instruct you to find an opportunity to hit me?" "No, how could that be? My uncle merely asked me to train you well." "Is that so? Didn't he mention anything about breaking legs if I misbehave?" "This is genuine warfare. How could my uncle treat you that way?" "Is that so? Then I feel relieved. At worst, he would only have me beaten to a pulp. Paralysis is not life-threatening." "Brother Yu, please don't speak of such terrifying things with a smile. It frightens me." "Fear not. Brother Yu would not consume you." As he spoke, Uchiha Yu displayed a radiant smile, while behind him, a cadre of Uchiha ninjas also managed to muster what they believed to be amiable smiles. Perhaps due to the war or years without laughter, these elite subordinates of Uchiha Tianjima seemed to have forgotten how to smile, rendering their expression somewhat menacing. At that moment, a shadow lingered in Uchiha Bu's sunny heart, shaped like a smile. After this interlude, Uchiha Yu led the group swiftly towards the Hyuga clan. Time was of the essence, and within 2 days, Uchiha Yu arrived near the territory of the Hyuga clan. There, Hyuga ninjas awaited their arrival. As hosts, the Hyuga clan had prepared accommodations for them in a town not far from their clan grounds. This town, while unremarkable in name, featured a vibrant entertainment street, renowned in the original narrative, Shortbook Street. At that time, the entertainment economy in the region was still in its infancy, lacking even casinos, merely a basic commercial district. The Hyuga clan had vacated a dojo near Shortbook Street to accommodate the Uchiha guests. The reception was overseen by a young woman, akin in age to Uchiha Madara, possessing fair skin yet an appearance that was, like many in the Hyuga clan, rather ordinary. However, this young woman exuded a unique aura that drew people in, making them forget her unremarkable looks. Her voice was not loud but melodious, her speech rhythm distinctive and easily memorable. According to Uchiha Yu's assessment, she possessed what could be described as a refined lilt. To confirm his suspicions, Uchiha Yu posed his first question: "Might I inquire your age, miss?" "Sir, I have just turned 13. "Ah, just as I suspected. Nothing to worry about. Please, continue." "Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, my name is Hyuga Mitsuki, and I shall be responsible for your needs during your stay. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to accommodate." After her introduction, the Uchiha ninjas, having withdrawn their gazes from her, wore expressions tinged with discontent. Despite bearing the Hyuga name, she possessed ordinary eyes and lacked any trace of chakra. "Are you not a ninja?" Before Uchiha Yu could speak, one of the Uchiha ninjas inquired, instinctively activating his Sharingan, a wave of invasive chakra emanating towards Hyuga Mitsuki. The young woman was effortlessly ensnared, softly stating, "I am unable to become a ninja due to my impure bloodline, which has led to inherent issues with my chakra." Why did the Hyuga clan send you to receive us? The Hyuga clan holds significant discontent regarding the arrival of the Uchiha and Senju. Yet they do not wish to escalate matters, hence they dispatched me. Did they send you to humiliate us? Indeed, perhaps it is to humiliate my father. How intriguing. And who might your father be? Uchiha Ya. What? You are the daughter of the contemporary head of the Hyuga clan? Yes, but to be precise, I am an illegitimate child. My mother is not of the Hyuga lineage. Ha ha ha. I see. It appears that the Hyuga clan is not as united as one might think. The Uchiha, upon hearing this, could not help but tease with a playful smirk, and others from the Uchiha clan shared in the mocking smiles. However, just as one of the Uchiha was about to take further action, Uchiha Yu interjected. Enough, dispel your technique. He is merely an ordinary person, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of your ocular jutsu for long. Lord Yu, have you perhaps developed a sense of compassion for her? You are still young and unaware of the intricacies surrounding the Hyuga clan. Every member possesses a treacherous nature, and without constant reminders, they are prone to plotting behind your back. The Uchiha ninja spoke, yet he did not immediately release his Sharingan's power. The three tomo spun within his eyes, his expression one of mocking amusement, almost as if he were to emit a sinister laugh. Chapter 79. Intimidation facing the attitude of this Uchiha, Uchiha Yu, who initially intended to remain uninvolved, found himself compelled to alter his stance. There was no choice. He feared that at this very moment, someone might unexpectedly emerge to enact a heroic rescue, ultimately portraying their group as villains and trampling over their corpses to claim the fair maiden. Although such a possibility seemed remote, as a ninja, one must not overlook any potential detail. Furthermore, it was high time to teach these individuals a lesson, otherwise, they would surely ascend unchecked. Did you not comprehend my words? Humph. Uchiha Yu did not engage in the rhetoric of that Uchiha ninja. Instead, he turned his profile slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the Uchiha warrior. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the originally serene depths of Uchiha Yu's gaze ignited with a flicker of crimson. Though merely a one-tomo Sharingan, the ocular power emanating from those eyes utterly overwhelmed the three-tomo ninja, both in intensity and magnitude. Under the immense pressure of Uchiha Yu's ocular prowess, the once unrestrained Sharingan of the three-tomo ninja faltered and, after a brief struggle, was forced to close. In that instant, the triumphant expression that had graced the face of the Uchiha ninja became utterly frozen. The pallor of his complexion, a result of the backlash from the ocular power, was overshadowed only by an overwhelming disbelief. In contrast to this Uchiha ninja, the other Uchihas stood in greater astonishment. From their vantage point, they observed Uchiha Yu exerting his dominance over the Uchiha ninja while solely activating his one-tomo Sharingan, with the other eye remaining a pristine black. The Uchiha ocular techniques are reserved for confrontation with the formidable. If you wish, I grant you permission to challenge the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Even if you were to slay him, I would shield you from the consequences. Should you hesitate, I implore you to behave with decorum and spare me the embarrassment. Uchiha Yu's voice was devoid of warmth, his 10-year-old frame neither tall nor robust, but rather exceedingly slender. Yet, at this moment, the aura emanating from Uchiha Yu was so formidable that it silenced all within the Uchiha clan. It was an essence of murderous intent, an atmosphere steeped in the specter of death. At this moment, the presence exuded by Uchiha Yu was suffused with an inescapable aura of murderous intent. In that fleeting instant, it seemed as if they could feel the breath of the Grim Reaper upon their ears, ready to usher them into the eternal silence of the underworld. How could someone so young harbor such profound malice? How many lives has he taken? This individual is undoubtedly far more complex than he appears. Such thoughts surged through the minds of all the Uchiha present. Those with even a slight familiarity with Uchiha Yu began to connect the dots, their expressions transforming into one of horror. Meanwhile, those less acquainted with him finally grasped the true significance of their clan leader's decision to appoint a mere boy as their captain. It was not an act of favoritism, but rather a recognition of a genuine warrior seasoned by blood and fire. Age had become irrelevant. At that moment, Uchiha was utterly bewildered. For the first time, he perceived the seemingly affable and uncontentious Yu as someone terrifying. Already bearing the weight of psychological scars, he felt those shadows deepen. Reflecting on his previous provocations, Uchiha, despite having already endured a mortifying experience, now found himself ashamed of his earlier behavior upon realizing Yu's true capabilities. Yet, amidst this shame, a thrill coursed through him. How exquisite. Is this the essence of a true warrior? To dominate with a single eye and three tomo, how audacious, how imposing. I yearn to emulate that. In this moment, Uchiha-bu's gaze towards Uchiha Yu underwent a profound transformation, as a burgeoning admiration took root deep within his heart. Uchiha Taijima fails to grasp the simplicity of Uchiha-bu's thoughts. Rather, it is Uchiha-bu's uncomplicated mind that finds itself directed towards rather peculiar pursuits. However, peculiar may not be the most fitting term, for within the Uchiha clan, there exist individuals of such ilk. One might say that Uchiha-bu's development is rather unique. He revels in the art of deception, strikingly stylish, flamboyant, and capable of inciting exasperation in his opponents, which brings him immense satisfaction. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself redefined by Uchiha Yu. Goodness, what a waste of time it was to have previously wandered aimlessly. This is what true ambition looks like. Unassailable strength. unbridled arrogance, and unchecked dominance. If one were to encapsulate it in 4 characters, it would be I alone am exalted. Such a sensation is exhilarating. Only a person of such remarkable caliber deserves Uchiha-bu's allegiance in the title of elder brother. In this moment, Uchiha resolves that henceforth, Uchiha You shall be regarded as his true sibling. Oh, what has come over me? At that moment, Hinata Suki's perplexed voice broke the silence, prompting her to softly inquire. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yu's imposing aura receded abruptly just before her voice pierced the air, and a faint smile illuminated his previously indifferent visage as he replied. Oh, it's nothing. Miss Hinata, kindly relay that the Uchiha have arrived. The requirements have been meticulously outlined. Here is the list. Given that the Hinata clan may not operate in unison, the items on this list may not be readily assembled in a short span. Should there be any needs, please do not hesitate to seek our assistance. The Uchiha are eager to aid the Hinata clan in their pursuit of unity. Uchiha You spoke, retrieving a meticulously prepared list from within his garments. He gently took the young lady's delicate, jade-like hand and placed the list into her palm with a demeanor that resembled a chivalrous nobleman, exhibiting utmost kindness. Indeed, had it not been for the beads of cold sweat trickling down Hinata Mugetsu's forehead, the scene would have been even more idyllic. What does it mean to express concerns? What does it signify that the Hinata clan is not united? Uchiha can assist you in fostering solidarity among your ranks. You may articulate such sentiments. But might you temper the murderous aura that clings to your visage? Boo, please escort Miss Hinata, Uchiha You commanded after handing the list to Hinata Mugetsu, raising his hand for Uchiha-bu to attend to her departure. Ah, Miss Mugetsu, please do take care. Hinata Mugetsu cast a profound glance at Uchiha You, then softly nodded. Saying, then, Mugetsu shall take her leave. I shall convey your words to the Hinata clan faithfully. With that, Hinata Mugetsu departed, leaving the Uchiha present in a hushed silence. Even their breath subdued. It was not until Uchiha You exhaled a deep sigh of resignation, having established his authority, that he formed a hand seal with one hand. Releasing a flurry of crows from his shadow. As they circled in the air, they surged towards each Uchiha member. Those Uchiha attempted to evade. Yet the crows were remarkably swift, outpacing even the body flicker technique, forcibly diving into their mouths with a violent tenacity, causing some to nearly roll their eyes back in distress. Chapter 80. A familiar encounter, a clash of wills. Fortunately, the situation quickly alleviated. At a snap of Uchiha Yu's fingers, the crows that had lodged in their throats transformed into a fluid-like substance, seamlessly coursing down the esophagus and into the bodies of the Uchiha ninjas. Brother Yu, what are these crows? They feel rather revolting. Uchiha-bu, while coughing, inquired. This is my summoned beast. With it, I can effortlessly ascertain your whereabouts. In the event of a crisis, it will facilitate my retrieval of your remains. Rest assured, after this mission, I shall reclaim them. Of course, if you deem them unnecessary, you are free to devise a means of destruction, provided you possess the capability. I shall not hinder you. After all, I act solely in accordance with my own convictions. Your actions are of no concern to me. Uchiha Yu shrugged, entirely disinterested in providing an explanation to the Uchiha clan. Due to the earlier intimidation, although the other Uchiha ninjas felt a sense of indignation, they refrained from expressing their frustration openly. Some Uchiha ninjas, in fact, had already begun to quietly sense within themselves without needing Uchiha Yu's prompting. However, once the crow clone entered their bodies, it directly concealed itself within, slipping into a state akin to slumber. This condition was imperceptible even to those Uchiha with remarkable ocular prowess, unless triggered by unusual bodily signals, such as feelings of fear, despair, abnormal physical reactions, a decline in vitality. Or unless Uchiha Yu chose to release them, there would be no notable reactions, if it were not for the involvement of the Senju and Hyuga clans. Along with the ninja factions from those clans in this incident, the situation would grow exceedingly complex once combat ensued. Uchiha Yu would only concern himself with Uchiha Ibito's fate, indifferent to the survival of others. Moreover, Uchiha Yu intended to use the crow possession as an experiment. He had not yet had the opportunity to try it during his time in Mist Village, and now was the perfect moment to conduct his trial. This group of Uchiha was not considered his own, thus, he felt no remorse should any complications arise. Numerous ninjas from the Uchiha clan. After the sequential maneuvers executed by Uchiha Yu, particularly after the crow entered their bodies, became utterly compliant. They diligently adhered to the prearranged strategy, each venturing forth to gather intelligence in their vicinity, striving to familiarize themselves with the geographic landscape before the impending battle. Brother Yu, what should I do? Just wander freely. Do not fear if you encounter trouble. Just act, and if anything happens, I will retrieve your remains. Rest assured. Understood, Brother Yu. I shall take my leave. The departure of Uchiha-bu was imbued with a sense of determination, as if he truly intended to accomplish something significant. However, through the intelligence relayed by the shadow clone, Uchiha Yu discerned that after leaving his presence, Uchiha-bu had come to the realization that he was no longer of consequence to him, which, in turn, had rendered him more subdued. There exist two types of mischievous children. One, the reckless kind who, if they manage to survive, is merely favored by fate. The other, the kind that is attuned to the reactions of those around them. In essence, they are those who are spoiled by affection. Uchiha Yu is not Uchiha Madara nor Uchiha Izuna. nor is he Uchiha Taijima. Although they share the bond of brotherhood, it is not by blood. Whether he can be reckless remains uncertain for Uchiha-bu. After all, when Uchiha Yu instructed his 3 younger brothers, he did not hesitate to show force. All the while murmuring phrases such as, "At last, I have returned the favor to Madara for the beating he gave me." Thus, Uchiha-bu harbored a blend of admiration and trepidation towards his elder brother. As time quietly slipped away, perhaps due to Uchiha Yu's imposing presence or the Hyuga clan's uncanny resilience, the Uchiha ninjas wandering around the Hyuga territory encountered no provocations throughout the day. Even those Uchiha eager to stir up trouble chose to refrain, demonstrating a remarkable restraint. This behavior left Uchiha Yu, who was observing from the shadows, with a peculiar sense of intrigue. By that afternoon, a contingent of ninjas arrived from another direction, promptly arranged by the Hyuga clan in a nearby training ground. It would be hard to believe that the Hyuga clan had not orchestrated this. Unsurprisingly, these newcomers were ninjas dispatched from the Senju clan, led by a familiar face. Before Uchiha Yu could offer a greeting, the leader wasted no time launching an attack. "Oh, I thought it was someone else, but it's you." "I was expecting Uchiha Izuna," Senju Tobarama remarked, employing his signature taunt. In response to this barrage, Uchiha Yu remained unperturbed, displaying no signs of distress. As more Uchiha ninjas arrived, he seized the opportunity to unleash his own retort. "Isn't that Tobarama? It's unfortunate that Izuna couldn't join, as he is fighting alongside Madara. After all, he is Madara's most trusted ally, indispensable to him. By the way, Tobarama, what brings you here? Is it possible that your brother wished to meet Madara and deliberately sent you here to keep you out of trouble? Surely not. Is there truly a brother who would act in such a manner? Even if I, Uchiha-bu, am the least favored son of my uncle's family. Madara had cautioned me time and again to treat him well before his departure." Uchiha Yu gazed upon Senju Tobarama, embarking on his unhesitating counterattack. Although this endeavor inadvertently harmed Uchiha-bu, such collateral damage held little significance. As a quintessential Uchiha, he believed that grievances were never to be met with magnanimous forgiveness. A successful counterstrike and a swift retribution were paramount, even if it meant inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 losses himself. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make. As for forgiveness, that was a matter for others. Should anyone possess the elevated virtue to pardon the transgressions of the Uchiha, he would not be one to cling to past grievances. However, this was predicated on the premise that the Uchiha would resolve the matter to their own advantage. Indeed, mutual understanding between individuals is an elusive endeavor, at least. It proved futile between Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu's words pierced through Senju Tobarama's heart like a knife smeared with chili oil. Each thrust not only inflicting pain but also igniting a burning sensation. Even though Tobarama had begun to master the art of maintaining an aloof persona and exhibiting composure in the face of adversity, he could no longer restrain himself. Drawing the short blade from his back, he prepared to launch an attack on Uchiha Yu. Fortunately, Tobarama's arrival was not solely driven by his own intentions. At a critical moment, he was intercepted by a quick-witted ninja beside him. "Captain Tobarama, remain calm, remain composed, do not act impulsively. And do not forget the primary objective of your visit." Upon hearing these words, Tobarama regained a semblance of composure. However, while he abandoned the thought of physical confrontation, he was unwilling to concede in their verbal sparring. Chapter 81, The Art of Mockery. Malicious Uchiha, my elder brother is undoubtedly a pawn in your schemes. I shall not allow you to succeed. Oh, how unfortunate for you. We have done nothing wrong. Your elder brother has stubbornly clung to our clan's young leader, unable to shake him off. In his pursuit of Madara, he has even attempted to win Madara's favor through me. Truly a wretched individual. You scoundrel Uchiha. How dare you insult my brother? I will end your life. Ah, what a pity. Although I pay no heed to your brother, that young lad has somehow employed some sordid means to ultimately capture the heart of our clan's young leader. How despicable. Uchiha Yu spat upon the ground, his demeanor and expression exuding an aggressive intensity. Was it mere verbal trickery? Perhaps overly sentimental words would provoke discomfort in someone with an immunity to such emotional platitudes. Like Uchiha. Yet, if it were mockery, he hailed from the depths of Zuin, well versed in the writings of Joshuren. In fact, to better appreciate the vicissitudes of life, he had even mingled within an intelligence organization at the village entrance, absorbing the essence of traditional wisdom from elder practitioners. Although he regrettably failed to inherit it all, the fragments he did grasp were sufficient to leave Senju Tobarama bewildered. He yearned to retaliate. Yet Tobarama found himself at a loss for words that could deliver a potent impact. You Uchiha are not only a band of lunatics, but also a bunch of despicable scoundrels. I, Senju, will eventually eradicate you. In the end, Tobarama, hopping in frustration, was pulled away by his accompanying ninjas. At this moment, if any member of the Uchiha clan had witnessed Tobarama's emotional turmoil, it would have been quite the spectacle. Once all Senju ninjas had departed, Uchiha Yu turned to find dozens of adoring gazes fixed upon him. Indeed, admiration. In any circumstance. The Uchiha clan never concerned themselves with the journey, they only cared for the outcome. The intricacies of the process were irrelevant. Whether the methods were brutal or the losses significant, as long as it was exhilarating and victorious, that was the essence of Uchiha's pursuit. Moreover, Variations of such mockery and taunting were subjects of study within certain circles of the Uchiha. Research indicated that engaging in verbal banter during combat could significantly influence an opponent's morale. In evenly matched situations, such tactics often yielded remarkable results. However, this art of mockery relied more on innate talent than mere practice. At this moment, Uchiha Ya was undoubtedly a rare prodigy in the art of mockery. Having established his own unique style, one that was poised to be passed down through generations. Some Uchiha, having studied the art, were already taking notes after realizing the brilliance of his recent remarks regarding the junior leaders of their clans. While his comments may have seemed peculiar from this point forward, the reality was established. Senju Hashirama was indeed a fool, and Uchiha Ya, their captain, was acknowledged as such. Some might still believe that Uchiha Ya could falter in direct confrontation, but coupled with his mocking prowess, they sensed a shift in the balance of victory. This was a challenge not to be underestimated. That night, Uchiha Ya received news of a minor skirmish between the Senju and the Hyuga clan. Ultimately, Hyuga Hayayori, the current clan leader, made a personal appearance, offering earnest explanations and a heartfelt apology, hoping to quell the discord. Clearly, Senju Tobarama was adept in emotional management. If negative feelings could not be resolved, passing them on to others could alleviate personal discontent. While this might not address the root of the issue, it provided swift relief. As for the Hyuga clan situation, that was of no concern to him. Furthermore, the often patient Hyuga clan surely possessed methods for processing their negative emotions. The inherently malevolent Uchiha, particularly the current embodiment of malice, Uchiha Ya, was undoubtedly plotting some scheme to undermine the Senju. After a moment of silent cursing, Senju Tobarama took a deep breath to calm himself and turned to one of his accompanying ninjas, a middle-aged man with a pineapple hairstyle, asking, Nara, what do you believe Uchiha's next move will be? Captain Tobarama, might there be a possibility that you spoke to you with ulterior motives and Hyuga Hayayori was not lying? I have considered that, but regardless, we must remain cautious of Uchiha Ya. Then we shall proceed with utmost care. Currently, the Uchiha have not exhibited any significant anomalies. Moreover, the clan leader prefers to avoid unnecessary complications. I understand, my father tends to be indecisive. If it were up to me, I would abandon the offensive against the Kagaya clan and seize this opportunity to contain the Uchiha, particularly that Uchiha Ya. I have a sense he poses a great threat. Captain Tobarama, could it be possible that the opposing side shares similar thoughts? As the flowers bloomed, each expressing its own essence, Uchiha Ya remained indifferent to Tobarama's brooding thoughts. Standing resolute, devoid of desire, Uchiha Ya was present solely to fulfill his mission. Beyond that, his commitment lay in ensuring the survival of Uchiha Bu. Even if this mission resulted in unforeseen calamities, even if every Uchiha under his command perished, he would feel no sorrow. These Uchiha were not his kin. Indeed, should an insurmountable crisis arise, he would abandon Uchiha Bu without a second thought, feeling no burden of conscience. Compared to the Senju's presence, Uchiha Ya was far more intrigued by the circumstances surrounding the Hyuga. The girl, Hyuga Munetsuki, appeared outwardly untroubled. Yet through several covert encounters with the Hyuga clan, he had come to understand a profound truth. Those who seemed most stable often harbored the most significant issues. Regardless of the Hyuga clan's intentions, no matter the complexity of their schemes, as long as one's strength was formidable enough, such so-called plots could be turned to one's advantage. Uchiha Ya had no inclination to employ schemes of his own. Uchiha Ya preferred overt strategies, particularly those that involved grandiose promises. He would paint an expansive picture and then demonstrate his genuine ability to deliver on those promises. As long as people were intrigued by his offerings and desired to reap some benefits from him, he was never at a loss for opportunities nor fearful of any schemes against him, for as long as the interests at stake were substantial enough. Until those interests were fully divided, any adversarial moves aimed at him would be thwarted by others seeking to protect their own gains. This was a common tactic employed by individuals of moderate strength. Some leveraged so-called bonds of kinship, others formed alliances based on shared interests, and some utilized blood ties as a connection. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Ya couldn't help but sigh softly. Ultimately, he was not an unrestrained powerhouse. Otherwise, why resort to cunning plots and stratagems when one could simply bulldoze through obstacles? True strength lay in shaping others to conform to one's own vision, compelling them to operate within one's framework. Even a dog would have to yield for 3 days before departing. Chapter 82. The Hyuga clan's birthday invitation. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. After becoming acquainted with the terrain on the first day, the subsequent days were devoted to discussions regarding the allocation of the Hyuga front lines. Although the Hyuga clan was not as formidable as the Uchiha or Senju clans, their standing had diminished further following the last war. Nevertheless, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. The territory currently held by the Hyuga clan remained quite substantial. The combined forces of the Uchiha and Senju clans dispatched over 100 ninjas, yet they were organized into numerous factions. To foster mutual trust, the allocation stipulated that 1 ninja from the Uchiha and 1 from the Senju would be assigned to guard and patrol a designated outpost of the Hyuga clan, safeguarding against potential incursions from the Kagaya clan. The stance towards the Kagaya clan was clear: eliminate if possible, and if not, drive them away while promptly notifying the headquarters. This arrangement diminished the opportunity for collaboration between the Uchiha and Senju ninjas. Although this reduced the overall combat effectiveness of both parties, Uchiha Ya and Senju Tobarama remained silent. This operation against the Kagaya clan was a concerted effort by all clans of the Land of Fire, and they were not intended to serve as the primary combat force of the Uchiha and Senju. Their primary concern was to ensure that the Hyuga clan did not engage in any questionable activities. Meanwhile, as the leaders of their respective clans, Uchiha Ya and Senju Tobarama remained within the confines of the Hyuga territory, overseeing the personnel of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Ya entrusted Uchiha as his companion, while Senju Tobarama appointed a ninja from the Nara clan as his aide. Both continued to reside in the dojo near Shankai Street. Uchiha and Nara shinobi acted as the eyes for both parties, occasionally patrolling the vicinity, primarily keeping an eye on any significant movements from the Hyuga clan. However, both Uchiha Ya and Senju Tobarama were well aware that this was merely a formality. Although the Hyuga clan, possessing the Byakugan, might be slightly inferior in combat prowess compared to the Uchiha and Senju, they were unanimously recognized as the foremost in reconnaissance. The question of who was surveilling whom was indeed ambiguous. Thus, while this mission appeared daunting, with the potential for conflict with the Hyuga clan at any moment, it was, in fact, quite manageable. As long as the Uchiha ninjas did not encounter any major issues and Uchiha remained unscathed, a few casualties could be tolerated. If they could endure this period, his mission would be accomplished. After all, it was a family task and not a crucial area of responsibility for success or failure. Uchiha merely needed to focus on the essentials and maintain a low profile, occasionally dragging Uchiha along to provoke Senju Tobarama. Since they had time to spare, it was wise to find something to occupy themselves with. This led the mischievous Uchiha to question who the true troublemaker was. Perhaps it was due to Uchiha lax attitude that Senju Tobarama, observing him, adopted a stance of non-interference, waiting for the Uchiha to perform. Neither side was in a hurry, but it seemed the Hyuga clan could no longer contain themselves. One day, Hyuga Mugetsu came to visit Miss Hyuga, unsure of the purpose of her visit. Tomorrow is my father's birthday, and according to the customs of the Hyuga clan, all idol clan members may attend. My father specifically asked me to invite Captain Yu. Birthday? Is there a need for a gift? A gift? That is, to contribute money or purchase a present. That is not necessary. However, if one wishes to be considerate, a simple bouquet would suffice. Hyuga Mugetsu explained to Uchiha. Understood, Miss Hyuga. Please convey to the clan leader that you will certainly attend. In that case, I thank Captain Yu on behalf of my father. Hyuga Mugetsu nodded, her demeanor and etiquette impeccably showcasing the refinement of a true clan. Through the observations of these past days, Uchiha had gained a deeper understanding of the Hyuga clan. This was a genuine family, characterized by strict rules, thoughtful customs, and the notion that each ninja was not merely an individual but also a member of a family. Their fortunes rose and fell together, as evidenced by the collective strength of the Hyuga clan, each member embodying the spirit of unity. Uchiha does not mock such a family, for a clan that has managed to endure through the ages, achieving the status of the foremost family in the ninja world, deserves respect rather than derision. A family that can maintain neutrality amidst the rivalry between the Senju and Uchiha. One that remains stable under the oppressive policies of the third Hokage, a lineage that, even during the decline depicted in Boruto, still possesses considerable prestige and strength. This family embodies the spirit of the most illustrious clan in the ninja realm without succumbing to excessive arrogance or hubris. Such resilience is something that neither the Uchiha nor the Senju possess. Of course, the Uchiha and Senju have managed to suppress the Hyuga clan for an extended period, as they each possess their own unique familial characteristics. The Hyuga clan epitomizes endurance and stability. The Uchiha clan embodies unity and ambition, while the Senju clan represents potential and wisdom. The Hyuga clan, adhering to a path of survival, endures until the very end. Following the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village by Hashirama Senju, the Senju began to retreat into seclusion, seamlessly integrating into Konoha. Though it may appear that the Senju clan has diminished, the true extent of their lineage remains obscured, aside from the pure-blooded Hyuga and Uchiha. The precise number of Senju descendants among Konoha shinobi is uncertain. Even within the various ninja clans, the exceptional and formidable genes of the Senju are not shunned. Conversely, the Uchiha clan has failed to recognize this truth. As a faction of the defeated, they have not discovered a path suitable for themselves. Instead, nostalgically clinging to the glories of the Warring States period, oblivious to the fact that they are relying on past achievements. The policies of Tobarama Senju, the strategies of the third Hokage and Danzo, compounded by the overwhelming tide of the new era, have transformed the Uchiha's mode of existence from thriving in the Warring States to becoming an obstacle in the face of modernity. Uchiha, as a member of the Uchiha clan, possesses a warm exterior yet a cold interior, showing little interest in many of his fellow clan ninjas, and even harboring disdain for the notion of forging so-called bonds with them. However, this does not imply that he can passively witness the decline of the Uchiha clan. He is determined to lead his clan to survive in the tumultuous times that lie ahead. Yet, it need not be the same group from Konoha in the future. The thought of the tragedy where Uchiha Itachi annihilates their clan ignites a deep frustration within Uchiha. Damn it, if he could. He would prefer for everyone to become rogue ninjas rather than suffer such humiliation for the Uchiha name in a mere small village. Yet, upon reflection, this is all part of the insidious plan devised by Senju Tobarama. This individual harbors grudges, possesses a narrow mind, and who does not hold grudges in their heart? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes. No, he cannot tolerate this resentment any longer. Senju Tobarama, I shall have my retribution. Chapter 83. Attending the birthday celebration to endure in silence brings a temporary peace, but taking a step back only fuels his anger further. If Uchiha Yu were inherently a part of the ninja world and foresaw the future misfortunes of the Uchiha clan, he might contemplate enhancing his rapport with Senju Tobarama, hoping for leniency from him in the future. However, as a transmigrator, he is aware of the subsequent events. In a world devoid of his influence, Senju Tobarama treated the Uchiha in such a manner. With his presence, it is inevitable that Tobarama would seek to eradicate the Uchiha with even greater fervor. Ultimately, there would be no favorable outcome, so why not act more ruthlessly now? Concepts like the butterfly effect and inevitable causality are non-existent. The consequences have already been predetermined. And since there can be no worse outcome, any negative action he takes can be understood in that context. After all, Hashirama is broad-minded. Even if Tobarama were to perish, he would resolutely continue on his path for the sake of his dreams. Ah, wait a moment. If there were a Konoha without Senju Tobarama, it might indeed be a loss for the village, but it would bear no detriment to the Uchiha. Uchiha Yu initially intended merely to suppress Senju Tobarama, to vent his pent-up frustration. However, the more he contemplated the situation, the deeper his murderous intent grew. This individual certainly had a reason to meet his demise. Tobarama. Oh Tobarama, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you for inadvertently revealing that you truly deserve to perish. Uchiha Yu uttered. As the shadows beneath his feet deepened, a raven silently emerged from within. Just once, I shall strike. Senju Tobarama, this time, I wager my strength against your fortune. Let us see whether fortune favors you or if my blade is swifter. Uchiha Yu cast a fleeting glance toward the direction of the Senju clan's residence, a flicker of murderous intent briefly crossing his countenance. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, situated in another dojo of the Hyuga clan, had just bid farewell to the emissaries of the Hyuga family, holding their invitation in hand as he pondered deeply. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to cast a wary gaze around. What is the matter, Captain? Inquired a Nara ninja, observing Tobarama's unusual demeanor with curiosity. After a considerable pause, Tobarama finally shook his head, saying, It's nothing, perhaps just a figment of my imagination. A figment? The Nara ninja furrowed his brow, unconvinced. Just as the Hyuga clan had delivered their invitation, Tobarama was already gripped by a foreboding feeling, a sign that boded ill. Although the ninja held little faith in such omens, the fact that most of the Senju ninjas had already been dispatched left him uncertain about their ability to ensure Tobarama's safety should the Hyuga clan harbor any ill intentions. While he possessed a 90% confidence that the Hyuga clan would not resort to such madness, the possibility remained. What if, indeed, there were others involved? However, given the current circumstances, whether or not they attended the Hyuga clan's birthday celebration, the situation would remain precarious. If the Hyuga were to act against them, they might already be laying in ambush. Conversely, attending the celebration could potentially offer a semblance of safety. Yet, irrespective of the scenario, absolute security could not be guaranteed. Therefore, they could only proceed step by step. The following day, the Hyuga clan's birthday celebration commenced as scheduled. Uchiha Yu, accompanied by Uchiha Bu, procured some modest birthday gifts from the shops near Shortbook Street. While these gifts were not particularly extravagant, they were far from insipid. Despite being rivals, he held the Hyuga clan in the highest regard. Likewise, he found himself intrigued by the Hyuga clan's intentions. Through his recent inquiries, he had learned of the clan's birthday celebrations, which had been scheduled a month prior. At that time, the Senju and Uchiha clans had not yet formally resolved to confront Kagaya together. Moreover, the Hyuga clan annually commemorated certain occasions for their clan leader or significant members of the leader's lineage, such as birthdays and coming-of-age ceremonies. These were not merely ostentatious displays. They served to promote familial unity and acted as a form of clan governance. Brother Yu, you are granting the Hyuga clan quite a favor. If I were in your position, what would you do? If it were me, I would not attend. The Hyuga, how trivial their endeavors seem. Is that so? Brother Yu, do you appear to hold a different perspective? What perspective could I possibly possess? Merely observe. Such ceremonies are rare outside of the time when your elder brother ascends to the position of clan leader. Consider it an opportunity for enlightenment. Brother Yu, while I harbor no objections to my elder brother becoming clan leader, I sincerely hope he never attains that role. My apologies. Upon witnessing the despondent expression on Uchiha Bu's face, Uchiha Yu suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan has never met a natural death. They have all perished while striving to expand the clan's influence, a fate they embrace with pride. However, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Obyu is acutely aware that such a day will eventually arrive, yet he still hopes it will be postponed for as long as possible. This sentiment is shared among his brothers, with the exception of Uchiha Yu. From a young age, Uchiha Yu has regarded Uncle Taijima with the same reverence one would show a gravely ill family member, which has led to a bittersweet dynamic. Despite Uncle Taijima appreciating Yu's kindness, he is often left feeling somewhat discontented. A disdainful snort suddenly jolts Uchiha Yu from his contemplative reverie. Turning around, he notices Senju Tobarama has appeared at a distance, wearing an expression of disdain, seemingly still preoccupied with past grievances. Uchiha Yu disregarded Senju Tobarama, for they had already arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory. Captain Yu, you have arrived, please follow me. Hinata Mitsuki had been waiting there for quite some time. And upon seeing Uchiha Yu, he approached with a warm smile to greet him. Congratulations on the longevity of the Hyuga clan leader. Here is a modest gift. A token of my esteem. In the presence of the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Yu chose to reciprocate with goodwill, refraining from any antagonistic behavior before it was displayed towards him. Although Uchihabu, standing beside him, did not comprehend this gesture, he restrained his arrogance and pride, merely observing Uchiha Yu's every action. Despite their brief acquaintance, Uchihabu had already become an ardent admirer of Uchiha Yu, mimicking his idol's every move and analyzing his behavior from various perspectives, a hallmark of a devoted fan. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama maintained the dignified demeanor characteristic of the Senju clan, bringing along his own customary gift. What piqued Uchiha Yu's interest was the young girl who received Senju Tobarama. This girl was slightly younger than Hinata Mitsuki and of a similar age to Uchiha Yu. However, unlike Hinata Mitsuki, she possessed a pair of Byakugan. Additionally, her forehead was partially concealed by bangs, through which a distinct mark could be faintly discerned. Uchiha Yu had encountered numerous such marks before, having seen them on many members of the Hyuga clan. While some individuals boldly displayed these imprints, others chose to conceal them with various accessories, such as headbands or, like the young woman, by letting bangs cover them. This mark was known as the caged bird. Seemingly sensing Uchiha Yu's gaze, the Hyuga girl turned towards him, smiled radiantly, and nodded in acknowledgement before leading Senju Tobarama into the Hyuga clan's estate. Uchiha Yu stood there, gazing at the silhouette of the girl, reminiscing about her recent smile. It was pristine and pure, much like her eyes, devoid of any blemish. She was a girl whose inner and outer beauty was transparent and flawless. A vision of innocence and exuberance, perhaps the finest description of an ethereal spirit of the human realm. Even Uchihabu, who stood beside him, found himself inexplicably stirred upon catching a glimpse of her. Regrettably, the Uchiha clan's young men were not known for their romantic pursuits. They were often entangled in ambiguous relationships or harbored secret affections, never daring to pursue or confess their feelings openly. Even the future Hokage, the deeply sentimental Tuchi, was but a devoted admirer, lingering in a state of friends above, lovers below. Meanwhile, Hinata Mugetsu observed the expressions of the Uchiha brothers without revealing any overt emotions. Yet, as she guided them into the Hyuga clan's territory, she subtly inquired, Captain Yu, it seems you harbor an interest in my sister? Sister? Ah. You mean the one from earlier, Hinata Muka. She is indeed your sister. Please do not misunderstand. My curiosity is purely innocent. Curiosity? You are sisters. Yet she bears the branch family mark on her forehead, while you do not possess one. Without the Byakugan, how could you belong to the main family? You are mistaken. My lord, because I lack the Byakugan, I have no right even to be a member of the branch family, akin to a caged bird. Had my father not been the clan leader, I might not even bear the clan name. As she spoke, a hint of self-mockery grazed Hinata Mugetsu's face, her mood momentarily revealing a sense of despondency. Uchihabu, who had initially wished to voice his discontent regarding why a Byakugan wielder was sent to welcome the Senju while they received a perceived inferior, sensed the emotional shift and, being naturally attuned to such nuances, subdued his irritation. He merely huffed quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. The pride of the Uchiha clan manifests as a silent tenderness, yet it eludes the comprehension of many. Uchiha Yu, however, chose not to engage with Hinata Mugetsu's words, remaining a mere spectator, passively absorbing the familial matters shared by others, unwilling to express much or pursue further inquiries. In contrast, Uchihabu lacked Yu's nonchalance and casually initiated a conversation with Hinata Mugetsu. Her discourse was remarkably concise and to the point, effectively conveying the circumstances to Uchihabu within the brief 10-minute journey towards the clan's center. Even Uchiha Yu, despite her disinterest, gleaned a general understanding of the situation. Currently, the leader of the Hinata clan, while the strongest within the family, appears to have harbored a rebellious past in his youth, disdaining the rigid traditions of his lineage. Ultimately, this leader defied familial expectations by marrying a woman from outside the clan. Although his power and prestige were formidable, the necessity for interclan marriage to sustain the Byakugan, as dictated by ancestral customs, rendered his children ineligible to compete for the position of the next clan leader. Should Hinata Mugetsu not have been the daughter of the clan leader, her lack of Byakugan would have barred her from residing within the clan's territory, leading to her potential expulsion or even the loss of her surname. Despite being the clan leader's daughter, Hinata Mugetsu could not escape this fate. However, following this, Hinata Mugetsu's sister, Hinata Muika, was born. She inherited the Byakugan abilities despite her non-pure-blooded Hinata lineage. Had the clan leader advocated for her, It would have been feasible to secure a main family status for her, thus enabling her to contend for the position of the next clan leader. Yet, in the end, the clan leader relinquished this pursuit. Hinata Mugetsu retained her surname and remained within the Hinata clan, while her sister was relegated to the branch family. When recounting this history, Hinata Mugetsu spoke with remarkable neutrality, expressing gratitude towards her father and a tinge of regret for her sister, yet she exhibited no overt dissatisfaction with the Hinata clan. Conversely, Uchiha, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. He seemed unable to fathom that a family could be so stifling. That mere issues of leadership eligibility could render a clan so callous and unfeeling. Uchiha, ultimately still too young, found his mood soured after hearing some remarks from Hinata Mitsuki. He instinctively harbored a peculiar aversion towards the Hyuga clan. However, he felt a twinge of sympathy and reflection towards those marked with the caged bird seal, occasionally murmuring to Uchiha, seemingly seeking his approval. Yet, Uchiha remained silent. At that moment, they had arrived at the Hyuga estate. Under the arrangement of Hinata Mitsuki, Uchiha and Uchiha were seated in a guest position, with Hinata Mitsuki accompanying them throughout. Not far from them sat Senju Tobarama. Both sides occupied prestigious seats, devoid of any hierarchical distinction. And the Hyuga clan's treatment of the Senju and Uchiha was commendably respectful. What caught Uchiha's attention, however, was the young girl, Hinata Mufflower, seated beside Senju Tobarama. Unlike the composed Hinata Mitsuki, she was a character whose emotions were vividly etched on her face. At that moment, she seemed oblivious to Senju Tobarama's displeased expression. Her gaze entirely fixated on the delicacies prepared for the guests, her small hands wielding chopsticks, seemingly ready to indulge the moment she was granted the freedom to feast. This scene did not escape Senju Tobarama's notice, but he appeared to display little anger or dissatisfaction. Rather, he seemed resigned to the situation. It was evident that he had grown accustomed to Hinata Mufflower's demeanor. Observing this, Uchiha couldn't help but think of a few phrases: the gluttonous little wife of a gang leader, the expressionless second son, and his taste-testing companion. The atmosphere felt increasingly incongruous. However, on a different note, Senju Tobarama and Hinata Mufflower indeed seemed well-matched. Meanwhile, Uchiha, unaware of his brother's contemplations, quietly observed his idol. In his observation, he unexpectedly found a serene girl sitting beside his idol, harmoniously attuned to him. He noticed an unspoken connection between his brother and Hinata Mitsuki, especially when his brother, deep in thought, would find Hinata Mitsuki naturally refilling his cup, reminiscent of his mother's actions when his father was at home. Particularly, the slight upward curl of Hinata Mitsuki's eyes bore a striking resemblance to his mother, though, admittedly, not as beautiful. Nevertheless, Uchiha discerned that this seemingly gentle woman was undoubtedly shrouded in darkness. As expected, not long after, Uchiha snapped from his reverie, feeling a peculiar fullness in his stomach. Glancing at his cup and then at the smiling Hinata Mitsuki, who patiently held a water pitcher beside him, he momentarily lost count of how many refills he had received. In that moment, Uchiha suddenly realized the unique aura possessed by Hinata Mitsuki. It was a quality that, while easily overlooked, naturally invited comfort. Such a person, when present, could effortlessly adapt to your rhythm, anticipating your next thoughts without causing discomfort, even creating a sense of ease. Moreover, intriguingly, she could convey her desires without uttering a single word. This kind of tacit understanding and ease was typically found only among couples who had coexisted harmoniously for decades, particularly those whose souls resonated with one another. Mutual respect and shared aspirations. A woman of such caliber instills a sense of security, while not lacking in the joys of life. However, one must possess a discerning eye to truly appreciate her. Uchiha observed the scene before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Hinata Mitsuki with an expression that suggested he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Yet, as he lowered his gaze and continued to sip his tea, the waves of interest in his eyes were momentarily pierced by a glimmer of sharp insight. The Hinata clan harbored profound intentions. If the events surrounding Senju Tobarama were merely a coincidence, then the circumstances unfolding here warranted deeper contemplation. Has the Hinata clan truly dissected my character so thoroughly? In the mind of Uchiha, a conjecture initially surfaced. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. The Hyuga clan, no matter how proficient their intelligence network, could not fully comprehend an individual. The only plausible explanation was that the Hyuga clan had devised preparatory plans tailored to various personality types. Given the somber disposition of Senju Tobarama, it was improbable that he would readily place his trust in someone, especially not in the Hyuga clan, who could be perceived as rivals. Yet, within just a few days, Tobarama appeared to be on the verge of capitulation. At the tender age of 10, it was uncertain whether this was a genuine case of infatuation or a mere fluttering of hearts. Perhaps it was something deeper, a profound resonance of souls. The complex and brooding Tobarama might find solace in the carefree nature of Hinata Muka. For a woman who could be perceived so transparently would offer a sense of reassurance to someone like Tobarama. In contrast, Uchiha perceived Hinata Mugetsu as a formidable presence, a woman who intertwined her emotional needs with his. Remarkably, this young woman was merely 13 or 14 years of age. Either she donned the guise of youth while harboring the burdens of experience, or or she was an innate genius with extraordinary emotional intelligence. If Uchiha Yu were not a transmigrant, possessing the soul of an adult within a 10-year-old's body, and if he did not hold his own views on the warring state situation, he might have lowered his guard somewhat. However, at that moment, as he gazed at the cup of water resting on the table, its position unchanged from before, he noticed the young girl refilling it to a considerable extent. Habits are subtle behaviors. Good habits can lead to excellence, while bad habits may become fatal vulnerabilities. Once formed, habits, whether beneficial or detrimental, are not easily altered, especially those that bring comfort and pleasure. The scene before him, though fleeting, suggested that this girl had already established a delicate routine with him, a habit he could not pinpoint the origin of. This revelation struck Uchiha Yu. Even if he remained vigilant against this girl, prolonged interaction would inevitably foster a sense of familiarity in his heart and body towards her. Ultimately, regardless of his internal struggles, he might find himself unable to escape a predetermined fate, not from unwillingness, but from an unwillingness to relinquish what he had come to cherish. As this thought crossed his mind, Uchiha Yu's hand trembled slightly as he lifted the cup, a mere quiver, yet it signified a respect for the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga were indeed engaged in a grand game. The identity of the player remained unclear to Uchiha Yu, nor was it necessary for him to know. The Hyuga clan had achieved this level of prowess through their own merit. Nonetheless, every action leaves traces. And as long as the Hyuga clan wished to ensure their continued existence, they could not evade the dual imperatives of survival and improvement. To thrive better, to evolve continuously, these aspirations resided not only within the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju clans, but echoed within every ninja and, indeed, every human being. Understanding this intrinsic pursuit alleviated Uchiha Yu's concerns regarding the Hyuga clan's intricate machinations. Take Senju Tobarama, for instance. No matter how dark his thoughts or how convoluted his schemes, Uchiha Yu possessed a natural counterbalance that rendered Tobarama's vast intellect and endless plotting futile. Uchiha Yu, however, differed slightly from Tobarama. He lacked the same cerebral prowess and preferred not to entangle himself in convoluted calculations. Instead, he favored the art of promise. As long as his ambitions were grand enough and contained elements appealing to others, he had no fear of reluctance from them, regardless of their intellect, until his ambitions materialized. Uchiha Yu could ensure he was always prepared to sever ties, ensuring that no one could craft a vision as grand as his. Thus, all would be compelled to accommodate him. The subsequent distribution of the fruits of his labor mattered little. What was crucial was that all eyes were fixed upon that vision, at which point he would, with the aid of a compensation panel, be the proprietor of a thriving enterprise. He could even assert control over all the resources necessary for creation, ensuring that he alone could offer others a share of his dreams. Chapter 86. The Hyuga's disturbance. Having grasped this understanding, Uchiha Yu regarded Hinata Mugetsu with a newfound sense of anticipation rather than apprehension. He now sought to challenge his own vulnerabilities, eager to discover whether he would be ensnared in his own mire or if the Hyuga clan would suffer a miscalculation. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of a single vision. He could afford to lose. The question was whether the Hyuga clan could withstand the stakes. Pour the tea. Uchiha Yu took another sip of tea and felt his stomach. He was nearly satisfied. Beside him, Uchiha Bu was puzzled by Yu's rapid change in demeanor. Yet he was aware that his elder brother was indeed remarkable. Consequently, Uchiha Bu felt a sense of empowerment himself and relaxed considerably. Meanwhile, Hinata Mitsuki, upon hearing Uchiha Yu's request for tea, maintained a calm expression, yet an inexplicable anxiety stirred within her. She sensed that although this young man was ensnared, whether the Hinata clan could successfully reel in such a prized catch remained uncertain. It felt as though things would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. In this atmosphere, the celebration of the Hinata clan leader's birthday quietly concluded. Contrary to expectations, no extraordinary events transpired, aside from witnessing the Hinata clan's less harmonious side. There were no additional festivities. Once the celebration was over, Uchiha Yu, having satiated his appetite, rose to take his leave with Uchiha Bu. Hinata Mitsuki personally escorted Uchiha Yu to the entrance of the Hinata clan's territory, expressing her apologies for revealing an unsavory aspect of their clan. Her demeanor and posture were flawless, leaving no room for criticism. As Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Bu returned to the Hinata dojo's entrance, they happened upon Senju Tobarama. In this moment, his mood remained unclear to them, yet his countenance bore an unmistakable frown. Beside him, Hinata Mahana waved goodbye, her demeanor indicating she had indulged a bit too much, often rubbing her stomach and occasionally letting out a contented burp. The fact that Hinata Mahana had personally accompanied him back, while Hinata Mitsuki had not, filled Tobarama with a hint of pride. However, witnessing Hinata Mahana's state led him to feel that perhaps it would have been better had she not come at all. Each time this girl, who was around his age, inadvertently performed some heartwarming gesture, it left him in a state of confusion, wanting to be annoyed yet unsure how to express amusement. Ironically, the girl was quite perceptive. This was precisely the type of person that Senju Tobarama found most perplexing. He yearned to decipher her thoughts using his intellect, only to discover that her actions seldom required any contemplation. This touched upon a blind spot in Tobarama's understanding. Fortunately, he had learned how to interact with such individuals, as his elder brother often exhibited a similar disposition. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Ya refrained from mockery and restrained Uchiha from pursuing a provocative course of action. According to the taboo rules of derision, one must remain single and avoid provoking displays of affection, lest they suffer unintended repercussions. Uchiha lacks understanding of these matters. While Uchiha is well-versed, he certainly does not wish for Uchiha to suffer embarrassment. Uchiha feigned ignorance, leading Uchiha back to the dojo, never to emerge again. However, a raven quietly perched upon a tree outside the dojo, resembling a nocturnal predator poised for the moment of the kill. Uchiha was determined to confront Senju Tobarama. Otherwise, his thoughts would remain clouded. Undoubtedly, Senju Tobarama was also scheming. Thus Uchiha felt no pressure for this encounter, merely observing who would prevail in skill. Indeed, both Uchiha and Senju Tobarama harbored their own intentions. Senju Tobarama sought to keep his elder brother unaware of his focus on Uchiha. Uchiha harbored the hope that the demise of Senju Tobarama would not adversely affect the futures of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Therefore, Uchiha could not be slain by Senju Tobarama. His death must be an accident, perhaps at the hands of the Kagaya clan. Likewise, Senju Tobarama could not be killed by Uchiha, at least, not this time. He could only fall victim to the Kagaya clan or an unknown assassin, or simply vanish without a trace. In essence, he must not perish at the hands of the Uchiha. Thus, Uchiha, situated within the Hyuga dojo, awaited, while Senju Tobarama, across from him, also lingered in anticipation. They were both waiting for an opportunity. As they stood in expectation, the moment arrived. A group of ninjas stealthily approached the Hyuga clan's territory during the celebration of the clan leader's birthday. The Hyuga ninjas patrolling the vicinity seemed oblivious to these intruders, continuing their rounds with an air of tranquility. Ultimately, these ninjas traversed a lookout post and delved deeper into the clan's grounds. Throughout the entire process, the vigilant Hyuga, with their Byakugan activated, appeared blind, seeing nothing amiss. One cannot awaken a person feigning sleep, nor can one make a blind person perceive their presence. On this night, under the resplendent moonlight, the skies were clear. However, the denizens of the Hokage world seldom appreciated the beauty of the moon, which, due to historical reasons, had become synonymous with the omen through the ages. This night, the moonlight bathed the Hyuga clan's domain, subtly tinged with crimson. A conflict erupted, the timing of which remained a mystery, but when the realization struck, the assailants had already infiltrated the Hyuga territory, mercilessly slaying numerous ninjas. When help finally arrived, they were met with a sight they dreaded most. Their clan leader, having just celebrated his birthday, lay grievously wounded, blood oozing from multiple fatal injuries, vitality rapidly fading. In his final moments, Hyuga pointed weakly in a direction, uttering, "Save my daughter." With that, his life force extinguished. The gathered ninjas looked around, discovering that the rooms belonging to Hyuga Mugetsu and Hyuga Muko were eerily vacant. Damn the Kagaya clan. How dare they slay our clan leader? The Hyuga clan will not rest until we exact revenge, exclaimed an elder, rallying the ninjas to pursue the direction indicated by Hyuga. Enraged, the Hyuga displayed their true strength as the third most powerful family in the Land of Fire, charging forth without hesitation. Meanwhile, another group of ninjas, heading towards a different direction, was suddenly intercepted by an unexpected figure. The Hyuga ninjas eyed the newcomer cautiously, initially taken aback, then inquired, "Captain Tobarama, what brings you here?" "We must pursue the assailants." "No need to chase. I have already tracked them down," replied Captain Tobarama. "We do not comprehend your intentions. Release Hyuga Muka. I shall concern myself with nothing else. Otherwise, you will all be held accountable." Even at the tender age of 10, Tobarama exuded an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. The Hyuga ninjas were about to offer an explanation when they noticed a host of Senju ninjas emerging from the woods behind Tobarama, each exuding an extraordinary presence that sent chills down their spines. "Surely, you do not believe that I am accompanied by merely a Nara ninja?" Tobarama taunted the gathered Hyuga. He then glanced at several peculiar figures among the Hyuga and stated, "The internal affairs of your clan are of no concern to the Senju. However, I shall not repeat myself. I require Hyuga Muka. You now have 3 breaths to deliver it." 1-2 Before Tobarama could utter 3, the leading Hyuga ninja relented. With a wave of his hand, 2 of his comrades brought forth a sack and placed it beside a tree. Upon opening the sack, the face of Hyuga Muka was revealed. "Can we depart now?" they asked. "Begone," Tobarama commanded. And the ninjas breathed a sigh of relief as they circumvented the Senju and retreated into the distance. Yet, as Tobarama contemplated whether to pursue, he sensed something amiss. He swiftly grasped Hyuga Muka, only to discover a burning explosive tag had been affixed to her back unbeknownst to him. "Damn it." Boom. The sound of tearing fabric followed almost immediately by the explosive's detonation sent a cloud of dust swirling through the forest. When the chaos subsided, Tobarama appeared again. Slightly unsteady, a trickle of blood flowing from his forehead, looking somewhat disheveled. His Senju attire had been removed and draped over the girl in his arms. At that moment, Tobarama embodied the essence of a stalwart protector. Regrettably, apart from a solitary raven, no one bore witness to this act of valor. Damn the Kagaya clan. Do you think you can escape this time? Your adversaries are not only the Senju but also a cadre of lunatics. As Senju Tobarama spoke to himself, cradling Hinata Mukahana, he prepared to head towards the Hinata clan's territory. At that moment, however, the naturally perceptive Tobarama suddenly sensed an unsettling chill run through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively attempted to evade the impending danger. Yet, the presence of Hinata Mukahana in his arms caused a fleeting hesitation. That brief moment of uncertainty resulted in a blade piercing through his back. Tobarama looked down at the wound, desperate to turn and identify his assailant. Alas, there was no one behind him. The shadow clones he had released, disguised as Senju ninjas, dissipated one by one, but still, the identity of the attacker remained a mystery. A fleeting shadow passed by him, vanishing without a trace, leaving him no clearer about the assailant's appearance. The blade that had pierced him was an utterly mundane weapon, offering no leads. Yet, it was precisely this lack of evidence that led Tobarama to a chilling realization regarding the identity of the assailant. In a way, he had harbored similar intentions towards them. However, his opponent's actions had been swifter, more ruthless, and far more resolute. As Tobarama slowly collapsed to the ground, he dared not make any sudden movements. The wound had been so severe that it had pierced his heart. Any slight motion would unleash a torrent of blood. Even without movement, with each instinctual beat of his heart, blood continued to seep from the wound. Ordinary medical ninjutsu could only gradually heal stable wounds, but the heart, with its incessant expansion and contraction, continually reopened the injury. Without an extraordinary regenerative ability, conventional chakra stimulation methods could not keep pace with the necessary healing. Thus, he was doomed. Understanding this, Tobarama felt a profound sense of regret. There were still so many things left undone, an elder brother who would not let him rest, the desire to thwart the malevolent Uchiha. Yet, as his life force ebbed away along with the blood that flowed from him, his worries and unfulfilled ambitions faded, leaving him with little strength to continue pondering. He let go of Hinata Mukahana, and blood trickled down the blade, landing on her face. Gradually regaining consciousness, Hinata Mukahana awoke to find Tobarama on the brink of death. Panic surged within her. Captain Tobarama, you Tobarama, seeing her flustered expression, felt a flicker of hope amidst his despair. He strained to speak. Gourmand, I may not survive this. Listen, please deliver a message to my elder brother. Before he could finish, Hinata Mukahana yanked the blade from his body. What are you doing? I'm going to treat you. Do you not realize that will hasten my demise? Tobarama coughed, blood spurting forth in a violent spray. At that moment, he observed the frantic girl before him and longed to impart a piece of wisdom, but he understood that such words would only accelerate his demise. Nevertheless, she disregarded his expression and, in her flurry, executed the gentle fist technique. A palm struck the wound with remarkable precision, halting the flow of blood. Though the bleeding ceased, it had also inadvertently stopped Tobarama's heart. Senju Tobarama had perished, the cause, the gentle fist piercing his heart. Yet, Hinata Mukahana did not cease her actions upon seeing his lifeless form. She raised her hands, green chakra emanating from her palms. With precise chakra manipulation, she infused Tobarama's body with the healing energy. Moments later, after another strike, the body that had once been devoid of life twitched. Seeing her efforts were effective, she continued her ministrations. With each successive blow, the lifeless Tobarama seemed to reboot, returning to consciousness. Cough, cough. What just happened? I feel as if I saw an elderly man waving at me, he murmured, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He recalled nearing the end of his life, having seen the light beckoning him, only to be abruptly thrust back by an unseen force. Tobarama, you're awake. This is wonderful. You saved me, he replied, still dazed. Indeed, my talent may not be exceptional and my mastery of gentle fist is lacking, so I chose to pursue the path of a medical ninja, researching various emergency treatments. Tobarama, you are the first person I have revived. This is incredible. Hearing Hinata Mukahana's words, Tobarama felt a surge of gratitude welling within him, yet it caught in his throat. Something felt amiss. However, observing her earnest and slightly agitated demeanor, he swiftly pieced together her actions. She had induced cardiac arrest through the gentle fist technique, exploiting the brief window before his body recognized its own death to perform medical ninjutsu and repair his heart. This process, while seemingly straightforward, carried significant risk. A person must endure the period of cardiac arrest before the body could be healed. The vitality of the Senju clan was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been so fortunate. Thus, Tobarama's feelings toward Hinata Mukahana were complex. Indeed, she had saved his life, an undeniable truth. Yet the fortuitous nature of that salvation overshadowed her medical prowess. Before he could organize his thoughts to confront Hinata Mukahana, she suddenly burst into tears. What's wrong, Gourmand? Father. They killed my father, and my sister has been taken. Do not worry, your sister will be fine. Those individuals cannot escape. Really? Indeed. Kaguya looked at Hinata Muka, whose eyes were still glistening with tears, without offering excessive explanation. He could not help but touch his chest. The penetrating wound that had not yet fully healed now throbbed with a dull ache. During his rescue mission, he encountered Uchiha Ya, who had just emerged. As a rival faction of the Uchiha clan, he was all too aware of the nature of the blow he had just received. The Spectre squad of the Uchiha clan may have also arrived here. For a fleeting moment, he was led to contemplate that perhaps it was Uchiha Yu who had made a move. However, upon reflecting on Uchiha Yu's age, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. This was due to his arrogance. In terms of talent and intellect, he believed that aside from his elder brother and Madara, only Uchiha Izuna could stand on equal footing with him. Therefore, Senju Tobarama was more inclined to believe that it was a clandestine deployment of the Uchiha Spectre squad that had taken action. This marked Tobarama's inaugural encounter with the Spectre squad, which nearly became his final. The sheer velocity was such that not even the shadow clones hidden around him could capture the opponent's visage. This terrifying instant assassination was no wonder that the Spectre squad instilled a nightmare-like fear in the frontline ninjas on the battlefield. The Spectre squad was truly formidable. Apart from wood release, he resolved to devise alternative methods of countering them. Tobarama silently vowed in his heart. Surviving this ordeal, he felt as though he had exhausted a lifetime's worth of fortune. No, it should be said that someone had brought him good luck. With this thought, Tobarama glanced at Hinata Muka, who sat quietly beside him, having unknowingly drifted into slumber. Gently probing her body, he discovered that her chakra was completely depleted, having sustained herself solely by sheer willpower moments ago. Observing this, a rare tenderness emerged on Tobarama's otherwise resigned face. This was the first time he revealed his gentleness towards someone outside his clan, and it was also the first time he began to earnestly contemplate his elder brother's naive and childish dream. Could his brother's dream truly come to fruition? For the first time, Tobarama felt a flicker of anticipation regarding his brother's aspirations. Unbeknownst to him, a crow lurking in the shadows quietly witnessed this scene. Its eyes flashing with a hint of regret, but more so, with puzzlement. Tobarama had changed. While Uchiha Yu firmly believed in the notion that between life and death lies great terror, as well as great opportunity, encountering it for the first time, and not even being directly involved, left him decidedly displeased. Yet, more than that, it stirred his curiosity. Was it merely a coincidence, or the workings of fate? Or perhaps, the influence of an unseen hand? Uchiha Yu's thoughts drifted as his gaze fell upon the distant rustling of the forest. Among that group of ninjas, he sensed a familiar aura. Senju Hashirama, an individual who ought not to have appeared, had manifested. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Yu understood that further action was futile. After casting a glance at Senju Tobarama, he retracted the impulse to strike. It was not due to any inability to eliminate Senju Tobarama, but rather a realization of the lack of necessity. At this moment, he felt no profound sense of helplessness against an immutable fate. Instead, he was enveloped in a contemplation tinged with intrigue. Had Senju Hashirama not appeared, Uchiha Yu might have felt his composure shatter, questioning whether he was merely a pawn in the hands of this world's so-called will. However, with the emergence of Senju Hashirama, an unexpected player had entered the fray, leading Uchiha Yu to perceive that the situation might not be as dire as anticipated. This indicated that those who sought to prevent Senju Tobarama's demise had taken precautions. It suggested that Uchiha Yu's actions were not trivial matters to be dismissed lightly. They required careful strategizing and consideration. It implied that the entity orchestrating this fateful narrative possessed remarkable prowess, though not omniscience. Senju Tobarama, in this grand design, was a piece not to be discarded lightly. While others might overlook Senju Tobarama's intellect, Uchiha Yu was acutely aware of it, contemplating the immense contribution Senju Tobarama had made to the future of the ninja world. Particularly the substantial tome of sealing techniques was inescapable. Uchiha Yu felt as though he had unraveled the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Have I disrupted your carefully constructed narrative? What precisely are you plotting? Uchiha Yu contemplated, sensing the imminent arrival of the Senju support team. He quietly dispelled his crow clone. Chapter 89. This man does not eat pancakes. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in another location, as Uchiha Yu meticulously wiped the blade stained with a hint of blood, he organized the memories relayed by his shadow clone, marveling at the unexpected turn of events. To his surprise, he found himself somewhat reluctant to take your life. The thought of eliminating Senju Tobarama brought back memories of the past grievances inflicted upon the Uchiha clan, particularly regarding the matter of the Book of Seals. However, upon discovering the instigator behind Otsutsuki Yui, he suddenly realized that the individual he faced might not be Senju Tobarama after all. Consequently, his murderous intent toward Tobarama diminished significantly. Moreover, he yearned to witness the ninjutsu contained within the Book of Seals. Many of those techniques were forbidden, challenging to master, and fraught with numerous side effects. Yet, he possessed compensation points, which could be utilized to perfect these jutsu and even enhance them further. Such prospects filled him with anticipation. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Yu momentarily suppressed his inner musings and turned his gaze behind him. There, a burlap sack lay open, revealing the visage of a young girl. She possessed exquisite skin, her adornments and figure mirroring those of Hinata Mugetsu. The sole distinction was her otherwise unremarkable face, which now appeared exceptionally beautiful, resembling a delicate jade statue slumped against a tree, lost in slumber. Not far from the girl, a dozen corpses lay strewn about, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if they could scarcely fathom their own demise. Among the fallen were members of the Hyuga clan, alongside those of the Kagaya clan disguised as Hyuga. As for the events of the night, they were rather straightforward. Internal strife had erupted within the Hyuga clan, with some members plotting a coup to seize power. A faction of the Hyuga conspired in secrecy with the Kagaya clan, intending to have the latter assassinate the Hyuga clan leader in exchange for an alliance. During this treachery, certain Hyuga members lured Kagaya fugitives into their territory while discreetly diverting the ninjas guarding the clan leader. Consequently, when the Hyuga leader faced the onslaught of the Kagaya clan, he found himself overwhelmed, especially as his two daughters were taken hostage, distracting him and ultimately leading to his demise at their hands. Now, although Senju Tobarama had saved Hinata Muka and Uchiha Ya had rescued Hinata Mugetsu, the Hyuga clan was poised for upheaval following the death of Hinata Hiyori. The two sisters, previously marginalized due to their impure bloodline, would undoubtedly face a grim existence upon their return. It seemed that Hinata Hiyori had anticipated such a day, preparing an escape route for his daughters. Should they find an opportunity to ally with a powerful entity, they could sever ties with the Hyuga clan, assume new identities, and forge a new life. Of course, this merely represented the outward situation of the Hyuga clan. As for the shadowy undercurrents, Uchiha Ya chose not to speculate. At times, the grandest deceptions can masquerade as truth. In a clan capable of manipulating their own visages, mastering expressions, and honing their acting skills, one could only imagine the depths of their capabilities. Uchiha Ya harbors no desire to engage in a battle of wits with the Hyuga clan, nor does he wish to ponder the authenticity of their intentions. Hyuga Ya, at the cost of his own life, has orchestrated an elaborate scheme. This is a realization not only evident to him, but likely perceptible to the Senju as well. However, these details hold little significance. What truly matters is the leverage that the Hyuga clan can present, and the value that Hyuga Mitsuki can demonstrate. At this moment, not far away, Hyuga Mitsuki's eyes flutter slightly, stirring from her unconsciousness. Where am I? Captain Yu? Did you rescue me? Rescue? Might it not be that I have merely abducted you? It was orchestrated by my father, involving a rogue from the Hyuga clan to facilitate my departure from them. Ah, you are more astute than I had anticipated. Yet, no matter how clever, you cannot escape the discerning gaze of Captain Yu, can you? Rather than continuing this charade, I believe a degree of candor might be more advantageous. This is indeed your wisest attribute. So tell me, what purpose do you serve for me? That depends on what Lord you requires of me, does it not? Do you wish for me to take your shape? Apologies, but I am already surrounded by too many such individuals, all bearing the Uchiha name. I hardly find the need for another, particularly one who does not inspire my complete trust. Then how may I earn Captain Yu's trust? Demonstrate it before me. The Hyuga clan will soon cast me out. Not sufficient. Though I lack the innate abilities of the Hyuga, I have inherited my mother's bloodline limit. While I may not refine chakra, I have consistently trained my physique. Still not sufficient. I have mastered the art of the Hyuga's gentle fist. Inadequate. Upon leaving the Hyuga clan, I took with me a third of their resources. Uchiha Mitsuki, why do you linger? Come, let us return and prepare. Do not delay our journey. As for resources, Uchiha Mitsuki remains indifferent, yet he cannot abide the sight of a young girl left homeless and adrift, especially one of considerable means. Observing Uchiha Yu's swift change in demeanor, Mitsuki feels that her earlier performance was somewhat squandered. This man is not easily swayed. The moon, shrouded in a veil of clouds, casts an eerie stillness over the night, which persists amidst the chaotic skirmishes of the Hyuga ninja. Upon returning to the Hyuga dojo with Hyuga Mitsuki, Uchiha Yu discovers a group awaiting their arrival. Madara, what brings you here? Upon witnessing the arrival of another, Uchiha Yu displayed a momentary surprise, yet his heart quickly comprehended the situation. Where there exists Madara, there also lies Hashirama, and in the presence of Hashirama, how could Madara possibly remain absent? Indeed, upon hearing Uchiha Yu's inquiry, Uchiha Madara began to elucidate. He had only recently arrived. Initially, he and Hashirama were in pursuit of Kagaya's ninja, but at a certain juncture, Hashirama seemed to sense a danger concerning Senju Tobarama, prompting a temporary separation. As for the question of how Senju Hashirama was able to perceive such a danger and swiftly locate Senju Tobarama's whereabouts, Uchiha Madara explained that there might exist some form of connection between them. After all, in the realm of ninjas, no matter how extraordinary the ability, it can always be elucidated through unique ninjutsu. Brother Yu, who is this? After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Uchiha Bu, who was stationed nearby, was the first to notice the woman beside his idol. Notably, the woman was adorned in the attire of the Hyuga clan. She is my newly appointed subordinate, and I intend to take her to Mist Town to assist shortly, Madara remarked. Upon hearing this, he cast a discerning glance at Hinata Mitsuki, ultimately nodding in acknowledgement without elaborating further. Unlike Uchiha Bu, Uchiha Madara possessed a deeper understanding of Uchiha Yu, particularly regarding his intellect. The woman who could stand by Uchiha Yu's side was certainly not one to stir significant turmoil. Chapter 90. Attending the funeral the following day, Uchiha Madara encountered Senju Hashirama, with tensions palpable between the two factions of ninjas. Fortunately, with Madara and Hashirama present to maintain order, both sides could only engage in silent exchanges of glances. In this regard, Uchiha held a distinct advantage. Under Uchiha Yu's leadership, they all activated their Sharingan like searchlights, although they refrained from unleashing their ocular prowess upon the opposition. An overwhelming sense of pressure swiftly enveloped the atmosphere. Uchiha, gaining a slight advantage. Subsequently, through the integration of intelligence from Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, they gleaned an understanding of the current predicament faced by the Hyuga clan. The clan leader had fallen victim to an assassination by the Kagaya clan, and while pursuing them, the Hyuga clan suffered significant losses. A portion of the Kagaya ninjas managed to escape, and the Hyuga clan was compelled to hold a funeral for their leader, retracting their ninjas scattered across various locations. Once the funeral was concluded, the Hyuga clan declared their unwavering resolve to pursue the Kagaya clan relentlessly, vowing not to spare a single Kagaya ninja still residing in the Land of Fire. In essence, the Hyuga clan made their steadfast opposition to the Kagaya clan known, albeit in a somewhat ambiguous manner. Nevertheless, the Hyuga clan demonstrated their ruthlessness by sacrificing their leader, leaving the Senju and Uchiha clans with little room for dissent. Moreover, the recent strike against the Kagaya clan was deemed sufficient. The core intent of both the Senju and Uchiha clans was to expel the Kagaya, rather than annihilate them entirely. After all, compelling a formidable clan like the Kagaya to desperation could lead to mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting neither side. Thus, with this mindset, the leaders of both clans reached a consensus this morning. This battle has come to a close. The ninjas of the Senju and Uchiha clans were permitted to return to their respective territories, parting ways at this juncture. However, after the separation of the Senju and Uchiha clans, Uchiha Yu proposed a notion. Madara, regardless of the reasons or the process, the external outcome is that the Hyuga clan has paid a heavy price. This departure significantly tarnishes the reputation of our Uchiha clan. Tarnish our reputation? Are we to apologize to them? Not at all. Attending the funeral of the Hyuga clan leader is merely a demonstration of the decorum befitting a great clan. Is it not? Hyuga Hayashi, does he even deserve it? Whether he deserves it or not is irrelevant, as long as the Uchiha clan deems him worthy. Even if he is unworthy, he becomes worthy. Why is it that you can always persuade me with the same argument? Perhaps it is simply the allure of my voice. Uchiha Yu, with a smile, would naturally refrain from revealing this to Madara. Such is the allure of language. One more morning dawned, shrouded in gloomy weather, the air thick and stifling, reminiscent of a light drizzle, akin to the day of the third Hokage's burial. Uchiha Yu donned a cloak of ebony, and the other Uchiha followed suit. Amidst the crowd, Uchiha Mugetsu also wore black attire, clutching a white flower. Her expression a tapestry of sorrow and complexity. She closely trailed behind Uchiha Yu, gradually making their way towards the Hyuga clan's domain. As they neared the entrance to the Hyuga territory, they encountered a group of individuals. From within that assembly, Madara instantly recognized a familiar face. Hashirama. Madara? I did not expect you would come, Hashirama remarked. It seems we share the same thoughts, Madara replied. If you could conceive such a notion, how could I not? Indeed, you understand me well. The Hyuga clan is facing grave adversity. We must express our sentiments in whatever manner we can, Hashirama stated. Madara paused momentarily, glancing back at Uchiha Yu beside him. Uchiha Yu cast a glance at Uchiha Madara, conveying the sentiment of the same. Uchiha Madara spoke little, and soon, he along with Senju Hashirama, led the Uchiha and Senju clans toward the Hyuga clan's territory. Although the Hyuga clan had recently endured tumultuous events, their sentiments towards the Senju and Uchiha clans were far from amicable. Nevertheless, as esteemed clans, they upheld the fundamental courtesies associated with their visit to pay respects. Throughout this process, Uchiha Obito silently followed Uchiha Madara, casting occasional glances at the crowd from the Senju clan, hoping to catch sight of Hinata Hanabi. At last, he spotted a boy with crimson eyes standing beside Senju Tobirama. Though he had not activated his Sharingan, his perceptive abilities were already on par with the three Tomo, allowing him to discern that it was a transformation technique. Uchiha Yu observed the Senju side, while Senju Tobirama also scrutinized the Uchiha. His gaze fell upon Hinata Mitsuki. Upon witnessing her visage, Senju Tobirama was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently emit a dismissive sound of disdain. It was evident that Hinata Mitsuki's appearance had aroused suspicion in him. Even Hinata Mugen from the Senju side glanced at Uchiha's Hinata Mitsuki with a hint of bewilderment, clearly perplexed by her sister's looks. However, no communication transpired between the two within the confines of the Hinata clan's territory. As they awaited the conclusion of the proceedings, the Uchiha and Senju clans prepared to depart the Hinata estate, making their way towards the previously established Hinata shrine. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's respective teams were the first to take their leave. Uchiha Bu, alongside the Nara ninja who had been accompanying Senju Tobirama, departed with the main force. Only Uchiha Yu and Senju Tobirama stood opposite each other not far from Duansei Street, their gazes ignited with a subtle yet palpable tension. Meanwhile, in a nearby secluded villa, the Hyuga sisters, Hinata Mufflower and Hinata Muyue, exchanged their farewells. Ah, is that not the cold-faced second heir of the Senju clan? When did he become so tender-hearted? I, Senju Tobirama, am clear about my grudges. I shall repay those who save me and seek vengeance against those who harm me. How intriguing that there exists someone capable of threatening the second heir of the Senju. Fear not, for it won't be long before you experience this as well. I hope you are as fortunate as I have been at that time. Do not say such things. It sounds rather frightening. Is there truly anything that the Uchiha fears? Certainly, for the Uchiha is quite apprehensive about inadvertently eliminating the Senju, leaving them without a worthy opponent for amusement. Henceforth, the Uchiha may only find solace in their own suffering. I hope the Senju does not find joy leading to sorrow. Such brief exchanges yielded no remarkable outcomes. It was not that Uchiha Yu's Fade had faltered. Rather, he had simply lost interest in wasting time on Senju Tobarama. A rival devoid of intrigue was not worth his efforts to conquer. An hour later, the Hyuga sisters emerged from the villa, exchanging no further words as they took their places behind Uchiha Yu and Senju Tobarama. The next time we meet shall mark your demise. You shall not see me again. Ultimately, Uchiha Yu succumbed to his competitive spirit, delivering a pointed remark to Senju Tobarama before turning to leave. At the age of 10, it is quite natural for a youth to exude brilliance, particularly against a rival clan. Chapter 91. Exercise restraint 2 days later. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Taijima hosted a celebratory banquet to honor the valiant Uchiha clan for their bravery during the recent assault, while also paying tribute to the fallen members who tragically lost their lives in battle. Among them, Uchiha Yu achieved a noteworthy feat by vanquishing a group of Kagaya ninjas disguised as members of the Hyuga clan, thus earning recognition for his valor. As a reward, Uchiha Taijima granted Uchiha Yu the privilege of selecting items from the clan's secret treasury. Within the Uchiha secret repository, Uchiha Yu found little of interest remaining, and the reward from Uchiha Taijima felt somewhat perfunctory. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yu accepted it. He did not delve into any particularly arcane techniques, but instead meticulously perused the various ninjutsu compiled by the Uchiha clan and endeavor well within the bounds of Uchiha approval. The mastery of hand seals had bestowed upon him the ability to independently analyze ninjutsu. What he required now was a vast array of ninjutsu for comparison, allowing him to enhance his personal ninjutsu proficiency through countless contrasts, thereby facilitating future creative endeavors. This process resembled an individual articulating a sentence through phonetics, subsequently distilling the meanings of individual words. As his vocabulary expanded, he would be able to freely combine these words according to his understanding, crafting the language he wished to express and inventing the ninjutsu he aspired to create. After the meritocratic rewards were dispensed, condolences were extended to those who had lost the pillars of their families, with compensation provided to the relatives of the deceased Uchiha. Assurances were made to care for the children and spouses of the fallen. Subsequently, matters concerning the Kagaya captives required attention. Indeed, this large-scale crackdown had fragmented the Kagaya clan. While a few managed to breach the defenses, the majority remained captured. Many of them became mere nutrients for the land of the Fire Nation, while others were taken prisoner by the Senju and Uchiha clans. Initially, the Uchiha intended to eliminate them all to avoid wasting their resources. However, the Senju opted to retain a portion of the captives, necessitating that the Uchiha do the same. Thus, the Uchiha captives were preserved. Yet, the Kagaya clan was notorious for their resilience against torture. The more they were subjected to torment, the more invigorated they became, exhibiting a perverse enjoyment. To address this, Uchiha Taijima summoned trusted confidants for a discussion, including his sons and Uchiha Yu. He articulated 3 directives regarding the handling of the Kagaya. First, they must not be allowed to find comfort. Second, under no circumstances should they experience ease. And third, they must be rendered incapable of finding solace. Indeed, the Kagaya posed no utility to the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha had no intentions of subjugating them for their own purposes. As the adage goes, those not of our clan harbored different intentions, rather than allowing them to linger within the clan as a ticking time bomb threatening their kin. It would be far more prudent to eliminate them all, thereby offering a sacrifice to the fallen Uchiha and alleviating the grief of their relatives. In this regard, the other Uchiha shared no better alternatives. Uchiha Madara, having observed Senju Hashirama's intent to consolidate this group, felt a twinge of hesitation but could conjure no viable solution, ultimately turning his gaze to Uchiha Yu, hoping he might possess an ingenious strategy to resolve the situation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yu, who had previously been indifferent, was unexpectedly intrigued when Uchiha Taijima mentioned that among this group of war captives, there was even a rare bloodline of the Kagaya clan, specifically the Shikatsu Miyaku. The mere thought of the Shikatsu Miyaku evoked a faint phantom pain in his feet. This vendetta must be avenged. Clan leader, permit me to take these individuals to the Hidden Mist Village. Ah, you, what are your thoughts? The Kagaya clan members are renowned for their indomitable spirit in the face of death. However, what if they were to endure a fate worse than death? There are 9 methods in Hidden Mist Village that could render their existence a torment. 9 methods indeed. Uchiha Yu made a gesture resembling the number 9. Initially, Uchiha Taijima was skeptical. However, after Uchiha Yu shared his knowledge of certain torturous methods, Uchiha Taijima interrupted him after hearing just 2 or 3 examples. You should temper your enthusiasm. This was the last piece of advice Uchiha Taijima imparted to him regarding Kagaya's captivity. Clearly, in this fervent world of anime, the underlying brutality cannot overshadow the remnants of thousands of years of cultural heritage. In terms of excellence, we can be remarkably outstanding. In terms of filth, we can surpass anyone. There is nothing that our ancestors have not experienced. If there is, It is likely something so perverse that even our ancestors deemed it unworthy of transmission. After remaining in the clan's territory for half a month following Uchiha Yu's return, he imparted some training techniques to the Uchiha brothers, including Uchiha Bu, Murakumo, and Zai, for several days. During this time, Uchiha Izuna even discreetly listened in for a while. It is undeniable that the existence of maxed-out compensation points allowed Uchiha Yu to achieve peak abilities in certain aspects, as well as in his guidance skills, embodying the type of person who understands both the what and the why. This iteration of Uchiha Yu made the Uchiha brothers aware of what it truly means to be erudite. Moreover, Uchiha Izuna profoundly realized that, unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Yu had grown to an astonishing level. Furthermore, it seemed that he had blossomed in every aspect, mastering ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu with remarkable proficiency. In the subsequent confrontation with Madara, they engaged in a fierce exchange, demonstrating equal prowess, particularly in terms of combat awareness. He exhibited abilities that were hardly inferior to those of Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Yu ultimately concealed his true capabilities. Prior to the battle, he had secretly dispatched 30 crow clones and retained less than 30% of his chakra at full capacity. After engaging in a fierce struggle with Uchiha Madara for over 20 minutes, his chakra was eventually depleted, forcing him to retreat. This duel was not one that Uchiha Yu wished to undertake. It was Uchiha Taijima's insistence that compelled him to take action. Many members of the Uchiha clan had also gathered to observe the battle. The meaning behind Uchiha Taijima's intentions is self-evident. He seeks to bolster his son's reputation through this duel, aiming to dispel any doubts the younger generation may harbor regarding Uchiha Madara's prowess. Regrettably, the outcome of this confrontation does not inspire confidence. Although Uchiha Yu was defeated, it was merely due to a lack of chakra. With Uchiha Madara being 3 years his senior, it remains conceivable that when Uchiha Yu matures over the next 3 years, he may prove to be just as formidable. However, Uchiha Yu did not exhibit any desire to contest this, and many members of the Uchiha clan also preferred to avoid a situation akin to that of the Hyuga clan, hence refraining from further comments. Once again, Uchiha Yu successfully passed his great uncle's assessment. Yet, this time, Uchiha Yu sensed that Uchiha Taijima was not merely testing him. Rather, he was revealing the sentiments of their kin. This was a subtle prod. This esteemed great uncle is the only one who possesses precise knowledge of the Ghost Squad. He may have realized that he could no longer suppress Uchiha Yu, thus transitioning from a show of force to moral persuasion. Dear nephew, the Uchiha clan is united. You would not wish to incite chaos among us due to unwarranted ambitions, would you? Chapter 92, to alleviate his uncle's concerns. Alas, Uchiha Yu harbored no such intentions, at least for now. He did not aspire to contend for the position of clan leader against Madara. The Uchiha clan, with its extensive lineage cultivated over many years, possesses profound depth yet has also inherited a plethora of undesirable remnants. Rather than embracing the entirety of this legacy, it would be more prudent to nurture an entirely new branch, guiding a rejuvenated Uchiha toward exploration and development in diverse directions. Moreover, Uchiha Yu is devoid of moral scruples. Given that his uncle's thoughts are so sensitive, it is evident that if he does not seek something in return, his uncle will remain uneasy. Therefore, in order to assure his uncle and stabilize the family, Uchiha Yu must, before departing from the Uchiha territory, feign heartfelt grievances to his uncle while desperately extracting what he desires. Uncle, I am suffering. The Uchihas of Misty Fog Town endure great hardship. Uchiha Yu confided in his esteemed elder, expressing his heartfelt aspirations to transform the village of Mist and hoping that the elder would generously contribute both funds and manpower. This request left Uchiha Taijima feeling somewhat perturbed. While Uchiha Yu's demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance, it simultaneously caused him discomfort. Taijima was unwilling to part with excessive resources. After all, the clan's territory required development, and he needed to prepare for his son's future endeavors. It would be unthinkable to squander resources heedlessly. Nevertheless, Uchiha Taijima did extend assistance to several members of the Uchiha clan, individuals who were merely ordinary folk amidst the clan's growing ranks. Due to their limited aptitude for becoming shinobi and insufficient ability to awaken their bloodline traits, they were relegated to mundane labor within the clan's territory. Paradoxically, their lack of shinobi status, coupled with the protection of Uchiha ninjas, allowed these clan members to enjoy remarkably long lives, with many belonging to the same generation as Uchiha Taijima's grandfather or even his great-grandfather. These individuals contributed little value to the clan's territory and often required the clan leader's regular benevolence, which had become a source of considerable irritation for Taijima. This occasion presented a fortuitous opportunity for Uchiha Yu to take a portion of them away, alleviating some of Taijima's burdens. Additionally, there were some elderly and vulnerable individuals within the clan who, apart from receiving aid, offered little in terms of value. Taijima indicated that as long as they expressed a willingness, they could also accompany Uchiha Yu. In response, Uchiha Yu refrained from making grand proclamations or empty promises. Instead, he discreetly retrieved from his spatial pouch a selection of lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, tuna, and grouper that he had brought from Mist. After a simple preparation, he invited the Uchiha clan members to sample the delicacies and stated succinctly, "Come with me, You will tire of this. With those words, Uchiha Yu successfully led away a third of the Uchiha clan members, along with a group of overlooked Uchiha youths. Although the majority of these individuals possessed limited potential for cultivation, they were nonetheless imbued with the blood of the Uchiha. Lack of aptitude? The Uchiha clan possesses innate talent upon awakening their Sharingan. Uchiha Yu is currently unraveling the secrets of awakening his eyes, indifferent to the qualities of others' talents. Uchiha Taijima had not anticipated Uchiha Yu's sudden decision. However, upon realizing what had transpired, a broad smile spread across Uchiha Taijima's face. The members of the Uchiha clan had long been burdensome, and with their departure, the clan would experience a rejuvenation, significantly conserving resources. Thus, when Uchiha Yu resolved to lead this group away, the smile on Uchiha Taijima's face remained unwavering. Of course, one should not indulge this overly ambitious elder in all matters. As Uchiha Yu was about to embark on his journey, he offered a blood sacrifice to his uncle, Uchiha. Uncle, there are simply too many people. In such a small place as White Mist Town, I cannot sustain them all. Perhaps I should forego this endeavor. My dear nephew, speak freely. What is it that you desire? Uchiha Taijima, desiring to avoid the tumult of fluctuating emotions, ultimately yielded to the circumstances. After a series of negotiations characterized by a spirited exchange with his dear nephew, he successfully reached a final accord. In the presence of several esteemed members of the Uchiha clan, the agreement was rendered immutable. It permitted Uchiha Yu the liberty to construct the city of Mist. With the territory of Uchiha Yu expanding from the bounds of the original Mist Town to encompass a portion of the Land of Fire. Mist Town is situated in the coastal region of the Land of Fire, facing the Land of Water across the sea. With a small island nation of the Land of Waves nestled in between, the Uchiha clan designated the coastal region, with Mist Town as its focal point. Entirely under the governance of Uchiha Yu. According to the current territorial map of the Uchiha, this area constitutes a substantial 1/5 of the entire Uchiha domain. However, acquiring these lands is not a straightforward endeavor. Being situated in the coastal region, numerous small ninja clans have established their presence there. Furthermore, this area frequently faces incursions from the overseas ninja clans hailing from the Land of Water. The reason why Uchiha Taijima generously entrusted such a vast territory to Uchiha Yu was twofold. Firstly, to provide Uchiha Yu with ample responsibilities, thereby deterring any ambitions he might harbor towards the position of clan leader. Secondly, to position Uchiha Yu as a formidable shield for the Uchiha clan, safeguarding them from the incursions of foreign ninja clans, thus allowing the Uchiha to devote more of their energies to contesting with the Senju clan. Although Uchiha Yu appeared to be at a significant disadvantage outwardly, internally, he reveled in delight. The territory, as Uchiha Taijima anticipated, indeed harbored numerous complications. However, to Uchiha Yu, these were merely trifling inconveniences. The true battleground of the Warring States period has always been in the Land of Fire, where resources are most abundant and conflicts most fierce. Positioned on the periphery of this land, even when faced with disturbances from overseas ninjas, they merely amounted to trivial skirmishes. In the realm beneath the Super Shinobi, I am invincible. Above the Super Shinobi, it is a matter of exchange. One shadow clone for one Super Shinobi. Let the battles commence. For the era of tumultuous change is upon us, an era where the strength of ninja clans is no longer determined by mere numbers, but rather by the titanic clashes of two extraordinary beings in colossal matches. Uchiha Yu expressed that you may indulge freely, as long as you do not seek him out. He could endure until the establishment of Konoha village. With a heart full of unspoken thoughts, Uchiha Yu also feared that he might not be able to contain his inner excitement and joy. After preparing his belongings, he resolutely departed the clan grounds with these members of the Uchiha clan. Outside the Uchiha clan's territory, amidst the bustling crowd, Uchiha Madara and a few of his brethren bid farewell to Uchiha Yu. You, until we meet again, let us clash once more. Alright, next time. I shall devise even more formidable techniques. You better not let me surpass you. I would be afraid, for I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, brimming with confidence, is nearing the age of 14. With the enhancement of his own abilities, he has begun to exhibit a semblance of the formidable aura characteristic of Madara. However, having witnessed Madara's growth since childhood, Uchiha Yu no longer harbors the admiration he once felt. Instead, he is left with a sense of nostalgia. Uchiha Madara, indeed, lacks refinement. In truth, every Uchiha who has awakened their eyes is similarly deficient, even Uchiha Taijima. Senju Tobarama remarked that the Uchiha clan harbors a profound affliction, a sentiment that Uchiha Obito does not endorse. They merely require a few encounters with reality to enlighten them, to convey to these individuals that certain matters cannot be altered solely through the activation of their ocular powers. However, such